Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Dare I say this is the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day?
Of Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is fist pumping already. That's because he had some extra sleep. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Ralph James Chapu. We got Ruben running things out here. We got Peyton and Rai in the studio back in DFW. And we are waking up from a few hours sleep from the Jerry Jones party in Malibu, RJ.
Some of us are. Yep. It's Ruben may have had less than we did.
Wild time, gentlemen. Wild time.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know anything about that. So you just you're gonna have to sit over there and just listen to all the stories. You could be participating in them
And reporting, actually.
Absolutely. Instead of us having to do your dirty work for you, and do what we don't want to do, which is listen to Yes Dad and Jerry speak.
Wait. So you mean that you don't like the aspect of socializing while also kind of working and think that's a little odd?
No, we were not working at all. We were socializing. That's part of working. It's weird. It's like it's a networking industry.
Let's just talk about our business, and let's talk about what we experienced. Jerry Jones showed up, and he stayed for a while. Steven was there. Ruben starstruck now by Pat Doney and Al Michaels on this trip.
Al Michaels, yeah.
As Al Michaels showed up. No Eatman. Michael Irvin has left me on read. As I wanted to see if Mike was here in California. Charlotte Jones was there. Didn't remember seeing her in the past. Gene Jones was there. And, of course, all the media as well. They shrunk the place down.
Yeah, they just changed it up so much. Like, they moved all the seats around, and there wasn't as many places to sit. Maybe they figured it had gotten too crowded in the past. It was definitely different. It had a different vibe.
They had the 1942 flowing. More on that in a second. They had the Johnny Walker Blue, Peyton. I was thinking about you when I was having a little sip of it. Instead, we had young Ruben to break in. And there were some drinking faux pas, some violations, according to RJ Choppy. But Ruben, turn on your mic and tell us what your first thoughts were of the rich life.
It was amazing. It was a great experience, of course. I will never eat that luxurious again ever in my life, probably.
Yeah. He started off by, I was like, do you like sushi? When he walked in, he's like, eh. And then later on in the night, he's like, the food.
Oh, yeah.
The food. And I was like, you like sushi? He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah. So just like that, the quality of the sushi there transformed him.
And that's not even real sushi. That's the basic rolls. You go there.
Is it cooked? It's cooked sushi?
No. It's just like it's your Philadelphia rolls, your
California rolls,
tuna rolls. I didn't see the California rolls.
Crunchy roll or something like that.
But you didn't get into the Pirates of the Caribbean kind of roll that'll run you $50 at a place like that. Didn't get any of those, but it's still ridiculously good.
Chiafalo and Zach were sipping on the 1942. Man, I was transitioning all over the place. I think my stomach's paying for it this morning. I'm not alcohol hungover. You did a very nice job of staying responsible. I don't think are you alcohol hungover at all?
No.
It's okay if you are.
I'm not. It's just exhausted, really.
Yeah, that'll do it, man.
That's the problem right now. Yes. Bobby, you see if you can guess what the auction ended up doing. And this is going to be my future bet payoff in years moving forward. Whoever loses a big major bet with me off the other shows, I'm putting up my time slot for this morning. So I was asking Wolchuk, I was like, how much do I have to pay you to trade spots with me in the morning? This morning, this show. And he's like, man, I don't know. And I was like, $350. And Chiafalo jumped out of his chair. He's like, in. And I was like, no, but for tomorrow morning. We have to. He's like, first 30 minutes, first hour. I said, no, the whole show. How much would I have to pay you in order to switch spots for the entire show? And I show up on the G-Bag Nation, and Wolchuk was taking it north of $500.
Yeah, he said, I'm not doing it for less. He goes, it has to be start at least at $500.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking to myself, man, you're over your skis here, champ.
You and Chiafalo would have taken the lower amount. You said
for $500,
like $400.
For $500, I would have done this show today and their show.
No, you wouldn't have.
Absolutely, it would have. So it's a good little bit, and I get $500 out of it.
And I was like, Tim was there, one of the bosses, and I was waiting for Tim to comment or nod his head, like, hey, that's a funny idea. Hey, that's something y'all should do and go along with. But, I mean, Tim's not really speaking to me these days, so he didn't say anything. He didn't give any head motion. And I was like, dang, I don't know if I could go through with this. But if Chiafalo just came up here this morning, would you guys have been okay with that? And do you think Spittle would have been okay with it? Because I'm auctioning this off. This is going to be a future bet payoff for the next year.
I think Gavin would generally, whenever there's any hijinks like that, Gavin, I think, likes that. And so I don't think that Gavin would have minded. I think he probably would have appreciated a heads up instead of just, why is Eric on the air? What happened to Sean? I think that would be the thing. But yeah, we could have hosted with Eric, I think. Yeah. The only thing I would worry about there is we'd get the Italian brethren, and they'd kind of ping pong back and forth, and I'd just be kind of sitting here.
Our best friend from the night ended up being Jerry's grandson, who we have basically watched grow up here. Shy Anderson running around here, like working out in the mornings. I'm like, you ain't working out so much, and I don't see you running around here. And he's like, yeah, I know. But we got into a lot of discussions talking with him while the media just engulfed Jerry.
They did every
couldn't even
year.
say what's up to Jerry for our usual, hey, you cool with the mornings? We need to adjust anything? You good to go? Clarence Hill and Newey Scruggs got their claws in him and never let go.
Yeah, and it's talk, big conversation, big talk about everything. Leave the poor man alone. Go get your food. These guys, thank you.
No. Someone told me that Chill was standing in that huddle and was having people bring him Johnny Blue. And I was like, because Jerry's not even drinking anything really. I think he had a glass of white wine, and he didn't turn around whatsoever. And someone said, oh, someone's bringing him Johnny Blue. And I was like, oh, Jerry? And they go, no, Chill. Chill had Johnny Blue being delivered to him in the media scrum in order to try to get stuff from Jerry on Zach Martin and Zeke Elliott.
Chill's been there a long time. I'm sure he's got people somewhere. But they were around Steven for a long part of the beginning, and then around Jerry. And you kind of look over, see if they're saying anything, you can see even listening to anything, and then you go back to what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know what to repeat. I don't know what was planted by the Joneses, because I'm like, Jerry, he knows what he's doing too. He's either going unfiltered here, or he's using these guys and girls in order to spread some type of message. So we're going to ask Nick Eatman at 9 o'clock. Dan Quinn is going to sit down with us at 8 o'clock. And Brett Boone in the final hour of the show to talk about the trade deadline, as we have the Wednesday edition of Sean and RJ with anything else I'm leaving out? You wanted to attack Ruben's drink and ask if this is acceptable on the fan text?
Well, it's not acceptable. So there were two high-end options here. Well, there's really one high-end option, and the other one is just a high-end in name only. So the people who don't know anything about alcohol, Bobby, would drink the Johnny Blue. Mm-hmm. All right. Makers, which is what I had, is just as good. Well, I shouldn't even have that. I started with that. Then I realized, oh, my God, they had this in the back. Nobody said anything about it. They have 1942.
Okay.
Which is Don Julio.
Yep.
It's an extra añejo. I ordered that. Ruben sees this, and he orders it as well.
Okay.
With Sprite mixed.
Oh.
And that is a big, hefty, stinking faux pas. You cannot order... that is a $300 bottle.
Yeah.
You cannot order Don Julio 42, Clase Azul. You cannot order Johnny Blue if you want to. You cannot order any of those.
Ruben, do you feel the need to defend yourself? What would you like to say?
I would just like to defend myself. Let me enjoy what I can enjoy.
No.
And
no.
It's called controlling myself and controlling my limits, which people cannot do.
Oh, which people? Who do you? What's that? Are you?
Yeah.
I feel like,
no,
are you attacking me or are you attacking
Bobby?
Chop?
It's towards no one.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck.
I see it as it's about showing you the proper etiquette. It's very poor etiquette.
He thinks he's keeping you from putting ketchup on a steak.
Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
Look,
I would never do that.
Exactly. You would never do that.
This is the liquid form.
It's the liquid form of that.
The liquid form of it.
Yeah.
I would never mix Don Julio, especially if I paid for it. I would just not buy it. Now, if somebody bought it for me and handed it to me, I am going to chug it.
Chug it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
you're an idiot.
I'm not going to sip. I'm not going to sip
straws?
liquor. I'm not going to do that. Well, at that point, it would be in a glass. I would just throw it back. There's not going to be ice in it.
Peyton, did you have any FOMO from this?
Yes, so much FOMO that I refused to look at social media last night.
You muted all of us.
Well, no, I didn't mute. I hate muting and blocking like that. I just did not turn on the apps.
Man, Jerry's grandson brought you up, Peyton, out of the blue, and you were a 10-minute point of discussion with Shy. He goes, Peyton didn't come pay. I love how my nickname is spread out here. He goes, Pay didn't come out here. And he goes, man, tell me the truth, man. He was telling his father-in-law about you. He goes, they got this guy, man. He doesn't know any of these references. He's like, is it really true? Is it you see Shy all over TV and in the box with all of his family, and he wanted to know about the real life and the real world of Peyton Russell. It was quite an honor, Pepe.
That makes me so happy. Okay, the FOMO's over with. I'll have to go out then. I'll have to go out. If they want me there, I'll have to go to the media party. Well, it seems like an invite.
I don't know if he's high enough up on the on the list. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Texas Rangers in action. Unfortunately, so are the Astros. A no-hitter and a brand new ace to add to the AL West race next on the Fan.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know.
Benintendi turns, watches, that ball's out of here. Adolis Garcia with a line drive home run to left. his 26th of the year, and the Rangers lead 2-0.
Adolis and Garver going deep, and look at Andrew Heaney striking out 11 as the Rangers get a much-needed win over the sorry Chicago White Sox last night in Arlington. That was the call on this radio station with the Sandman. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Oxnard, California on 105.3 The Fan. 2-zip Rangers, and we'll get to their opponent and all the moves in the American League West, but Andrew Heaney, 11 Ks without a walk while throwing 2 hit ball over 6 innings.
Huge, much needed, especially after losing 7 of 9 following the 6-game winning streak to open up the second half of the season. You had to have this. You got to have this series really, because they're not a very good team. They were a seller at the deadline. They have purged they're almost their entire roster. This is a must 2 of 3 when you take on the White Sox. But this is a tremendous start from him, and you had to have it also because the Astros continue to win.
Shortest 9-inning Ranger game since 2007. It took an hour and 58 minutes to play. That's it.
Over quick. That'll happen when you only give up 3 hits and you don't walk anybody all game. You strike out 16. And, I mean, the fact that Chicago just got 1 opportunity with a runner in scoring position, it's a day where you didn't really need the offense, but it is a little concerning that we're on a 4-game stretch here of them scoring 4 runs total or whatever it is. I mean, the bats need to wake up a little bit, but it's very encouraging to see Andrew Heaney pitching the way he did. I think this is his third scoreless appearance since the All-Star break. And so he's hopefully starting to figure some things out. He looked really good last night.
Won his 3rd consecutive decision over his last 4 starts. Only the 5th MLB pitcher since pitches were first tracked in 1988 to have 11 strikeouts on 80 pitches or less. The last to do it was Max Scherzer, who spoke yesterday in Arlington. Unfortunately, it was matched, and actually it was topped by the armpit.
Here's the 0-2 to Gallagher. Broken bat, soft liner. Pena catches it, and a no-hitter. Framber Valdez. First one to greet him is Maldonado, and the rest of his teammates pile on. Framber Valdez throws the 16th no-hitter in Houston Astros history.
And what?
That's a lot of no-hitters for a franchise that has been good for about 4.5 seconds.
We had Nolan throwing 15 of them.
You did. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Framber, though, is one of these guys that is a fantastic pitcher who has had a little bit of, he said he had some injury bugs this year, been a little up and down. The Rangers have had good luck against him, but he is as talented as it gets.
All those no-hitters, that's actually the first by a lefty in franchise history. No lefty in the history of the Astros had thrown one. So there's Andrew Heaney, 11 strikeouts, fantastic performance. They had to top us.
Yeah.
They've had to top us here twice in the last week. We get Scherzer. They top us. They don't match us right now. They top us by getting Verlander. Heaney has his incredible game, and Valdez has to top it as well.
It's the same score. It's 2-zip too. Everything was the same on that one. But yeah, I mean, look, this is a great little back and forth. I saw.
This is going to be fun, hopefully. Down the stretch.
I think it is. I really think it is. Jared Carabas, who has worked with Barstool for years, I think he left. He went to some gambling site. Said this is the Joker snapping the pool stick and handing it to both the Rangers and the Astros. Here you go. Let's go, guys. Like it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah. The biggest thing that's going to make sure that it's fun, though, is that the Rangers obviously make sure that their bats are active here in the second half. The fact that they need to stay healthy, they need Evaldi to come back. If those things don't come into place the way you want, if Heim is out for an extended period of time, if Seager has some issues coming back, if Evaldi can't get back the way you want, then it becomes troubling because the Astros just keep getting healthier, and now they're acquiring players. There's definitely been a gap, I think, in terms of how the Rangers have sort of regressed and had their injury issues, and the Astros have continued to elevate. And so this is going to be a critical juncture over the next probably 2 to 3 weeks while you see how healthy the Rangers can get. That, they need to make sure that they're not losing any ground here.
Look, let's just be honest about it. Not one person out here, when we're talking baseball, on or off the air, not one person out here believes that the Rangers are the lead horse in this. None of us. They're a half game up. That's fine, but we all feel like the Astros have the advantage right now. And let's see what happens down the stretch. Bassick believes it.
Yeah.
I believe Sandler believes it. All of us believe it, that the Astros, it feels like, okay, the champ has woken up a little bit. The Warriors have woken up a little bit.
You let them hang around. The Rangers let them hang around. They had the great start. They had a good lead. And then since DeGrom went down, they've kind of stumbled, and they played under 500 ball for a month and a half.
This team is, but they've also dealt with injuries. I mean, you lose Seager twice, you lose Eovaldi, you lose DeGrom, you lose Heim. I mean, you getting hurt. You got to remember the injuries with it as well.
Yeah, now those are all very, very recent, and like Houston, they had still been playing poor since then. Obviously, the DeGrom injury is not recent. That dated back to the end of April, really. But all these other injuries that have piled up recently, the same thing the way Houston had them pile up at the beginning of the year. Where they lost Jordan and they lost Fromber. Altuve had his issues as well. They've had guys that have been in and out. They lose Rock the Baby to start the year. So they've lost a few players throughout the course of the season, and now they're getting healthy. It's basically like their trade deadline was Verlander, Fromber, Jordan, and Altuve. That's going to wind up being their trade deadline.
Let's talk about the compensation. Were the Rangers involved, and how do we compare this compensation to what we paid for Max?
Well, there is no compensation. It's like the Astros didn't have much to give up. So they did not have a ton of options, and we don't know the Astros players. The Rangers gave up a top 5 player in their system. And Houston, even if they gave up Drew Gilbert, who was
their best prospect according to MLB.com.
Correct, but he's not on the level of necessary. He's a good he's a college player, Tennessee guy. I'm not going to cry about him, but the Rangers could have beat that. The Rangers could have beat that. The problem is that he had a no trade clause.
Yeah, Acuna was the 3rd prospect for the Rangers, and he immediately jumps and becomes the top prospect for the Mets. Gilbert was the top prospect for the Astros. He's now the 4th prospect in the Mets system. That shows the discrepancy right now between the Rangers and the Astros system. But yeah, look, if he didn't want to come to Texas, then that obviously would have been a complicating factor. The Jacob deGrom, apparently, I know Scherzer had mentioned yesterday that whatever reservations he had were eased by talking to deGrom. That he had spoken with Jacob deGrom before getting traded here and making his decision, and that deGrom told him on no, this is the vision, this is what they're doing, and that he bought in. If there wasn't somebody there, I guess, to pitch that similarly to Verlander, and Houston has been home for him recently, it probably made more sense for him.
Well, he's got a tight relationship with Jim Crane. And people were saying that made a difference in him going back. And look, you're going to contenders. I would hope it didn't just take Jacob deGrom selling him on the Rangers. You're leaving a dumpster fire that's selling in New York. So go to a place that's in a race.
Yeah, and look, the money issue is the same here. The base of the Mets it's kind of almost mirroring the Scherzer deal. They're sending $35 million to cover part of his salary for this year and next year, and then half of the additional $35 million if the option vests for 2025. So and he still also. It includes the full no trade clause. The aspect of the fact that he had the relationship with Jim Crane, he had been in Houston. Maybe he doesn't like pitching here. Maybe he doesn't want to play for this team. Who knows? My guess is that he told his agent that I'll waive my no trade clause for Houston, for this team, for that team, and that's it. I want to force myself to the Astros. I bet you that's what he did.
All right, let's take you inside Cowboys practice. Trayvon Diggs is back, and he is cussing out number 4. And Ronald Jones, I did not think they were going to let him talk to the media. He has an explanation for getting suspended to start the season. Everything you need to know from Cowboys practice here in Oxnard with our insider Bobby Belt next for the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan.
Eatman Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And our training camp report from here in Oxnard, California is brought to you by Kissable Dental, on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, and AutoFlex Leasing. Here on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, take us inside yesterday's practice that got a little bit spirited.
It did. The biggest thing coming out of there probably, or the most viral thing, and the thing that probably needs a little explaining, I didn't think it did, but after seeing some social media reaction, I guess it does, is the dust up very briefly between Trayvon Diggs and Dak Prescott. And so Dak Prescott was scrambling on a red zone drill, went out of bounds. Didn't look like there was anything to it, but I guess there was some sort of rule or standard for the practice or for the period that Trayvon Diggs felt like Dak had violated. And so Diggs was barking at him a little bit and told him, "Shut your BA up." He went full Zach Wolchuk on me. And went at him a little bit. But here's the thing. Diggs and Dak, they talk to each other the entire practice. It is not a rare thing to see them barking at each other. You remember during Hard Knocks, during the 2021 season, that Diggs was getting a little annoyed because Dak kept pushing him and kept saying, like, oh, Coop's got you. Coop's got you. You can't cover Coop. And kept pushing him and poking him. And that's their relationship. That's the way that they go at each other. Diggs is somebody who levels up practice, they feel like, with the intensity. Nothing personal. Because you got a lot of people yesterday going, "Oh, I don't like this. This is a bad sign. Is Dak losing the locker room?" I saw some of that yesterday. Not the case at all. In fact, it's the opposite, is that I think the team feels like this is a good energy to bring to practice, and it's something that they like. Just like when Des Bryant and Jordan Lewis went at it years ago, that was something that everybody liked and that they respected and things like that. And so that was probably the big headline coming out of that. But in terms of the actual practice and the participation, the offense was really, really good again yesterday. The team period near the end, defense again, second straight day, started to tighten up, have a better performance. But man, especially during some of the 7-on-7 stuff, the individual drills, we got one-on-ones between the receivers and the DBs. The offense was absolutely cooking yesterday, and nobody out here, nobody can cover CeeDee Lamb. There's not a single person who can do it.
Yep.
They've thrown anybody they want at him. Even Gilmore, when he's taken a couple reps, CeeDee Lamb has usually won. He had 3 straight in red zone, 3 straight touchdowns yesterday in red zone. And one, he gets open easy. The next one, he's catching it between double coverage. The other, he's making a contested catch. There's just nothing he can't do out at these practices. He's doing it is, like you mentioned on Twitter, Sean, it is Des Bryant-like, the way Des used to dominate practices.
It's funny, though. Like, as soon as the segment started, I got a pop-up screen, a little notification, a little article. Dak Prescott taunted. Called a you-know-what during intense training camp exchange.
Oh, man.
I got that notification just popped right up. You could say what you want, and you're probably right that that's normal. That doesn't matter. Whatever the national media puts out there, that's the narrative. Okay? They set the narrative, and the narrative is that Dak was taunted by his teammate.
Look, and I mean, I think just that shows that anybody who writes that story has never been in any sort of a competitive environment of any sort. Because that's especially, we're not talking about this as somebody in the huddle. This is not one of the receivers mad that he didn't get the ball. Like, this isn't Stephon Diggs, barking at the Buffalo coaching staff. This is completely different. This is, they want the intensity. They want the physicality. Where's the stories written about? And obviously I know why. This is not a question that I'm actually looking for an answer on, but why? Where were the stories about Matt Farniak and Wanye Thomas like pushing each other and almost punching each other, and Tyler Biadasz and Dante Fowler being involved? And there's a reason why. It's because it's not Dak Prescott and Trayvon Diggs, which generates clicks.
Well, ask Dan Quinn at 8. Well, ask Dan Quinn.
Oh, he loves it, I'm sure.
How much should we make of this? How much should we be blowing this up? It's good to get Diggs back out here and competing.
Yeah, and Trayvon Diggs was very good yesterday. While there was it was a tough practice overall for the secondary, he had a really great play during red zone period where they were sending Kevontae Turpin in motion, Diggs was following him, and they tried to make this, snap the ball as he was going in motion and try and throw this little flare pass so they could use his quickness. And Diggs closed quick and swatted the ball away. Turpin wasn't even able to make the catch. That was right on the goal line. Really impressive play from Diggs there. He had good coverage yesterday on a couple different occasions. Little bit of a scary moment when Micah Parsons, for the second day in a row, gets a little too close to your quarterback, and for the
legs
for the second year in a row, collides with his legs and knocks him down. He was coming on a blitz. He absolutely crushed Chuma Edoga off the snap and got back there. Tried to pull up, ended up rolling up on his legs. There were a couple of those instances. One-on-ones, we had CeeDee Lamb and Kelvin Joseph. Kelvin Joseph rolled up on CeeDee Lamb's ankle, but nobody hurt.
So last night I was talking to some members of the Cowboys film crew, because obviously they're looking at every single play, and I was like, "Who's just jumping out to you on film?" And they told me, they said they can't run the football with Micah out here. That this man is a menace. He's just destroying everything that they want to do. That is what Mike, as good as CeeDee Lamb has been, it's like Micah and CeeDee back and forth. I don't know if you'd have one higher up than the other for who's having a better camp, but he is destroying everything that everyone is trying to accomplish out here offensively.
So CeeDee was, I think CeeDee was the story yesterday over Micah, but, over the totality camp, especially these first two padded practices, Micah has been absolutely dominant, and he's doing it against anybody and everybody, and he's making plays in the run game. He's, getting to the quarterback quickly. There were two other instances yesterday, I think, where he got in the backfield so quickly they had to just whistle the play dead. It's like, all right, we're done. No, we can't finish this play out because Micah got back there too fast. And so he is incredibly intense. He looks incredibly locked in. And yesterday, we saw him when he was off to the sideline, when he wasn't out there playing. He was on the side. He was talking to Sam Williams. He was coaching Sam Williams on how to, beat the hands of the offensive linemen and how to approach guys on his pass rush. And so Micah Parsons looks absolutely fantastic. And of course, this is the Mike Bassett question. Okay, does that make us feel great about Micah Parsons, or does it make us feel awful about whoever's on the left side of the offensive line?
Makes me feel great about Micah because that's more fun. Zach Wolchuk with his practice notes. Offense great in the red zone. Dak with great ball placement. Micah unblockable. Jalen Brooks is the Noah Brown of this year's camp.
That's offensive.
Bunch routes, creating easy wins for the receivers. Gilmore and Scott with tight coverage all day long. Guard play is a concern. Michael Gallup is back. Those are some of the practice notes from Zach Wolchuk.
That's good to hear, that last part, that Michael Gallup is back. There is no way to stop a three-headed monster of a wide receiver core. That third wide receiver is, to me, the most crucial. Because if you get a really, really good third...
Troy Eatman would agree with you.
Well, Troy sometimes will hit on a football point, and then he talks about fourth down and he misses completely. But when you have that third wide receiver that is up against the third corner, if that third wideout is really, really good, it's a huge mismatch.
And Michael Gallup was asked yesterday, he was a guest on the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about why the offense is looking so explosive in these recent practices.
I would definitely say just because everybody's playing a different position. You can just put people in any spot, to be honest. Tight ends can line out wide. We can go on the inside. So everybody's just playing, every position on the field. So to be honest, the defense doesn't really know who to key in on anymore. It's not just one person they think is going to get the ball just because of our alignment. Everybody's, capable of scoring a touchdown and even getting play.
So there's Michael Gallup commenting.
Yeah, and look, Gallup was really good yesterday. CeeDee Lamb was good. Jalen Tolbert continued to play well. Jalen Brooks is somebody who is really popping at these first two practices. That's somebody who, man, it's going to be tough to have some of these other receivers make the team over him. He's been really, really impressive. Honestly, what's a little surprising to me is we have not had we had the one catch in the first padded practice during 7-on-7, but we haven't had a big Brandon Cooks moment yet. We haven't had one of these just torching somebody down the sideline and hitting on a vertical route. So that's one of the things that's maybe a little surprising to me. a negative angle
I feel
here.
like Brandon Cooks, we're talking about him, his speed running down the field every day.
Right. We have been. Pads have come on. I'm just talking about these last 2 practices since pads have come on. He has not hit a deep vertical route yet. They've hit on some vertical stuff. It just has not really been Brandon Cooks in these instances. But with all those receivers playing well, here's a negative. Consistently, it does not matter who's matched up against him. Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Tolbert. I think Dennis Houston got him once yesterday. Kelvin Joseph has been awful out here. Kelvin Joseph cannot stop anybody, and it's become a problem. The first one-on-one rep that CD had with him, CD literally stopped in the end zone and waited for the ball, and Kelvin Joseph still couldn't catch up to him. I mean, he literally, I mean, it was almost like breaking his ankles.
Burnt man toast.
It was brutal. I don't know, based off of what we've seen at these practices, what we've seen the first 2 years, what we know about some of his maturity issues, I don't know how you have Kelvin Joseph on this football team.
Special teams, man.
You don't draft guys in the second round for special teams. That just seems like such a waste.
Ronald Jones wanted to address his suspension for the PEDs out for the first 2 games, and he wanted to clear his name. Quote, "Everybody wants to say I'm on steroids, and clearly I'm not. I'm one of the skinniest dudes on the team and in the league. The substance, RJ, he was taking, you probably have in your bag back there, who knows, is a heart stimulant that he was prescribed by a licensed physician. He said, I've been prescribed this over the course of my career. It wasn't any steroid or anything to enhance my game. It was medicine from a doctor that I was not aware of. The test came back. I'm responsible for what I put in my body. Just got to make sure it's not going to happen again." So he's saying, I have a history of heart disease in my family. I've been using this, but I'm not cheating the game of football. I asked for a retest, a sample of my blood. They didn't look at it. I think there needs to be more protection for players because if you're having health issues, we're human beings outside of football. We have real-life issues too.
This is very similar then to the Colts player who had fertility drugs that wound up getting suspended. That he was just using fertility drugs trying to get pregnant. If this is a heart issue and he's got documentation from a doctor, so like there are things that you could take. Like if you're prescribed, I don't know, a little blue pill, like a Blue Chew, but not a Blue Chew, like a different one, which some guys will use as they get older. You know, sometimes you use that. You may not use that when you're 22 years old,
right?
But there are studies that show that this can act as a sort of like a PED of sorts if you take it for working out purposes. And you got to get prescribed that from a doctor to be able to take it in some of these leagues. I just think that if this is a heart issue that he's prescribed, then you should be able to take it. Now, I get why the NFL has to say no, because anybody can just go to a doctor, and they could go to any flimsy doctor. They prescribe them this stuff. But I mean, first of all, I've seen his calves. Okay, he is. This would make sense. This would fit the bill. Those guys. That guy's calves are bigger than my head. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Really
amazing. His calves and Story Jackson's butt are the 2 greatest things I've seen out here at Cowboys training camp in my 20 years I've covered this team.
Wait till you hear about this new catcher the Rangers traded for. More on that. In the
break.
Yeah.
Man, you put those together, it sounds like you've got a great lower half there, Chop. Here's the thing is that
you should put together, you know how people put together the perfect quarterback?
Yeah.
You should put together your perfect man.
The perfect
your perfect athlete specimen and take body parts like...
I mean, Tim Tebow exists.
There you
All
go.
right, he is just a perfect specimen.
Yes.
No, so you can get a waiver for these prescriptions. I think generally it's not enough to have a note from a doctor for the NFL. I think NFL doctors have to have give you an evaluation for whatever it is and agree with the diagnosis and say, yeah, they need this, given their family history, whatever else. There are guys in the NFL who take Adderall because they've met with the NFL, they've gotten the little waiver that frees them up to take it. So they make exceptions for these. It's a little bit of a more difficult process, but that they, like Chop said, I think they feel like, well, I don't want you to just have a buddy doctor who will tell us, yeah, there's something wrong with him about this. He's got to take this.
No matter what you're taking, you still got to submit it.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be automatic at this point. Whatever your physician gives you, you have to go ahead and get it cleared by the league. You know, I didn't hear Ronald Jones actually say this stuff, but in reading it, it sounds genuine. It sounds authentic, and it sounds legit. But You got to turn it into the league. I mean, it's been the same story forever now, and you got to get them to go ahead and approve it.
Yeah, ignorance isn't an excuse in that sense. I mean, like, for instance, Des Bryant used to say all the time that he knew, like, down to every single last bit of it, he knew exactly what was going in his body at all times because he never wanted to test, positive for something.
All right, the Astros match the Rangers by getting Justin Verlander. Max Scherzer speaks for the first time wearing the DFW uniform. And who is the favorite now moving forward in the American League West? The race is on, guys, girls, and it's happening right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Let's update you after the trade deadline on Sean and RJ next. But look.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
And Mitch Garver taking not much time to send one high and deep out into left center field. Leaping at the wall is Robert. He can't get it. It's into the Chicago bullpen. Mitch Garver will break through here with the game's first run and give Texas a 1-0 lead.
One of the guys that Bobby said had to step up did it. Adolis Garcia goes yard. Andrew Heaney is the story of the night, outstanding with 11 strikeouts, and the Rangers shut out the White Sox in less than 2 hours on this radio station. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto live from Cowboys training camp on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you all for being Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And yesterday, man, I was glued. I was glued to all the baseball coverage. MLB Network does a heck of a job. And yeah, I like
the best ones.
I also like going back and forth to the ESPN coverage, but I was really sticking on the MLB Network coverage to see who was making what moves. Choppy, we'll get a full recap from you in just a second. But obviously, the Astros add Justin Verlander, and that is not something that we wanted to see happen. The Rangers did make a little bit of a move. They acquired Austin Hedges, catcher from the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is a defensive no, Pepe. He is not a whale. Well, you know what? He might be a whale in some off the air.
Just a big whale. Just a big whale.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. This guy cannot hit. He cannot hit, but he's a defensive specialist. This makes me worry a little bit. How much should we worry about Jonah Heim? I'm hearing whispers that Jonah's probably going to have a surgery after the season. So what does that mean for the rest of this season? Austin Hedges, a little bit of backup catcher insurance from Pittsburgh.
When you say he can't hit, do you mean that this year his OPS plus is 28? League average is 100, which means he is 72% worse than the average major league hitter. That is awful. Like, this might be the worst hitter in baseball history. He might be. I'm not using that term lightly. Like, Mad Bum's OPS plus was a 44 for his career. This year, this guy's a 28. Now, career-wise, he's like a 50. But this is one of the worst hitting position players that we have ever seen. But look, he's one of the better pitch framers out there, which this team has put a lot of stock in. Jose Trevino was a really good pitch framer when he was here. Jonah Heim, very good at that. And now Hedges is really good. You want your catcher to hit. It's not super important if they don't. It's a defensive. It's one of the few real defensive positions left of the sport. But yeah, this is not a guy that when he gets up in a big spot, you're hoping for, like, I don't know, an error, like a balk, anything.
Not that would put him on, but
no, but it would at least move a runner over.
Yeah, because I was trying to make a reference. It was a walk off last night with a balk, but it was a bad analogy for this moment.
This is it's never encouraging when you just went and acquired somebody who for the last 2 seasons has led Major League Baseball in sacrifice hits. That's not a good sign.
Sacrifice outs, really.
Yeah. And so, I mean, gosh, that's more productive than what he does at the plate. I understand pitch framing is very important, and Jonah Heim is arguably the best in Major League Baseball at it. In fact, I think there was a note out a couple weeks ago that based off of what the actual strike zone is that Jonah Heim has gotten more borderline strike calls than anybody else in baseball because of the way he's able to frame it. There's cut-ups out there of him moving pitches at the last second. He's great at it. If this guy's great at it, awesome. That's something that you missed. His OPS over the last 2 years is under 500. That is so incredibly bad. That one of the worst indicators possible. He has played 65 games this year. He has 187 plate appearances. Do you know how rare it is to find somebody who has an on-base percentage that is higher than their slugging percentage? That is
hard, man.
Awful. So I understand they made the deal. That's great. I hope we almost never see this guy play because even though you don't expect much from a hitter and you don't expect much from a number 9 or from a defensive catcher, you don't expect much from your number 9 hitter. Man, this is a black hole that they acquired.
So, look, everyone that I talk to out here and even some people back home, the prevailing thought is the Rangers cannot win the World Series with this bullpen. That the hope was that they added a right-handed reliever yesterday. It wasn't there. They obviously did a crap ton, as Bassick said. If you go out and you get, before Verlander, the best right-hander and the best left-hander on the market, it's a pretty damn good job, and you didn't give away everything. So props to Chris Young on that. There just obviously wasn't a deal to be made, but no baseball insider that I speak to believes that they can win it all or go really, really far with the bullpen that they currently have outside of Aroldis Chapman.
No, that's true. I mean, like that bullpen. Look, the starting pitchers, teams don't let starting pitchers go as deep in the postseason as they should, as they used to, whatever you want to say, however you want to say it. It's just these managers can't wait to get to the bullpen. Dave Roberts, Aaron Boone,
Kevin Cash.
I mean, they all just can't wait to get to the bullpen because they're scared to death of having to hear it from the people upstairs.
Third time around.
The analytics department will murder them in the meetings, post-game meetings with the GM if they let that pitcher go a third time through the order. Some guys you can't let go a third time through the order. Some guys, it's like, all right, let's put our faith in this dude. And just it's a different game. The postseason's a different game, and we haven't seen Bochy manage a postseason game in a while. So I have no idea what he's like as the analytics have gotten even more and more prevalent in sport.
So now Verlander is back in the armpit. Slow start to the year, but over his past 7 starts, it's been a 1.49 earned run average. A 1.49 ERA. They got the no-hitter from Valdez last night. So they said, okay, that's a nice little move, Texas, that you made with Max Scherzer. Here is our counter in Justin Verlander. Scherzer yesterday spoke with the Rangers media for the first time. Was it a no-brainer to waive the no-trade to come to the Metroplex?
Obviously, I mean, this team's in first place for a reason. They've been playing great baseball. You know, you look back in my career when I've been traded, it's always been traded to a team that wants you and is in a good situation. And so, you know, with Texas calling, realizing the situation that I had in New York and realizing the situation that was now developing in Texas, that this was going to be the best place for me to continue my career and have a chance to be able to win as well.
So there's Max saying, yeah, no-brainer to go ahead and waive the no trade. And then finally, how do you feel physically right now? We've been trying to figure out where has the slider gone? What's the problem with it? Is the velocity still there? Max Scherzer with a health update.
as much as it's been frustrating and it's been up and down for me, I'm also in a spot where I'm healthy. I'm getting my mechanics right, throwing the ball well, and you get the first place. Now you got to win. You come here, you got to win. That's what it's about. But that's what I love to be.
And Choppy, you did a little extra Scherzer digging with some homework, not getting anyone to swing and miss at that slider.
Yeah, that's one of the issues is, this year he's getting 34% whiff percentage on his slider. Prior to this year, his whiff percentage on that pitch was 46, 48, 50, 50, and 51%. That's a huge drop. Now, this is, I know this is where spin rate comes into play. How much is the ball spinning? The more the ball spins, the more break it's going to have. It's pretty simple. The rest of his pitches are give or take a few percentage points difference on previous years from whiff percentage. So it's obvious that it's his slider that is the biggest issue. His exit velocity is also higher, sometimes much higher. His launch angle allowed is much higher on virtually every pitch this year compared to previous seasons. And, that's why he's given up a ton of home runs. His four-seam fastball still seems to be pretty good, way above league average in both movement horizontally and drop. But his slider, this is not biting. It's a 2-inch fewer bite drop on his slider than his career average. That's the 2-inch. That's huge. Ask Bobby. All right, it's huge. So there's a lot of good stuff, and Baseball Savant has got a ton of good stuff on pitch movement, pitch velocity. Changes year to year for these guys, and Scherzer's slider really is the one. Maybe they can figure something out here. Maybe they can see something mechanically. Maybe they know a formula to put some sticky stuff on his hands. It's not going to get him suspended.
Yeah.
Who knows? Just ask the Astros. They probably know how to do that. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that you can hope that he'll pitch better than he has to this point. All the evidence we have in terms of how his pitches are moving, what his stuff looks like, says that he is just not the same guy he was 2 to 3 years ago. He's getting older. This is what happens.
Yeah.
Father time is undefeated. We've said it this week. This is an instance where,
except for Tom Brady,
except for Tom Brady. Now the only thing you're hoping for, like I said at this point, I think, is just that it gets better. I don't think anybody's expecting that he's going to come in here and he's going to all of a sudden be the sub-2 ERA Max Scherzer, or that he's going to come in here and be as good as we saw DeGrom looking when he was healthy, like this year. He's still not going to be that. So if you're expecting that, you're going to be disappointed. But I think that you just hope that the change of scenery, maybe working with a good framing catcher like all Hedges there, maybe that'll be something that helps him improve. But he's got to get these home runs down. That's going to be the biggest thing for him. He's given up way too many home runs this year.
Anything else jump out to y'all with the deadline yesterday?
Padres did not sell. Outside the Padres, we thought were like one of those teams that they might be on the sellers aspect of this thing. But if you go look, I think what happened is the Padres looked at where they are. They are 0-10 in extra inning games this year. They are 6-18 in one-run games, both worst in baseball. Their clutch rating is worse in the sport. Their runners in scoring position batting average is worse than the National League. Their batting average in the 7th inning or later is worse than the National League. They're 10-16 versus current last-place teams. They looked at those numbers and said, we're better than our record. Yep. Those numbers prove it. Those are fluky.
Yep.
And we are going to go all in. And they're going to go all in. And they did. And yesterday, they went and got Rich Hill. They went and got G-Man Choi. They didn't sell. We thought there was going to be chances that they were going to sell about a week ago. They didn't sell.
Dodgers got screwed yesterday. They thought they had Eduardo Rodriguez. That got blocked. And then they were really close. About 10 minutes before the deadline, we're seeing all these reports that Dylan Cease might actually get moved. Dodgers are closing in on this and just couldn't get it done in time. So the Dodgers got to feel like real losers from this.
Why did he block that? Because he had a no trade.
He had the Dodgers on his list.
Why? Yeah, why would he block it, though?
He probably was listening to your ass talk about California this whole time.
He's in Detroit.
He's probably listening on the Odyssey app. Listening to you, maybe he feels the same way about California as you do.
California, terrible. Terrible. Great views.
877-881-1053, Chartmark.com text line. The Orioles bought too.
The Orioles bought. They got to get Jack Flaherty. So the Orioles did buy. Atlanta gets Brad Hand. You see, the Phillies, they bought. They got Michael Lorenzen from Detroit. Arizona got Tommy Pham. So there was a lot of players out there that were traded yesterday at the end. The Rangers also sent Spencer Howard to the Yankees for cash.
Nathaniel Hackett responds to Sean Payton. Is the R word coming back to the NFC East? And someone in the Jones family wants us to quiz Payton from the Jerry party last night. That's next, right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
What'd you do last night?
You all right there?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Sorry, was I...
Sounds like you had a stroke.
Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt out here in Oxnard, California. It's Cowboys camp for the rest of the week. Dan Quinn is going to sit down with us at 8 o'clock this morning. Nick Eatman at 9 and Brett Boone at 9:20 to talk about the trade deadline. We did forget the celebrity sighting last night, and Jerry's grandson, Shai Anderson, wanted us to quiz his new favorite, Peyton Russell, and Ruben on whether they know this guy. And there's no way in hell that either of them do.
They might know him if we refer to him from a different name. But if we ask them the character name he is without question most famous for, I would bet they have no idea.
Put a price tag on it. Let's wager.
Oh my gosh, I get guilted even more by Broadus. Like, Broadus the other night at the family dinner went in on me for not paying for your dates. He's like, why don't you pay for him? Why don't you give him money to go to a nice restaurant? And I'm like, because we were talking about Olive Garden with Brad Sham. And I was like, no, I'm not going to give him money like to go ahead and go on dates. He lives in Rockwall. He's doing fine.
Right, and it's not, again...
He drives a Mustang, as he'll tell you.
The cost of the dinner was not the issue. It was the absolute mail-in of a location.
Yes, right.
You could have taken it to a taco stand. It would have been fine.
And then brought us to try to show me up, pays for Ruben's dinner in front of me. And I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Like, just because you are the sous chef for G-Bag and you're bringing in jambalaya and all that stuff, he's like, I got Ruben. I got Ruben's dinner over there. And I was like, you're not going to shame me into paying for all these guys. I pick up plenty of bills and buy plenty of drinks, but he wants me to subsidize Peyton's dating life. But do either of you know the name Henry Winkler?
Ruben, you go first.
Man, why do I gotta go first?
Because I don't know it.
So he can Google.
Yeah, probably.
You clearly don't know, right?
I don't.
Don't know Henry Winkler. Bobby, do you do, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Henry Winkler is in a show now.
Oh, okay. And then Pepe?
No.
All right, now you give him the other name and let's see.
All right, so he played the character Fonzie, the Fonz.
The Fonz?
Have you heard of that? Have you heard of the character the Fonz?
No.
No. Peyton?
Peyton, put the web browser down. I'm watching you on the Zoom.
The Fonz. How do you spell Fonz?
I mean, Fonz.
Fonz. Yeah, no idea.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, how about Coach Klein?
Coach Klein?
Coach Klein.
Coach Klein.
Coach Klein.
No.
Coach Klein.
This is the reverse.
High quality
This
H2O.
is the reverse of reggaeton with RJ trying to get Ruben to pronounce something in a twang.
So did neither of you watch Barry, the TV show Barry on HBO?
No, I know Barry, but I didn't watch it. But I did watch Waterboy.
Okay.
So you know who I'm talking about from Waterboy?
Yeah. Louisiana.
Okay, well, yes, not
Louisiana
the coach.
football team.
Yeah, yes, but so the Coach Klein, is Henry Winkler, the Fonz,
and he was there last night.
And
Tim Collins freaked out.
Yeah,
freaked out.
Look, this is.
I think Winkler was in Netflix Quarterback as a huge Chiefs fan. I think he was sweating Mahomes on the sidelines.
Oh, really?
I believe that was him with Pat. Yeah.
So, like, for somebody
now, Ruben knows
Tim's age, and someone maybe a little bit older than me. Like, I'd seen Happy Days. This guy was huge. This guy was a megastar. He coined the phrase, but his character, something that he did in the show. Have you heard of the phrase "jump the shark"?
Yep.
That came from Happy Days.
Wow.
As the series progressed,
I did not know that.
Yeah.
He's being pulled by a boat on a water ski on skis, and there's a shark chasing him, and somehow the Fonz jumps over the shark to get away from danger. And everyone's like, this is before Fast and the Furious really kind of went through. They're like, okay.
Did it in his leather jacket.
He did. This series has now jumped the shark. And that's where the phrase came from.
It's the pivot point in a TV series where they've run out of ideas and they're doing ridiculous stuff now.
Yeah.
Which, again, you can make billions of dollars doing in Fast and the Furious, which I still support. But back in 1982, that apparently was a bad thing.
Yeah. So he was a lone celebrity sighting except for Al Michaels. The party is dwindling. It's dwindling down. They may have to go with a venue change to spice things back up. Nothing will ever top the first one that we went to with Vince Vaughn and John McEnroe.
Cindy Crawford.
Cindy Crawford.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Aikman was in there. Yeah. Irvin rolling in there. And now they've shrunk it down. Henry Winkler's the only celebrity. They didn't restock the food as much. They're upping the alcohol and they're lowering the food.
Yeah, which is fine. You know, like they didn't, first year there, there was no 1942. There was no Johnny Blue.
Right.
It was basically wine and beer, but the food was amazing. Now, it's I could be down for a venue change. We used to do it. At Sky Bar in L.A., which I don't know if they would go. That is something we would not be able to go to that.
Yeah, I would not go to Los Angeles.
That is
and do this show the next day unless Chia Fowler or Wilczek took my place.
We would have to go way earlier. It's because it's 2 hours, almost 2 hours to get there. Like it's way different.
Well, we did get Bassick to go last night. Dawson went. I think Hagelin's son is here, so he was out. Corey Majors pulled a sketchy early dip, along with Tim Collins, who went. But the only ones who sat it out, the guy sitting with us. And Hagelin, I believe.
Dude.
I think that was it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Nobody else sat out. Dawson left early with Bassick. I can't think of anyone else that sat this thing out.
We had Christy Scales with us. I don't think Brad Sham did not want to come say hello after, I guess, the chair incident. He's taken his chair from our tent. It's not here.
I'm going to social assassinate Brad tomorrow. I'm going to socially assassinate Brad tomorrow. Today. I'm going to bring it up to him with the chair.
Okay, good luck.
It's just a chair, man.
RJ said if that chair was here today, he was gonna. Is that what you said? I
was gonna sit it and take a selfie and then tweet Brad. Yeah. Thanks for the chair, man. Appreciate it.
He's really worked up over this chair.
Yeah. We need to rein him back a little bit.
I'm not talking about it. I'm not going near this subject because. He looks like he's ready to pop off.
Good.
Like normally he always comes on over. He says hello. Him and Bassick, if those sparks really fly, it could get ugly. I want no part of it. I don't want to be around it.
I'd like it on the record. I've not sat in your chair, Brad. If you're listening, it was not me. I did not do it.
I sat in it one of the days. I mean, I have no problem owning that. I don't think I'd get in a fight with him over it. But now that it has been known we're not supposed to sit in his special chair, I would not get the chair out and sit in it just to rub it in his face. I think Mike would. Choppy saying he would. I want no parts of it.
I looked for it today.
Yeah.
I went and looked. I went into the media tent. I went all over. That chair is nowhere to be found.
If you're the true social assassin that you claim, you'll go get a Sharpie if you find it, and you'll cross out his name and write RJ Choppy on it.
You could do that.
All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being the total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. A petition has started to bring back the R word in the NFC East with the Commanders talking about a name change. Man, what are they wasting their time for? This is never going to happen.
Yeah, you could never change your team name to running back. Yeah. All right, you couldn't do that. But there's a petition to change the Commander's name back to.
Don't point at me. I'm not going to say it. I've already said R word a few times.
It's a team name. They want to change it back to Redskins. Very offensive name. Very offensive. But it's the numbers, the Commanders were like one of the premier franchises years and years and years and years ago when they did have that name. Now, they're not anymore, not because of the name change, just because of Daniel Snyder. But this petition is out there, and it's gaining steam. There are 43,000 signatures already on this list at change.org. And it's continuing to grow. Like, I'm surprised people are even willing to sign this and put their name on it.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of you get somebody who could dox this and say, "Oh, look at that person's name on there, that person out the list." I mean, you get fired.
I don't know. I guess so. I saw something the other day that I guess there's a report that internally the new ownership group still will refer to the team as that. They'll still say Redskins like amongst each other. Ron Rivera did an interview I think last week where he talked about it, and he said that name there was a big Deadspin just article ripping him for it, but he said that name is still said in the hallways with reverence. And so I don't know. I mean, maybe this is the ownership group that says, hey, we need to go back to our roots and just, the best way to scrub Dan Snyder from this organization is put back what a number of fans wanted all along.
Reoffend the Native Americans. Let's do it like that. Let's just reoffend them.
They would have to do something like Florida State does. So Florida State is very deeply embedded with the Seminole tribe. And they have embraced it. The Seminole tribe has embraced it. You would have to get something like that. The problem is the Seminole tribe is a specific tribe. Like you could do something like that. The term Redskin is a racial description.
Yeah,
it's completely different.
There is zero chance that the NFL would let them do this.
No,
I don't think.
No.
Because the other thing you got to look at here is
it's a waste of time.
There's the long-standing argument of look, that was not we didn't mean it like that. Now it's so long, we can't change the name. If you were to actively choose it and go back,
yeah, I know it's totally different.
Would get them killed.
Total waste of that. Get Kyrie's permission.
I mean, he is the arbiter of things good and bad and truth. So
and he's always talking about Native American. And what was he tweeting yesterday? What was that?
So there was a lot of people. So he was getting a tweet about people saying like, "Look what happened to Kyrie's career after he left LeBron," and he quote tweeted it, and he said, "Pin this tweet, see what happens in the next few years." And of course, by that he means he drives off Luka and eventually complains about something rather petty and gets traded himself, and then the Mavericks have no draft picks and no good players left.
We have an absolute race in the American League West. The Astros get Verlander. The Rangers get a backup catcher. They both get wins last night. And we take you inside Cowboys practice. Dan Quinn at 8 o'clock. Headlines next to get you ready for your hump day with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. These are your Hump Day headlines here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, and we are live from Oxnard, California. Brought to you by Autoflex Leasing, Cape Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and Kissable Dental. Let's get you ready for your day with everything that you need to know. Last night at the Jerry Jones media party, there were some whispers going around. There were some whispers that were started earlier in the day when Jerry was on the KMC Masterpiece and he was talking about Zeke Elliott. But I want to start off with the Zach Martin whispers. What I heard last night, and I'm waiting for the media members to go ahead and print these stories if they decide to. It sounds like they're not budging with the Zach Martin stuff right now. And Stephen Jones came on this radio station yesterday, and he was asked, you had any follow-up conversations about getting the Hall of Famer back here?
Well, first of all, I have nothing but respect for Zach Martin. I mean, his resume speaks for itself. Speaking of a guy who's a pro's pro and a leader in the room, I mean, he represents anything and everything you want when you draft a football player. There's no question he's going to be in the Hall of Fame in my mind. Zach's under contract, and we'll just continue to grind out here. And I will say this, of all the people who don't necessarily need to be out here at training camp, he may be at the top of the list in terms of somebody who's going to be just fine, if and when he decides to come in.
But you said if and when. Would you at this point anticipate him missing regular season games?
I have no idea. That's a Zach Martin question.
Sounding a little good cop, bad cop. Jerry was bad cop the other day, and now here's Steven stroking it a little bit like, hey, this is the man. He doesn't really need to be here in terms of preparation. I just feel like the Cowboys are going to gamble on Zach looking at that $50,000 a day and him being under contract for 2 more years and say, I bet he shows up. He'll miss training camp. We know he's going to be prepared. He's training with your guy back home, Bobby.
He will.
But last night, man, I heard someone say and repeat that they heard the Cowboys saying, we're not paying a guard like this. Well, they paid a guard like this before. They paid Zach Martin like this before. Maybe they're not willing to do it again.
You don't want to run the football then. That just means everything that McCarthy said about running the football is not anything that they're serious about.
We knew that.
Well, they can be serious about it while saying we don't have to budge on this negotiation.
Because he's going to come back anyway?
Yes.
Yeah.
No one's dying.
That's a crappy way to run a team, though. That's a crappy way to treat people.
I would also say I could argue it's a crappy way to it's crappy on Zach's part. I could argue he is under contract for 2 more years. Like, that's why I asked you guys at the beginning of this, how many years left are we okay with someone making this a fight when your name is on the dotted line?
Yeah.
Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Where are we with that?
Here's the reality of the NFL. Is that, nobody sits there and the teams can hit you at any point.
Yeah.
Right? In the NFL. They can't cut you at any point in baseball or in the NBA. I mean, they can, but you still get paid.
Right.
In the football, you don't. So we have to give the play. If fans are cool with that and they don't bat an eye at that, then we have to be cool with a player at any point holding out.
So let's just say that Bryce Young balls out this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then next offseason, he holds out, and he said, I want $45 million. We're going to be fine with that?
Well,
where do we draw the line?
I think the difference is he's not allowed to yet, right?
I know, but
you know
what I'm saying.
As soon as the moment you outperform your contract, then yes, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
Look, the thing is that if you're in a position of negotiating power and Zach Martin's getting near the end of his deal and things like that, then I don't have a problem, because it's not a two-way street in terms of that agreement. It's Zach Martin can't say, well, you signed a contract or you agreed to a contract. I think it's just fair play. It's the reality of the NFL.
Someone also whispered to me last night that someone made a Travis Frederick comparison. They said, Zach reminds me of Travis a little bit. And I was like, are you telling me that Zach would just walk away? and they just raise an eyebrow.
That was what I was about to.
Now, let me ask you this: let's just say Zach's out here, okay?
Yep.
And he continues to hold out $50,000 a day, and then he just says they decide we're not going to do this, and he just retires. Does he still owe the $50,000 a day?
I don't know if he owes the $50,000 a day, but I believe there is bonus money that would have to be paid back. And so even if he didn't know that, I believe there is money he would owe back if he were to retire.
I also heard some whispers. I love how I'm doing Bobby's job here last night. Nick Eatman, by the way, at 9, we'll see if he heard some of this. There was a couple of people that came back and said, dude, they might be serious about bringing Zeke back.
Better not be.
And I was like, no way. Because McCarthy, so Jerry yesterday, my goodness, Jerry Jones yesterday on the KNC Masterpiece, the response he gave to Jimmy Johnson was so ridiculous. It is so Jerry for him to say, well, this is about entertainment. And I'm keeping Jimmy's name in the headlines when we do this every year. I know how to put on a show. And I'm like, really? Seriously? That's your justification for the pettiness of not putting this man into the Ring of Honor? And then KNC asked about Zeke. And right after admitting that he's here to run a show for entertainment, he goes, and keep naming headlines, he goes, yeah, I'm keeping the Zeke thing is, it's alive. The Zeke thing is alive. So I'm rolling my eyes at that, right? I'm like, Jerry just gave away the playbook. And then last night at the party, there were people saying that they may be actually really serious about this.
There's 100%. It's that
after Mike McCarthy earlier in the day shut it down.
So the two heads are not talking here, obviously. But yeah, that's exactly what was being said between at the party is that, hey, it is a real possibility that Zeke is wearing a Cowboys uniform. Now I don't know what number he's going to wear. All right, maybe it's 15. But then the Will Greer, you never know. But I don't know what number he's going to wear, but there is real talk that he's back.
I mean, if Zach Martin doesn't show up, they do need interior offensive line help. So, I mean, that's obviously an area of need that Zeke could fill. I mean, this is a guy who, at the end of the season, the last 2-3 games of the year, or his last 50 carries over the year, he averaged 2 yards per carry. The man is 6 feet tall. 2 yards is 6 feet. He literally just basically was falling forward every single carry and getting his height. And that's all he was picking up. And I don't know why you think that would get any better. If you're not going to pay Zach Martin, I don't see any reason to bring back Zeke, especially the weird dynamic of we're going to bring back Zeke, but also have him fill a role that's completely different.
You still have to run the football. What do you mean?
You have to run the football, so not with him. Because he can't run the football, even when they've shown that they're healthy.
Yeah, but Zach Martin,
not run the football.
But Zach Martin and Zeke have nothing to do with each other.
I'm just saying that if you're not going to pay Zach Martin, I don't know why you think Zeke would be any better than he was last year if Zach Martin's not going to be here.
All right, Ronald Jones also wanted to clear his name. He said, I was taking heart medication. The heart disease runs in my family. I've taken this, and that's why I got suspended. I'm not taking steroids. I'm one of the skinniest guys in the NFL, despite what RJ Choppy says about my calves. Andrew Heaney was spectacular last night with 11 strikeouts, making quick work of the Chicago White Sox. The Rangers get the much-needed 2-0 win in Arlington on this radio station. Unfortunately, this happened with the armpit.
Here's the 0-2 to Gallagher. Broken bat, soft liner, Pena catches it, and a no-hitter! Framber Valdez! First one to greet him is Maldonado, and the rest of his teammates pile on. Framber Valdez throws the 16th no-hitter in Houston Astros history.
And he did it in 93 pitches. That was the call last night on Astros radio as Houston keeps pace. They're a half game back. Oh, yeah, and they added Justin Verlander on deadline day.
They did, and they're going to need him because their schedule is very, very difficult. The Astros schedule coming up is really brutal. Until September, we had said this the other day, until September 11th, they don't play a team more than 7 games out of a playoff spot. Until September 11th, when they play the A's. It's a very difficult schedule. Now, the Rangers have a more manageable schedule over the next 25, 30 games. It's still tough, but they're through their tough stretch. That July was going to be brutal for this team. This is the chance to build ground, to gain some ground on Houston, because they're coming. I mean, they got Framber's back. Jordan Altuve. They've had the injuries. Their injury bugs seem to be a little bit over. And then you add Verlander to the mix. But the Rangers still had a really good trade deadline. Because you have to factor in Chapman at the trade deadline, too. You have to factor that in. It was a month ago, but they added, the last month, really good relief pitcher in Chapman. At the best lefty starting pitcher on the market. They got one of the best righty starting pitchers on the market. And they got a more relief help with Stratton. They're going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I feel confident, actually. I know we were talking earlier about, Chapman, but I feel confident in Will Smith as well at this point. I know he's had some flare-ups, but I feel good about innings 8 and 9. I feel good about the additions of Scherzer, Montgomery. These are all things you can feel good about. What you're not feeling great about is the fact that the Rangers' injury bugs are really starting to pile up just as Houston's getting really healthy. That's the scary thing, is that did you have enough of a lead? Did you take advantage of that time enough to where now you can weather this storm?
Who is bumping this music? We cannot get blamed today. Someone in the Cowboys weight room is throwing a party. They are jamming down there. Can you hear it?
I hear it thumping. I don't know if that's Harold Nash, the strength coach, or if that's one of the players.
Wow.
I can't tell. I could barely hear it, because you're closer
you can't
to
hear the
thing.
music?
I could barely hear it.
It's bumping.
I mean, I hear the bump, but I can't make out what song it is.
All right, Nathaniel Hackett was at the podium yesterday. Jets offensive coordinator and punching bag of Sean Payton, and Aaron Rodgers' best friend was asked about the Sean Payton evisceration.
As a coach, as a coach's kid, we live in a glass house. We know that. We all live in different rooms. We all got a key for it. And it's one of those things that there's a code, there's a way things are done in that house. And, this past week, it's frustrating and it sucks, but we're all susceptible to it. There are things that you do, mistakes you make. It's unfortunate that had to happen, the comments that were made, but hey, they did. I'll tell you, I was probably more surprised that they happened now. Was definitely expecting them in week 5. So I'm almost thankful that we got that out of the way. We all understand where certain people feel and think.
I thought Sean Payton, both you guys actually agreed on this with your emails last night. I thought Sean Payton was over the line, but I totally watched Hackett yesterday, and I was like, that's not a head coach. That's what I was thinking in my own mind. I was looking at him, probably unfair judgment. I don't know. I was like, this guy, he's not coming across as a head coach.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Neither is that, is it?
That's right, Nathaniel Hackett. No, this to me was shut your mouth. Or just give the PR answer, right? Just say, like, hey, he's entitled to his own opinion. I'm worried about what's happening here with the Jets. I wish him the best luck. That's all you need to say, because there are enough people right now vouching for you and commenting on it and fighting for you. You don't need to come out there and sound sad about it.
He was kind of whining. Like, Sean Payton criticized me last year as an analyst. He was like very aware of Sean Payton talking about the Broncos.
He played victim yesterday.
Let us defend you.
Why can't he? Well, devil's advocate. Why can't he defend? Why can't he comment?
I think it's above.
We're just not used to coaches addressing it.
It's above the coaches. It's above board for them. They don't need to do that. Speak about that. I don't think something just didn't sit right. But he's not a head coach. Just appearance wise, he doesn't look like a CEO. He's got Deadwood facial hair.
Yeah.
All right, he looks like an extra in Deadwood. Nothing wrong with that. All right, but when you look at him, I'm like, man, that's not a head coach. That's like a PE teacher.
We know how the league has judged Dak Prescott. The players have now judged him as well. CeeDee Lamb told us where he wanted to be in the NFL Top 100. We'll give you all the Cowboy rankings from the players themselves as we start the Expressway commercial-free, and Dan Quinn at 8 o'clock right after this.
And right after we get...
This is the Expressway. We are commercial free with the fellas dancing on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Commercial free for the next 40 minutes. And then Dan Quinn will sit down with us at 8 o'clock here on Sean and RJ, maybe even a few minutes early, so don't go anywhere. Nick Eatman at 9. We'll see what he remembers from the Jerry party last night. And then Brett Boone at 9:20 to talk about all the moves inside the AL West. It is a show of whales. And Mike McCarthy tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And we can finally sort this out.
I have a feeling it has never been us. It's always been the gym, the music, the workout. It's never been us that has woken the players up. It's that music bumping.
Okay.
And they're just confusing it.
Well, you need to come up with your excuses and all of your better call chop scenarios for Mike tomorrow at 8.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would do is like, hey, who doesn't sit with a sound machine at this point anymore? Like, that's number one. That's the number one thing.
Okay, so yesterday we went through the athletic QB tiers. Dak Prescott came in at number 9.
Number 9.
And I believe he was also number 9 in Jeremy Fowler's list. This is where all the executives and coaches and players, that's Jeremy Schapp, they all put Dak number 9 on their QB list. Well, the players list is coming. NFL Top 100. We asked CeeDee Lamb if he cared about it. We asked Stephon Gilmore. CeeDee's like, I don't care about it unless I'm top 10. A top 10 player in the league, not a top 10 receiver. So let's just give you the update and fly through these and see where the Cowboys land. Of course, DeMarcus Lawrence coming in at number 99 on this list. So there's Tank, number 99. They wired him up as well throughout the early days of training camp here. Lamar Jackson came in at number 72. Jared Goff coming in from the players at number 66.
All right.
So he topped
Good
out
job, players.
Lamar. Trayvon Diggs coming in at number 60. Dak Prescott, Roberto, coming in at number 56. And right ahead of Dak is Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard is a better football player for this upcoming season right now than Dak Prescott is.
It's disgustingly.
With Aaron Rodgers at number 51. Pollard right over Dak.
Wow, Dak had a 12-spot drop?
Yep. He was 44 last year.
That's surprising to me.
Why? This is the most negative people have talked about Dak in an offseason with nothing but turnovers and interceptions.
Yeah, I know. I didn't feel like,
He had all the picks. Why would he go up and not down?
I didn't say he should go up. I guess I was surprised that his previous year was in the 40s because he was the previous year was based off of there was an injury in that season.
They usually vote on this at the end of November.
Oh, that's right.
He was only 2 weeks into the calf injury when that happened. And
gotcha.
so he wouldn't have had that happen there. I do think it's great. Players do know one thing. They do know you should be more worried about Dak Prescott than Lamar Jackson. That's clear from this list.
That's your win.
That's the win.
Tony Pollard.
That's stupid.
That's stupid.
That's dumb.
Come on. He hasn't.
There's a lot of dumb on this list, to be honest. You can't have Saquon Barkley 8 spots ahead of Jamar Chase.
Kirk Cousins. Thanks for jumping ahead a lot. Kirk Cousins coming in at 42. So I'm always comparing Dak and Kirk. And Dak is 56. Cousins comes in at 42 on this list.
Kirk's an interesting guy. He's always put up good numbers. He always has, except in night games. And his team wins enough. They don't win a lot, but they win enough, to always be kind of relevant. Is he that much better than Dak or better at all? I don't think so. I think if you were to have me put. I think he's closer to Goff than Dak. I think Goff's better than Kirk, but I don't think Kirk Cousins should be ahead of Dak Prescott.
There is something weird going on with some Jamar Chase disrespect in the offseason a little bit. He's been knocked on a couple of these lists. So Jamar's coming in at 39, and sorry, CD, You didn't make top 10, but you did beat Jamar Chase. And I have not heard.
No, absolutely not.
Not heard
it's a lie.
anyone in football say that CeeDee Lamb is a better receiver than Jamar Chase. CeeDee's 34 on this list. This from the players, and Jamar's 39.
It's really interesting the way, especially the receiver group, receivers talking about other receivers where they place high. Like I remember somebody asked Tyreek Hill at the end of last year on one of his Twitch streams, like, who's your favorite receiver in the NFL? And he said it was CeeDee. And he's like, man, I think CeeDee Lamb is so smooth. He's so clean watching him run routes. Like, you always hear guys have reverence for, it almost feels like the things they feel like they can't do. Like when they really appreciate, like, man, this guy does this. I know how hard that is. Receivers are very much more, it feels like, about traits. So I guess they're just certain traits that players really respect about what CD is able to do versus Jamar's Jamar. And he's a freak athlete, and he makes a lot of plays. Whereas CD's probably a better technician, I think. He's a cleaner route runner, but Jamar's just a better
he's not listening.
specimen.
He's not listening. You don't have to kiss his ass here. All right, he's not better than Jamar Chase.
I didn't
you
say
can't
he
make
was better than
You
Jamar
can't even
Chase.
make an argument that he's in the same conversation as Jamar Chase.
Didn't even try and do it, Orlovsky. What I said was that as a route runner, he is a better technician to a lot of people.
Wonderful, great, awesome. Cole Beasley is too.
Right,
put him over Jamar.
All right, I didn't say we should put him over Jamar.
You can't even put those two in the same conversation. And I love CD, but Jamar Chase is at best the second best receiver in the NFL, and at worst the fourth.
Justin Herbert comes in at 32. Saquon at 31.
Yes, that's dumb. This whole list is dumb. It's all. Again, I like Justin Herbert, but we've got to. There's got to be a conversation about him at some point, right?
Well, is Herbert at this number really, really high? You think? I mean, he's not coming in top 10 or even top 20 or even top 30. Wait a second. What number was he? 32. Yeah, he's not even coming in top 30.
So my assumption is that he's going to be the fifth or sixth quarterback on this list, right? Because it's my
Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Rodgers has been named.
Hurts. So he's probably the fifth quarterback.
Yeah.
That means that would mean Dak's eighth, if those are the only four ahead of him.
Which and eighth that's in the ballpark for Dak.
Yeah,
it's fair. I think Herbert probably is in that discussion, but I mean, I don't know. Like the guy's got to win sooner or later, right?
Yeah, that's what you would hope, is that he would win at some point, and that's why they went and got Kellen Moore, is to try and make sure that they clean up some of these things and that they tap into that.
I think
I think we're losing him.
He's finally got Ruben.
What's that, bro?
Ruben is fading. He's fading for the week. Our producer out here. He's been late night. He's been playing poker. Now he hasn't been drinking or getting wasted or anything, but he's living life and the experiences. But we finally got him. He cannot stay awake this morning.
We were in the bathroom together, and
really?
that sounds weirder than it actually was.
Sounds about on par.
And
bathroom last night?
No, here. Just in the break,
yeah,
and he had to do sometimes I don't know if you've ever done the lean forward, put your head against the wall.
Not in a porta potty.
Not in a porta potty. He leaned to the right and leaned against the wall and went. I noticed. I got a good look.
He's hurting.
He is hurting today,
He's hurting
man.
for certain. So there it is. Little Oxnard realization kicking in. Dan Quinn is going to sit down with us in about 25 minutes here on Sean and RJ. This is the Expressway, and before we get to DQ, let's chop it up a little bit.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
All right, let's go with this one. What makes the perfect sandwich?
Mayo.
Great question.
No olives, no pickles, no tomato.
Did you say mayo, Peyton?
Mayo.
Okay.
Get me some meat, cheese, some
All right.
veggies, mayo.
I love mayo too.
Okay.
Mayo or Miracle Whip?
Ugh, gross.
What? Cool.
Is Miracle Whip like sweeter? What's the difference?
I honestly could not tell you a difference. I don't know. If you put it on the sandwich, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you there's a difference.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, so this is a study of 2,000 Americans. The perfect sandwich consists of tomato.
No.
Gross.
Cheddar cheese.
No.
Cheddar?
And Black Forest ham.
Nope. They've missed this.
Oh, they're making okay. So we're putting together every facet of it. We're picking the combo.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like what is what is the perfect sandwich? And 54% of people said tomato is number one, and then
I never thought of. So I like ham and cheddar cheese sandwich. I like that. I think cheddar is the best cheese with ham, but I've never thought to put a tomato with that.
Ham and tomato?
Never thought to put it with ham with cheddar cheese and a tomato.
I haven't either. So yeah, it's like just list your ingredients and then.
Did they list a mayo or a mustard?
We're getting there.
Okay.
So they also found the average American craves a sandwich 4 times a week.
4 times?
4 times a week.
Wow.
Yeah. For favorite ingredients, 58% of the lists had 3 condiments. All right?
Yeah.
Guess them.
Mayo.
Yep.
Mustard. What could be the third condiment?
Vinegar.
Oh, good one.
Vinegar, okay.
Oil,
okay. It's mayonnaise, no particular order.
Yep.
Mayonnaise, honey mustard, and barbecue sauce.
On it? What?
Which I've never seen on a sandwich. I know. People are weird. The least favorite, this is a stunner, and I agree with it because I hate it, but ranch.
Oh, yeah. Ranch on... I do not understand the ranch obsession.
It's got to be grilled chicken, though, on the sandwich. Grilled chicken, like buffalo ranch grilled chicken sandwich. I'll do that.
Now, this is where the poll gets a little bit crazy to me, as if we already haven't gotten there. Where do you think 38% of the people, which was the most, said the ideal place to eat a sandwich is?
The toilet. Shower.
You might as well be right on point. The beach. I have never thought, hey guys,
where'd you get this? I'm actually going to blame you for this, not these people.
This is not real.
This is
so this is from
what part of the country? Who took this?
So this is just like it was propaganda. It was Ari Myroff.
Oh, propaganda.
Gather the foreigners.
It was Ari Myroff. The New York Post posted it. It's a survey that was done.
Gather the foreigners.
So 38% said sit on a beach. I have never thought, hey, Sarah, great idea. Let's go to a beach with sand and eat a sandwich.
Right.
Number 2 is home, 36%.
Although you do pack your own lunch. A lot of people pack their own beach lunches.
That's fair.
Home.
And then park also is the next one. So top 5 fruits and vegetables people prefer in a sandwich. Tomato is number 1. Onion.
Yeah.
Cucumber.
No.
I don't know about that one.
No.
Lettuce and pickles. Now, I love lettuce. Lettuce and pickle has to go on every sandwich for me.
Ugh.
Pickles. The slice, the long, when they do the long sliced ones, like at Potbelly where they go the whole way, those are fantastic.
Will you eat fried pickles?
No. I can't do pickles in any form. They're disgusting. Cannot do it. Pickles, tomatoes, those are both super out for me.
What do you think he would have eaten last night at Nobu?
You would have had, let's see, would he have had the chicken and steak skewers, or would he said, no, I don't do meats on sticks?
All right.
I don't know what you would have eaten there, man. You wouldn't have eaten any of the fish, because you don't eat fish.
Mm-hmm.
They had some steak there. Boy, man. I respect the chef at Nobu, but man.
Chef Nobu?
You don't, yeah. Is that his name? Chef Nobu?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's Chef Nobu.
I thought it was.
Did you not know this?
No, I thought it was Nobu, like North Malibu. Nobu.
No, I believe it's named after him. He's
Very
the
nice,
famous chef.
Okay, well, bro,
right?
You don't need.
I don't know. I thought we were leaning into a bit and we're playing him. I have no idea.
No,
you don't need all that garlic to make your steak taste good. Holy cow!
Oh God, here we go.
Oh my gosh, that was epic amounts of garlic. So there you go. The sandwiches.
Food is fuel. You don't even need seasoning. You're all about the Liver King lifestyle, primals.
Here you go. This is him. Nobu. This is his first name.
That is his name.
All right. Very nice. Okay. All right. So baby names: Taylor Swift.
Okay, wait. Northern. What did you think it stood for? Northern what?
Malibu.
Northern Malibu. Nobu. Okay.
I see the leap you made.
Okay.
It makes sense.
I think it makes way more sense than naming it after thinking a guy's name is actually Nobu. But then again,
we all don't have to have freaking names from, South Carolina. Like, I don't think they're naming, RJ in parts of Asia.
I get it.
Good
I get it.
Lord,
I get it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know.
foreigners.
I don't know.
And your number one thing for a sandwich, you said, was bread.
Bread, yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
Bread is the number one thing I have to have on a sandwich. Like that makes
that
a sandwich.
determines the sandwich.
Yeah, like you get a good sourdough, or if you like a rye, some people like rye bread. A roll, a great like Kaiser roll.
Sure.
Good crust on the outside. That's fantastic. You want to go baby name or Taylor Swift?
Not Taylor Swift.
Okay.
Tell us about the baby named Nobu.
How do you do that? What is the protocol here?
Apparently, it's just have my wife decide. As I give her a list of names, and she's like, no, and this is going to be the name.
Is it okay to tell a family member that the name that they're about to give to their baby is going to get them picked on, or it's a bad name?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a requirement. If you have that true belief, you are looking out for your family by telling them.
I mean, I kind of said it to my brother with Zane. Zane is the name of his first son. I was like, really?
Yeah, it's moving popular now because of One Direction, right?
I was like, really, Zane? And of course, little did I know that obviously it was controlled by other forces. I'm sure in the household, but yeah, I tried to tell him.
What's the spelling?
Is there a Y?
I think it's Zane.
Okay, yeah, because Zayn is One Direction.
Right, One Direction. So this Redditor shared this story.
And my father did not speak to me for 2 weeks after naming my son. True story.
Really?
Yeah. His sister tried to call me and your dad's really upset about this. He doesn't like the name. This is in the hospital. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm not changing the name.
Right.
And even now he tries to go out of his way not to say Oliver. He tries to call him Ali, like Muhammad Ali. He doesn't because I was worried. I was like, Ali, like that, is that soft? He's going to get picked on. And my wife did not care. She named him that anyway. And my dad just tries to say Ali. I don't think I've ever heard him say Oliver. I mean, maybe once in 3 years.
Ali was the little guy in Hoosiers who shot the ball underhand.
Yeah.
Did granny style.
Soft. See?
There you go.
That's a soft reference.
So this is what the article says. My sister has never been close to my family because she moved to L.A. to become an influencer and is living that lifestyle. This is in an Am I the A-hole on Reddit. So this Redditor is a 17-year-old girl. She gave some traditional baby names ideas to her sister. Elizabeth, Ella, Ashley, Anna. Her mom loved them. And it comes out, the poor baby, this is the Reddit article. The poor baby's name is Kinslin Leah Everella. This is spelled K-Y-N-Z.
Can I get a sip?
K-Y-N-Z-L-Y-N-L-E-I-G-H-A. Everella. And she goes, I stopped breathing. It was the biggest mouthful of a name ever. She's basically used almost every single letter of the alphabet to give Kinsley Everella a name. You have an obligation.
Way to make it about yourselves. Kardashians all do this too. Way to make it about yourselves. Torture the kid. Way to go. Congrats.
That is awful.
Awful name.
What would you shorten that to? What
Kinsley.
Is that just Kinsley?
Kinsley.
That's what you end up having to shorten that to? It wasn't a name like that, but I did have to get rather stern with Kristen's mom in the hospital when Addison was born.
I like that name, Addison.
Kristen was going back and forth on a couple names that she wanted, and I had really settled on, let's go Addison. Let's go, because she wanted to name her Gracelyn Elizabeth.
Gracelyn?
Gracelyn, Gracelynn, which is...
Isn't it usually separated like Gracelyn? Is Gracelyn ever put together?
It's a name that's become more popular as things have gone along. But everybody she told, she finally checked out on it. When everyone she would bring the name up to, they would go Graceland. They thought she was saying Graceland.
Right.
And so she decided on Addison, And her mom was sitting there in the hospital going, but you really wanted to name her Gracelyn. And I did not. But she's like, you really want to name her Gracelyn? You know, it's not too late to tell them to change the name. Like, this is like 6 hours after she's been born, and we've been calling her Addison for 6 hours. And I'm like, I told her mom, like, I pulled her out in the hallway. I was like, effing drop it. Stop bringing it up.
Wow.
Oh,
and then
good
she
for you.
stopped talking about it.
Trucker.com, text line 877-881-1053. Give us your stories. One of them here, my coworker had to stop her sister from naming her kid Your Majesty. That's a good name. That's a solid name.
Dude, that douchebag Scott Disick. Have you guys seen his commercials, his air freshener commercials?
I don't think I know who that is.
What? Lord Disick? How do you not know who Lord Disick is?
Dude, someone gave him some air freshener thing, and it made me think of Choppy because he loves air fresheners too.
I do.
And I just thought of that right there with Your Majesty, Your Lord.
Your Lord, Your Majesty.
Your Lordship.
So people are saying like L-A, the hyphen, and then the letter A, La Dasha.
No. No.
People say this is a white people thing. Oliver is
My
the
sister checks that box.
Green Arrow in DC. Is that DC Comics? Is that what that is, Bobby? You're a comic guy.
I'm not a comic guy, but thanks.
I know a girl named Kearsley, and she named her daughter Kaisley. So people are coming in. Soda, 7. It's very Seinfeld. Good Seinfeld reference there. I appreciate that one.
Sounds about white.
My sister named her 3 children. My hippie sister named her 3 children: Poema, Isla, and Pax.
Why?
Because she's a moron.
Do you suck in your stomach to look thinner?
No.
Everyone does in some photos.
I agree. In some photos, you've got to suck in.
Yeah.
I always say, when I see a fat photo of me, I'm like, oh, must have caught me on an inhale.
Right.
That's what it is right there. But so if you subconsciously suck in your stomach to create the illusion of a toned body, experts say you are creating a ton of health hazards. So tensing your tummy, gripping your abs, causes insufficient breathing and a weakened pelvic floor. I don't want to have a bad pelvic floor. It also gives you incontinence. What is incontinence? Is it where you can't go to the bathroom?
Yeah, it's like, on either side, it's basically like inconsistency and inability to go.
And
this is for sucking for how long?
If you're walking,
yeah,
and you just like tense your stomach, sucking in,
yeah,
to appear that you're thin. Not for a photo. Posing for a photo is one thing, but if you're just walking or you're standing there and you're kind of tensing to suck in,
yeah,
it also leads to sexual dysfunction.
Oh,
and inability to perform. Something you might need BlueChew.com promo code RJ for.
All
right. So while the temptation to suck in your stomach to appear leaner is enticing, it says it restricts your ability to breathe because it raises your diaphragm, moves it upwards instead of down, which is its normal function. Irregular breathing patterns, lightheadedness, fatigue, and a downward force of the pelvic floor muscles, which could...
Who thinks of this, though? Who thinks of this to be like, let's poll people and let's do a study on sucking in? Why? Why would that come about?
That's a great question. I don't know why. Maybe people were having neck, because it also says it leads to neck and back pain. People were having these issues, and maybe some doctor discovered that this happens. I don't know, but it puts additional stress on your clavicle, your lower neck, leading to neck and shoulder and back pain. It could even change the curvature of your spine. So if you see people who will have like a humped neck or a hunchback, a lot of that is because they've been sucking in their guts too long. That's scary, man. Because, I do this. I'm no shame. I sometimes will suck in.
Yeah.
But not as like a standard, like walking around, like doing it consistently kind of thing.
I don't think so, but I don't really pay attention to it.
Chopping it up right here on 105.3 The Fan. Dan Quinn is going to be sitting down with us in about 10 minutes.
I want everyone to turn in their I Hate Taylor Swift card right now.
No.
There are around 50 truckers for her U.S. Eras tour. When she finished up part of this tour, she gave each trucker in Santa Clara after her show, each trucker $100,000 bonus.
Wow.
That's $5 million. Now, that's a drop in the hat for her, probably.
Yeah.
But still, that is an ultimate Good guy move right there.
I'm not clapping. Not clapping.
Why?
Because it was built on the back of terrible music that tortured so many people. You know that line, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? The fact that we've all been tortured by her music and she's been able to stack this cash to give to 50 truckers, it doesn't justify it to me.
I am reading some of this. So the tour has raked in $1 billion in sales.
Wow.
$1 billion. Now,
I remember when we were in Phoenix Super Bowl, they were saying it was a bigger attraction than the Super Bowl crowds.
Yeah, it really was. She also, bonused band members, dancers, lighting and sound technicians, caterers, and others. It's not clear how much the non-truckers received, but people are being told it's a very generous amount. This is absolutely fantastic. This is a great move. You want to hate on it, Bobby? You can hate on it all you want, but I'm not going to hate on this one. I think it's fantastic. I am going to hate on this. The worst Jeopardy answer of all time. Now, we've seen bad answers.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen bad answers. People just say, this baseball player broke the color barrier in 1947. Who is Babe Ruth? No, ma'am. It wasn't Babe Ruth, okay?
Yeah, there's some all-time audio clips.
There's some all-time audio clips here, but let's go to Jeopardy and the great Ken Jennings.
Let's start with messing with Texas for 200.
In 2014, Decatur, Texas rescheduled this holiday back to the 30th as it conflicted with Friday night high school football. Sharon.
What is football?
No, I'm sorry.
No, Sharon.
Good Lord.
It's not. What is football?
Football. What?
I'm assuming it's Halloween, right? That was the answer. It was Halloween.
I mean, it's Halloween or New Year's Eve, and you can't really reschedule New Year's Eve.
There's no high school football on New Year's Eve. Season's over by then. It's
What
clearly
is
Halloween.
football?
Wow.
What is football? No, It's not football.
Was that Sean Connery?
It's not. Yeah, it's not football, Sharon. It had nothing to do with football. I mean, it had a lot to do with football, but it wasn't that was the sport they were playing, not the answer.
Play it one more time, Pepe.
Let's start with messing with Texas for 200.
In 2014, Decatur, Texas rescheduled this holiday back to the 30th as it conflicted with Friday night high school football. Sharon.
What is football?
No, I'm sorry.
What is football?
We should have gotten that entire category and see who would have won amongst the three of us.
I see what she's going for. I'll defend her a little bit. She understands that football is like religion in Texas, right?
No time for jokes, Batgirl.
She was trying to. I'm just trying to think of her thought process here. I have no idea. Football's not a holiday. I don't even know that she heard the question, so I don't know why she buzzed in.
It's
All
true.
right, one more.
All right, one more. What biblical disease are you most scared of getting?
Leprosy.
There you go. An infectious disease around since ancient times has increased dramatically in Florida. Health experts fear that this is now endemic to the Sunshine State. Central Florida accounts for 20% of all cases in the United States, according to the CDC, and 81% of the cases in Florida. It's also known as Hansen's disease. So if you hear that, it's just don't let it fool you. It's just leprosy. It's, and that, by the way, it's spread versus lengthy person-to-person contact, airborne droplets. I wish I never heard the word droplets again. And from the nose and mouth of the infected person. These cases have gradually increased, but have more than doubled in the last decade, all thanks to Florida. Florida has leprosy. I could not think of something that I want less than leprosy. I hope it's curable. I don't know if it is. It sounds very Black Plaguey to me. But the last thing I want is boils and scars on my face. I have enough of those on my butt. I don't need any more boils on my body.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, chopping it up during the expressway, and we're going to change things up here a little bit. Dan Quinn, before the top of the hour, the defensive coordinator, the Prince of Dallas, really, that's what I like to call him. He's everyone's favorite hero. He's Micah's best friend. Let's talk about this Cowboys defense with Dan Quinn next on Sean and RJ.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back to Cowboys Camp here on your home of America's team. Sitting down with us right now in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat, the defensive coordinator of America's team, Dan, Salisbury State University's Dan Quinn.
Right on, man. Good to be out here with you guys this morning.
You're the second person I can talk to about Maryland, with the first being Billy Ripken. So you're the only other one, and Matt Hicks from the Rangers. No one else knows what we're talking about. It's like people in Texas don't even know Maryland's a state. Do you ever go back there?
Still keep up with a number of good friends in that space. So, still keep up with school and some people from back there.
Okay. How nice was it to have Diggs back at practice? The big viral video clip from yesterday is Diggs cursing at Dak Prescott with the competitive juices flowing.
It is good, and he's been chomping at the bit to get back. He's really, throwing himself a good off season, and so this was like our first chances to really get going and some team stuff. So, yeah, he's been chomping at the bit for the last few days to get in. He made a nice play down in the red zone on a ball, and it just does show his speed, his length, his competitiveness, and he doesn't say a lot, but he is a real competitor.
Diggs does not say a lot.
No, not in a setting, in the meeting room and that. He's more reserved, but onto the field, the switch definitely takes place.
Next, we know that he has the elite ball skills like a receiver. Next area of improvement that you've noticed him focusing on, or that you've noticed yourself, was in what area?
I would say really, like most things, when there's a space where you're, already hitting a lot of the marks and you're trying to get to the next stop. So for him, it's a stem of a route. It's, knowing a new technique. And so having a guy like Steph here has been, really good for Trey, so far this offseason. They already had a connection together prior to Steph joining the team. And so, you'll hear, those two look, say a word together, something that could, offset one another. And so having that type of connection and seeing that bond build as we're going has been cool to see.
What have you noticed from Gilmore out here? Bobby the other day was saying they don't seem to be throwing at him an awful lot. Yesterday we had J-Ron on. He goes, no, Gilmore still has it. Trust me. What has Stephon brought?
One, he's a great teammate to see. One of the very first things I noticed was him even talking to a receiver, about a route or a release. So he's not somebody that just, keeps all the information to himself. If there's something to share, whether it's on the defensive side of the ball, he will. And it's the same thing on the offensive side to say, hey, this is something I saw, when you're getting into your break, you're, dropping your weight, whatever it might have been. Like, he's that guy. And when you add people like he and Brandon Cooks already to a locker room that, has good energy, good juice, and now you add these other two pieces for it, they've really, both of them, as veteran players, have really fit in seamlessly here.
Does it make life easier for you when you have two really good corners, not have to worry about one traveling?
Yeah, that's a good question. And sometimes you do on a matchup of a size or that, but it's not something that we've discussed where we're going to match one versus the other. Because you're right, as you get into this space, you can really lock in on playing your side. And I've definitely had experience doing that where we didn't match. Certainly during my times in Seattle, we did not. And it was, a lot for that reason to say, hey, we had, great confidence, trust to how we wanted to go get it on. And so that'll be likely the case here as well.
I know last off season, a lot of the discussion in terms of what you guys wanted to improve on both sides of the ball, there was a lot of discussion about physicality and toughness and things like that. And I know that you've said before physicality is one of the big markers you want on your defense. Is that something that physicality you think is a mindset that can be coached out of somebody, or is that something where you go, that's more of an innate trait that we have to identify and acquire?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. I think it's a little
better
bit
than
both.
RJ's.
It is. But why I think it's important, because like any good defense or any good team, and you guys know this, you better have an identity. And when all of our friends and our family and people watch us play, excuse me, they better know exactly what it looks like. And that, should be a team that's, one that's ball hawking and tackling. And that's where some of that toughness comes, not just at the line of scrimmage, but the way and the attitude that you tackle. So I would say, yes, you can coach someone up maybe one level, to say he's a good competitor. And when you put him around great competitors, they can move up one. They probably won't go up 2 or 3 spots. So I'd say the reason I brought that up is I think that's also part when, you get a chance to acquire somebody to be on the team, you want to make sure, hey, do they fit the standards and the identity that we want to be about? Because if you don't, then you're kind of up and down as a group. But what the things that stand out to me, amongst this defense, and the fun part, we've had a few guys here, been together for, going on to our third year together. That connection, that toughness, that competitiveness, it does go around the room. And so for the new guys coming in, these 9 rookies, and Steph as a new vet, trying to prove that, to say, yeah, I want in that group.
Is there a guy on the defense that you mentioned, those new guys coming in? Is there a guy on the defense that you'd like to point others to and say, like, hey, if you want to talk about the toughness trait and everything else, this is the guy here in our group that you need to look to and try and mirror what he does?
Yeah, in the back 7, I would say number 6. When you talk about Donovan, that is how he's featured, how he does. He's one of our best hitters, one of our best tacklers. And we put him into those spaces to do that. And so I'd say in the back 7, it's him. And on the inside, although we acquired him mid-year, I've seen, gotten to know him through the offseason, is Hankins. And he really plays in a really physical style. And so you see him going for it as he, when we re-signed him and entering into this offseason, into training camp. So, but for the back end, Dono definitely is the one that jumps out to me, first name.
Dan Quinn sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So all of us are just saying that Micah's wrecking practice. I had some Cowboy guys say, yeah, they just can't run the football. This guy's blowing everyone up. It's a daily highlight film. What has he added to his game in the offseason?
Well, I think this is probably a good analogy to use here to say he was already really talented. Now he's getting even more skill, to match that. And so now you're seeing this jump that's taking place to say, as a young guy coming in, he, is super gifted and had great explosiveness, but now his hand use is so much better. His knowledge of what to see is getting better. And so that's the thing that has jumped out to me, is just adding the skill work, at the line of scrimmage, especially with his hands, to be really used as weapons. He has really made a big jump in that area, and I think as the season progresses, people will certainly see that.
Was there any indication that he could be an edge coming out of college? Like, was there any indication of that he was that good?
Yeah, there was, because they blitzed him a lot, and so sometimes it was from the outside, sometimes it was internally, but I think it was because of the initial quickness. Now, yeah, I don't think we would say we didn't see the evidence that it would be like it is now. But what we did see is this guy would be a real pressure player. We'd bring him off the edge. We'd blitz him a lot because he had those traits to do that. So he took that and then elevated it up again. But it's the beating somebody to the punch. That's where he can really get on you. When he's getting off the ball or blitzing, he can just get on you so quickly. That's what, you can feel that stress, as the blocker.
Yeah, not necessarily just related to your personnel, but more, I guess, kind of a philosophical question. What is the way that offensive coordinators right now are schematically challenging you guys the most?
Well, that's a good question. I think it's kind of custom by the team. There's some teams that are really true to their system and how they want to run it and execute it, and you certainly see that. And then there's other teams that, okay, this might have been a play that they liked. This might have been a play that another team had done. This might have been another team that had done. That happens in our league too, to say, okay, that other team did it where they attacked them and it worked, and we're going to try that play too. So I think by the team, that's where their strengths are. What does their identity look like? Usually it starts there too, to say, this is who we are, this is how we play. So most of the time it's not some drastic change, that takes place. But based on the team's personnel, I think that it's kind of custom by the week.
What is it like going up against Mike calling plays in practice?
Yeah, I thought Mozzie had such a great line the other day when somebody was talking about Zach being out of practice. And he had said, no, I'm not that guy. He said about, not having to go against him. And so he said, he's actually the person that I probably need to go against the most. So for me, whether it's, CD and Gilmore or Trey or, when you get to go compete against people, what happens? Usually sharpen each other up and you get stronger and you get better. And so that's been, my experience of going against Mike. He's sharp, he's on it, he calls it quick. So that's been his history. So you better be ready to get it going fast.
We've been trying to relay to the listeners the Brandon Cook speed factor out here. We'll just be sitting here at practice and we're like, whoa,
yes.
Yeah. Can you relay that for us?
I can, yes. Because
I saw him the other day get behind both safeties.
Yeah, he got behind a corner in the offseason, and okay, that happened to him once. It happened the second time. I said, all right, why don't we review the scouting report on Brandon Cooks right now? Tell me what you know. And the young cat said, that's a lot of speed.
Right.
And I said, okay, so let's know how we're going to match up. And he's not just straight fast. He's also quick. And so he can get in and out of breaks quickly. So he's quick and he's fast. And so some guys have one where you got really good long speed, and a lot of times that's the bigger player who's, got great stride, extension, and length. And there's other guys who are, you traditionally might see as a slot and can move in and out. But one of the things about Brandon that's jumped out to me, he's got terrific long speed, but he's also quick in and out of his breaks.
We've been talking amongst ourselves. It kind of feels like make or break for Kelvin Joseph and Deshaun Wright. And we've noticed Wright making some plays out here. Is that an accurate observation? And where are those guys in their development?
Yeah, I'm proud of both of them for this offseason that they've thrown to make sure like they've really put the work in to say, hey, I want to show where I can get better, and I want to prove that. And that's usually some of the best moments, when you really bust your ass to go prove it, to say, hey, I want to go do this. And so that was great to see. I think Nashawn had an interception maybe the second day. And, we're also proud because I needed that. And it was just that moment to say, like, yeah, I'm in here too. And then Kelvin, we've played him at two positions, and he's really handled that challenge well to be inside and outside. He's such a strong guy that we thought, hey, this is a person that could be in the slot and certainly handle some stuff well. So we've been working Kelvin and Bland both outside, inside, and we're certainly pleased with the development of those two.
Is there another player that we really haven't touched on too much or isn't getting headlines that has impressed you so far in the offseason or here at camp?
Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of the people that we do talk about are, I would say two that you talk about them, but I think I'd like to talk about them is Malik Hooker and Leighton Vander Esch. And although their games were at a good level, I really felt like they went up again. And it started with their training of how they went after the offseason. Both of them are a little leaner, but I just feel their speed, their communication on the field. And so when you're already a good player, leveling up to the next one didn't always that easy. But I see those two taking that spot. And so those would have been two for me that really jump out.
Last one for you, Coach, and it's on the other side of the ball. But CD had told us that, this is going to be, more so Dak's offense. We're turning it over to him. What does that mean? Or what have you seen in terms of he seems to be even more vocal as a leader out here? Some Dak differences that you've noticed?
He's certainly one of the very best leaders, that I've been around as a player, through all my times in the NFL. He's got that kind of it factor around him. So it doesn't surprise me to hear him embracing things in such a head-on way, because that's really who he is as a man and what he stands for. It's also nice to see that connection with him and the other guys being so strong, like a guy like for him and CD to say they put so much work together. A look, a hand signal, something that's so subtle that say, yeah, we're going to make one little adjustment here, and that's what the best of the best are doing. And Dak is certainly that guy, who's not just a leader on offense, but he's a leader, amongst our team.
Coach, thank you so much. Appreciate you every single year. You're infectious with the personality. Mike and the guys clearly love you, and here's to another fantastic season. And thanks for being the big off-season edition return again for the second year in a row. Thank you.
I couldn't be more pumped, man. There's so many cool things ahead for this team, so I definitely want to be a part of it. So, all right, kick ass. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir. Dan Quinn, defensive coordinator of your Dallas Cowboys, in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Man, I had to vigorously wipe my right hand as in the commercial break, I went to the bathroom. They're out of paper towels.
They are.
And I washed my hand, and I'm like, crap, Quinn's sitting down, and I got to get this thing dry.
You get the fist pump.
I got a fist pump. Got a bad habit of like not fully, completely drying. So when I do the handshake sometimes, I feel like there's a little bit of moisture on there. And I was just sitting there wiping on the pant leg while walking back. I was very worried about it. Fortunately, I didn't have to shake hands with him. Yeah.
So you didn't shake hands at all?
No fist pump. Nope. I just sat down.
Oh, that's you got out easy. You got out easy on that one.
Yeah.
Because with the in the post-COVID world, Sean, the handshake, you got a handstand immediately after. That's the rule.
Did you handstand after?
I did not. Did I shake his hand though? I think I did. I fist pumped.
No, I shook his hand. What the hell are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about.
He's not even here this morning.
I didn't even know we had a handstand here, but I'm going to do it right now.
There it
is.
Go,
baby.
All right, so there's Dan Quinn. Any takeaways, Roberto?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, they clearly want things to work out with, I think, Nashawn Wright and Kelvin Joseph. And so I think there has been an emphasis on trying to get those guys in a position where they can tap into their potential. And I do think Nashawn Wright has been better. Yesterday was a tough day for Kelvin Joseph. And he was getting picked on a little bit in some of these one-on-ones and in the team period. But I also like that he referenced their Malik Hooker being somebody that stepped up. Because you remember we had talked about this. Broadus had said that he thought Hooker had been a little bit of disappointment last year and that you could get better there. And Brian and I were talking yesterday, and he was like, Hooker's been better out here this year. That was somebody that had stood out to him. And I think he has shown, if he can just stand back there and play some center field, then that's a comfortable position for him.
Mike McCarthy was commenting on his defense yesterday. He said, I'd say this is clearly the most depth I've ever had on a defensive line. I love it. We cannot get enough work. This is a perfect illustration of why we're not practicing against other teams. I think the offense and defense will challenge each other at a very high level. You can see we got off to a pretty good start with that on Monday. So there's him talking about the defensive line depth that they have going back and forth out here. That was Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and then that's when you start asking the question, and it's the thing teams wrestle with every year when they've got a position that feels a little rich and a little full, is you start asking yourself, okay, do we take that and try and improve another position? Do we find somebody who has some depth at a position? We swap our depth and create, balance ourselves a little bit? Or do you just start saying, why? I know one line of thinking is, why sacrifice your depth? If you're deep at a position, why not just lean on that depth? Get heavier rotations out of it. Protect yourself in the event of injury. The Cowboys have shown pretty consistently, especially with a coach like Dan Quinn or Rod Marinelli in the past, who they're defensive line guys, they like to just run heavy at that position and lean on the depth when they have it.
All right, let's get a AL West update. Where are we after the trade deadline? Is it the Astros division to lose? The Rangers make a minor move, but the armpit, they topped us twice yesterday. That's next on your home of Rangers baseball with Sean and RJ on The Fan. But do you spend...
Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
The 0-2, swing and a miss. Andrew Heaney with his 10th strikeout. 1-2. Check swing, pitch down and in. Did he go? Yes, he did on appeal. So Heaney with 11 strikeouts, a season high.
How about that performance from Andrew Heaney? Rangers with a desperation win. They shut out the White Sox in less than 2 hours on this radio station, 2-0 here on 105.3 The Fan.
Couldn't that have happened on a week where we're home?
Yeah.
And we're back in DFW, and they're on a West Coast trip. They're playing in Seattle. And you get an hour, 58-minute game.
I know.
That's what we need.
I was thinking about that, too. Unfortunately, the Astros topped that with Framber Valdez throwing a no-hitter, so they're still a half a game back, and they add Justin Verlander. The Rangers add defensive specialist catcher Austin Hedges from the Pirates with the trade deadline yesterday.
Yeah, I think they're maybe hedging against this Jonah Heim injury. Am I right? By the way, we mentioned earlier the Astros, the 16 no-hitters they've thrown or whatever. That's their fifth in under 4 years.
Really? It was first ever by a left-hander in their franchise history.
My gosh, it's they've thrown 5 since September of 2019. Wow. And
one of those was I think 2 of them were combined no-hitters.
In the World Series last year, I believe.
Yeah, so they've had 2 of them in there that were combined ones with 3 relievers or whatever else mixed in there. But
they had one in the World Series
last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot already.
Yeah, I'd forgotten.
And that was a combined one.
The combined one.
Yeah, that was a combined one. But no, Houston is. They're getting healthy at the right time. They make the trade for Verlander. They're starting to just play better overall. The guys who have been healthy, who haven't been, playing as well, they've started to play better. And Texas right now, of course, they're going through their injuries. They're going, some of these guys are starting to come back down to earth a little bit. Marcus Semien is not hitting like he was hitting earlier in the year. Jonah Heim's hurt now. Corey Seager's hurt now. You're seeing a little bit of in recent weeks, you've seen Leody Taveras start his back cooling a little bit. So, they've scored 6 runs in 4 games. The offense is slowing a little bit. You're dealing with the injuries in the pitching staff. You're just really hoping, all right, let's weather this hopefully 2 to 3 week stretch while we get healthy and make sure that we don't have too much ground loss between us and the Astros during that time.
Well, let me ask you this. If they are coming back down to earth, if you want to use that term, does that mean buying was a bad decision?
No.
No. I mean, they should still buy because, I mean, they're right there on the cusp. But, you know, I think that the bigger question is if you know Evaldi was going to be out or if you knew Evaldi was done for the year or something like that, then that's probably where it gets a little silly to buy. I think they just believe that Evaldi's going to be ready and he's going to return to normal. And so they believe, all right, that gives us 3 legitimate starters, even with DeGrom hurt. Dunning is somebody who's pitched well. We can weather this.
Because you're looking at even making the postseason now, aren't you?
Well, look, I mean, that's you're only 3.5 games up going into last night's. They were 3.5 up on the last wild card. So that's not a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah.
And you're about 5.5 to 6 games up on teams like the Angels and Seattle and New York, which that's a bad week. You can make up 6 games in a week. It's a bad week for you and a good week for them. And, you know, if they don't win the division and then Houston takes them over, now obviously the wild card comes into play. And now you're dealing with, you know, a half dozen teams like Boston and Seattle and the Angels and New York and Toronto, Tampa, Orioles, whoever takes over the AL East. You're looking at those teams, and it's like, all right, well, I mean, you know, it's very, very possible because you got a lot of games with the Angels and a lot of games with Seattle down the stretch that they could overtake you. And that, I think the Rangers are set up to be pretty good the postseason outside the bullpen. I think their starting pitching sets up to be pretty good and a tough out in the playoffs. Getting there might be the hardest part.
Fangraphs, as it stands now, has Houston with a 61.2% chance of winning the AL West. And the Rangers making the playoffs, their odds right now are at 77.9. So that's down from where it's been most of the season, which was up in the 90s.
Yeah, that's down to quite a bit because they were at like 97% at one point. That's a stark drop. That's going to happen, though. You start getting injuries piled up. And, you know, you may have played over your heads a little bit offensively.
Brett Boone is going to join us at 9:20, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. So we'll talk to Boone at 9:20 this morning on your home for Rangers baseball. While I was watching all of this trade deadline coverage yesterday, they were talking about trading prospects. And what does it really mean? And there were some fascinating numbers from the MLB Network. Trade deadline deals from 2013 to 2022. The amount of prospects traded, 573. Prospects to become impact players. Bobby, I want you to guess the amount of 573 players traded. What percent or what number total were impact players?
Okay, without knowing specifically what they define that as, I'll say that there were, we'll say 2%.
3%.
Yeah.
Good guess. 3%. Prospects to become impact players or contributors, 11%. 29% never made the bigs. Of the prospects traded, 29% never made the bigs. So this is telling you how many prospects flame out. When all these teams are like, they were kind of using the Nats Soto deal to talk about all the different guys that were traded for Juan Soto, and that was some of the research.
I mean, look, you'll get trading prospects.
And we're talking about with Bassick yesterday in the car.
Yeah, trading prospects for good quality players is fine. It's when you trade Jeff Bagwell for Larry Anderson. When you trade John Smoltz for Doyle Alexander, and you trade them for a half a season of an end of a career just to make the postseason kind of thing, that's when it's a problem. Look, prospects are good. Parades are gooder. Okay? That's a T-shirt.
That's a T-shirt.
Thank you. Parades over prospects. All day, every day. Now, it's not the same as draft picks in the NFL. I would much rather have draft picks than players in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, the hit rate on a draft pick is much higher than a prospect. And you got to remember, too, I would guess that the number of prospects you're talking about there, a lot of those are guys that when the team acquires them, they probably don't expect that some of those guys thrown in as prospects and deals. Like, we don't even expect when we acquire them that they are going to make the major leagues. What hurts, what dings you a little bit is when we went over the Rangers trade history recently, is when you go out and acquire somebody like Lewis Brinson from the Rangers or Dylan Tate or Justin Smoke, and you're acquiring these guys thinking you're going to get a really impactful player, and then you don't.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, Justin Smoke finally made an All-Star game, a decade later as with the Blue Jays for having a decent half a season. Dylan Tate's had a decent run at times as a reliever in the major leagues, but he's nowhere near the dominant starter some people thought he was when he was made the 4th overall pick. Lewis Brinson was supposed to be a really solid across-the-board player that had very little bust potential, and yet this is what happens. That's why you can't be afraid to give up the prospects over legitimate established players.
Max Scherzer speaking as a Texas Ranger for the first time yesterday. He was asked, was it a no-brainer to waive the no trade to come here?
Obviously, I mean, this team's in first place for a reason. They've been playing great baseball. You look back in my career when I've been traded, it's always been traded to a team that wants you and is in a good situation. And so, with Texas calling, realizing the situation that I had in New York and realizing the situation that was now developing in Texas, that this was going to be the best place for me to continue my career and have a chance to be able to win as well.
Which is a little interesting, where he's like, yeah, obviously, they're winning. But then, he also told reporters yesterday, talking to DeGrom made it easier to trust what the Rangers were selling, what they were pitching. And so it's like, well, it sounds like you maybe had to be convinced a little.
Sounds like you guys may be planning a couple field trips after the show today, as you're talking about the beach, and also you want to go to the scene of a famous movie.
Well, I did go to the scene. I drove by it yesterday. Now I want to drive to it and really check it out. But DJ turned me on to this. The producer DJ. Right behind our hotel is a set of train tracks, Sean, where Marty McFly in part 3 of Back to the Future came back from 1885. He came back. Remember when he was on the train tracks with the train pushing him, and it goes right over Clayton Ravine, all right? But at the time was Short Ash Ravine. Mm-hmm. That was the name of it.
Yeah, and he goes talking for a second. Peyton, didn't I text you to pull the music?
Yes, that's loading right now. So
it's loading. It's been loading for 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's amazing.
So you keep talking.
No. I wanted to see if he pulled the correct music.
Oh, my
And if he had
God.
actually seen 1, 2, or 3. Ruben, have you seen Back to the Future 1, 2, or 3?
Never, but I heard of those movies before.
I've seen them.
You have?
Yes.
All right, good.
And I rank it
Shy
1,
Anderson's
3,
proud
and 2.
of you.
1, 3, and 2, by the way.
You rank them 1, 3, and 2.
Yes, the Wild West
Absolutely,
one
I
is
agree.
second. The OG one is first, by far.
Yeah, 1 is the best. Then 3, I think, is second best. 2, I don't like the whole alternate.
Was 2 with the hoverboard?
Yes.
That was the worst.
Yep.
I agree. That was the worst.
We're in agreement here.
But in part 3, when Marty comes back from 1885 to modern day, to present day, they go over the train tracks. Those train tracks, the exact location of the train tracks is right behind our hotel. And you can look down the left side and you can see the shot of where the train's coming from, and it blows up his vehicle. Spoiler alert. Okay.
Way to ruin it.
But yeah, that's right behind us. So I'm going to go take a look at these train tracks today.
If you walk a little further down, that's also where they shot Stand By Me.
Is it really?
No, I was just
Have
messing
Gun
with
Will
you.
Travel?
No, I was just messing with
And
you.
Aaron Rodgers was asked. He was asked about Back to the Future the other day.
Yeah, Back to the Future part.
Why?
He went to some Back to the Future exhibit in New York.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see what A-Rod had to say.
We've been to Wicked and now Back to the Future.
How is the Back to the Future? Because that's
It is
new.
a must-watch.
Yeah?
If you're a fan,
Oh, come on.
and I'm a fan.
I go DeLorean. We can go deep.
I'm a 1, 3, 2 though is my order. I'm a big fan of 3. A lot
You
of
like
people aren't. I
3.
love 3.
The Western.
It's the second best. 1, 3, 2. That's for me.
See, 2 was my one with the hoverboards. I was a kid. I was like, oh, the Cubs win the
the
series.
alternate timeline though is I don't know.
Yeah,
Peter
that's a Schrager
Schrager.
answer. That's a Schrager answer right there that he liked 2. I don't know anybody likes 2 better than 3.
Do we do this with all movies and their sequels? Or is this just a Back to the Future? Does everyone give the order? We don't do this with Godfather. I mean, we ask which Godfather's better, but this was immediate. Everyone's going 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2. Like everyone in this conversation and Aaron Rodgers has done that. Do we do that with all movies?
I don't think so.
I think it's because there's a common thread running through all of them that makes them all feel the same, but yet then they all three feel wildly different. So I think
that usually happens with sequels.
I think there's
a common thread, kind
of. Common thread.
I think there is a need to.
They kept the car in it.
They kept the car.
There's a Batmobile in all those too.
Movies are fun,
but I do want to go. I do want to go there.
No, but what's interesting to me is him liking 2, Schrager, over 3. Slater tries to argue 2 is the best. She says 2 is over 1.
She probably got a concussion from that tackling dummy out there. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. And when are you going to the Presidential Museum?
Well, I wanted to go today. I'm a little bit too tired to go today. I don't know that good. The Reagan Library is about 30 minutes from here. I've heard it's very, very good.
You going to march there?
March?
What? Go ahead.
What do you mean? Oh, I go. Okay, no, I wasn't going to march there. But I've heard it's very good. I drove by it the other day, and it's only like 30 minutes. But they said I was going to go on Sunday. They said it takes between 3 to 5 hours to get through.
Oh.
And now they have like a mock of the Oval Office. They've got Air Force One there.
You shouldn't have said that because Bobby, I think, was contemplating going with.
No, I was not.
We could hustle through it.
I was gonna beach day today. Today's going to be my last chance to do the beach. So.
Nice. What about trading Zach Martin? Next, and below the belt, right here on the Fan. But first, at Franklin Franco, their team of
105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Why Brett Maher's scars remind him that the past is real. We're on that in just a second. Zach Martin is still not out here at training camp. It's costing him $50,000 a day. It's a lot of money to be spending for a guy who wants more money. He's costing himself some in the process. And, you know, we talked this offseason about Zach Martin's future and that he really, in all likelihood, does not have a lot of time left in the NFL. I mean, I believe he's already turned 33, so this is his age 33 season. And so he's probably got a year or two left, is what I would guess. Could be surprised, could go the other way, but I remember he was very reflective after the San Francisco game and was, you know, looked visibly emotional, was hugging some people. And I think the Cowboys have started preparing in their minds recently for, okay, how do we get some contingencies in place for whenever it is that he decides he's ready to go? And so because of that, I think that's one of the reasons, the short time he has left, that the Cowboys maybe so far publicly, the way they've talked about it, aren't inclined necessarily to pay through the nose as he's getting near the end, even though he's still a very good player, one that executives and coaches still graded as the top-ranked one. So since he's getting so close to the end, we were kicking around the idea earlier, what if he were to just say, let's be done with this. I'm going to retire. If you're not going to give me a new deal, I'll just retire. I'll do the Marshawn Lynch and walk away if we can't come to figure something out. Something that I think at least bears watching. Not as something that is likely to happen, but at least it would be something to discuss and something that would be on the minds, I think, of both parties involved if things got uglier, is the idea of a trade.
And I have not heard anyone bring this up, and I think it's a fascinating conversation to have.
I am certain there are teams out there who would be interested in trading for Zach Martin for the year or two that he has left. We've talked about how more and more increasingly the interior pass protection has become huge in the NFL.
Nick Eatman.
With how quickly quarterbacks get the ball out, the ability to get pressure up the A-gap instantly is a big benefit. That's one of the ways that that was the scouting report on Tom Brady. The best way to attack Brady was pressure up the middle, get in his face, don't try and get it from the edges. Even though Brady wasn't mobile, he was savvy, and he knew how to slide up in the pocket. He knew how to just take a step forward, step back. If you were coming right at Brady, he had trouble. That's always been the book on Rodgers. Keep Rodgers in the well. Rod Marinelli had that famous putting Aaron Rodgers in the well visual display on the Amazon Prime series. And so interior pass protection is a top priority, more than it has been in a long time. And Zach Martin is still very good in pass protection. He's one of the best run blockers in the NFL. So there would be, considering Chris Lindstrom just got $21 million a year on the open market, and it was a good offseason for guards on the open market, there would be teams that would be interested in, sure, we'll give you a pay bump to get the best guard in the NFL. Absolutely, we would do that. We'll give you some draft capital, and it's something that financially is feasible.
Let's create a price. Let's create an asking price.
Well, what is the asking price for a not quite yet mid-30s guard?
It's at the most you get a second.
Yeah.
Not getting a 1, in my opinion.
I wouldn't think so.
This feels like 2 or 3 range.
So here's the only thing that I think makes it a little difficult, and why ultimately, even if people called, maybe they wouldn't be able to come to terms on something. Any team that's negotiating with you on this that wants to drive down the price a little bit is going to go, you're not even going to pay this guy. You don't even want to give this guy a raise. You don't want to give your Hall of Fame guard a raise who's still one of the best in the NFL. If you don't want to give him a raise, how can you possibly value him that high in trade capital? And that's what they would probably have to deal with. And so if they went back and forth on that sort of a thing, you may not get the type of value. Some team may say, look, no, you're in no different position than the Colts were with Stephon Gilmore. Okay? You can get a 5th. Maybe we'll give you a 5th that escalates to a 4th. realistically, I think his value, given how much time he has left, what his contract situation is, the fact that the team would have to pay him, I think a realistic one with all BS cut out would be a third.
And this team is a contender without Zach Martin up front. It becomes what?
It'd be difficult. Like I think it makes a lot of things difficult that they want to do in the passing game. It makes things definitely difficult that they want to do in the running game. I mean, you just saw removing Terrence Steele from the equation, how that tandem work that Zach Martin and Terrence Steele did in the run game, how much that dropped off.
And what's the right guard depth?
Guard.
It's not great. I mean, I think they have guys that they like on the offensive line right now who all have a lot of flexibility. Josh Ball can play guard and tackle. Will Let's Go can play guard and tackle. Farniak has been taking the reps there so far. That's a guy that they like a lot. They believe can play 5 positions. They think he can play both guard and tackle. They think he can play inside at center if they need him to. But Farniak is the guy who would likely be your starter if that was the case.
Then, man, all those numbers that Sean read off yesterday about win rates and, run
drop without him.
Now, granted, the sample's got to be very, very small.
Yeah.
Zach doesn't miss a ton of time.
Right.
He's missed a little bit. He had I think he had about a month that he missed at the end of 2019. So, I mean, he's missed a little bit of time. He missed 6 games in 2020. He missed a game and missed 2 games in 2018. He's had some time where he's missed recently.
Okay, 2018 is not recent.
No, but I'm just talking about there's been a missed
not
game.
Recent. God, I was in my 30s.
Yeah.
There's been, cumulatively, he's missed about a half season over the last 4 years. I mean, half a season's a decent enough sample size that I think you can make some projections out of that.
And speaking of trades, Ian Rappaport says the Colts are getting Jonathan Taylor trade calls.
Yeah.
And it's from teams who are willing to pay him a real contract. And by the way, Taco Charlton has another team. He signed with San Francisco.
Yep.
So Taco Tuesday was trending yesterday. Celebrate, LeBron. Be happy about it. Name the teams that Taco Charlton has played for.
Cowboys, Chiefs. They played for Jacksonville.
Yes. Good job.
Miami.
Good job.
Rams.
No. Come on, Mr.
More?
Insider.
Is there one? I was letting Chop answer. Is there one more? Was he was Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
And then he has another one?
Yep.
Cincy?
No.
I don't remember after that.
Detroit.
No. Cowboys, Bears, Chiefs, Jacksonville, Saints, Dolphins, Steelers, and now San Francisco.
God.
How many total sacks in his career with all those teams?
Does he have more teams than sacks?
Great question.
He has, I think
the answer is no.
I think he finished with 3 with the Cow, 7?
11 and a half.
Okay.
Wow.
11 and a half, and he's signing on with San Francisco.
Wow.
There you go. Take Nick Bosa's holdout spot.
Boy, who would have thought Taco Charlton finds a job before Ezekiel Elliott? Isn't that tough? You know who else found a job before?
We'll find out at 9 o'clock if that holds true, because I need to confirm these rumors last night I was hearing that I thought it was just for show and Jerry being Barnum. Is it Barnum or Bailey?
P.T. Barnum.
Barnum.
Barnum and Bailey Circus. Either one.
Last night, we got to confirm whether Zeke coming back is a real thing and whether they were tripling down on not giving in to Zach Martin. Nick Eatman at 9 o'clock.
So, and just before I jump over to this, though, real quick, 3rd round pick for Zach Martin. Would you do the trade?
No.
Would you do the trade, Chop?
No.
I wouldn't either.
Would you do it for a second?
No.
Well, okay, second or let's fill in the blank on him coming back here. Let's make it very interesting. We can't just say second or he plays game 1. Second or he misses 4 games.
He would give up almost his entire year's salary if he misses 4 games.
How does that work?
In fines, $50,000 a day.
Zach, I would rather have Zach missing 4 games than have him here than a 2nd round pick, I think. But, I mean, I don't know. We'll see if it even gets to that point. I don't know that they could get somebody who would offer them that either, just because the amount you'd have to pay and where he's at in his career. But it is at least something that I think Bears watch. I would not be surprised if they've at least gotten some people picking up the phone and saying, hey, have you guys thought about this as a way to an end? And if so, give us a call. We might be interested in that. You know who got a job before Ezekiel Elliott and Taco Charlton both?
Your mom?
Nope, she's dead.
Oh.
She's 6 feet under. You can visit her one day with me if you like, Sean.
I meant to make that to RJ.
Maybe that'd be a little bit more real for you.
RJ joke, not to you.
So, anyway, Brett Maher. Brett Maher, and this one a little under the radar. I didn't know this. He signed with the Broncos 8 days ago. And Brett is a guy I thought it was really interesting. We talked about it.
Sean Payton talk about his last season too?
He did not, but he talked about his last season. But what was interesting was Archer noted in his article recently that Maher was not inclined to re-sign with the Cowboys. That it wasn't totally just the Cowboys didn't want him back. It was Brett Maher didn't have interest in coming back. But he spoke to the media yesterday, and he was talking about the scars that he has from last season. He said, I think what I'm learning every single year in this league is there is something that is going to test you and test your response to how you handle your business, how you handle outside stuff. This is what he told the team website. That was a tough lesson to learn, especially in the moment. I'm sure, as you guys all saw, I feel like I've taken it as a way to learn and become more resilient and get a few more of those scars that can kind of help propel you forward. That drove a lot of my off-season prep work, and I'm happy to be here with the opportunity and to learn from it and move forward and become better from all sorts of situations, positive and negative, and certainly that one. He is... I felt awful for him last year when we were in Tampa. I
think you had to.
Because he stood there waiting in his locker, like stood there with his hands on his hips, like, I'm here, like, you guys can come here and talk. Whereas some other people,
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton was one of the ones who walked by and said, we got your back, Brett. But, like, he's standing there, he stood up, took all those questions. Kelsey Charles, who used to be with DallasCowboys.com, she does some stuff with Blogging the Boys now. Kelsey has told me before, and she's talked about it there, that she used to just, Maher drove her nuts in 2018. How he was always missing and doing stuff, and she obviously still has friends here with the team. And somebody heard this, I was like, "Hey, you got to take it easy on Brett. He's like literally the nicest guy." And so, what Maher would do before and after every practice, he'd like FaceTime his toddlers to like talk to them stuff, and so then she felt awful about that. But he was one of the best guys. I felt so bad for him, and I still think he got a raw deal here in Dallas, and I think he's better than the options you have at kicker, which, by the way, update on the kicking competition. You've got Brandon Aubrey, 13 of 17 through the first few days.
Ooh,
Tristan Vizcaino is 12 of 17, so neither
one's any good.
Not a lot of great showing. I still don't think the kicker's on the roster right now.
Dude, yesterday or 2 days ago, they were out there on the left field, and, I mean, they're kicking. Now there was a little bit of wind. This was like from like the 30. So this is not even a 50-yard kick. And this kick made it by about 2 feet. And I'm like, man, they have got no boot. There is no boot in camp right now.
There's your Inside the Star report and Below the Belt, brought to you by Kissable Dental, Autoflex Leasing, and On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. It took a lot of convincing to try to get him to wake up a little earlier today. He was not thrilled that we asked him to join us at the top of the hour after the Jerry party. Did we get some good gossip and rumors while eating some sushi? Let's sit down with Nick Eatman. DallasCowboys.com next.
But let's get you...
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour. Can you muster up a fist pump after last night? We talked him into it. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. There he is.
What's up?
Adjusting and changing the schedule. And he's brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. After we said, hey, we got Brett Boone coming up. We got to talk Rangers. We got to talk Astros, Verlander, Scherzer. Can you come on at 9? And he's like, after the Jerry party? After the Jerry party, but you made it happen. Thank you.
20 minutes seemed like a lot, but actually I think I got up earlier than I have any other day.
I'm glad that you have an appreciation for that. A lot of people don't understand that out here, time is so valuable. Chiafalo wants to go out to dinner with us after their show, which ends at 5 local. And I'm like, okay, you get back there at 5:15. Latest we can leave is 5:30. 6:37, get back here at 7:30. You go to sleep at 8. That's how I calculate it.
Right.
Yeah.
And Chiafalo's like, I got to shower.
Yeah.
I said, you didn't practice, bro. And they don't even let you have a wireless mic anymore. It's Woolchuck and Broadus. You're not even out here in the sun. And that time factor, it's so important.
Y'all didn't go to bed at 8 last night.
No, we didn't.
We did not. RJ was better than me, as I just kept realizing different liquors that they had. First, I drank what you drank. What was the first drink?
So my first drink was a Maker's.
Yeah.
Then I went to 1942, and then 1942, and then 1942.
Okay, so Makers, I realized they had 1942, so I wanted to try that. And then I realized they had Jerry's Johnny Walker Blue. Mm-hmm. So then I had to try that. And we were just sitting there BSing. When did you get out of there?
Whenever the bus left, I guess the bus left around 10. So bus left at 10, and then the bus ride back is always an entertaining thing. And this one did not disappoint.
What was more entertaining, the bus or the party? The bus.
The bus.
Really?
It wasn't a fun entertainment, but it was.
Did someone get sick?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay. So hang on.
Someone would guess.
No, we're not naming names.
All right. They vomited on the bus?
Yeah.
On the bus. Twice.
It gets worse, too.
Hang on a second.
You keep asking, it gets worse.
You didn't pull the bus over.
No.
Can you say if it was a guy or girl?
I didn't see anything, but I think it was a guy. But then there was another person at the end because
oh my gosh,
we, and I say we, mostly me, cleaned it up, and then we're like, I think we're good, and then we're like, wait, what happened back here? Someone else, don't know who.
No,
yeah, it was pretty bad. The bus ride back from the party is undefeated. It's never lost.
But would this make you not want to ride the bus back anymore? I mean, puke in the air? That's
as
the
opposed
worst.
to what, though? As opposed to getting in the car and getting in the car with someone that maybe was drinking? Like,
Right. That's an expensive Uber, too.
Yeah, yes.
Very expensive. Okay, well, it's not Clarence.
The party was fun.
Yeah, it's not Clarence. We trust him being able to hold it. It wasn't John Machota. He doesn't go hard like that.
Okay, let's do some like 20 questions. Is this person?
Oh yeah, 20 questions.
So wait, so you know it was a male or female because you could tell by the blah.
Well, there's a second.
Yeah,
there's a second puker.
Sure.
There's a second puker.
Sure.
All right, the double puker, the first one. All right, we're gonna ask male or female here.
Male.
Male.
You already said it.
I think that's probably as far as I'm going to go. Because I'll say this. There was some fear on the bus that it was going to get up to the bosses at the front, and which it definitely did. But I don't need to to make it worse here.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay.
Hey, David Hellman is a fan of the show. He's a fan. You guys love him.
Yeah.
David Hellman could. This is where we find out a lot about him. Was parties like this. He did not do well in these. So and he was a great employee and all that, but he left it on the bus, on the tennis courts, all over the place.
This is why Hellman was texting me last night and supporting my decision not to go. Then this makes sense.
Just dumb. Yeah. You're just dumb.
But
it makes sense.
But Dave wouldn't never have done that.
That's true.
He's never going to sit.
But Dave
out.
did say he understood. So
yeah.
Okay.
Football.
I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Did you hear anything last night at the party? Football related.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
and if not, you didn't.
No, I do. I kind of like blend that in. Like it's part of the game. It's part of why we go.
Explain to the listeners what happens with like Steven and Jerry.
So you get there at the place. I guess are we naming it? I don't know.
Yeah,
okay.
no, boo.
So you get there and it's on the you get out there on the porch. You guys have already talked about it, I'm sure. So but Steven and Jerry, they just sit there and they just chat, and it just gets 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 people, 5, 6, 10, and then next thing you know, you're all kind of huddled around, and everyone's drinking. There's nobody that I think has anything in their hand, to record or anything like that. But
right.
You just start talking stuff, and to me, is where I cut it off is when I heard someone say, how's Wanye Thomas looking? I was like, all right, I'm good. I'm done. I think I talked to both of y'all, RJ and Sean, on one time outside of Steven, one time outside of Jerry. Mm-hmm. Zach Martin's name comes up, and you take it all just kind of for off the record mixed with alcohol. I mean, it's a combination of both, but there's some truth to it, of course. You just kind of listen, and it's not all. I'm not saying it's not factual, but you just kind of you just take it with 5 grains of salt.
Yes. Did you hear anything last night that kind of wowed you, or nothing like too surprising?
Nothing too surprising.
Okay.
I'm not sure where, like.
And do they use
thing is interesting to me.
What is
because because it depends on who you ask. Some people just say it couldn't be more dead, but the fact that it's still out there. And people keep saying we love him. We love Zeke. Zeke's a really good runner. And then Ronald Jones now suspended for 2 games, and what's behind him. And
who's more likely to be at this training camp first, Ezekiel Elliott or Zach Martin?
Not Zach.
Okay. All right. I wanted to test that.
Yeah, I would hope so too.
I wanted to test that. I did
see a fan over here wearing a 70 Zach Martin jersey.
Well,
I haven't seen one of those out here, so
yeah. What else did you take from practice yesterday? The viral moment is Diggs and Dak
love it.
Cussing each other up and down.
You know what's good about
Dak lost his leadership reign on the Cowboys? Nick Eatman here, a fan.
You know what's great about it is that Des Bryant could do this. Des Bryant by himself would just get pissed off and take the level of practice to another, to 5 notches up. And I think that's what this team needs, and you need someone to do that. And Diggs is doing it. And I think Dak kind of started it because they were kind of going after him. You could tell in one-on-one drills early on that Diggs was still. It seemed like he was kind of limping around, kind of limited to practice. And the next thing you know, he's jawing at it with Dak, and they're going after him, and he's coming back making plays. But I'll say this: it's like when your college team or whatever, and you're like, man. This is a team on the schedule. Like, we have to win this game. You have to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. In offensive drills around the goal line, offense has to do well because it's their drill.
Yeah.
And they did. I mean, for the most part, I thought they did. I thought red zone, 2-point conversions. I mean, they were dicing it up. And one thing I love to see is just how wide everything is. It's 53 yards wide the whole time. They use every blade of grass sideline to sideline. I think that's going to be interesting.
And there was no dust up after the trash talk there?
I don't think so. I mean,
no players, nobody else came to Dak. Hey, you don't trash talk Dak.
No. In fact, watching it, I don't know if you saw it, Nick. Dak it gets cut off on the video as Dak's jogging back. Dak is messing around, and he tosses the football and hits Trayvon in the back with it. This is the norm for these two.
Yeah.
These two talk trash. Gallup was sitting down here with G-Bag yesterday, and they said, does Diggs talk a lot of trash to you guys? And he goes, no. He goes, Diggs stays quiet. He's like, the only time we hear Diggs at practice is he's talking to Dak. Yeah. And they go back and forth a ton. But, I mean, that's all the way back to Diggs' rookie year. There's multiple times every offseason where you will see them talking and jawing at each other.
Yeah, and it's not – I mean, think about it like this. Remember the Hard Knocks for a couple years ago when – was it Garrett Gilbert? Was like – Dak was kind of talking trash to him about, I didn't ask you to take any snaps. Like this is like the nicest backup quarterback ever. You know what I mean? I mean, I think the competitiveness too is with Dak and Diggs. I think it's both. I think they're both just and that's I think it's very healthy for those two.
Yeah, I think they like to juice up practice and look to To be fair, the offense was kicking the defense's ass up to that point, and it wasn't long after that Diggs came in, made that play against Kevontae Turpin on the goal line, which is something DQ brought that up with us, said, man, that was a hell of a play yesterday that he had made. I mean, they really started to lock in and make things difficult, and it ended up with, the 2-minute drill. The offense wasn't able to finish things up on the other side of the field. The guy that I'm really interested out here in the practices since the pads came on is, I don't know right now how just where things are trending, how they're going to be able to keep Jalen Brooks off the 53.
Jalen Brooks he's probably been the biggest surprise of camp. And if not for Zach Martin not being here or whatever, but Jalen Brooks, he caught 6 passes his senior year, right, or something like that. It wasn't much. It was, I think. Sorry, RJ. I think the only touchdown he scored was against Tennessee. It was probably they didn't win. I don't think they won the game, but I just don't know why they weren't using him very much. But somebody made the comparison last night. Late round pick or 7th round pick, big, huge wingspan, huge hands. Patrick Creighton.
That's the one. Everybody, that's not bad.
No, Patrick Creighton. And not the fastest, but can catch everything. Pretty strong, well built, crafty. He's been really good. And Turpin too. I like what Turpin has done as a receiver out here. And that's really big because if he's just a returner, and Deuce will probably get some of those too. I like the fact that Turpin has added another part of his game.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. This was probably your best appearance so far. Yes. Who would have thunk it after last night?
A surprise.
What was your drink of choice?
Oh, I was.
You mix
Makers.
it?
No, it was. But what I usually drink was not available there, so you just kind of change it up. So Makers and the clear liquid.
Did you see the Fonz or D.L. Hughley?
I didn't see him, but I saw the Fonz. I definitely saw the Fonz, and it was funny too because you're looking around and you're telling people okay, you're 26, you don't know anything about that. The Fonz, they're like, oh, I don't know the Fonz. The only thing there was a couple people that were like, I don't know him at all. They're like, do you ever see Waterboy?
Yeah.
He's the
Coach Clyde. Coach Clyde.
Oh yeah, him.
So. This young man here? First of all, I had no idea who he was, but he had 1942.
Okay.
Mixed with Sprite.
Okay.
Big faux pas. You can't mix that with Sprite.
No.
You can't mix that with anything.
My wife, doing her usual 5:30 spying, just texted me, going back on the Odyssey app. I just LOL'd at Ruben's 1942 and Sprite. He ghetto. So that's coming from my wife.
You can't mix
and I
that.
defended you last night. I defended you. Do what you do.
You guys are on a different level. Just because, I'm kind of tired, I'll get up at 7, and you guys are like,
all right, that's a perfect ending. I was trying to auction off my spot this morning to trade out with one of the G-Bag guys. So what price would I have had to pay you to take my spot this morning? I'm going to do this every year. I'm going to auction off my spot to trade.
We're talking money?
Money.
Yeah.
What's it have to start with? Can it be in the 3 digits?
Yes, it'd be the 3 digits.
Okay. Because Zach Wolchuk apparently. So if I gave
bucks? He would have done it for.
No. Chiafalo maybe. No, I offered Zach $350 to start, and he said no. He said we have to go north of 500. Chiafalo said he would have done it for $350. What about you?
To sit there and host
this morning?
Yeah,
this morning.
This morning after the Jerry party.
Yeah, I understand the rules.
Okay,
2:30 wake up.
Well, not for him. He can walk. He can wake up at 3:15.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, we're gonna be in the 5. It's gonna be over 5.
Over 5? Okay, and Chop. Yeah. You think they should take what number?
Oh, listen. If I was doing the afternoon, and he would just switch, it's one day. It's one day to pocket an extra
300.
I would say
I would get
$4.
RJ involved here because if you traded and you sold it to a slap like me that doesn't know how to where the mic button is, and then RJ's going to be like, now not only am I have to get up early, but I have to carry this guy. No,
right?
No, you need some of this money too.
Right. So, see that could be funny.
Yeah,
that could be funny.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing from here on out.
All right.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Nick Eatman bringing it strong. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you from DallasCowboys.com. Brett Boone on Verlander, Scherzer, and everything in the AL West. Next.
Let's get you over.
State-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Rangers beat the White Sox 2-0, and let's talk about the future of the American League West as we are joined by Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in Major League Baseball and all-around sports every week. And we were asked, hey, you still want Brett on? You guys are at Cowboys training camp, and you're talking to all the big dogs, and we're like, yeah, we're in the race. And we just got Max Scherzer. So Rangers baseball has also taken over the Metroplex, and we got to talk about it with our bi-weekly Wednesday guest. Brett, good morning. How are you looking at this division after the deadline yesterday?
Well, same way I did probably a month ago, except for I think the Rangers did really good at the break. I think they did better than anybody else. You started early with Chapman before the hoopla started and then all the chaos, but you ended up getting Max Scherzer and you got Montgomery from St. Louis. I think you got Stratton also in the bullpen, Austin Hedges to kind of bolster that catching position with Heim being down in the short term. I didn't see anything but positivity when it comes to the Rangers. I think they did as good a job as they can. You know, especially when DeGrom goes down, you know, it seems like, oh, our big boy goes down. They kept moving along. They're still at a great pace. They're leading the division by half a game. Houston was always going to be tough. I think if you didn't look at that, you weren't being a realist. You know, they've been the superior team. You know, them and probably the LA Dodgers on the National League side for the last 6 or 7 years. The Rangers this year, you know, just kind of stepping it up, and one of the great stories in baseball. You know, I couple them with Baltimore as being another great story. Cincinnati Reds in the NL Central. It's been fun to watch them. You haven't heard from them in a long time. But I think this Texas Ranger team is serious now. They bulked up. Hopefully Evalde is not out too much longer. He's had such a great year for them. But I look at that rotation, and they've gotten to the point where, you know, Houston was the team I worried about in the American League. They pitch, and they always pitch. They got a little bit better. They got an old friend back in Verlander. But this Texas team's tough, and that offense keeps rolling, still leading all of the baseball and all the major offensive categories. And it's going to be fun. They're right there with the best in the AL right now, and I think it's going to be a fun run for Ranger fans.
Brett. We know you by now, okay? That was all a nice way of dancing around saying that you think the Astros are the favorites. You did a nice job dancing. You're home the Rangers, but we don't need to sugarcoat it. Just tell us. We agree with you. You think the Astros should be the favorites.
I do. I mean, I've always thought the Astros. You know, the Astros haven't been leading that division. Texas has been leading all year. And when people ask, "What do you think?" I think the Rangers are great, and I think they are. I think they're kind of equal with the Astros now with the deadline, but they're still the Astros. You gotta prove that you're going to knock the king off the mountain, and they've been pretty much the class of that American League for 6-7 years. Doesn't mean they can't be dethroned. You know, Texas is obviously showing that they're all in by going out and making the moves they made. Yeah, Max Scherzer isn't Max Scherzer of 3 years ago, but I'll take him. I'll take him down the stretch, a guy that's proven he's been there, done that. I'll take it. Montgomery's a sneaky pickup. I mean, he's really – a few years ago with the Yankees, he was kind of disposable. And they gave him the St. Louis Cardinals. He's done nothing but well since that trade to the Cardinals. And to get him is huge. Chapman early – that was a big pickup to bolster that bullpen. They're still in the middle of the pack pitching-wise, but I think these additions are nothing but a positive thing. I've always been an Evalde fan. He's really come into his own this year. Yeah, I think he missed his second start, and they put him on the 15. But he's going to be back. Gray's been great for them all year. I have nothing but positive things to say about this Texas team. I think they're a formidable match for Houston. Yes, for me, you still got to prove that you can beat Houston, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion now. I think Texas is pretty evenly matched with that Astros. Call it not a dynasty because they only they haven't won enough to call it a dynasty. Pretty damn good, but I legitimately think Texas has a chance now to win the American League.
Brett, you mentioned that that Scherzer might not be the vintage Max Scherzer. Everything seems to be, all of his numbers seem to be like the same in terms of like his swing and miss percentage, except his slider. It's way down. He's only getting swings and misses on 34%, where his career average is around 50. Is that something that you think you could attribute to like that suspension he had from the sticky stuff and not having to use it, or is that one of the first pitches that goes as you get older?
Well, I think it's as you get older, things are going to change. You're not going to have spin rates. And in my day, we didn't even talk about spin rates. We said your slider's a little flatter than it used to be. It's almost like attributing something to bat speed. Yeah, Brett, your bat speed, you don't get to that 98 at the top of the zone like you used to when you were 25 years old. So I think instead of parsing it too much, a guy like Max, he's not going to really be grinding on the numbers, going my spin rate's off and the slider's not as effective. Maybe that's why I'm not getting swing and miss. Now all of a sudden you get into this world of in your head and mental things that are – I just think it's as time goes on, things change. We get a little bit older. We don't do things like we did when we were 25 years old. He's a big enough pro, and he's going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He'll make the adjustments he needs to make as he gets a little bit older, and youth isn't the main thing. We can always – I used to laugh. At the end of my career, a guy'd come in, and they'd always, 96, 97 – and when I was a kid, I used to laugh at that, like, bring it on. When I got a little bit older, I said, all right, I got a few tricks in my bag to cheat and get to that heater that I usually, earlier in my life, it was just, I didn't have to worry about it. I wake up, get out of bed, and, he throws 100? Great. All right, give it to me. As you get a little bit older, you got to get a little bit wiser because the body isn't what it used to be. But Max is one of those guys, I think, down the stretch, just because he's been in that race so many times, I think you're going to see as good a Max Scherzer as possible at his age. And I think he's just a huge – it's a big – we haven't talked about this. What it does to that clubhouse, too.
Yeah. Yep.
You go out and you get a Max Scherzer, whether he's at the top of his career, Max Scherzer, or a guy that's getting a little bit older – it still sends a message to the guys in the clubhouse from a mental standpoint. Those kids in there, guys that haven't been in a race before. You go out and get the top dog, maybe, the top hired gun. That shows me as a player, man, management's got our back. And I've been on some teams where management has your back, and it's a really good feeling. Doesn't mean it's a done deal. That doesn't mean you win, but that atmosphere in the clubhouse is really good when something like that happens. I've also been on teams where we get to the deadline, that deadline passes, and no moves were made, and you kind of look at each other in that room and kind of, well, it's us against the world. So the fact that the Rangers management's come in, had those players back, I think it's something that isn't talked about enough. It's a huge rush of adrenaline that goes into that clubhouse when you make big moves at the trading deadline.
Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, joining us here on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Did you have any other major takeaways from the deadline? Your brother's GM is getting murdered by all the Yankee fans. The Orioles made a move. Anything else that jumped out to you from yesterday?
Well, there was a lot of activity, and the Yankees. Yeah. Well, the Yankees are the Yankees. You're going to get that. The Dodgers are really active, but I look at who they acquired, and it really doesn't excite me. The Angels were pretty active. You didn't know the interesting teams to me where everybody knows the Rangers. They've been in first place pretty much all year. You're probably going to add. You're going to be a buyer at the trade deadline. And then there's those guys, like the St. Louis Cardinals this year, the Kansas City Royals. They're probably going to be sellers. The Chicago White Sox. But then you'd have those few teams in the middle in kind of no man's land. It was interesting to me to see what was going to happen. The Angels were the biggest surprise to me. They made a lot of moves. They went out and got Giolito first, Grichuk, Crone from the Rockies. So they're kind of going for it. They said 3 or 4 days before the deadline, Ohtani's off the table. And that told me right there, Angels are going for it, and they're kind of one of those teams in no man land. Are they going to make, they're not out of the race, but they're really not in the race. So those were interesting to me. The Rays got a little bit better. There were a lot of moves. Blue Jays upgraded their bullpen with Hicks. They got DeJong to have a little bit of insurance for Bo Bichette, who recently got hurt. Marlins were real active. Added a lot of arms to that team. And the Houston Astros, they got Graveman, who was a big trade a couple years ago from the Mariners bullpen. Now he's in the Houston bullpen to bolster that. And then Verlander, their guy that's kind of been there for their streak. He's back. So, from a mental standpoint, we talk about that Texas Rangers clubhouse having a kind of a rush of adrenaline with the moves they made. I think you're going to see the Astros with Verlander coming back, kind of the leader of that pack. They've got the same kind of rush going on. Interesting, a lot of activity. The difference is, and this is interesting to me, when I was playing, you had a deadline, it was later. But then you had the waiver wire. You could do a wink-wink handshake deal like, hey, get my guy through, I'll get your guy through. Nowadays, it's different. You got to make that decision 2 months out. And when that decision isn't made, it's final. There's no more trades till after the World Series. I think it's a good thing. It adds intrigue. It makes people 2 months out make a decision where they're not quite ready to make a decision. And I think it's good for the game. I think it's good for talk radio, for people to, fans to yell at their team and praise another. But I don't know. I think these are little things in the game that are changing as time goes on. Some I really like, some I don't. But I think I really like this. You're done now. You can't make any more trades. You either did or you didn't, and now you live with your decisions. Got 2 months left of the season, and I think this would be a fun race down to the wire.
So you had A-Rod on. What were the biggest takeaways from your sit-down with Alex on the podcast?
Well, Alex he's a bit, I've been playing against Alex forever, and Alex is Alex. I saw him at the All-Star game, and I just kind of reached out to him, wanted to get him on. Nothing. He seems like, he's enjoying life. My biggest question was what's it like now to be an owner? Take me through that owner's booth, with the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
You've been a player your whole life. Most of us as players, we never get the opportunity to own a major franchise at the highest level. And that was the most interesting thing to me is what's that like? What are you learning being an owner? What did you not know about being an owner that you thought you knew? So those were the things. We didn't really get into the X's and O's. Plenty of people ask him the same questions all the time, and I kind of wanted to have a different take about his life away from the game. We all know what he did on the field, and the things that have been covered day in and day out with Alex Rodriguez. I kind of wanted to get some other things, but he was fun. He was good.
Hey, man, thank you as always. We appreciate it, and we look forward to getting this AL West race down the stretch with you here on the show. Thank you, Brett.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
That was Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan. But first, let's go ahead.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece with no Mike Bassick at the moment. He's here. He's on the grounds, just not with us.
He's giving knuckleballs to everybody he sees.
And where are you?
I went over to the authorized personnel area only. I was just walking around.
Oh.
I have a wireless mic, so I can do whatever I want.
Okay.
We don't want him to be too loud.
Hey, RJ's getting ready to snap. He's getting ready. He's had enough.
I have.
After one day?
No, I'm getting ready to snap on Trahan. I'm getting ready to.
Oh,
WFA.
No. The other Joe Trahan.
The other Joe Trahan.
Yeah, the other Joe Trahan. He keeps coming
They're
at me
both
about
nice.
about my volume. Keeps saying, "Oh, your volume's good today. It's good today." Like it's
So he's complimenting you.
yeah, but it's
He's not picking at you.
I don't work on an everyday sliding scale of how I'm doing. Okay, that's not the world I live in. I don't judge my life based on how I did that day. I don't judge the relationship I'm in by how we are that day. I don't need
playoffs.
You live in the
you say
moment.
are overrated,
right, and I don't need Joe to
that
come
does
in
kind of
here.
make sense, actually.
I don't need Joe to come in here and say, "Oh, you were quiet today. You were quiet today." Yeah, well.
Oh, when did you just say that?
He's been complimenting him. He said, "Good job on the
When
volume."
did
You know what?
come over
It's
and make that
sarcastic
comment?
compliments. It's snide compliments.
Well, he did it last night at the party.
Yeah.
And then he said it again this morning when we had Dan Quinn.
And I was like, we had the thing closed. I'm facing the other way. Maybe it could have been Sean's laugh. You don't know it was me.
Throw me under the bus.
I will say,
Could have been Bobby. You don't know.
We did this. We did this as a test. We did go to as far as we could, and I recorded video of you doing a spot. When I came back, Sean was surprised at how easily we could pick up the audio.
You even said to hang on. Now you're lying.
No, I'm
because
not.
you even said it's not that loud.
I know. I'm saying I didn't think it was that. I said Sean was surprised at how easy we could pick it up. That's all I said.
This is all going to come to a head tomorrow with Mike McCarthy at 8 o'clock.
Oh, my gosh.
Because we're going to find out who's lying.
I'll tell him what's what, too.
We're gonna
Will you now?
We're going to find out because apparently this got up to McCarthy, and McCarthy gave us the ultimatum and the threat. So we're gonna ask him.
Pad the wall there, so put some.
It's not an
sound
issue
filler?
anymore. It's not an issue. It's more of an issue for you guys disturbing the press conferences. Apparently.
Did you see Corey yesterday? We wait for the Powerball. If you've never seen that video, it's amazing. Corey stuck his head out the tent when they were doing the walk-off, and I was really hoping he was like, "Hey, can you guys keep it down? We're trying to work over here."
I was trying to give somebody the look, but I couldn't get the eyeball attention of somebody.
Okay, so is it usually McCarthy's presser that you guys are interrupting?
It was Micah. It was Micah the day that we were talking to Sam Williams.
So we can't ask McCarthy
head to head with McCarthy.
Okay, so McCarthy will know what we're talking about with you guys if we bring it up.
We tried to be quieter.
We had a
yesterday.
Bochy interview, so we were hoping, Bochy is 50% of the conversation, so we were quiet for 50%.
Hold on. I think it was like day 2, though. They do the walk-off,
okay,
and we have the tent open, and they're over there chatting, and I think a couple of them looked over at us while we were doing our show, and Mike goes, to us, passive-aggressively, he's like, hey, it doesn't matter. They need to just walk somewhere else. And he's just going off on a rant, so maybe that helped.
If you would like them to scatter away from the area, the quickest way you can do that is if they are gathering over here, just open the tent thing and stick that wireless mic towards them, and they will go away.
Or
they
if
will
you
not
say
do that.
food.
Or conference championship. You say that, they'll scatter too.
Wow.
So we will ask
actually
Mike McCarthy what's more disruptive, you guys during the pressers or us in the morning, and we'll see what he says.
Okay.
We'll go from there.
We're peacocks. You got to let us fly. You got to let us do what we do.
Can you throw in the San Francisco 49ers?
I will. As we're talking, I just thought of this. Jerry wouldn't allow it.
Wouldn't allow what?
For even if McCarthy's upset and the players are upset, Jerry would not allow the media to be pushed away from where we're at.
Well,
he understands selling the product in July and August.
Right. That's a great point.
And Mike McCarthy doesn't care, right? I mean, he's just like football.
Right.
And I get it. That's his job.
Sure.
As a coach, that's his job.
Yeah.
The player's like, I don't care about these people. Get them away.
Right.
But Jerry's like, no. The reason that I am worth 47 figures it is because of how explosive the NFL has been covered over the last, let's say, 3 to 4 decades. So he understands
Of course
that,
he
like,
does.
he would rather put the players further away, like put them whatever hotel we're at right now. Put them further that way, away from the media if we have a sleeping issue. You know,
they were talking about running a special wire for Choppy down there. I was like, yeah, we'd all have to move. And yesterday, some Cowboys engineering, they're like, no, we could just run a cable to the other end zone and just put Choppy down there.
What is
Only
that
by
matter?
himself?
Yeah.
Only by myself.
Would you like that,
Oh.
Choppy, or do you
Even
like being
keep-
around people too much?
Yeah.
Oh,
I love being around people. I love being around people. But, you know, if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes.
You've made the adjustment. You've done well.
I have. And you know,
Problem solved.
And I'll tell Mike
I
tomorrow.
thought you sounded weak today.
I'll
McCarthy,
tell,
not me.
I'll tell McCarthy tomorrow.
Liked energy.
Listen, man, you should tell your players the same thing you tell them all the time. Block out the noise.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you guys had played with a little of this energy,
Yeah.
you wouldn't get eliminated.
Yeah, maybe you wouldn't have so many false
Or-
starts, or you would use to deal with the noise.
I thought you weren't aware of what the media was saying. Like, so that's
these are good. These are good. Write these down.
Who would have thought I would have been the
Block out
third
the
biggest
noise.
risk in this McCarthy interview?
Block out the noise, baby.
Yeah, we got to figure out where to send you tomorrow while this
Yeah,
is
are you going to
happening.
be part of this interview?
Yeah.
Okay, neat. How's that
All right,
going to go?
bros.
I mean, allegedly, I don't know. Sean just looked like maybe I won't be.
Just
So,
be
I-
professional. It'll be okay.
I'm gonna be. There's no
on,
concern
Bobby.
here. I'm not. This is not
There is a
Orlovsky.
concern.
This is
think
not
my-
Orlovsky.
I do think McCarthy's a good head coach.
I do too. I think he's fine.
That's fantastic.
No, I don't agree with Mike. I don't agree with Mike very often.
Yeah. I don't.
Why
I
do you
don't-
think so?
Well, first of all, his success in Green Bay. There's a lot of success there. I get at the end it failed. And then I don't know what he was supposed to do with that team in whatever 2020. I have my year right. They're 1-3, and Dak is doing, I guess, fine stats wise, but he's throwing horrible picks. The defense, it can't stop a soul. And then I think he went 5-6 with Andy Dalton. That's not that bad of a job with Andy Dalton. He was the real backup, right? When he had to play backwards hat dude, like I get it. Like nobody's going to win with that Denver scramble. But
Denver scramble.
when you look at that 5-6, and then he goes 12-5, 12-5,
And everyone forgets Cooper Rush last year.
Yeah,
The record
Yeah.
with Cooper Rush.
Yeah, so I look at it and go, I'm not saying he's the best coach in the NFL, but I do think he's one of the 10 best head coaches in the NFL.
What do you guys have coming up, Corey?
And today at 11:45,
Maybe you should sit in for
Pacific.
Bob.
the man who built this team, Will McClay.
Jerry?
Will McClay.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well, I mean, I think Will gets a lot of credit for finding the talent. Steven signs the talent. Jerry says it's all his. Kind of like the other day when McCarthy was like, "Yeah, I take my hat off whenever I'm on the offense, and then whenever I go to defense, I put my head coach hat on." You know?
That didn't sound
Why does
like
that
a
sound like Yogi
complimentary
Bear?
impression.
Yeah, that did
was
sound like Yogi Bear.
Oh, it's more Yogi this time.
Yeah,
All right.
Take a basket.
The first time I was good. Since then, it's been bad. But yeah, we got Will
Mark
McClay
that.
today.
You guys notice anything about our setup today?
Two of y'all are matching.
Not that. I
That's
hope.
nice.
You're all wearing hats.
You just ruined
Not
Sean's
that.
day. That's what you noticed.
I think that's nice. It's like y'all are a team.
Mike, do you notice anything?
Brad
The chair's
James
gone.
Yeah, the
I
chair.
went looking for it today. You know what? After I'm done with Trahan, I'm going to socially assassinate Brad Champ too for taking that chair.
Ooh.
I'm gonna roll today because guess what? After Friday, I have to see any of these fools for another year.
Well, you know we still depend on them for certain work things, right? And don't y'all have Brad Sham on?
Yeah, every Monday.
For now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Boy,
so
that party was rocking, huh?
That's the least enthusiastic thing I've heard since Choppy this morning.
it's fading a little bit.
It is fading.
They made it smaller. The food, the booze getting better. The food's getting worse.
Really?
I think so.
I just, once that it was packed, and I was just teasing Dawson, I was like, I'm about ready to get out of here. He goes, I'm leaving. And I'm like, wait a second. I got to ride home.
Yeah.
It was, the food was great. No booze, great
Yeah.
here. But I was just like, I don't like when I'm packed in like a sardine.
Yeah.
And so once it got where you couldn't move, I was just like,
That's
I'm
why we got
ready.
the back area, though.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to
How
leave
long
the
did
back,
you stay?
It's an uncomfortable spot.
we stayed pretty long.
It's tighter than
Like
you
till
think.
9 p.m.?
Did y'all meet Henry Winkler?
We stayed till
The fun.
9 o'clock.
We got caught up. Our guest of the night was actually shy. That's
LaBeouf?
That's who we talked
Not
with.
Shia LaBeouf.
Is it LaBeouf or LaBeouf? LaBeouf?
Shia LaBeouf?
All right, so Shy is
voiced it like
Shia is
he was in the blue shirt yesterday.
Jerry's grandson. Yeah.
Okay, so
Big Tolo.
Who do you think, Shy versus John Stephen Jones?
Right.
30 years from now, who's going to be the person running personnel for the Cowboys?
Shy's already.
I'm not. I mean,
picked the Tolo.
Shy's
right?
already in scouting.
Yeah, Shy's already in the scouting department.
Working with the team.
Jerry.
but I'm
he's
sure,
older. He's like what, almost.
I'm sure though John Stephen is going to be part of like the family business, right?
I would assume so. Yeah, I would assume they're both going to be in it the same way that Steven and Charlotte and Jerry Jr. are in it.
But in a weird way, like I don't know, Jerry Jr. and Steven have defined different roles in the organization, right?
Yeah.
I just wonder, and I don't know how Jerry, divvies out responsibilities for the family business.
Succession.
But I just wonder,
yeah.
like, 20, 30 years from now. Obviously, Jerry's 80 years old. Probably within 10 to 15 years, most likely, if you just look at normal life, he will die.
But, Michael, we have the Ted Williams science by then.
We have breaking news.
But then will it be...
Oh, really?
Oh.
Well, I
just
remember in the press conference, I think it was David Moore who's like, 20 years from now. And I'm like, he's not going to be alive 20 years from now. Like, most likely he's not. Like, most people don't live to be 100. He might, but probably not.
To.
I'm probably not going to live to be 100. Everybody in this tent probably won't live to be 100. Breaking news,
I would
we
have
all
had that
died.
chair.
Yeah. But
I'm going to turn my video off.
when Jerry is gone, is it Charlotte? Is it Steven? Is it Jerry Jr.? Like, who's going to divvy out the responsibilities of, like, a Shy and a John Steven? Because I think they both want to be in football personnel stuff.
Did your son arrive?
Yeah,
What'd
he's
you guys...
been here for a few days.
Oh, what have you guys done that's fun?
They got fruit.
Yeah, we've been going to a bunch of places that I wouldn't normally go to. We checked out Spencer McKenzie's, and then he just
What
wanted.
did you get?
Is it worth the hype?
Don't ask him.
Oh, yeah, we shouldn't be
no,
asking.
I have a good answer.
Worst
I thought it
food.
was all right. He
Yeah,
loved
so it's
it.
probably
He thought it was
5-star.
awesome.
Okay.
And
Have you eaten?
I've eaten there twice this
I love
trip.
it. It's great.
So it's that good.
Yeah, so I get the grilled fish and shrimp burrito, and I just think it's amazing.
That's what
It's
Gia
wonderful.
followed.
It's-
I got the Parmesan shrimp taco. That's like
Parmesan shrimp.
It's I think it's rated as
Parmesan
like one
shell.
of the 10 best kind of.
In the
I
country?
don't. Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I think it's.
You never been?
No.
It's
Out of all the
considered
times you've been out here, you've never
Like, for-
gone?
All y'all rave about it.
for fish
It's good.
tacos or whatever. It doesn't get much better than that.
Where else have you gone?
he wanted to do a bunch of thrift store shopping because he is still a teenager, and he's like, they got more stuff out here.
Is that a teenager thing?
Yeah, what teenager?
Oh.
When I was a teenager, I never thought, hey, Ma, let's go to the Goodwill.
Well, it's
Well, I have
different
terrible
now.
news for you.
Yeah.
Generations change, and now that's the thing. If you have a teen,
My
they like
daughter
to
loves
thrift
it,
shop.
too.
Yeah.
My sons do too.
Wow, way to go,
And-
Choppy.
But
my,
he wanted to
my
drive
teens
around.
are like, what kind of Jordan stuff can I get today? None.
And he's fancy.
Oh, yeah, because you're close to South Lake, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Says the guy who lives in Plano, though. So
Yeah, we have a lot of thrift
The
stores in
original
Plano.
South Lake. We call
Yeah.
that the
original South Lake.
and then we
OG
drove to a
South
bunch
Lake.
of different fruit stands and stuff. So he got a prickly pear. I did not ever seen
The
one
plant?
of those
He
in real
got
life.
is also his son got strawberries too, and then when was the last time you had a strawberry in your life?
It's been a long time.
Were they CA strawberries?
He will not.
The plastic farm.
He will not. But will you try a strawberry today, just for us on a video?
On air.
You don't eat strawberries?
What?
Maybe.
Why?
They're amazing.
He's a TB12 guy.
Are you
No.
allergic?
No.
You hate them?
I don't hate them. I
It's
just
the
think they're
seeds on the
bland.
outside. They freak him out.
Blueberries, blackberries,
Watermelon?
Yeah. Well, I do like watermelon.
Cantaloupe.
I can't. I don't know if I've ever had cantaloupe.
What about honeydew?
What?
I've definitely never had honeydew.
It's green.
Cantaloupe?
And it
I mean,
tastes like nothing.
grapes?
Yeah, I love grapes.
Okay.
Red or green?
I know
I don't
not.
think it matters.
No way grapefruit. No way.
I don't think I've ever tried
So,
it either.
like I
Green
just
or red
remember.
apples?
Oh, green.
Red.
Red's the best. Red's the best.
Nobody thinks red's
Yeah,
better
red.
than
That's
green.
the worst.
That's
That's the worst food indictment of them
Those
all.
are the most mealy apples in history.
So the color of apple is what's broken you on
Well,
this.
it's the taste of the green
There
one.
is a difference in taste, texture, and flavor. And flavors.
You guys want to do overtime?
Overtime.
Yeah, let's do overtime.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
You
You guys
gonna
have
go
fun
back?
with
hang
that.
out?
Oh, Ruben. I'm feeling Ruben's pain.
Ruben
I mean,
is,
It finally caught him. He couldn't stay awake today.
Ruben is Joe Namathan right now.
He's dying.
Oh, did he find
all the free
did he find a
bourbon, huh?
reporter? And he was like,
Drug
I really want to kiss you right now. I
Tomorrow
shouldn't be
we
in the
only have
Hall
a
of
2.5
Fame.
hour show.
Dude, one of y'all have a 30-minute show like today or tomorrow.
Oh,
I
that
think
was
it's like
it was. I thought it was us. It's not us. It's 2.5 hours.
Oh, what a joke.
He's having a tough time with time zones.
I can't figure it out.
I don't make the schedule, Sean.
Mike McCarthy on tomorrow for our full show, which we always have.
Corey
at
would
8
be a
a.m.
horrible baseball player, and we'd be at places like East Coast, and we'd be like,
The game's
"Where
out for
is
3
Corey?"
hours.
We'd be like sending out like police.
I gotta
officers
send it to you guys right now. I got
knocking-
to.
Okay.
It's almost 8
It's the KMC masterpiece.
All right.
or 11.
Is our show over yet?
Or 11. Next on the fan.
Always a welcome sign. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. It's a Wednesday. It's a little different vibe today because it's a walkthrough, which is closed to the public. So usually when we roll up in here for the show, there's already a line of cars waiting, even though the practice isn't going to start for like 3 hours because people want to get the best spots and everything like that. But today, there is no line of cars waiting because the walkthrough is, in fact, closed to the public.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna have to take the video out there and stream it live so that the public can see it. Is what we're going to have to do then. That's the only way the public can see it, Kevin, because it's closed to the public. I don't know if you just heard what you said.
Right.
But if the public can't see it, then how's Jerry going to get the world to see the Cowboys, you know?
You know what? I think, actually, if you were sitting in, like, the Cowboys interrogation room pretending that was a thing, I bet if Jerry was the one who was doing that and you explained it to him just like that, he'd go, "You know what, fellas, that's a good point." And he would just let you go on your way. McCarthy would be fuming, and Schottenheimer, Quinn, McClay, they would all be like, "What the crap, dude?"
Would he even say, would he like just stand up and walk out of the room and leave the door open, and then I'm just like, I get to walk out, or does he escort me out? How's that rock?
No, I think he'll go like this. He'll knock on the table. "Corey, I like the cut of your jib."
Yep.
And then you'll walk with him and y'all will have a conversation.
What's a jib?
It's like a sailing thing, right?
All right, sailors
it's like
out there.
Really short video people use on
That's
Twitter.
a GIF.
Yeah, thank you. If
That's
you're a
peanut
sailor,
butter.
please let us know what a jib is. We appreciate it.
But yeah, that just sounds like an older timey expression that he would use, right?
Mike, I know you want to ask this question. Do you know why we're here? Do you know who has gotten us here? Kevin, do you know who has gotten us here this week?
What's the reason we're here, Kevin?
I want to. I love the enthusiasm. Hopefully, we won't have any injuries to talk about today. But if we do, remember the injury report. I know how you feel, Mike.
Nobody's going to get hurt
Zip
today.
it!
They're walking.
The injury report is brought to you by Kissable Dental. Still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. Also, thank you very much to Autoflex Leasing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and On-Time Experts and Air Conditioning. But we need to talk about baseball, which has kind of been our MO to kick off these shows. I know we're at Dallas Cowboys training camp. We'll have plenty of football to talk about.
Does that mean we don't care about Cowboys training camp because we're talking baseball?
No. Put your thumbs down. We'll have Will McClay coming up at 11:45, but we need to talk about all things MLB trade deadline, and we can go across the rest of the MLB, but my question I wanted to start with is, do you think the move of the Rangers yesterday gives you any tip-off of Jonah Heim's health, or was this just a move that they were always thinking about making?
Oh, there's a tip-off. I think if Jonah Heim would have never got hurt, they wouldn't have traded for Austin Hedges. He's a great defensive catcher. He can't hit very much. And
I'm going to, if I can, Mike, I'm going to go ahead and expand that. He is a horrid offensive player. Right. I believe his WAR for the year offensively is a -1.
If you look at, that means you're really good defensively.
Yeah, and he is outstanding defensively.
Other teams wanted him, and it just shows how good he is defensively.
This year his OPS is a 467.
Is that good?
No, that's very bad. His career OPS is a 569, which, again, also very bad. Offensively, his WAR is a -1, but defensively, one of the best framers in the business. And so that's why you're making the move.
Yeah, and I'm just going to assume he's going to catch the guys that you think need the run support the least. I know that sounds weird, but if you look at it and you go, hey, we want a guy who is just great at catching and really is going to help our pitchers out the most. Garver's more of an offensive catcher. Heim is the complete package. That's why he was the starting all-star in the American League. And from what I understand with Heim, correct me if I'm wrong here, from what I was reading is they think Jonah Heim is going to be able to come back. He will never bat right-handed the rest of the year.
Interesting.
Because that is too much stress.
Atolo suggested that yesterday, actually, Mike. They were like, why not just have him never do that? So that's interesting.
So I don't know how factually correct I am on all of this, but it sounds like Jonah might be able to come back, not like next week, but when he comes back. And then I was wondering if he can only bat left-handed and he can't bat right-handed, how is he supposed to catch? How is he supposed to catch and throw?
Left-handed catcher, just like Brian Adams.
Yeah.
We never had a left-handed catcher while I was there. Never, not once. Not a left-handed shortstop. Not a left-handed second baseman. We had a left-handed pitcher, and we only had one of those.
Yeah,
never a left-handed catcher.
Second baseman. That would be very difficult.
Yeah.
I feel like.
But I will say this about the trade deadline. Obviously, the big news was Justin Verlander going back to the Houston Astros. From what I understand, the Rangers wanted him, but it didn't matter. Justin Verlander was going to the Houston Astros. He had the full no-trade clause, and he forced his way to Houston, which I totally get it. If it was the opposite, if for somehow you had a Ranger pitcher on your team that had pitched 5 years for your team, had won multiple championships, felt very connected with the team, knew the manager, knew where he was going to live for these next 2 months, you're in a tight race with that rival team, I think it'd be tough for a pitcher to go to Houston. If the Rangers had somebody who'd won 2 championships recently, is beloved, everybody has his jersey, wife knows the area, and you're like, all right, I have a choice between Texas and Houston. If Texas was been in the playoffs 5-6 years in a row and won 2 world championships, I think that player is going to go, hey, man, I don't really want to go to Houston to pitch against the team that I just was a part of and won so much. So from Verlander's perspective, I understand why he didn't want to come to Texas and forced his way to Houston.
Yeah, makes sense.
Does the trade of Jack Flaherty make a big impact for you with the Orioles? I know obviously they're not in their division, but we are to the point where you have to kind of look across the American League to see the different competitors in case you slide in the wild card, though I know the Orioles are winning their division. That was another deal as the Cardinals just shed massive amounts of players at the trade deadline, as obviously did the Mets.
Yeah, the Cardinals doing that is it's. I don't think it's that big of a deal for me, but yeah,
Okay.
man, the Orioles are good right now.
Sure.
They're getting better.
They're the best team in the American League.
But I said this, and I'll say it again. In the next 3 years, the Orioles will be World Series champions.
And that's how I see them, is that they're still building to that. They might arrive a little early,
yeah,
but they're still building to it, and they might have looked at that move as hey, this is what helps us arrive a little early. So yeah, man, it's wild, Kevin, to see what has flipped from back to top with the Rangers specifically, the Orioles, Tampa Bay, and to see other teams kind of in the minutia of it all.
You know what hasn't flipped, though? The Detroit Tigers, and this was without question the most interesting thing that happened on the trade deadline to me. But these are human beings who could be comfortable. They could have their kids in school. They could have, their home life exactly how they want it. Is the Los Angeles Dodgers traded for pitcher Eduardo Rodriguez? But the Dodgers were one of the 10 teams on his no-trade list, and so he vetoed the trade.
To stay in Detroit.
Yes, and just from again, I don't know his life at all, and these are humans, and I can understand a variety of reasons why you wouldn't want to leave, but from a competitive standpoint, that did seem fairly shocking to me that you wouldn't want to go from one of the worst teams to one of the best teams.
Maybe he can't handle the pressure. Maybe he's like, I don't want to pitch in big games. I just want to coast in Major League Baseball.
This is a serious question.
What?
Based on what you said, I'm totally serious. How often do you think people who can't handle the pressure understand that they can't handle the pressure?
Well, hold on. We had a boss once, Kevin, an editor at our newspaper that said he couldn't. You remember that?
Yes, because I yelled at him in the news.
Yeah, and then I took over. But it was I see people sometimes that are like, no, this is the life I want.
Okay.
They don't want to do. They have no other aspirations than this is easy for me to do. I can enjoy life. So and that's no problem.
I'm
that's
trying
not
to
a problem
find
at
baseball
all.
reference. The thing that doesn't make sense to me is I'm 99% sure he was on the World Series champion Boston Red Sox in 2018.
Oh.
So
fascinating. So I don't know what has led to this. It could be a family situation where you're like, hey, we've moved enough. Or, again, I don't know. I just found that to be interesting. And so when you said maybe he can't handle the pressure, I have always been curious what people know or don't know that they're not good under pressure.
I think that, when Mike talks about New York.
Yeah, he's World Series champ.
And playing up in New York, that's a different world. He always talks about how it's just a completely different place. And I think it was Beltran, when he came here, when he was traded here from the Yankees, he said, Kevin, and I think we all took it a lot differently, but remember he said, I like being in Texas as opposed to New York because it's just baseball. There's less pressure, and it's not, all the other stuff. And I think there are people that get very distracted in that moment, but they're like, what can I do about it? Until they're away from it, and then they look at it and go, wow, now there's a lot. I feel my chest is less tight. I'm less stressed and anxious about going to work every day. I think there are a lot of people that feel that.
He's pitched in 11 playoff games. He was with the Red Sox for 6 years and then became a free agent and signed with Detroit. So he's been through the battles of.
I assume it's a family thing then, right? Like that would be my guess. I don't know his family life personally.
Maybe he's gotten all the stuff he needs and he just doesn't need to pitch in another World Series. Like, I'm good.
I mean, I don't know how.
Supposedly his family's on the East Coast, right? Did you mention that?
Yeah.
And he just doesn't want to be on the West Coast for 2 months.
Yeah.
And I guess you would assume
That's
it would
tough.
be longer because, I want to go home right now. I'm tired of being on the West Coast right now. I want to be back in Texas. But for him, he must have felt like, all right, I just don't want to be on the West Coast for 2+ months. It's weird because he is a free agent at the end of the year. So even if he's like, I'm not signing with a West Coast team, just the way that we hear Ohtani will not sign with the East Coast team, then that's fine. But you would think to yourself, let me for 2.5 months here, bite the bullet, try to win another championship, get a playoff share. I know for him, I don't know how much money he's making, but it's probably pretty good money. Playoff shares is doodly squat to guys making like $10 million or more because it's like, oh, you won the championship. Here's $500,000. They're like, oh, I played a whole month of baseball. I haven't played for $500,000 for a month of baseball in forever. So that was interesting about Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're out of time.
What were you going to say? Go ahead.
No. I just was interesting to me, and I'll get into it in Baseball Nuggets, is I wonder what teams were asking from the Rangers for bullpen pieces yesterday.
Yeah. No, we will definitely dive into for as many moves as they made. I know people were still hoping for more on the bull. I'm one of those people on the bullpen front yesterday. Coming up next, we go back to football. What team do you think is ready to make a big jump and shock the NFL world? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here in The Fan.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Back to throw, Mac Jones. Here comes a little pressure. Throws down the field. Is snared out of the air by Brisker.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Could it be those very Chicago Bears? What team do you think is ready to make a big jump and shock the world? The very first one I saw was the Cleveland Browns. Maybe it's because I spend too much time with Derek Holland, I think some people are expecting the Cleveland Browns to be decently good this year, and obviously a lot of people are expecting the Detroit Lions to be good. So some of the teams that you've been able to kind of kick around in the NFL, I don't know if those are viable answers now because people think they're going to be good.
But is that necessarily the case? Because sometimes, like, everybody's like, "Oh, I'm really hyped about this," and it's just a hype train.
Sure, that happens all the time.
The Lions, I think, gained a lot of that because of reality last year, where they were 8-2 to end the season.
Yeah,
that's one of those things where you're like, okay, I can see them. They had problems, and then they grew into something. Now, was that reality because other teams didn't take them seriously down the stretch, and they surprised them? Can they carry that momentum over? There were a lot of really close games with them, and can they spread that margin of error? Because, remember the Rangers had that one season where we were great with one-run games.
Yep.
And then they couldn't win one-run games the next year. So, that's something I definitely want to see for the Lions. And for the Browns, Kevin, they for me have been. It seems like they've been a sexy pick since I was in high school, since like 98. It just seems like every year is like, all right, this is the one. And I know everybody goes, well, what about the Cowboys? Every year's your year. That's fine, but the Cowboys have won the division. That happens sometimes.
I don't know, Corey. The narrative has shifted from the 817. Oh, Homer Corey and his Lions.
Now I'm Homer Corey on the Lions. Gotcha.
That's what I'm here for. Now, Mike, I want to specifically ask this question to you. If I told you I read an article where it said the Washington Commanders will make the playoffs and the Houston Texans will be surprise playoff contenders, do you think those are stupid opinions?
I can see where Washington could. I think it's tough because Philly and Dallas, to me, are two of the three best teams in the conference. So that's going to be tough. And New York was able to sneak into the playoffs last year. So you're looking at the teams they're competing with in their division. 3 of the 4 made the playoffs last year. I think Sam Howell is getting a lot of hype because people love the Tony Romo story.
Sure.
People love the Kurt Warner story. You love he's a nobody. Brock Purdy falls into that category. Obviously, the ultimate story is Tom Brady, where you're not really wanted, you don't look like the guy, and then all of a sudden you become arguably the greatest quarterback of all time. So I think there's a lot of, they want Sam Howell to have the Cinderella story there, and then because Dan Snyder's not there anymore, it makes them more likable.
Yeah.
I have trouble with that one. I have trouble with Washington making that jump. What was the other one? Because I was okay with the other one.
The Houston Texans will be a playoff contender.
That sucks.
All right, so this is stupid, right?
Yeah, that's not good.
In that same article, it's bold predictions for the NFL from the Bleacher Report.
Is this the guy who's on crack who does this like a month ago when we did one?
I'll let you decide after this one.
Crack attack.
They said Trevor Lawrence will win the NFL MVP.
This guy knows what they're talking about.
I knew it. I knew I could get you to change about that.
I wonder this. I think that will be pretty crazy because he would have to probably win 13 games.
Yeah.
Now, they went 9-8 last year and lost some really bad games. Like, I do believe they lost to Houston. They lost to the Colts. I do think they're going to win 12 games, but I think if they win 13 or 14 games, I think he will be in consideration. Will he have the numbers? Will he jump into the numbers category that Patrick Mahomes jumps into?
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is 40-something touchdowns, 4,500 yards passing. I don't know if he's going to jump that far, but I think he easily wins that division. He's going against 3 rookies pretty much in that division. So the Houston Texan thing, what they're banking on is Indy's horrible, Tennessee's horrible, and Jacksonville was kind of fluky, and they were only 9-8 if I have their record
and
right.
Anderson and Stroud are awesome.
Yeah, well, more than Anderson or Stroud being awesome, Kevin, I think because I don't think the Colts can do it. They're weird.
Well, their owner's doing great.
Yeah, okay.
Jonathan Taylor's excited.
Oh, yeah. And that's chaos. The Texans, I think, more are going to try to, and I don't know that they can because they still have to add some talent, but I think they're hoping that DeMeco Ryans can make them a defense that gives their rookie quarterback a chance for a while, and then they can go through some of that. So that's the growing that I'm interested in down in Houston. But I think the overall better team, better coaching, better quarterback at the moment is definitely Jacksonville.
Now, this one's a little tough from the 9-7-2 teams that will come up and shock the NFL world.
Cowboys.
I'm with this person.
Would that be a shock?
No, I'm not with Mike. That's not a shock.
If they make the Super Bowl.
Okay, yes, that would be
I
a
would
shock
be
to a lot
shocked
of
by
people.
that.
Yes.
I am one of those people. You can put me on that list. Yes.
If they make it,
you can't tell me how to shock.
Okay.
Is
Man, Reggie is
he got you.
Reggie is definitely shaking his head back
will be shocked if the Dallas Cowboys make the Super Bowl. Are you force electrocuting me?
I'm trying to shock you.
Is
Mr. Shock.
From the 9-7-2.
The shocker.
The Atlanta Falcons. I'm investing in Ritter cards. Look at that schedule. The only reason I'm concerned about commenting on that is we have at least one super passionate Saints fan that every time you don't say the Saints are going to go 13-4 and win the NFC, he's like, "You're a crazy."
I think my reason for not believing in the Saints yet is like Sean Payton isn't there anymore, and that's a reality. I know they have a good defense. They have a really good defense, but I got to see. Derek Carr's had good teams around him before. It's just Derek Carr's also had to deal with the Mark Davis world that exists there. So
and that haircut.
But I kind of believe in the Falcons. Kevin, I know you keep trying to make the Lions my sons this year. The Falcons might be it, and here's why. They haven't.
Did you just change allegiances?
No, I didn't change allegiances. I haven't really picked one yet. But I think the Falcons have a coach that likes to run the football a lot and effectively, because he did it with Derrick Henry in Tennessee, and then he did it with Cordero Patterson, and then last year was just he didn't have a quarterback. I don't know anything about what Desmond Ridder will be yet. I don't have, because I think there was a good comp on him was Mariota.
Yeah.
And so you're like, okay, if he's that guy, then he's going to fumble away late game situations. But they have a running back that is great, or going to be great, and they have a scrappy defense. They just let games go late last year because they were weird with the quarterback. But you got Drake London. I'm so sorry, I cannot remember Jerry Rice at the tight end. What's his name again?
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts. They have really effective. They have effective targets for Desmond Ridder to work with. So I think this offense can be good, and I think that they can win that division, especially since the Buccaneers are having a very tight quarterback competition with Kyle Trask and Baker Mayfield.
It's not going well for either one of them. Somebody texted in, and I think this is an interesting point, and it sticks with that division, is the team that's going to be the dark horse is the team that has a rookie quarterback that comes on quicker than the rest. And that's why I immediately think about the Carolina Panthers, is that division does feel maybe more open than a lot, not all, but a lot of the divisions in football. So if Bryce Young was able to put it together quickly. Maybe Carolina can start to separate itself from the pack. But that's the interesting thing is there are a lot of rookie quarterbacks who we think will either start straight away like Young or get a lot of playing time. And then there are the people like Howell that we brought up that they're not rookies, but this kind of feels like the first time where at the beginning of the season they're like, all right, you're our guy, and Ritter, let's see what you can do. So it kind of has that rookie vibe, even though they're not technically rookies. And then I was going to throw out... Yes, Mike?
No, I'm waiting for the next one.
Okay,
This is a good list so far.
Okay. The Chicago Bears. And here's why I want to talk about the Chicago Bears.
Real quick, I think I heard Marcus Spears talk up the Bears on ESPN. I kind of had it on mute, but I think he was like, yeah, Justin Fields is going to be like an MVP candidate this year. And I'm just like, man, I just never, I don't know, who is the guy that's been hyped this much for doing so little in a 2-year NFL career?
Ooh, I'm going to have to think about that because this question is even harder to answer than you think. Because check this out. At PointsBet USA, 19% of the money bet on MVP has come in at Justin Fields. His odds...
So that's Spears? He believes this?
Yeah, his odds have dropped from 30-1 to 15-1. 15-1 is wild!
Don't we hate, not us, don't we, the majority of people, hate Lamar Jackson?
I do think a lot of people hate Lamar Jackson.
So Lamar,
I think he's better than Lamar Jackson. In the sense that I think he's a better thrower. And Mike, again, I'm going off of the college tape and what I expected there. I'm not going off of what he's done with what I thought was a lack of weapons, a lack of protection. He had very little time to pass. That team they lacked a lot of things, and they needed to build more around him. I could be completely wrong about this, but I thought he was a better passer coming out of college than Lamar Jackson. And I think he's a better passer. I think more often than not, he was afraid for his life because his offensive line stunk, and he had to take off running. And he was like, I have this ability, I have to use this ability. But I could be wrong about this. He finally has a weapon, and I think he and DJ Moore are going to be good together. But we'll see how that turns out.
Does he have better odds to win the MVP than Trevor Lawrence?
I'm going to go. I just saw his odds.
Okay.
Let me go back and check. I bet not, but I bet it's close.
I also agree with you that list is stupid. So I
just wonder. Let me ask you this right now. You have $100. You're in Vegas. You have to bet on.
I'm betting
Trevor
on
Lawrence or Justin Fields to win the MVP.
And I like Justin Fields a lot. I'm 1,000,000% betting on Trevor Lawrence because the path to divisional victory is significantly easier for him. And the Bears were 3-14 last year. Now, to all the people saying the Bears. You hit the question on the money. I will be shocked if the Bears just come up and all of a sudden they're like 11-6
over the Vikings. I just can't see them doing.
And your
that.
guys,
yeah.
Well,
okay,
your former
Lions,
team.
yeah,
I know you just ditched them or whatever. By the way, on the Raiders, somebody asked me, would I rather stay bald or have the Mark Davis haircut? 1,000,000%, I'd rather stay bald. Like if you had to keep that haircut, 1,000,000%, I would rather have no hair.
I feel like I would have a meeting with Bally's if I had that haircut, and they'd be like, "Hey,
Mike,
you're pretty good at this, but we got to do something with this crap."
Mike, what if that's the toupee or the wig that you wore? It was the Mark Davis wig.
Amazing.
Somebody said when they saw him the other day, wherever he was at, the fight, the Spencer fight. Errol Spence, sorry. And,
I thought you were just combining Spencer, Crawford, Spencer.
But I was like, they don't make hair pieces that bad. Like, that's not a...
Who's going to pick this one?
Yeah, nobody.
Who's walking in going, hey, give me that one.
All they need is Mark Davis. He's got a lot of money, keeps buying new ones.
Give me the problem child hairstyle.
Do you think that he's so rich that nobody around him will be like, that is a stupid haircut, man?
Yes, that is exactly what I think.
Or it's a bit. He lost a bet a long time ago, and he has to keep wearing it.
What were the stakes on that bet? If you lose, you have to wear the stupid haircut for 25 years.
And be the owner of the Raiders.
He probably bet on the Raiders versus Tampa.
I would take that.
The Raider-Tampa Super Bowl. Bet on that one.
What if that was it? In his will, Al Davis said that you can own the Raiders, but you have to keep that haircut.
Okay, then I would
your
do
childhood haircut.
Then I would do it, but then eventually I would see if there's a loophole where I can sell the Raiders and then just shave my head or just get a normal haircut. I guess a lot of people brought up the Raiders, but then the other one that's been popping through here a lot is the Steelers. Now the Steelers weren't bad last year at all. But they are in a division that I'm sure some people will say is the best division in football, and if not, one of the best divisions in football. I think if they won that division, I would be pretty surprised.
Did you see the video I DM'd you last night?
That was a hell of a catch.
Mike, if you haven't seen it yet, I need to show you in the break. Yeah, it's Pickens and Jerry Porter Jr. going at it in practice, and it's physical on the sideline. Pickens makes an amazing catch, and Jerry Porter Jr. is kind of just standing there like, how did he even make that? It was one of those, if they keep that type of thing going, like, they're going to be good because it's the accountability of bringing it at practice and actually working at practice. I don't know that they have a quarterback that can deliver. Maybe Mike Tomlin can get them, keep them afloat by just being a good, consistent coach.
I mean, he is a hell of a coach.
I just don't see them jumping up and winning that division. Well, I guess if the Bengals, if you're dealing with a Joe Burrow injury, then maybe that is going to be a big problem for them.
Some people are saying he got a new haircut now.
What?
Mark Davis?
We just saw him in Vegas on Saturday night. It was the same haircut.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
Oh, there is a shaved head version of him out there.
Okay, is that an old
This
version?
is from February.
All right, well, he grew it back out, and he's rocking it again. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick?
Did the Rangers do enough? Next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The 0-2, swing and a miss. Tipped into the mid of Garver. He holds on, and Andrew Heaney with his 10th strikeout. 1-2. Check swing, pitch down and in. Did he go? Yes, he did on appeal. Adam Hammery says Anderson went around, so Heaney with 11 strikeouts, a season high.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. 11 strikeouts for Heaney. Rangers win 2-0. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
In your face, Astros. I bet your guy didn't pitch that good.
Most no-hitters since 1962. The Astros at 16.
Oh.
And isn't this the fewest
hurts.
pitches in a no-hitter since 99?
He's a good pitcher.
No. I mean, Mike's been warning us for, I don't know, like 2 years how awesome Framber Valdez is.
I think he's the best left-handed starting pitcher in the game, even though the Rangers got to him the other day a lot. And he had a bad ERA in his last 5 starts, but let's not include that 6th start because that was pretty good from him yesterday. All right, so I was frustrated last night. And it was an article that came out after the trade deadline was over by, I'm probably going to say his last name wrong, but it's Will Letch of MLB.com. The 7 teams that are trade deadline winners. And I thought for sure I'd see the Texas Rangers if we're naming 7.
Yeah.
And the first team he mentions, and I know they are winners, but it says the Astros.
And yesterday we were just talking about how the Astros were frustrated because they weren't doing more.
And he starts off his first sentence by saying the Rangers probably belong on the winners list. And you can certainly argue they should be, but they probably don't feel like winners now that they have to deal with Justin Verlander again. So I totally get it. I think both teams are winners. Now, I'm wondering if they didn't want to put the Rangers as winners at the MLB trade deadline because Aroldis Chapman doesn't count because we traded a month ago for him. And then it wasn't yesterday. It was during the weekend that you got Max Scherzer. And it wasn't yesterday, but it was the day before that you got Montgomery and, help me out here, Jordan Stratton.
Chris
Stratton. Jordan Montgomery, Chris Stratton. Sorry, I'm tired.
Names are names,
but,
man.
Yeah.
What a definitive statement.
But the Rangers did a very good job. So I want to start off by being positive here, okay?
All right.
The Rangers are not on the 7 teams that won at the trade deadline. We're going to concentrate here on the Rangers and the Astros. His first team is the Astros, and he says, I didn't put the Rangers on there even though they could be. Is the Rangers got 2 quality starting pitchers. Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery will help out the Texas Rangers tremendously. We've already seen what Aroldis Chapman has done for this team. Without the Aroldis Chapman trade a month ago, the Rangers would have 3 more losses on their team and probably 3 less wins because of what Chapman has done, putting up big zeros in big-time situations that the Rangers were struggling to give the ball to younger guys and get the 0 on the board when they needed to. And then you got a catcher yesterday in Austin Hedges. He's not an offensive guy at all. He's a very good defensive guy. In fact, you just think about it. He was wanted by 4 teams yesterday, 4 contending teams, and he can't hit. And that's how good of a defensive player he is. It's kind of like nothing against Manny Ramirez, but, dude, Manny was pathetic in left field.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, guess what? We believe he's going to give up a run every game being in our outfield, but we think he's going to knock in 2.
Yeah.
So we'll take the knocking in 2 runs over giving up a run. So we're going to look at it as a positive. And so Hedges is looked at as a positive is that he's going to help out your pitching staff so much. He's going to give you some borderline calls that nothing against Mitch Garver, but the Rangers are going to assume Mitch Garver might not get. Mitch Garver's a good offensive catcher. So now they have a little bit of a yin and a yang. And then with Jonah Heim, I don't know if he's going to come back and catch this year, and the Rangers aren't sure if he is either, so they made sure to have a very good, and I don't even want to say, a great defensive catcher. So the Rangers did do a lot. I'm going to give them an A for what they did, but I can't give them the plus, and this is where I'll turn it over to you guys, is I am still concerned about the 6th and 7th inning, and somebody tweeted me yesterday and said, Mike, they're set. You got Spores, and you got Stratton, and you got Smith, and you got Chapman. And I say, to me, that's not enough. And here's how I'll explain why it's not enough.
Stratton's not been great this year.
Last night, the Rangers used 3 of those guys. So tonight, those guys are not going to be at 100%. If you are up, Dylan Cease pitches against you tonight. Let's just say he has a really good game. Your staff has a good game, and you are in the 6th inning, and you now need to go to your pen. Well, Chapman, we've seen, he's not the same on a back-to-back day. He can be good, but he's just not the same. Will Smith can do it, but if he pitches tonight, Will Smith cannot pitch tomorrow. Like, he's done. If you pitch Spores tonight, he's done tomorrow. He can't pitch tomorrow. So if you wonder why at times, why can't the Rangers go on 10-game winning streaks? Man, they've had at times like the offense rolling, and the reason is, and they've had starting pitching at one point getting close to the All-Star break, guys. The starting pitching, I believe, was averaging in the American League the most innings pitched per start in all of the American League. You can't do better than that.
Yeah.
That's first. So you are actually giving your pen the least amount of work through your starting pitchers.
And we still had all those problems.
And you still had all the issues because relievers were coming in and not being able to get 3 outs. And so then you have to use another reliever for this inning to get out of this situation. And then that reliever has to maybe start the next inning and he can't get out of the situation. And so it was the relievers kind of messing with the relievers. It wasn't the starters for the first half of the season giving the relievers too many innings. It was the relievers giving the relievers too many innings. So the reason this team struggles to go on big winning streaks is because when I have 3 close games in a row and I can maybe win those games, I kill my bullpen. And what I mean by that is now I have to turn to, all right, Jose Leclerc's now my closer tonight. John King, I know he's not on the team anymore, or Grant Anderson, or, you're turning to Spees and you're just like, hey, this is who I have. My guys need downtime now. I've had 3 really close games, and I've had to work my 3 or 4 best guys all of these games. They're down. Now, tonight, Stratton would be ready to go. And we're hoping that Stratton is a great bullpen piece.
I do hope
he has
that.
to be.
And Bochy told us he played for him. He knows him. He hopes that he's got something.
Stratton has to be as good as Will Smith. If this thing's going to work out, if the Rangers are going to hold on to this division and the Rangers are going to do damage in the playoffs, Stratton has to be the right-handed Will Smith for this team.
Go ahead, Kevin. I have a question, too.
When you said an A, and I apologize, does that include Chapman?
Yes.
Or okay.
Because I look at it and
then
go...
I get it.
I just look at it and say, Chris Young added Chapman and Stratton to the pen. He added... and I know it's a whole staff. I'm not just all Chris Young, but he does get the responsibility for this. He added Scherzer, he added Montgomery. He got a catcher in a deal where he didn't know 10 days ago that he needed to trade for a catcher.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, injuries happen, just like the Toronto Blue Jays had to trade for DeYoung the other day because they're a little bit concerned about Bichette. The report is pretty good on him, but sometimes you get to this deadline, you're like, dang, I didn't think I needed this, but let me make sure I back up. I look at this bullpen and I worry. I am concerned. Can they hold off the Astros with this bullpen? I hope they can. I'm rooting for them. This has been an unbelievable year. You're still in first place. But the Astros got the lift that they wanted and needed, and unfortunately Justin Verlander kind of forced his way there.
And people are asking, what does this mean for... Somebody brought up Dunning. I would assume for now, unless there's something wrong, Dunning stays in the rotation. But Heaney or Perez, when Evaldi comes back, do they go to the bullpen? Heaney makes more sense to me than maybe Perez does for that.
It's tough after throwing 6 shutout innings and 11 Ks. I'm wondering this. With Evaldi's elbow situation, Dane Dunning, I think, is fatiguing a little bit. We know that Heaney's looked like at times he's fatigued. I'm wondering if it's best for the Rangers. You've got to try to hold off the Astros, and you got to try to still make the playoffs and hold off all those teams just outside of the playoffs that you're 3.5, 4.5 up on. Is it best to go to a 6-man rotation? That's for a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
We're out of time for that, but people that are wondering, oh, but look at the pen. Now you'll have Heaney back there. I need somebody to pitch the 9th inning when my guys are down.
Yeah.
Remember when we did playoff baseball and like, hey, how come they're not using Alexi Ogando in this situation? How come Neftali Fleece isn't pitching? We're only down by 1 run. This is why you need 6 closers on a team. And I'm not saying 6 guys that all have 30 saves on a team. That you believe they can close out this game. In this one-run game in the 7th inning, that's a close situation. We call it a hold. That is, can you get a big 0 on the board? The 9th inning is the biggest pressure inning, but those 7th and 8th innings, when you're up by 1 and 2 runs, that's championship baseball time. Can these 8 or 9 guys that you're going to use in the pen, and yeah, you bump a starter to the pen at some point, can that guy pitch in my 7th, 8th, or 9th inning? I believe we have 4 guys that Bochy trusts. And that would be Will Smith, Aroldis Chapman, Stratton, and Spores. Those are his 4 that he trusts. The other 4 is a hope.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're at with this. I would have loved to got one more. I'm sure that Chris Young worked very hard to try to get one more guy. I don't know what the offers were and weren't out there for Rangers prospects, but there were quite a bit of relievers moved yesterday. The Rangers didn't get any of them, and that's just the concern. This is a good team. They did a good job, but this is what you have, and this is what you have to roll with. But you have to understand, if you don't understand baseball, you have to understand my bullpen guys are not fresh every day. I have to use 8 guys every about 4 days. All 8 guys will be used. And if you're winning 4 games in a row, I can't use the same guys. It's impossible. The arm doesn't work that way.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are live in Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. So let's talk with our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Also might need to discuss what the hell's that Iowa State quarterback doing. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Will McClay coming up at 11:45, but right now we have Mickey Spagnola. How are you today, good sir?
I am just fine. How about you guys?
Well, guess what? That's about to change because you're in the K-Post hot seat interview.
Well, let's go.
For K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. I did want to ask you about one thing.
Get your roof checked by choice, not by chance.
Oh, man. Whoa, I like it. Look at that.
It's one of our podcast reads, and it's just stuck in my mind.
That is fantastic. Now, I responded to somebody about this. I didn't think it was a big deal, but I know the video has made its way around. The New York Post posted it. Trayvon Diggs and Dak Prescott always talk trash to each other, right?
Yes.
So when Trayvon Diggs says, shut your BS up, we shouldn't be overly concerned, right?
No, it was great. I was glad to see some emotion out there.
I actually have a little note about that, Mickey. That started earlier. Brandon Cooks had a touchdown in the end zone,
right?
And Dak pointed and said, "Let's keep toasting, or let's keep picking on Trev. Let's keep picking on Trev. We're both burning him right now." And Trayvon Diggs got up, was walking by, and he was like, "Shut up!" And so from there on, I was paying attention to that. From there on, Diggs shut down every receiver that got a ball thrown his direction.
Well, he was getting toasted early.
Yes, he was.
So they got away with it, and then he got his chance. So the video was posted, you said?
Yeah. Just because you know how people take videos of everything at practice, and people are like, "Oh my gosh!"
Yeah, well, and they were on the sideline, and the play came that direction,
right?
And so that's where
I was standing right there,
yeah.
And I just smiled. I said, "Yeah, good."
I thought it was actually Mickey who said that.
Yeah,
right.
right.
That's probably so.
Like, oh my god,
Trayvon, he's so soft spoken, right? And it's a, and you guys probably know, it's a weird interview with him because he'll be talking. And all of a sudden, he's in the middle of a sentence, and then he stops. Like, you're not expecting him to stop at that point, right? And so, and he's so soft-spoken, you got to lean in to hear him. And to see him actually have some emotion like that, I'm going, yeah, all right, it's football. Let's go.
Yeah, when he gets on the field, he turns a little bit different.
Yeah.
That's fun to watch.
Oh, that was good.
Is it, I don't know where you fall on this. I think I've got kind of jaded by how many people have run into this problem. I understand what Ronald Jones was saying yesterday about prescription medicine and everything like that. Is it tough? I'll just tell you my spot. I unfortunately sometimes just assume, excuse. Is it tough to break away from that for players? Because a lot of people just think it's an excuse. You were probably cheating.
Yeah, and my opinion on that stuff is there's no sense in lying because somehow the truth comes out.
Yeah.
So if you want to answer something like that, just don't say anything. Okay, I got to accept this, da-da-da. But to go out of your way to lie, it will get you in trouble. So I'm thinking if a guy comes out and says that, then there's got to be some sliver of truth
to back
to
him
what
up.
he's talking about, right? And that's always been, and I think when people would give head coaches advice on answering questions, it's better to say nothing than to lie. Just talk around it, but don't come out and make something up and leave yourself hanging like that. And he seemed very sincere when he was saying it.
He did.
Right?
He did.
And it wasn't like he was searching to say, okay, how am I going to get out of this situation? And it sounds like the Cowboys knew about it was going on because a lot of times when you appeal something like that, the appeal didn't happen yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? It happened a long time ago, and that might have had something to do with him having to sign the one-year veteran exception contract where you make a little bit more than what charges on the salary cap. So the Cowboys might have known it going in.
Mickey, I don't
McKinney North Zone, Ronald Jones.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Kevin, for that part of it. I don't think we can let Micah practice in full pads because it felt like Dak couldn't even get a realistic play design. Like he couldn't. I know he never got comfortable yesterday back there, even though he had a pretty good completion percentage.
Well, I wasn't worried about Dak. I was worried about the offensive tackles that couldn't block
That's
him.
exactly the situation.
And I was sitting there going, so how do I judge this?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're trying to develop, well, let's go. You want to see what Adoga's got, and they can't block.
Yeah.
And I'm going, okay, are they bad, or is it Micah?
Greatest defense of all time coming at
So
you.
there was a play yesterday, Mike, where Michael Gallup he had him toasted on the sideline, and he was wide open. And Dak almost lost a kneecap actually on that play. It looked like, and he put it in the air, but it was 15 yards out of bounds because Micah was already there.
You got to get the ball out.
Yeah.
And you know, if your offensive tackle can't deal with him, then you got to put two guys there. But yeah, so it's hard to judge those other guys. Are they bad, or is it Micah?
Yeah.
Well, I would say my dad's not been an NFL scout for 40 or 50 years, but he's been a Cowboys fan his whole life from pretty much the start of the Dallas Cowboys. And he said to me, I'm Michael to him, but he's like, Michael, I'm telling you, I've seen Randy White, I've seen Bob Lilly, I've seen them all. This is the best defensive player the Cowboys have ever had.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well,
too.
I'm telling his versatility is what sets him apart because he can do so many different things.
At such a
like,
high
you
level.
know what Randy White was in the middle, right?
Yeah.
He's going to out-muscle you, and he's quick. But this guy is just different. You know, DeMarcus Ware going in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You know, he was awfully good coming off that edge. But Micah, you don't know where he's going to be, right? And you know, there was a couple rushes right up the middle. Now, I'm going to give Biotish a little credit. There was one play where Parsons tried to loop inside, and I don't think he saw it coming, but number 63 just stoned him, right? And I said, okay, at least Biotish saw it and knew. He had no idea Biotish was going to be there. But, yeah, he's different. And so, yeah, hard to judge. I mean, I saw Tyron Smith struggle with him.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there going, okay, is Tyron getting a little up in age? And then you got to qualify it. Well, it's Micah, right? So, yeah, he's a different cat. You know, and he was talking when he did his lengthy interview up there. He said he was talking with Stephon Gilmore about how Gilmore's coverage is going to get him 3 more sacks this year. But he also told Gilmore, you're not going to have to cover very long, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if I ever told you guys this story. Back in, it was either 90 or 91, Ike Holt, cornerback, came over to the Cowboys.
Because you used to love the Cowboys.
He loved blocking punts. Right? And he came over in the Herschel Walker trade, right? And that was at a time when Philadelphia had that front seven with Reggie White, Clyde Simmons, the defensive tackle from the University of Miami. I can't think of his name. Anyway, they were really good. So Ike's in the locker room, 90, 91, and everybody was talking about the Eagles' ability to cover their cornerbacks, how good they are. And Ike goes, well, let me show you what they do. And so he gets down in his stance, and he starts backpedaling. And he goes 1, 2, 3, gets up, puts his arms across his chest, and goes, I'm good, meaning I ain't got to do anything if I'm an Eagles because that ball is out or it's a sack, right?
They're in your face.
And that when he was talking to everybody about Gilmore, I was thinking, yeah, that was Ike. Because if you don't have to cover long, you can cover really well.
Yeah. Now, that goes that conversation we had with Chad Hennings, and I believe it was Preston Pearson.
Jerome Brown.
Yeah.
Jerome Brown, thank you very much.
Which one is the most important? And they both lend it to the other on either side of it. Have you noticed in the way the offense is working that Like it looks like that it's real of trying to get the ball out faster. Because there was some moments yesterday where Dak was moving around, and it seems like you're going to double team CD. Brandon Cooks has found a seam to get open.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's getting out faster. I think what's happening is you've got wide receivers that can get open, and you've got 3 really good wide receivers. And then if you look beyond that, the depth there might be real. Tolbert looks like he knows what he's doing.
He's having a good
got
game.
his confidence back. Turpin, really showing his speed and ability to catch the ball. And then all of a sudden, Jalen Brooks has got his hand up in the air, the 7th-round draft choice, going, hey, I'm 83. Don't forget about me. So it's a good situation they have right now at the wide receiver spot. And it showed no more than when they did the two-point conversions, right? I mean, that was amazing.
Was it
you
5
go
for
5 for 5, and only maybe 1 or 2 of them were contested. The others are wide open. And think about the quick out to Turpin. You put him, and I don't remember if he was in motion or not, but he came to the right. And he just sprints. It's like a sprint.
Yeah, he was in motion.
And who's going to run with him out there?
Yeah.
And as long as you throw an accurate pass, it's a 2-point conversion.
I know it's just practice.
Right.
And we're really early. And I know this is the Cowboys, but I think of Jalen Hurts and his power bottom that he can get 1 to 2 yards anytime he needs it.
Right.
I wonder if there's going to be a team that looks at it so analytically that goes, you know what? Obviously, we can't tell you what's going to happen before it happens. But why don't we go for 2 every time we score a touchdown? Because we believe 2 out of 3 times, let's say we score 3 touchdowns a game, we believe 2 out of 3 times we will get the 2-point conversion, which would give us an extra point per game.
Well, I think the only problem there is if you fail.
Right.
And then you're chasing that point all the entire game.
I just wonder if there'll ever be
somebody
a coach
comes
that'll
up
be
with
that aggressive.
I
going,
bet, right? Like those high school coach that says, I'm never punting. I'm going for it on every
my kind of coach.
Team that says we're never going for 2 or 2
It would scare me with
threes.
Jalen Hurts because he seems to, if it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, I just feel like just give him the first down and hold him to like 3rd and 3 so he doesn't get to just push the line.
Well, you know what? They should outlaw that BS.
Where you
the
push
pushing
the
from behind. That's not. This isn't rugby, right? This is football, and that used to be back in the day illegal.
Yeah,
you couldn't do that. Now that's how he gets all his. You know what's coming on 3rd and 1.
It's the whole Ice Bowl. When did Bart Starr get pushed a little bit to beat the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah,
right?
he really didn't get pushed.
Come on, Mickey, help us out here.
Hey, I was cheering for him to get in.
That's okay, Mickey. I've been wasting my time at night. I was watching the 1995 Week 16 Giants versus Cowboys game with Dave Brown as the quarterback for the Giants, and I swear to you, that game was fixed. Red McCombs, he made sure the Cowboys won that game. It was amazing how many calls the Cowboys got in that game, but it was fun to watch. But boy, the Cowboys were a pretty undisciplined team in 1995 to win a Super Bowl.
They were, and they were fortunate that they ended up with a home field advantage in the first round bye when somebody beat San Francisco while they were in the air flying for that Monday night game, the final game of the season against Arizona. And Sunday, San Francisco got beat, and all of a sudden was like, oh, if we win this game, it's all us. So, yeah, that team was fortunate to get to where they went, but they got in the playoffs and basically dominated. So.
Thank you so much, as always, except for that Ice Bowl comment. I appreciate the rest of it.
Mickey. That was a false start there, too, right?
You want it? Okay. So I'm watching this with my father, right? And I see how much time was left and what they were going to do. And I'm sitting there going, he's got to kick the field goal. gosh, I don't even know if I was in high school yet. And it's like, you got to kick the field goal and tie the game because if you don't get this, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
They can't lose.
Yeah.
And to me, the Packers never lost.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure. That's what it felt like.
And there they go with the quarterback sneak.
We got too many Packers-affiliated people on this station. Him, Broadus. What's going on with all
I'm a
this?
huge Steelers fan.
Yeah, what about you, Kevin? Your Steelers affinity.
That was a text I was reading. Thank you very much, Mickey.
guys.
Check out Mickey's stuff, as always, on DallasCowboys.com. Want to throw out a couple of super quick shout-outs. I know it's not a Friday, but this is a good one. Can I get a shout-out to Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler? I was having a really bad day the other day, and they made me feel better for the time they were on. And then for Jared Sandler, he has got his Sandlot charity auction. It's not the full-fledged event that we always do in December, but they're going to have a Sandlot happy hour tomorrow with a mini auction that's live right now, all the way up until tomorrow at 6:45 p.m. The happy hour is going to be at Warstick. It's free. There's foods, drinks, and all kinds of cool autograph stuff.
They are giving out 11 grants, and they did help out My Possibilities last year. They're also giving them a grant this year.
Cool.
Adrian will be there to accept the grant this year, so she's really excited about tomorrow night's thing. So it's going to be really awesome, and to be a war stick and be able to hit in the batting cages and stuff, that's dope, man.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely outstanding. And Shohei autograph stuff, all kinds of cool autograph stuff. Coming up next, maybe we'll try to argue with the Ice Bowl, too. Iconic sports moments that are probably a lie.
You're a lie.
Looking at you, Immaculate Reception.
Yep.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They are
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Bradshaw running out of the pocket, looking for somebody to throw to, fires it downfield, and there's a collision. That's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh. Harris is going. 5 seconds left on the clock. Franco Harris pulling the football. I don't even know where it came from. Fuqua was in a collision. There are people in the end zone. Where did he come from? Absolutely unbelievable. Holy moly.
Boy, is this his segment or what? He's
ball
like, all
came
these
from the
Packer
ground.
fans. He's
Nope.
like, let's play Steelers highlights coming back from the Cowboys camp.
That's not what this is going to turn into.
I wore a Chiefs hat for a joke, and you played a Steelers highlight for Cowboys.
To bring up this topic, iconic sports moments that are probably a lie. 877-881-1053, because obviously if we instituted replay the way we do now, that's an incomplete pass. They'd find the angle, and they're like, Franco Harris just picked the ball up off the ground.
They didn't have enough cameras back then.
I know. And so I was curious if there's an iconic sports moment that you think is probably a lie. I brought this up to Brandon last night. He goes, you mean like the Wilt 100-point game? And I thought, interesting. And I do still feel to this day it's weird that they wrote 100 on a sheet of paper and they're like, here you go. Do you think
you mean
that
like
could
temperatures back in the day?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wouldn't
for
there
sure.
be? I don't know. There was at least 5,000 to 10,000 people there. Wouldn't you say that those people for the Wilt would be like, I was at the game. No way did he score 100.
No, Mike, because everybody's at an iconic moment.
Yeah.
Like every time there's an iconic. Yeah, I was at the game. I was at that game.
Yeah,
They all claim they were
there's
there.
like 80,000 people that have been to the Nolan Ryan no-hitter, the 7th one anyway.
I was there for that moment. I don't know.
And so that's what is curious is it's not fun if you're like, oh, I was there. I saw him. He scored 90. It was incredible. You're like, oh, I was there at the 100-point game.
Babe Ruth's speed. Like that. The video shows us. Like he is fast. He gets around those bases like he's a rookie.
Babe Ruth, the way he ran is the way Herschel Walker ran. Like Herschel just had these like fast baby steps. You're like, how come you won't stride?
Kevin,
He was great. Herschel Walker was great.
With the Immaculate Reception, though, by the way, I remember, back when I was a kid, that I read the Mickey Mantle book. I read Willie Mays and Earl Campbell. Those were the 3 that I would always go to. But then they had a Franco Harris book and a Tony Dorsett. And so I grabbed those also. And I looked at that picture as close as I was measuring footballs and everything, trying to make sense of it all. And I still don't believe it to this day. So I just want to point it out.
From the 972, Wilt's 100 points was definitely a lie. From the 214, Babe Ruth pointing towards the fences for a home run. That is another one.
It's changed a lot over time.
That popped up on the list from USA
But it's
Today.
awesome. Like, that's the coolest story.
Sure, if we just make things up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said the 500-foot home runs, all of them, like those are all made up too.
So that was going to be for Mike. Every 500-foot home run before StatCast.
Yeah.
Because, man, you see some of these home runs, they look like they went 18 miles, and they're like, oh, that's a good one, 460.
Yeah.
And then you see, like, oh, yeah.
StatCast can be so messed up. I'll be at Ranger games, and it'll say the ball went 337 feet down the line and the guy caught it, and I'm like, it says it's 328 down the line. I don't that would mean it got out by 9 feet, yet the guy caught the ball. It doesn't. I think StatCast, it's as close as we can get to being right, but then there's weird ones where it goes down the line. You're like, that ball says, the StatCast says that ball was out by 9 feet.
And that's the thing I'm confused about, is if you saw or heard of a 480-foot home run, you're like, that's crazy. Josh Gibson holds the record at a 580-foot home run. Then then Babe Ruth 575 and Mickey Mantle 565. Is there any chance these flew out of the smaller ballparks and just bounced, and they took the tape measure out there?
As far as it bounced?
Yeah, and they were like, 575,
What's
580.
What's the story of the dude that hit one that landed in a train on the way around and it just kept going? And so they were like, yeah, I mean, it's nobody knows how long.
So
the 97 free throw attempts by Dwayne Wade.
I mean, you saw it happen,
That's fake.
but it was a lie. It should not have happened. I agree with you there.
Yeah, no, that's those are the iconic moments that I like this though, and you're trying to debunk it, and that's weird to me.
For sure, I'm trying to debunk it.
I don't like this at all.
Okay, well, you won't like this part either. Zdeno Chara has the NHL slapshot record of 108.8 miles. That's the registered record. But when Bobby Hull died, the obituary from the New York Times said he hit a slap shot at 118.3 miles.
Gosh.
So 10 miles faster than the registered NHL record, but it's in the obituary. So, man, I feel like that's a spot where if you wanted to bend the truth a little bit, you could probably, like, what is somebody going to be like? Dear editor, I am writing in concern with your obituary. Although I guess that's kind of what we're doing right now.
We're never going to do that.
Okay.
Have we seen anybody call a shot since Babe Ruth, by the way? Like, anybody call it and do
Jake
it?
Taylor in Major League, and then he bunted.
Yeah, that's a
and
movie.
Nobody was ready for that.
That's a movie, Kevin. It's not a documentary.
Okay.
That was a movie about a fictitious team.
The Tuck Rule. Yeah, because they did a 30 for 30, and even Tom Brady at the end finally admitted that it was probably a fumble.
I still to this day don't quite understand how they made that rule. Well, I mean, I guess if you're going to say it, then Dez caught it. Like even the NFL admitted that they got that wrong. They were like, look, y'all got screwed on this one. That's our bad. You know, we really screwed y'all over. Sorry about it, but better luck next year. And guess what? Hasn't been the same since.
And somebody was upset we didn't use Drew Pearson's Hail Mary as the lead-in, but that's real.
Yeah, that really happened.
So, yeah, we're just playing fictitious things. Multiple people have said Rudy was offsides. Look it up.
Oh, really?
I mean, that guy lied about
movie.
his life a lot, and he cheated a bunch of people out of a whole lot of money. And so I'd believe it
Did
if he
he write
cheated
the
again.
movie, or did somebody else?
No, I'm sure they asked him for input. He's like, oh, yeah, every player on the team went in and tossed their jersey.
So you don't like that movie? Did you like it at first?
I did. And then you found out, like, maybe he's not the best person, and that colors my... I still like the movie, but it's not, like, as inspiring to me anymore, knowing that, like, he would grow up and then steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from people.
You're a killjoy.
I said I still like the movie. What if they stole your money, Mike? Would you still like the movie?
Whose money did he steal? Joe Montana's?
Not Joe Montana's. A bunch of investors, and, like, I want to say his fake energy drink, or maybe that was his real business he tried to get going.
Was it 98? Was it 98 for Michael Jordan to win that championship when he was like, hey, I'm going to push you basically all the way underneath the basket and make this shot to win it and everything?
I was going to say the fake part was and they cover this in The Last Dance, his illness game. The hangover game.
Well, yeah. So it was food poisoning, not the flu, is what they were suggesting in that. And was he even really that sick? Dude, have you ever had food poisoning that bad though? Like, have you ever experienced, Mike, whenever you feel like I am going to die this day? But maybe he wasn't even sick. Maybe he wasn't sick at all. That's a good one right there.
Sorry, I started looking up stuff about what Rudy got in trouble for. He had to pay $400,000 in fines for allegedly defrauding a whole bunch of people. Anyways, we can move on from that. Somebody brought this up. I wanted to be on the Wade Boggs flight. So they even do, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode about this is... But Wade Boggs allegedly drank somewhere between 70 and 107 beers on a single cross-country flight.
He's about a 200-pound player, approximately. I feel like you would go into alcohol poisoning and possibly death scenarios. I don't know this, but in 6 hours, if you drank 100 beers... I just don't think that's possible.
There's no way I
And then the next day, he went 3 for 5.
Well,
like that part.
Fried chicken and hot dogs.
That part I might believe as well.
Cal Ripken's record. Is that not a lie?
What? Oh, because of the Kevin Costner thing?
Well, didn't they have the power outage that one time because he didn't...
I don't... Look, that is a conspiracy theory that I've heard about a lot, is that they supposedly had the power outage because Cal Ripken found out Kevin Costner was diddling his wife or something. I don't buy into that conspiracy theory, but if you do, which Corey sounds like he does, thinks that is a lie.
I kind of don't want to believe it.
That.
I kind of don't want to believe it, you know?
Why not? He helped save baseball.
Did he?
He did.
I thought the Home Run Kings.
I mean, sure, that was part of it.
Oh,
but
I guess
think...
the Home Run Kings being the Home Run Kings, isn't that probably a lie?
Yeah, look, a lot of things that help save baseball, if you really look at the letter of the law, are lies, but they still happened. How many beers do you think he could have drank maximum on that flight? If we don't think it's 70
36.
Okay.
How long is the flight again?
6 hours.
Yeah.
In a 6 hour flight, probably
6 an hour? You're that'd be 36. 40. I'll get up to 40.
I'll give him
without like
8 an hour.
Puking your brains out
8 an hour?
going to the hospital.
But even
that's
then,
a lot of drinking.
That's 48. We'll round it up to 50. The estimate is between 70 and 107.
Is he having any water at the time too? Because I'm just thinking about every time you drink a beer now, you got to get up and go to the restroom.
Yeah,
how are
is
you
he
doing
just
that on that
living
flight?
in the bathroom of the
how are you
plane?
doing that on that flight? That's going to be tough.
I know. Once you break the seal, it's tough to stop.
Yeah. No, he's right.
Like if you can drink, let's say you've drank 5 beers and you haven't gone to the bathroom yet, but then once you decide to pee, you're like, all right, I'm going to now go to the restroom. Now your body is open for business. Now it is every 10 minutes you feel like you have to go pee again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Mike's not wrong. That's what it's called, Kevin.
I believe
if you're
you.
at a table with your buddies and you stand up, they go, don't break the seal. And then there you are back in the bathroom 48 more times.
Wow. What an insightful segment that I didn't entirely expect. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, unless he was listening to that part, we will talk with Will McClay from the Dallas Cowboys, your Vice President of Player Personnel. Coming up next, live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
The IRS is on a mission.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Almost a year. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Talk with Will McClay about baby Noah, who is about to turn 1 year old. He is the reason that I missed training camp last year. He is also a giant baby with a giant head.
So. Oh, yeah. I see a fullback or...
Yes. Offensive lineman potential.
Yeah. We don't want to say fullback because that's a kind of an underused commodity.
But, I mean, you guys are bringing it back. I feel like the potential for in training camp.
Yes, if he can play special teams.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now we have already jumped into the conversation. We should at least introduce you, Vice President of Player Personnel for your Dallas Cowboys, Will McClay. We asked Steven this yesterday. I know the beginning of training camp can always be tough for teams across the NFL. You get worried about those tissue injuries and everything. Have you noticed an uptick in injuries at all early in camp, even minor ones, or do you feel like, no, this is about normal?
It's about normal. I think that what they do is a good job of the acclimation period of it seems to limit those soft tissue issues. For the most part, at least the volume, that's my gut without any data, because at least they're going through, and now we're not just putting on the pads and banging right away. So there is some, acclimation process to it.
At what point did you decide we got to get a Gilmore and a Cooks? Was it at the end of the season?
That was a good decision.
Did you know it going into the playoff? At what point was it you were like, I need to add this still?
Well, we go through at the end of the season, we talk about our roster. We all talk about, you're getting ready for free agency in the draft. You talk about your strengths and your weaknesses. And so those were identified as positions we would have to fill in the draft or in free agency. And so then you look for the best opportunity to do that. And when it came down to those two guys, it was in free agency. The opportunity came up, and you look at the cost, the cost of the pick, and then the value of the player. And then we added two really good players at relatively low cost from a standpoint of what we gave up. And we're seeing the benefit of them now as we add them to the team, in training camp, and we'll see it more when we get into the regular season.
Mike was talking about A.J. Hinch when he was with the Astros and how he had a very young team, but he needed some more veteran leadership. So he goes to Carlos Beltran, and he's like, I need you to come lead these guys. Did you look at Cooks and Gilmore as those types of guys that I know Diggs is a talented young player that's shown a lot of things, and I know CD is a guy that was trying to take over that receiver room, but did you look at that as a benefit of now I get to incorporate more veteran leadership?
Yeah, I think that anytime you can add good players, and the evidence is in the veteran guys, draft picks, we won't know for a while till we get out there, but we do have a young team, kind of a homegrown team, and there are draft picks that are out there playing, and they've been in the system. But when you can get quality veteran players that bring that leadership and teach young guys how to do it, we just see the benefit of it. But you got to find the right guys. Not every guy's the right guy.
One of the early players that's generated buzz is Overshone, and he felt like he was I don't know if this is the right word, potentially the most divisive of the Cowboys draft picks, because some people are like, I don't know how he fits, and other people are like, this is going to be the best pick of the draft, I guarantee you. Early on, he seems to have created some buzz in camp.
Yeah, when you have a profile for each position that fits the scheme and what they're supposed to do. So both the offensive and defensive coaching staffs are very clear about what they want. Defensively, that we play with two linebackers most of the time, all the sub stuff. So you talk about the speed and the ability to play sideline to sideline. And then, Dan and the defensive staff call it guys who hunt, guys that are willing to be physical. Overshone showed that at Texas, moved down from safety to linebacker. That skill set fits. And now we're getting an opportunity to see how quickly he can pick things up and use that skill set.
Do you think we should change the definition of a base defense? Because I feel like most of the time we don't run base defense anymore.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I was just in the room talking to the pro scouts, and we're talking about the advance, and typically we put together this presentation for the coaches, and the first one is base offense. Well, it used to be 21, where it was, the 2 backs and the 1 tight end. Typically, most of the teams' based offense now is 11, and most teams are playing some form of nickel. It's really, the sub formations are really more.
It does feel
normal.
very misleading when you call it base. You're like, what, 15, 20% of the time, maybe?
Yeah, very much so.
Would you say that Dan Quinn is doing something revolutionary, or just more willing to do something unique?
More willing to do something unique. I know that Dan does a lot, talks to basketball people, baseball, and how do you use players and value, and how do you train guys that play multiple spots. Like, had a conversation with him, like he's talking about, he spent some time with guys in the NBA about, the guy that plays the 2 guard to 3. How do you have this multi-dimensional player? How do you use them? I think the best part about what we have done and what Dan has brought and Mike has brought in the mindset is bring us good players and we'll find a way to use them. Now, that's great, for a personnel guy to say, okay, but then that means your playbook has to be really thick or whatever. But they know what they're looking for. We're looking for those traits, and then we fill them in. They're very good at saying, like some of our 3 safety package stuff. Yes. Okay, people play it different ways. Well, let's use our players to their strengths, and that's all you can look for as a personnel side with the coach. We want to find ways to get guys on the field that we spend those resources on.
What have you seen from Mozzie Smith that has impressed you the most, and what do you feel like I know it's super early, that you're like, hey, keep working on this because this is going to be different than the college level?
Yeah, the thing that's impressed the most is just how strong and square and physically dominating he can be in the A-gaps and the one-on-one stuff. We've seen a little bit of pass rush. That pass rush has to come on more. Now Mozzie has to challenge himself to stay with the pace. Hey, we're rolling. He's got to continue to improve his stamina and those sort of things. But we think we're going to get you put him and Hankins, and we've got some bodies that teams have attacked us a certain way. We think that he can help us in that area.
Ozzy has a thick neck. That's a thick neck dude right there.
He's just a thick dude.
You're going to knock him out, man.
Yeah.
So those are the real measurements. You're like,
that's a
little bit better. I was impressed, and I have to admit, a little surprised to see the progress of who we've dubbed Scooney already, because I saw him out there working on working resistance and then starting to run some short routes. Steven said he hoped he can be back in practice at the end of this week. I was concerned that this would be a longer term injury.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a longer process. We wanted to open up the package as soon as we got him. There was a little bit of injury there, so we're being smart with it and getting him through because we don't want any setbacks. We want to see what he can bring to this team, as quick as possible. So he's going through the whole rehab work, and we should see him this weekend and know what we got.
I've always been curious from your position, and we don't have to get into specific names or anything like that, but do you find yourself in a position then when player A is coming up for a contract extension or they're about to run out, and do you guys have discussions of, now I can find that player, this is a good draft for that specific position or this specific position, which makes it maybe easier, not easy, but easier to let somebody go?
That's part of our whole process at the end of the season. Like, the college scouts are out now. We're getting grades. We're starting to get ready right now to understand what the depth of the draft is. We know what free agents are coming up, and we know which guys are our free agents and where the holes may be. So we start kind of planning it out and looking at the available, talent in the draft and in free agency to kind of at least set a game plan.
And do you scout the higher-end quarterbacks? Because there's some folks with May and Williams thinking this could be a generational quarterback draft. Do you get involved in that, or are you like, well, we're set at that position?
No, we got to study the whole draft because you're never one player away. And you want to be consistent setting the board. Because we needed a tight end this year, you don't grade the tight ends higher and undervalue everybody else. You want your board to be pure. Your needs are your needs, and how you fill those, you look at them. Yeah, you don't want a window dress. Let's keep it pure.
Eric Scott Jr., first off, I love the pick. Great job on finding him. Did you know he's a great juggler also? We learned this about him this week. I don't know how you apply that.
No, I appreciate the deep research you do for the scouting profile. Did not know he was a juggler. That's not something that came up in conversation.
CeeDee Lamb, too.
Oh, yeah. CD with his hand-eye coordination, I knew. I would assume that. But Eric's a DB. You're typically, if you're a good athlete and you're a DB, it's because you can't catch.
Yeah.
So the juggling thing does take me a little bit by surprise.
So one of the guys that I'm really.
Hold on a second. I do have to tell you that hat right there. I want to tell you that it almost takes me back to Rice because I think the Rangers.
Totally.
There's some logo infringement.
Copyright issues, yeah.
And I'm an Astros guy, so I'm a bag on the Rangers.
We're also the home of the Rangers, so let's keep this.
I'm just telling you.
There's a good battle right now.
I know there is. It's an arms race. Everybody's trying to hire old pitchers.
But who's in first place right now? Is it the Astros? Are they in first place?
Who's got World Series?
No. Right now. Don't live in the past, all right? We do that here, all right? Who's in first place right now?
What, by a game?
Don't worry about that part. It's actually half a game.
It's a long baseball season. It's a long baseball season.
That's why I had to ask you today.
Okay.
It's fun for the Rangers to just be back in it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And that's what's fun. And I was wondering about Damone Clark. I think that he can have a great year this year. I love, obviously, talking about Mozzie, that I think he can open up things for Clark. What are you seeing from him where he could have an impact on this team?
It's year 2 in the system, and, he missed a large portion of last year, the beginning stages of understanding the position and what he's doing and all that stuff, and he just came in, and first thing he wanted to do was get on the field. Now he got on the field. Now he's getting the experience. What Damone is extremely fast, extremely athletic. It's starting to make sense to him now, and he can make impact plays all over the field, and he can play on all 4 downs. That's a big key too, is to not be able to play on first and second, typically run downs. Can you play in coverage, and can you help on special teams? And I think he's going to be a big piece of what we do this year.
Before we let you go, Will, I was reading a piece on Justin Jefferson and the study they did on his eyes. I don't know if you got a chance to see this or if you know about this technology, but that's fascinating to learn that the dude can move his eyes unilaterally and all these things. Is that something you guys are kind of looking at more? Does that mean anything to y'all?
Yeah, it does. We're looking at every piece of data we can get on a player to tell us, what he can and can't do. And we have some outside sources that we use to give us different information and different little, we're always trying to find that holy grail, and it's mixing all those things together, but we have some tools that help, show some of those things for us, and then, tracking a dot on a computer is different than tracking a football.
Yeah.
So, the relevance of those tests, we also, we've got a new analytics department that's continuing to help bring new things to us. So we're always trying to find tools to kind of support the gut. We're going off of the film stuff, but what other stuff can we find out to tell us who the guy is?
Like trash cans on the sideline?
Yeah.
Oh, you remember that, right?
Yeah.
When that was here. Okay, I just want to make sure. But it's tough because I still want good answers and stuff. Is early thoughts on the field about...
Such a dig. There's so much haterade in here. And the old saying is, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Sure. But would you rather us talk kindly about the Astros and talk crap about you? See, we do it the other way.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
We talk really good about Will McClay.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Early thoughts about Jalen Brooks and then potential for Peyton Hendershot to be used in the screen game.
There's a lot of different wrinkles that we are adding to the offense, and that so much of that is based off of the personnel. You can't run, a certain offense if you don't have certain people. So the guys that we have, the offense is going to do a great job of finding ways to use those guys to their strengths without changing too much of what we do. There's some unique pieces offensively that we can use. I think Jalen Brooks has done a really good job so far in camp showing that he belongs. He can play multiple spots. It's not too big for him. That's some of the things you worry about, with different guys. And at different stages, in the first couple of years is when the light turns on, and it's different for each player.
Man, that's great. I know you got to go. You got to. Our clock's
you can
up.
clearly hear that practice is about to get going or has begun.
Yeah,
and it's nice to see you guys. They can't see you guys sea walking in here. I didn't know y'all had that much rhythm.
This is a little bit of old school here with Dr. Dre.
Yes.
If you had 2 or 3 songs that are your favorite workout songs or practice songs, what are they?
My workout songs or practice songs? Well, I'm an old school hip hop head because I'm that old. So
Run DMC.
There's got to be DMX.
Oh yeah, we've heard him earlier.
Great legend.
What you really want?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about getting fired up.
He changed Jay-Z's whole career.
Any Jay-Z song and Rage Against the Machine. See, I threw you off for a loop right there.
Yes.
That gets you go. That's Kevin. That's how he gets hyped for shows.
All right,
Yeah.
I have a really sad Rage Against the Machine story I want to share with you real quick then. I was at Texas A&M. Rage Against the Machine.
Sorry to hear that.
Okay, I get it. That's fair. We threw out a lot of crap. That's fair. Rage Against the Machine was playing down in Houston, but the next morning I had back-to-back finals, and I was like, it would be irresponsible of me to go, and so I didn't go. A couple months later, all their nonsense happened at the MTV Music Awards, and then the band broke up.
Yeah,
I missed my shot to see them in concert.
I've seen him twice.
In your face. He just dunked on
I'm
you.
more jealous about that than the World
Just
Series.
letting you know.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
You've seen them in concert as many times as y'all have won World Series.
Yeah. True. How many times have y'all won the World?
Hey, don't worry about that, Will. Don't worry about that.
He brought it up. It's not on me. But I am a Ranger. Rangers are number 2.
Yeah, really sounds like
hometown
it.
blood.
Yeah, really sounds like it, man. Thank you so much for the time, Will. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Will. Knuckleballs.
Ladies and gentlemen, Will McClay right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will get back into the Rangers, much to the chagrin of Mr. McClay. The trade deadline is over, so how do you feel about this Rangers team for the final 2 months of the regular season? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The MLB trade deadline has passed. This is the team. Now, obviously, with injury returns and everything, you can see variations of it. But this is essentially the team that the Rangers will ride with for the last 2 months of the regular season. So how do we feel about this team and their prospects of playoffs, win the division, however you want to define it?
I like it. But I was wrong. I thought for sure yesterday the Rangers were going to get one more relief pitcher. Whether it was Scott Barlow. I didn't know who it was going to be, but I thought for sure. And here's what I was thinking about yesterday, and not like off topic, but just how many times you trade for a prospect over the years. Let's just look at the Rangers recently and how many of them really work out. The Rangers just traded Spencer Howard to the Yankees for cash. And the Rangers traded an all-star starting pitcher. Kyle Gibson made the all-star team. And then 2 weeks later, you traded him to the Philadelphia Phillies and got their best pitching prospect. And he never did anything for the Rangers. I mean, he pitched for the Rangers, but never did anything. We're like, yes. And look, he's our friend. But the Rangers traded borderline all-star pitcher Keone Kela to the Pittsburgh Pirates for one of their best prospect pitchers in Taylor Hearn. And Taylor Hearn, yes, he did pitch for the Rangers and had good moments, but didn't really do anything to lead to anything special. And now he's with the Kansas City Royals after moving a whole bunch of times recently. So you look at Dane Dunning. Now you traded somewhat all-star pitcher Lance Lynn. There's a little bit of COVID, but I mean, he was a guy who was like an all-star pitcher, and Dane Dunning has worked out. Dane Dunning has been a guy who's helped you right now, help you win on a winning team. But I just think of like all the times you moved players to get a Cliff Lee or to get a Cole Hamels, or like every once in a while, a guy like Kyle Hendricks works out for the Chicago Cubs that you moved along. But so many times, I think people worry about, man, I don't know, man. We moved Roby and we moved Sajasi, and like I do really like Luis Angel Acuna, but a lot of times you think that these guys are going to be something that they never end up being. So I would always rather take a guy who I know, like Scott Barlow, I know can help you in the pen right now. I know he can be this guy, or I know this person can do this. I was really hoping to get Finnegan from the Nationals. He didn't get moved. But you're like, I don't know, man. If you have to move these three guys for that one guy, but you already know what he does in the major leagues. You don't know what these guys are going to do. It's all projections, and usually your projections are way higher than what that player performs to.
I do also think, though, that like I'm looking right now, and you can dispute or debate. We can debate how valuable those guys are right now and what they can be next year. But I think Evan Carter was kind of off the table. I believe that.
He was not getting traded unless you started talking about superstar players.
But you got rid of Acuna, Sajasi, Roby, and King and Reagans. Like that's what you lost, and that's 5. That's a significant bunch of players you moved on from.
But you only one in your top 10, right? Which is good.
And good. So but you kept White, Leiter, Rocker, Walcott, Porter, Harris, Wynn, Church. And again, you can debate how valuable those guys are. Some of them, we need their value to go up a little bit soon.
Leiter.
We do need that. But if they don't get it this year, if they're good this year and they get to the playoffs and they get close, this keeps the window open a little longer since you have that. Mike, you're right. You still have prospects that you can trade next year, too, to keep the window open a little longer. You deplete the whole thing this year and it doesn't work, then that's a bit of a problem.
I like what you're saying there, Corey, and I agree with you for the most part. But I just look at this team, and it's 2025. And you're going to have to buy a whole new starting pitching staff. A whole new starting pitching staff. Like, right now, Montgomery, as far as we know, will be on another team next year. Now, if he pitches well and the Rangers like him, you can sign him to a 3 or 4 year deal. If you feel like Eovaldi has something left in the tank after next year, you can sign him to another deal. But literally in 2025,
Hopefully Dunning keeps rocking.
You have Jacob deGrom under contract in 2025. That's it.
But again, if you did it all this year and you didn't get guys that are under contract for future, like that's what you're trying to do. Three guys for a guy that you can have a long-term deal with. Then you're screwed though later because you've depleted your whole system. You can't make any more moves next year and as things go along. So they have an opportunity to buy a pitching staff in 25 and also use some of these other assets they still have and draft again to try and do that more. Now, they need to be better at one of two things. When it comes to their farm system, Kevin, and that is either what the talent is that they are drafting or developing that pitching talent whenever they do draft them. So that's something Chris Young needs. It's probably been on the back burner the entire time. He's got to fix that too.
I do think the Rangers did enough, this team as is, because this is the team you're dealing with, to make the playoffs.
That's where I am.
Do I believe they're going to hold off the Astros?
It's gonna be tough.
Astro fans, I don't even have a problem with the Astros because, I'm going to be honest, I kind of rooted for him. A.J. Hinch is a good friend of mine. He saved my career when he was a farm director for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So I really like A.J. Hinch a lot. Now, I know he's moved on to Detroit, and he's part of the cheating scandal and all that stuff. I don't dislike the Astros, but I will say the other day, man, without even saying anything negative about the Astros, the Astro Twitter world really, is really ready to jump on you, and it almost made me go, all right, screw you, Astros. Where I haven't really been a screw you, Astro type of Ranger fan.
Yeah.
So I hate saying it, and I hope I'm wrong here. At the end of 162 games, my gut is telling me the Astros are going to find a way to win this division, and the Rangers are going to find themselves as one of the 3 wild card teams. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Rangers hold on to this division, that they are one of the 2 top teams, and that they have a bye, and that you don't even have to play the 3-game series and move on. But the Rangers did enough that I think they should win 90 games. Should mean shame. But I feel like in this should, that I think that they can win 90 games, that should get you into the playoffs. Does 90 and 72 win you the division? That's tough to say. I think that you're going to have to win more than 90 games to win this division.
Late September is going to be if you're still in that spot, it's going to be a hustle. Here's one thing to go back to the beginning of this, Kevin, on that question. Mad Max's they tweeted this out about 3 minutes ago. The Rangers did. Here's his quote. Every time I take the mound, I don't care if I'm in first or last. I'm coming out there to get to pitch at 100%. I'm going to give you everything I got every single time. And that mentality, if that's the approach, and we've seen that dude's approach over his career, is very Chris Young. Like Chris Young is like, let's go. Why settle for anything? Let's just go 100%. Let's have everything we got out there. And I know that Evaldi was giving us that, but now he was hurting a little bit. I feel very good that I have a dude that has that mentality, and we've seen him be able to do it before. Whether or not he still can be at that level, different story. But we got it there. It's in house. We're not missing it right now.
And somebody asked the question. It depends on what your standard of this is. Is it realistic to hope Scherzer turns it around this season? If you're thinking he will be a quality pitcher for you,
yes,
1,000,000% I think that's doable. If you're thinking he will be like the Cy Young caliber top level, you look at the last 2 months, I don't think that's optimistic. He's kind of eased into he is about where he is for the season. What I mean by that is like the last 2 months are pretty reflective of his season as a whole. It's not like he's been terrible the last 2 months and that's what's inflated his numbers and maybe he could be awesome again. His numbers are not too far out of line in the last 2 months as they are for this whole season.
The one thing about Max Scherzer that I know, September 4th, 5th, and 6th, if he's in the series against the Houston Astros, that will not be too big of a stage for him. If you are down to, remember how great Cole Hamels was throwing the complete game to get the Rangers into the playoffs and I believe win the division in 2015, if I have my year right, which I'm pretty sure I do, is Cole Hamels said, give me the ball. I got this, guys.
Yes.
Now, can Max Scherzer go 9 innings at age 39? I think probably very rare. I went over when you traded for him on Monday. I started trying to dig into different stats, not just his slider that has not been as good this year as it was in previous years, but that third time through the lineup. To me, that was an eye-opener in that in 98 at-bats, third time through the lineup this year, he's given up 10 home runs in 98 at-bats. So 1 out of 10 at-bats is a home run. Third time through a lineup. So I do think Max Scherzer, if you look at his numbers first time, second time through the lineup, very good. So you do have to watch this. You know, Tampa Bay is a team that hates guys going third time through a lineup, and they'll just pull a guy no matter what. I do think with Max Scherzer, though, I do think Bruce Bochy and Chris Young, very smart people. They have very smart analytic people that you do have to look at that and go, hey, Max Scherzer is great. Max Scherzer was great. Max Scherzer can be great for you. Can Max Scherzer throw 7 and 8 inning starts? Numbers suggest this year you need to really watch him when the lineup turns over a third time, and you need to be very careful. If you think Max is going to get out of these situations facing the 4-hole batter for the third time because the leadoff hitter and the 3-hole hitter have gotten 2 base hits in this inning, and the guy batting second hit a line drive right to your center fielder, it might suggest we need to go to our pen quicker than you usually would think about having Max Scherzer on the mound.
If you're looking for something super small sample size, because that's the best I can do, because if I expand it out, it looks less good, is 2 out of his last 3 starts, he did go 7 innings and pitch really well.
There you go. That's
but
what
again,
he does every.
Don't ask me to expand out that sample size, and you won't like the answer. And then tomorrow, I kind of want to dive a little bit more into...
What happened in the third one? You said 2 out of the 3.
The other one was not good.
Okay.
It was not good at all.
Dang it, Kevin.
I told you, don't ask that question.
That.
I kind of want to dive a little bit further into Scherzer tomorrow and talk about how DeGrom helped get him here. I know we talked about kicking that around today. Maybe we can dive into that tomorrow, and I can tell you what his favorite movie is.
Mad Max.
Yeah.
Nope.
Makes sense.
Mad Max Revolutions.
Mad Max Headroom.
No.
Head Store. What was his
How
name?
many people know Max Headroom?
Office Space.
No, but they're movies that you like.
Orange County.
Stop just naming movies.
Kid.
Coming up next, it's time
for
Gridiron Gravy. You know
Deep
what?
Blue Sea?
This team,
I don't like
it's
Into the
not
Blue. Into
Deep
the Blue.
Sea. Although when that shark eats Samuel L. Jackson, shocking. Is you know what?
Deep Impact.
Just because of you, I'm changing this tease.
Oh, crap.
Yes.
Coming up next,
More
it's
baseball.
time for Gridiron Gravy. Do the Giants have the fastest player in the NFL? Plus Oreos.
Oh,
next on the
gross.
Fan.
Beautiful.
Are you ready for some commercial?
Hooker well protected. Wide open is high and running free. A total bust and a quick strike for the Volunteers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk about that particular individual as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Man, we're in Oxnard, and I have no clue how we're here.
Well, Mike, I'm glad that you asked that because we've been having our interviews on the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing Hot Seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Well, we've been doing those injury reports. I know you've heard them. They're by Kissable Dental because you know what? Even though you might be sad about the injury, still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. Plus, Autoflex Leasing and on-time experts, air conditioning, and plumbing. And you know who else is really great to us? Ford. And they bring us all those Cowboys guests that are built for Texas, built for you. What a fantastic lineup of people we got helping us out here. Now, let's talk about, do you want to listen to audio that I'm hoping?
Audio.
Okay. I'm hoping this works out, but the audio quality is not the best. So the question posed.
It's not the worst.
That's true. To Mike Vrabel, the Tennessee Titans head coach. How many 5-year-olds would it take to tackle Derrick Henry? That is the question that he was asked, and then he needed some specifics, and he kind of walked himself through the process of figuring it out, and we can discuss.
How many 5-year-olds would it take to tackle Derrick Henry?
I don't even know if they could. How many kids would die in the process? Do I need to give you a number? Like a legitimate number? Yeah, that'd be good. What kind of, what's the area? Is it confined space?
I think he's maybe starting to move.
Within like,
you'll create the perimeter.
Okay, so let's say he's got a 10-yard wide space. It would probably take 35. You want to try it?
35 5-year-olds to tackle Derrick Henry, and that first answer was an S-ton. Obviously, glad that we bleeped it. Are you taking Derrick Henry to break the 10-yard box against the 5-year-olds?
Absolutely.
Because they have to attack as a unit,
I don't
right?
think Vrabel quite was thinking about how small 5-year-olds actually are.
How many do you think it should be?
150.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, and if he gets a head start, if he gets a running lane, not even blockers.
Yeah,
just like give him a 5-yard head start.
Sure,
that dude's going full speed.
So if it's a deep handoff, they're screwed.
Yeah, he's going full speed at a bunch of 5-year-olds. I mean, one after another, they're getting knocked over, dude. Bowling ball.
Is that how you feel, Mike?
I don't even know if 150 is enough.
I might be wrong. My first thought was 250. Yeah, and he didn't. Dude, all he has to do is just take off running. God.
He's going to destroy those kids.
Yeah.
They're going to be severely hurt, if not dead.
I know he was joking, but he said, is somebody going to die? Which, that felt like a dark turn, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the realistic part of the situation there.
What a weird way to explain that to people. What happened to your 5-year-old? Oh, they tried to tackle Derrick Henry, and you just feel like...
Yeah, we put him in a Derrick Henry competition.
What?
He won it. It was very similar.
It's almost like the running of the Bulls.
Ticket.
Those are all adults. The Bulls don't lose until you start stabbing them with the, what are those guys called?
Matadors?
Matadors. Yeah, with the red sheet.
So if anybody ever gets hurt...
Hold on. You just said stabbing them with the Matadors.
With the red sheet.
With the red sheet. The red sheet is done...
You get the red sheet, and they go after the red sheet, and then when the Matador stabs them with the stick thing. Knife.
Is that how that always ends? I thought they just moved out of the way.
No.
Oh, no, they do kill them, yeah.
Every time?
Pop from the top until they die.
So you have to get the bull close enough, so you have the red sheet there, so they attack the red sheet and not you, and as they miss, then you take out a stabbing stick, and you stab them, and then you just keep stabbing them until eventually they die.
I'll go look it up. What weapon do matadors
I don't
use?
think, but just don't look up stab and stick, because I think that's going to take you down. I knew that happens sometimes, but not.
Yeah.
Does that mean if you ever watch this and some person gets gored by a bull, is your exact thought, well, hey, guess what, dumbass? That's why you shouldn't charge against a bull.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. The running of the bulls thing, I was seeing this video, like these zillions of people jumping up and down, they're getting ready, and I just think, you just don't have any room here. Like, when do they spread the people out so you have room to not get killed by the bull?
Yeah, it's a sword. It's a stake of 88 centimeters long, and it's a sword basically.
Sounds like a stabbing stick to me.
All right, let's go.
You don't like that?
I don't know if that is the correct. I don't know if we should call it that.
If somebody broke into your cabin and you
Stop it!
And all you have,
I know what you're doing, Corey. But if you just walk down the street, like here comes Eric Chiafalo
all
into the
right,
tent.
hold on. Let him get this headset on.
Put your
and turn
headset
it
on real quick. I hope you didn't hear part of this conversation. Make sure it's on. Let me ask you this, Eric.
Yep.
If you met somebody on the street and it was a guy and they said, "Hey, do you want to see my stabbing stick?" What would you think they were talking about?
I think they're talking about a knife.
A
weapon.
Knuckleballs.
But yeah, knuckleballs.
You know what? You can go away now. Your usefulness
But
is now
a knife
over.
is, he's thinking, because the reason I call it a stabbing stick is because a knife only has so much length.
Mm-hmm.
And a knife is probably anywhere from 4 inches to a foot long. Once you get longer than a foot, I don't know if it's a knife.
It's a sword.
Yeah. It's a sword.
Yeah.
Some people have knives, some people have swords.
All right. See, you
if
do.
you're blessed enough to have a sword, then
You
I'm happy
do
for
get what we're doing here, but you choose to work against it.
I really love. Which Ninja Turtle used stabbing sticks?
Leonardo.
Dang it! See,
You knew immediately too.
Hell yeah, I love the Ninja
Well,
Turtles.
Raphael, didn't he have like
He had the
shorter stabbing
size.
sticks?
The
Yeah, those are.
size.
He had 3 stabbing sticks on each hand.
Donatello had the best personality.
It depends on which version, but probably because Michelangelo is pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
Donatello,
He liked pizza.
Yeah,
Donatello was
he's the
tech
brains
guy,
of the
and-
operation,
yeah.
but he can be fun, like in the live-action '90s ones.
And Dawson put me in my place about Pizza Man Dan's last night.
Oh man!
I was like, "Hey, that's not bad," and he's like, "Yeah, you're from Texas with that pizza taste."
Oh man!
Yeah, well, you got to get some toppers out here, dude.
Toppers is great.
You gotta
Toppers
get the
are
toppers.
wonderful, as
Absolutely.
a matter of fact. Yeah. You're up, that Gavin.
I did tear you up pretty good on that one. I regretted it a little bit as I entered my hotel room, but I thought you took it like a champ.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
and I will stand by that.
No,
Wait, yeah.
because I'm a big Campese's guy, but I grew up on Campese's.
So did you bail on the Jerry sushi and steak and get home and eat some Pizza Man Dan's to close down the night?
I had enough appetizers, and the appetizers were great, especially the
So
tuna
good.
tacos. The
So
tuna on like a little croissant type of deal was
Yes,
great.
the little jalapeno.
I didn't get full, but I was satisfied.
Okay.
I would have loved to eaten more, but there was like a line of 7 million people at that point when they it got too crowded for
It did,
me.
yeah.
And so I was just like, as much as that food looks great, that's going to be a 15-minute line. I'm going to feel crammed to eat it. I'm like, it's a good time to go.
Yeah, let's just go to Pizza Man Dan's.
But I didn't have Pizza Man
And then
Dan's
have
last night. I've had
Gavin
it twice.
Dawson dump all over you for that decision.
Mike shows up to the room, knocks on the door, and Dawson just flips the pizza out of his hands. Like, don't bring that here.
But let's not pretend that at some point, probably a lot of points in our life, we've all substituted quality for proximity. You're
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
And
yeah.
it doesn't just have to be about food. And so you're like, hey, that's right down the street. Let's go ahead and do that.
We did it with the Wendy's that's right next door the
Yeah,
other night.
for
We-
sure.
We were going to drive 20 minutes to a different burger spot, but it's like, but Wendy's is right here.
That ramen place that's right
Yeah.
there.
Oh, Poke?
Yeah, Brandon got that last night. He thought it was amazing.
That is Broadus' favorite thing. Like, other than being at practice, he just wants to sit in that poke place and wait till he gets hungry so he can, as soon as he gets hungry, he can pounce on another poke bowl.
No
Good
time to
approach.
waste.
He's like, guys, I'm not hungry, but I'm going to go wait it out at the poke ramen place.
All right, believe it or not, I have other NFL stories if you would like to hear them.
I was just informed plural psi is still psi. So it's not
Okay, so
size,
not
it's
size.
just psi. So like moose and moose.
All right.
Meese.
So
and mice. And,
okay, it's the psi that
Mouse.
matter. Gotcha. All right. Bad news for you and your team, even though you turned your back on them this morning, is Dan Campbell said he really did go down the path of trying to get an actual lion, and that the owner was cool with it, and he thought they were good to go. But then it was the league office that for the No Fun League that shut down the lion as opposed to the owner of
It really
the Lions.
stinks.
Thanks, Roger.
Like having mascots, I guess, is fun for the kids, but what about the adults? Don't we really want to have them get to see real lions, real cardinals,
You can
real
see how that might go
jaguars,
wrong, though, right?
a real cowboy? How? He's chained up. Lion's not going to eat somebody while he's chained up.
These lions are domesticated, Hagee. I think we're good.
Okay, so they're soft?
Yeah, well, I think this is the over-lawyering that the NFL does. In college, the head coach is in charge. In the NFL, ultimately, lawyers are in charge.
Okay.
That's what we're getting right here.
I just fear
That's
the
what's robbing us
headline
of
of
a lion.
Jameer Gibbs lost a leg today when their mascot lion broke free and ran on the field or whatever.
Dan Campbell wouldn't let that happen. I think any lion in the world would see Dan Campbell giving him orders and would just say, "Yes, sir, coach. I will stay back." You know, I'm not going to go bite off
anyway.
Yeah.
Ultimately. I can see where it might be a bit of a problem if they're like, look, if you do it, then every other team's going to want to have their own, and they're like, how do we get a jet on a field? You know, we don't have enough space for that. Where are we going to find a giant?
We're going to get a dolphin.
To bring this all together,
Snowflake.
To really, circle around this whole football nugget thing we just did. I think that you should have a matador, and let's see how many animals run at the red cape over the person. Like, do you think a lion, like you put the cape out there, like, watch this dumb lion run at this, and then he doesn't run at the red cape? You're like, dang, he's smarter than a bull.
So hold on. What is the point of this?
You take a tiger, a lion, a leopard.
Oh my!
Maybe an elephant's too big because they're too big for the red sheet. But like, you got to get animals that are about the size of bulls and see how many will run at the sheet over the person.
And that's the halftime show.
Yeah.
That's gonna keep butts in seats, man.
Yeah, I'm staying. I'm waiting.
What do you care if the butts are in the seats? They pay for their tickets.
Actually, that's true. I think you want to get out of the seats and go buy stuff. Yeah, you're right. Hustling backwards.
Like, how do we know that every animal won't run at the red cape or sheet or whatever you want to call it?
Will the brown run at the sheet?
I don't know. Who is that question for?
It
Me?
sounds like,
I'm not a zoologist.
I just
didn't
came up
do
with a
this
new
research.
sport.
A new sport.
What are you gonna call it?
Which animal's smart?
Are you smarter than
A bull.
bull?
Are you smarter than a bull?
Sport ball.
A bull grader.
Okay.
I think Bill Cosby had a show like this.
Oh my gosh.
Didn't he? Are you smarter than
I think
a
it was
fourth
Jeff
grader or
Foxworthy.
something? Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah, let's go with that. That's
Fifth
better
grader. Yeah.
approach.
All right.
Kevin, what's the next story?
My next story was going to be.
We're out of time.
No, we're not.
Oh,
There's no commercials here.
The 972, by far, best segment of the week.
Okay.
See, what I love
don't
about this,
support this nonsense.
Hold on.
Don't do that.
Kevin, hold on.
Either.
What I love about this is Dawson and Chiafalo sit down and immediately know how to help us make you throw your headset.
Chiafalo's like, I don't even know what kind of reference you're making. And Dawson's like, I approve.
They're so in on the bit, and I love it.
All right. What do you think is the fastest recorded speed of an NFL player in a game?
23 miles an hour. I'll go 23.2.
25.1.
200 miles an hour.
Okay, that is too fast. I'm either proud of you or you beat us on this one. 23.2 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Oh!
Can he name the player?
Chiafalo marvels at these kind of things. I do love the speedsters. This has got to be either Raheem Mostert or Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill is correct. Now, you compare that to the fastest recorded time of a human was 27.7 miles an hour. That was Usain Bolt in the 2009 World Championships. So, 23.2 miles per hour for Tyreek Hill. Jalen Hyatt, the rookie with the Giants, he might be faster than that.
I saw a clip of him yesterday, and I thought someone sped it up. I was like, they're trying to fool us on the internet. That dude is freaking humming.
He is insanely fast.
You can't outthrow him.
He was doing an interview, and Daniel Jones walked up behind him and said, did you tell him you hit 24? And so the thought is that they have clocked him internally at practice as going 24 miles an hour. So just think, hey, what if you had a receiver that was faster than Tyreek Hill?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, the clip that I saw from practice yesterday, I have no questions.
I watched that one. It was incredible.
Who's faster. He's the fastest thing I've ever seen on a football field, if that was real.
It was incredible. I agree with the 469 from the 972. Don't encourage them. I do have a serious story real quick. Can we move into the no-joke zone for just a moment?
Fine, I'll turn my mic off.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
I'm going to go watch a walkthrough.
All right. Well, you're about...
I got you, Hagee.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate
appreciate it. You're redeemed. Is the NFL has updated their sexual assault policy to make it more expansive. Now,
I'm out.
I would I would appreciate it if the penalties were still a little bit harsher, but they included threats or coercion of violence in their catch-all of what counts as sexual assault. And so I appreciate that they're making an effort. I would argue that multiple times they've been behind the times in terms of these offenses. Like the one I always went back to is when they were talking about domestic violence. And Roger Goodell goes, we do not tolerate domestic violence. And my response was, well, of course you do. Yeah. You just have to sit out for 4 games. But you absolutely tolerate it after that. Same thing with sexual assault. Of course they tolerate it. You just have to sit out 6 games for that.
They want to make it clear that now that Daniel Snyder's no longer an owner, they will have a zero tolerance policy.
Yeah, that is a weird take. And they're like, yeah, but we fined you $40, $60 million going out the door. And I was like, cool. He's still got $6 billion. So I don't really know if you proved that point exactly how you thought you proved that point, but I know I'm raking the NFL across the coals because I still think they and a lot of other sports leagues could do better on this subject. But I appreciate them taking steps to expand out their policy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now, how about we fire up some Mike Likes It?
Okay, so you remember that slow-mo Glickstein I talked about earlier?
Yeah.
You say that a lot, though, so I have to...
Yeah, which one? Did he have the stabbing sword?
It was the guy who said the 7 best teams at the trade deadline and didn't have the Rangers as one of them and had the Astros number 1. So I go to this guy, and this isn't no slow-mo. This guy knows what he's talking about. This is the 23 best deals at the 2023 trade deadline. I'm obviously not going to go over all 23. Number 1, Rangers acquire Max Scherzer.
Love it.
For Luis Angel Acuna. So they have that as the best deal. At least this guy on MLB.com has this as the best deal for the deadline moves. And it just talks about how little they're having to pay Max Scherzer. Yes, they got Luis Angel Acuna. Good job, New York Mets. But you're literally, for Max Scherzer, you're paying him $22 million for a run at the playoffs this year and a run at the playoffs next year. So they have that as the number 1 trade of the whole deadline.
I'm inclined to agree with that because especially we did the financial breakdown. If they do it like based on percentages, he'll make a touch less than $17 million next year. And you got to feel good about that, especially with no DeGrom.
Yeah.
And I understand you lost a good prospect, but I'm fine with that.
I do think that Mike Maddox, I'm not saying how much he can help him right now immediately, but I also think Max Scherzer is smart enough to learn what he failed at so far this year. Hopefully he stops doing that and just is great and has a 2 ERA the rest of the way. But I do think that he's a hard worker. I think he's smart. I think he's going to go, man, my slider left me this year. So how can I change the rotation on my slider? How much should I really use it next year? I do think he's smart enough to come back next year and be a better pitcher overall than what he's been so far by using his brain at his age, going, all right, how do I improve with the stuff that I have now? Now, this is where it does get scary because as I go through these 23, which once again, I will not go through all 23, number 2 is the Astros acquiring Justin Verlander.
Sure, we dreaded that all day yesterday, right?
It sounds like, from what I've heard behind closed doors, the Rangers did have an offer for Justin Verlander and had a better offer than what the Astros gave, but it didn't matter because Justin Verlander, like Max Scherzer, had a full no-trade clause and was not coming to the Texas Rangers. So that's why if you're like, gosh, could the Rangers have gotten Scherzer and Verlander? From what I understand, they tried, but Verlander kind of forced his way to Houston. So the Rangers really couldn't beat. If you're like, could the Rangers have beat the Astros? Yes, from what I understand, they did. But Verlander wanted to go to one place somewhat specifically, and it was, if I'm leaving the Mets, which it sounds like you guys don't want to compete this year or next year, I want to leave, but I want to go back to the Houston Astros. And the Astros did give up their first and third best prospects in this deal. They do not have a good farm system. So for the Rangers, they were not having to give up Evan Carter and let's just say, I don't know, Jack Leiter, Owen White. They were not having to do that. That does not match what the Astros gave. These prospects would probably be the Rangers' 5th and 10th best prospects in this deal. But that's number 2. Let's get even more scary. The next best trade, the third best trade, it's the Angels. So it's Rangers, it's
Wow.
Astros, and then it's Angels. So the 3 best trades at the deadline were all made in your division, and that was Lucas Giolito and Ronaldo Lopez from the White Sox to the Angels.
And that Angels deal felt like such a big trade at the time, too, because that was right after their official announcement that they were changing focus, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're keeping Ohtani and we're going into buying mode.
So now I go to trade number 4. This does not get much better for the Texas Rangers either, because this could be your wild card opponent. The Blue Jays acquiring Jordan Hicks from the Cardinals. Jordan Hicks is the hardest thrower in all of Major League Baseball. Yes, I mean, Aroldis Chapman brings it, but on average, Jordan Hicks does throw harder, and I think Jordan Hicks could have been a great pickup for the Rangers. Obviously, the Blue Jays beat you out on that one. The Rangers were very interested, but the Blue Jays gave a better offer. But the Blue Jays are a team you do have to worry about come playoff time. If you don't win this division and you finish 4th or 5th in the wild card, there's a good chance you're facing the Toronto Blue Jays, who are going to probably be 4th, 5th, or 6th. If you look at the Baltimore Orioles, you look at the Tampa Bay Rays, and you look at the Blue Jays, 2 of those teams will definitely make it. One being the division winner, one being a wild card team. But if all 3 of those teams make it, more than likely, if you don't win this division, you are going to be facing one of those 3 teams in a wild card round. All right, number 5 doesn't get much better for the Texas
Baltimore.
Rangers. It's the Tampa Bay Rays acquiring Aaron Savali from the Guardians yesterday. So they add to their team. So if you look at the top 5 moves,
they're all people you're competing with.
All the teams you're competing against. There's not a National League team so far
We're
that
just not
made
used
a
to
move.
being there. We're just not used to being in this position.
That's true.
You're usually given away.
Because usually wouldn't this top 5 or 10 have 2 with the Rangers on the other side? And it was like getting this player.
And we're
from
like,
the
hey, we
Rangers.
won 2 in a way.
Yeah.
Number 6 is another American League team. But here's good news. It's the Texas Rangers again.
Let's go.
So the Rangers have, according to MLB.com, the best move of the trade deadline, getting Max Scherzer. Number 6, the Rangers acquiring Jordan Montgomery and Chris Stratton from the Cardinals. Obviously for John King and a couple minor league players who, hey, those minor league players are good prospects. Let's see what they do. I found this stat intriguing yesterday on MLB.com. They're having the discussion during the trade deadline. Out of all the prospects that are traded on trade deadline moves. Now, it doesn't have to be the day. Like, obviously, the Jordan Montgomery, Chris Stratton trade was on Sunday. It wasn't on Tuesday. 29% of the prospects that are traded on the trade deadline or at the trade deadline never play a single day in the major leagues. They don't even make the major leagues. And that's not including, nothing against these guys, but that's not including Taylor Hearn. That's not including Spencer Howard, right? The Rangers traded premium guys. You traded a premium reliever for Keone Kela to get Taylor Hearn. You traded an all-star starting pitcher the year he was on the all-star team in Gibson for Spencer Howard, and Spencer Howard never really helped you. If you look at, I'm not trying to take shots at these guys, but it is what it is. You traded Joey Gallo, and you got some guys. Glenn Otto's been a guy that's pitched for you, but Glenn Otto hasn't maybe changed the Rangers' perception on he's a starting pitcher or he's a closer or he's a setup guy. He's had his moments for the Texas Rangers, and obviously Ezekiel Duran has been a great guy for the Rangers to get. Josh Smith has helped you in different ways as a utility guy, but a lot of these times these prospects are like, oh my God, we traded these prospects. They end up being average guys at best.
So you're saying like the Tex trade and to get Hamilton and stuff like that's not the norm. Like that was we were pretty lucky for that to happen in that time.
Yes, if you look at, or one of the ones that everybody looks at way back in the day, Doyle Alexander getting traded from the Braves to the Tigers. It helped them make the playoffs. They gave up a guy named John Smoltz in that trade. So he becomes a Hall of Fame pitcher for the Braves, leads them to 75 division titles in a row, whatever it was. I think it was 14 in a row. I think they won 14. Can you imagine winning 14 in a row? And I think that's what they did.
What a dream.
Let's do it.
But that's where it was. So the Rangers, 1 and 6. How about this? When you keep going down the list, number 7, the Angels acquiring C.J. Cron and Randall. I forget how to say
Cunningham.
His last name. Well, yes, Randall Cunningham.
I feel like we would have heard about that.
Grychek. I might be saying his last name wrong. Usually Jared Sandler is listening and he tells me stop butchering names. But I'm sorry. I don't know too much. I'm going to be honest. I do know C.J. Cron. His brother played at TCU. I remember covering him. And but they are number 7. So the Angels have number 3 and number 7 on this list that you're going to try to hold off. Right now you're 5.5 games up on the Angels as we speak right now.
Are we going to get an NL team?
Number 8, we finally get to the National League, and it's the Cubs. Getting Jameer Candelario, and the only reason I know how to say that name is I had to do 2 games of the National, so I really studied hard on having to do national names. But yeah, so I want to stop right there. But when you look at the top 7 trades, you had Rangers twice, you had Angels twice, you had Astros in there. Out of the top 7 trades, 5 are in your division.
That is freaking wild, and I would be willing to guess that if you expanded it out, like, and threw in the Chapman deal, I know obviously that was a good bit before, that would be pretty high on this list as well. So do you think American League teams are jockeying for position a little bit more because in the National League it feels clearer that there's a favorite?
Yeah, I'm with you with that. And the Braves, they made a move yesterday. It's off the top of my head. I'm drawing a blank. But Max Fried, I mean, you think about what the Braves are. They're 30 games over 500. Their Jacob deGrom or their guy is Max Fried. That's their ace. He's missed most of the year. They're 30 games over 500, and they haven't had their ace pitch but like 4 starts for them all year. He's coming back and pitching either Friday or Saturday for the Braves. So they're actually getting back a stud.
Yeah. And they have Spencer Strider.
Right, and Strider, he was the quickest ever to 200 strikeouts. And if I'm reading this correctly,
do you know whose record he broke? His own.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I was assuming maybe Nolan Ryan.
No, I think he did it the year before, maybe perhaps.
Yeah, last year was his rookie year.
He broke his own record.
Because Michael Harris was Rookie of the Year and Spencer Strider was second. So you look at the Braves. Last year, they had the guy who won the Rookie of the Year and the guy who finished second are both on their team. And Michael Harris got off to a horrible start, but he's really taking it up a notch. I will say this. The Rangers did a good job. I don't see as all these American League teams are vying for spots because, the Rays are good. The Orioles are good. I'll repeat it. I think the Orioles are going to win a World Series in the next 3 years. That's how loaded I think they are. They are, to me, what the Atlanta Braves have been able to accomplish with Riley and Albies and Acuna and Fried and Strider and all these guys, and they've won a championship. Freeman, who was their veteran guy back in the day, who's now with the Dodgers. I think the Orioles have put themselves in a tremendous position, but do I think the Orioles are going to make the World Series this year? I don't. They have the best record in the American League. I don't think they got Jack Flaherty yesterday. That was a nice move for them if he can stay healthy, but I think that this is wide open. If the Rangers can make it and they're healthy, if they're healthy, and this is a big if right now, but if they're healthy, they do have a chance to go to the World Series. I'm not crazy about their bullpen. I am scared of their bullpen. I wish they would have added another nice right-handed bullpen piece. But this is pretty open, and that's why the Astros looked at it, and because somebody who said, why would the Astros trade for a guy they let go? They expected, they didn't know Garcia would be out for the year. They didn't know McCullers would be out for the year, and I'm drawing another blank on one other starting pitcher. But they had 3 guys go down for them that they were expecting. Yes, thank you very much. They were expecting 3 guys to be in their rotation right now, so they lost 3 guys due to injury. So it made sense for them where they're at, where they see the Rangers at, where they see the rest of the American League at. They're like, we can do this one more time. And so that's why they went out and got Verlander. The American League is wide open where, hey, anybody can play bad for a week, and the Braves can play bad for a week and be out of the playoffs. But the Braves, to me, are clearly the favorites in all of baseball, where in the American League, I just don't see a favorite. Whether it's the Rangers, the Astros, the Orioles, the Rays, the Blue Jays, the Twins will probably make the playoffs. I don't see the Twins as a major threat.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
There you go. There's Mike likes it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, it's time for the C Block with Mr. Oranges himself, Corey Majors, and...
we finally get to have our interview with Haley Sutton from DallasCowboys.com next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. And Corey, I believe today as your special guest, we have an Emmy winner with us.
Yes, it is Haley Sutton from DallasCowboys.com. Where is the Emmy? Is it like on the mantle? Do you have it in the bed? Where's the Emmy go?
Oh.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to win a couple of awards. The Emmy was actually from college. It was a best sports reporter in college for the state of Texas. So I keep that one very close to home. It sits kind of on a bookshelf so I can look at it every day and remind myself that I still got it.
What college?
The University of North Texas.
Okay.
Go Mean Green.
Go Mean Green. Yeah. So, but actually, we're all super excited. DallasCowboys.com did great this year in terms of contact. We had 16 Emmy nominations from DallasCowboys.com, including myself and Kyle Yeomans, which is my road dog. So it's exciting for both of us making this transition into our next part of our career. It's been fun.
You were, I'm assuming, RTVF then. Am I correct in this?
I actually was Mayborn. So,
okay, me too. All right.
So my undergraduate degree is actually from Texas A&M Corpus Christi. It's an exercise science degree. But it meant nothing to me because I was playing soccer and I just needed an easy, an easy degree. Fun story, actually, I started as an art major in college and I failed out of art school. I wanted to do graphic design and photography, and at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, the track is an art degree. So the first class I ever took in college was this ridiculous design class where we were drawing with charcoal and we were like having to do wood sculptures and all this stuff. And so I knew I couldn't do it. So that's why I ended up in kinesiology. But yeah, North Texas, I graduated from the Mayborn.
And you frequent the Get Right with KG and our friend Reggie, who's back in studio right now.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Reggie?
I like Reggie. We both share a love of soccer.
Okay.
So we I don't get to talk a lot of soccer with anybody here because it's not the most popular football that we have. So we do share a love of soccer. I think we have competing teams, though. I'm an Arsenal fan, and I think Reggie's a Manchester United fan. That could also be Kevin Gray. Okay, so you both are Manchester United fans. So we kind of go tit for tat a little bit back and forth.
And Reggie, then your thoughts on Haley?
She's incredible at her job, as evidenced by the Emmy, which you cannot state enough. And it's really great to follow her work. And fun to talk.
What do you think about her
likewise.
soccer rooting, though?
Yeah.
I mean, Arsenal's fun. Arsenal's a good team, except
Arsenal
when
is
it comes
like
down
the
to
Dallas
the last
Cowboys
week.
of the Premier League, I would say. Just
lot
from
of
a fan.
hype, don't win.
Yep.
I gotcha.
Yep. They get this close.
Yeah.
And then they finish in second place behind a Manchester City team that is stacked. So it is what it is. It's the cards we've been dealt.
I'm not sure. Is this your first camp?
This is my first camp, yeah. So I actually joined the team last September. It was right after Dak broke his thumb, and it was the Cooper Rush game. So Cooper Rush's first game as a starter, that Monday was my next day. So.
Okay. And the experience, has it been everything that you've thought it would be so far?
I think so, yeah. It's crazy. So I'll give you another fun story. 2 years ago, when I was living in Alabama and working at a television station in Alabama, Kyle actually reached out to me when they first reopened this position. And Kyle said, hey, they've got this position. I really want you on this team. Like, can you get your stuff together and send it to our people? So I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So here I am scrambling, trying to, put all my stuff together. And the Cowboys, for me, it's my hometown team. I grew up in Red Oak, Texas. And so,
nice.
Being from this area, this is my team. So I'm scrambling to put everything together. I knew it wasn't probably my best reel, but it was the best at what I had in the time frame I was given. So sent it in. I think I was one of the final 4 for the job 2 years ago, and then Derek, ultimately they went in a different direction. So that was kind of crushing, but then to come back a year later and have them reach out and say, hey, we want you on the team, it's been awesome. And like I said, just to be able to talk about these guys, to get to know them better as people, your mentality shifts from being, a fan to now you're really getting to know the ins and outs of the organization. So it's been good.
And speaking of, we did have to bump you last week for Sam Williams at the last second.
That's okay. That's all right.
But you told me, he gave us this wild information that he did not know that Van Der Esch had the radio in his headphone, in his helmet. And we were
Sam.
wow. And you were and when I texted you and said, hey, I appreciate it, you were like, man, Sam Williams is great. What do they have in Sam Williams? What is this guy?
I'm very biased about Sam Williams because I've covered him at every stage of his career. I got the final year whenever he was in Montgomery, so I covered him in high school as a senior. Continued to follow him at Ole Miss. in that part of his journey, and then obviously coming back here to the Cowboys. I just think he's such a special human, and you can't get enough good humans in the National Football League because everybody's good at football. We've seen the competition between all of these guys and who's competing for what, but at the end of the day, when you're a good person at your core, I think that really stands out. And for Sam, he was one of the first guys who, welcomed me into the locker room. He always gives me the time of day. The other day when they were going through team drills, he came off the field and he came up and we have a little handshake that we've been practicing, and he came up to me and did the handshake, and it's just those little moments like that stand out because we know how these guys in the football league can be. Sometimes they're a little too big time. Sometimes they don't want to talk to you. Sometimes they don't want to give you the time of day. And Sam is never like that. He is a great person at his core, and quite frankly, he's a great football player. I think he's going to take the top off of this defense this year.
But maybe too loud in interviews, and that gets us in trouble, right?
Yeah, we did get in a little bit of trouble with Brad Sham.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually all
we
of
were
us.
having just too much fun with
He's great. He is great. I cannot say enough good stuff. And he's got a tremendous story. This is a kid who's been through quite a lot personally. He's been affected by gun violence really, really deeply in his family, and he is very open and honest about how that's affected him and how he wants to use this platform to not only, elevate him and elevate himself as a football player, but also to create awareness that other things need to be done besides football.
Now, yesterday, I do believe, Mike, you're a huge fan of NBA Jam. They had the Cowboys shirts, and it had, I believe, QB1 and CD on it. Is that wrong? Am I wrong about that?
So the one that I have has Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin on it.
Okay.
I do like the Dak CD one, but I feel awkward wearing anything that has to do with our current roster.
Makes
it just
sense.
feels a little too rah-rah cheerleady.
Yeah.
But CD had the one that had him and Dak on it. So
Did he come find you and say, "Hey,
no.
I love this"? Or you
no.
definitely tracked him down?
Somebody pointed it out to me on our team, and they're like, "Oh, you have to go get a picture with CD. He's matching." So I was over here, and CD was on the jugs machine, and he was getting ready to sign autographs. So I booked it across the thing, and I was like, "CD, come take a selfie with me." So it was cool.
What do you think about that room, that wide receiver room, and how it's maybe changed a little bit? Because I know there was a time where they were, when Amari was here, they were still asking, we need more alphas to come out of that room. We need a more vocal room out of that. And CD, he grew into that role a little bit last year, but now it's changing a little more.
Yeah, I think. I wish that we could have gotten this deal done with Brandon Cooks at the trade deadline last year, because I can just envision the way that last season would have ended, and I can guarantee that it wouldn't have ended the way it did last year if he was on the roster.
Wow.
So I think bringing in a guy like Brandon Cooks, who, let's be real, he's been counted out for the last 2 seasons. The expectations aren't there. So you bring in a guy who's got a chip on his shoulder. He's got the statistics. He's got the history. You partner that with a CeeDee Lamb who has been asked to step into that wide receiver 1 role. You bring them two together, and then you see that young talent that Mike McCarthy always talks about. He continues to say, we're going to rely on the young guys, and the young guys have not disappointed. I know you kind of teed up Jalen Brooks. Jalen Brooks has been my sleeper since they drafted him in the 7th round, because he has all the makings of what you want an elite wide receiver to be. He's tall, he's physical, he's a great route runner. He's still growing into his body, and I think give him another offseason to really build and get that coordination down and work with some of these coaches that's going to fine-tune it. But, man, he has made that competition for wide receiver 4 spot really, really, really challenging.
Which is good, because we've talked about in the past, not necessarily the Cowboys at wide receiver, but we've talked a lot about people getting positions by default. And I like the idea that, hey, they are using Kevontae Turpin, in the correct fashion, but he has to compete. He has to compete with this person, compete with that person. Maybe we're going to use Hendershot out on the screens a little bit more, where he has to compete with Deuce, where he has to compete with Tony Pollard. And I like the unconventional competitions, because it hopefully shows you have a really talented team.
I agree. I think this wide receiver battle is going to be a lot more difficult than we anticipated, because the initial conversation going in was it's either Jalen Tolbert's job to win or it's Simi Fajoko's job to win.
Yeah.
And I think if you're looking at that battle, Jalen Tolbert has blown Simi out of the water, just in terms of what he's been able to do in the offseason and improve his game. But to your point, Kevontae Turpin has also had a fantastic camp, in my opinion, and he's someone who, quite frankly, I was a little bit nervous about him stepping into that role, because he'd been playing football for so long and he was tired, and we kind of pinned him as our special teams guy. But he's made it really difficult, and he's made some not only important catches, but he's made some athletic catches, I think, that have made the coaching staff kind of go we can use that.
Now, Jerry sat down with us yesterday, and Mike asked him about Zeke, and Jerry had just told us I like to stir the pot, so he was leaving that door open. I think almost 15 minutes later, McCarthy's up on the podium, and he's like, "I'm not just because we hit a bump doesn't mean we're going to change our path." And so what we know, Tony Pollard's the guy. He's going to get the explosive plays for you. What are you thinking about the rest of that room?
Yeah, I think that Ronald Jones, well, let me go back. I don't think that Ezekiel Elliott will be on this team. As much as I would love him to be, I think he's a fantastic human, one of my favorites. I just don't think that at this present moment, the need for him is enough to bypass the entire group that you have here at camp.
Wouldn't that be the kind of by default, you get the position by default kind of situation?
Yeah, and cool, maybe they find a way to make it work, and that's awesome, but I don't think he's necessarily, I don't think that that's really in the moves. Jerry likes to stir the pot, we know that.
Yeah.
But in terms of the rest of that room, I really feel for Ronald Jones because he's had such a difficult career, just being hurt by injuries, not meeting those expectations. And yeah, he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion. Yeah, he's got all this experience. But when you really look at what he's done, it definitely hasn't been the career he wants. So now you get into the situation where he thinks that I wouldn't say had it locked up, but I would say that Ronald Jones, in my opinion, was the front runner to be that running back too. And then you get hit with a suspension from the NFL over something that, he's been prescribed for medication. It's just like he can't catch a break. So I'm really glad that Mike McCarthy did stand up at the podium yesterday and say, we're not going to just hang him out to dry just because the situations happen. These are the cards that we've been dealt, so we've got to work through it. So I think that there's still a really strong chance that he ends up being that running back too. But Malik Davis looks really great, too, and you'll see Deuce Vaughn as well, the people's champion, as the fans have been calling him all week. I think you'll kind of see Deuce be a special addition, a special package that they'll build for him. So I feel for Ronald Jones. I do not think Ezekiel Elliott will be a Cowboy.
Now, with the injury to, we saw Schoonmaker out on the other field today getting closer and closer. Steven told us hopefully by the end of the week he'll be out there practicing. But I am curious. It seems like minor injuries at the time, but for rookies or new to the club players, how much does it hurt your progress when you're not able to be out there even a week?
See, what's tough about Luke Schoonmaker is this is a plantar fasciitis issue. And so it's one of those things where he's basically got two choices. You can, as the second-round draft pick, you can monitor it. You can play through it the best of your ability. You can do whatever you can to get through that plantar fasciitis and then have it fixed at the end of the season. Or you bite the bullet and you get it fixed now, and you don't play this year or until later in the season, and you come back next year and kind of, reestablish yourself. But to your point, it does hurt you, especially when you think about this fan base and how they feel about drafting. And people
and the
already
second round,
people already were not happy about the pick at that we took for Schoonmaker. So it's interesting to me, but it hurts his stock, especially that tight end room. As much as we'd like to pin Jake Ferguson as the next Dalton Schultz, Peyton Hendershot is a dude as well, Seth Green, and also the undrafted guy, John Stevens, who has came in. He's turned some heads as well. So it's definitely a tough position for Schoon to be in.
Have you had much of a chance to be around Stephon Gilmore and chat with him? What's he like? What's his personality like?
I love Steph.
Yeah?
I love Steph. He reminds me a lot of Trayvon in the sense of that he's very quiet, very reserved. He keeps to himself. But if you engage in a one-on-one conversation with him, he opens up. And Stephon was one of the first players that I kind of got to interact with this offseason, one of the newer players. And yeah, he's very funny. He's very I asked him the other day as we were coming out of dinner, because this is his first training camp too. And I said, how much better is this than where you came from before? And he said, it's not even close. He's not even close.
We were talking about that walking in, if you went to the Jags training camp.
Horrible.
Yeah.
It'd be horrible. But yeah, I think what Stephon Gilmore brings is that veteran presence. We talk a lot about the veterans versus the rookies and how the veterans are supposed to elevate the rookies and vice versa. But I think Stephon has really taken that challenge head on because this is a guy who brings a lot of experience to the table. We know what we're going to see from him from a football standpoint, but I think what's been really special is just providing that mentorship to guys like Deron Bland, even to Trayvon Diggs. You see them on the sideline when Trayvon's not in, and they're constantly communicating with one another. And I think that it's invaluable for a team like this that for the last 3 seasons, they've just been missing that one thing. And I think that the communication, the rapport, and everything that they're developing, that aspect of it will help.
Now, Kevin, since we've started this show and we were a weekend show and even through the nights, anytime we would have a girl on or a woman, there was always very, very similar.
Oh my God!
No, I don't want to hear a girl talk football.
You can only talk about women's basketball.
Yeah.
Like I can. I've actually never played basketball, so I can't talk about women's basketball.
Our fan text looks a lot different right now. This girl's fire. Haley Sutton's awesome at covering the Cowboys. She needs to be on with you guys every day. That's great stuff right there. You came on and delivered just like I knew you would. That's what that's what us Mean Green do, man. That's just how we do it.
We elevate
especially the
every room we're
Mayborn
in.
school. We were taught right, man.
Why did Reggie tell us not to have her?
Reggie
on
was
then?
like, "Hey, man, I'm not sure about her. She's suspect.
She's a get right.
You know,
Really territorial.
Check her out, and when she hops on the Get Right, maybe we'll be lucky enough to have her on again in the future."
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you guys. This
When
has
do you
been
think
so
the
much
Mean
fun.
Green will be any good at football?
I don't know because I played for the one team that has consistently been good at that school in the soccer team, so that's what I pay attention
Look, we're
to.
soccer, tennis, and liberal arts. All right, like that's what we do well. That's
And
just
broadcast
it.
journalism.
We don't even have a baseball
I am
team,
interested
Mike.
to see how the new head coach changes some stuff. I know that Seth Luttrell was kind of a mixed bag in terms of production and all of that. So I am interested to see how the move to the new conference and also a new coaching staff, how that will bode well. But if I'm honest, I haven't watched a North Texas football game in quite some time.
Yeah. Not good job, Mike. Thanks, man.
Well, I mean, you said you guys are good at everything. I'm like, you guys are pathetic
We're
at
good at
football.
journalism and liberal arts and those
I mean,
things.
they are.
Thank you very much for the time. We're the KNC Masterpiece, always going out on a high with these interviews. Coming up next, Power Ranking, the MLB Power Rankings. Plus, what will Jordan Montgomery bring to the Rangers? All of that next, live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
Did we already go over this, Kevin? Late September, from September 11th, they have the A's,
Don't forget,
Kansas City. Then they got to go to Baltimore, Baltimore at home, but then they got Kansas City again. That's 9 games there against,
They'll probably go 8-1
terrible
in those
teams
games.
late in the season when we're trying, and then you're gonna have to deal with that late in the season.
You just have to hope the Royals and A's have these phenoms that they call them just for the end of the season.
And to your point, you're at Toronto for 4, at Cleveland. Cleveland's not a very good team, but they're not horrible. Boston's a pretty good team at home. Seattle's okay. At Angels, they'll be maybe fighting for their lives, or maybe they're out of it. And then at Seattle, who will probably be out of it by then. But you don't have Kansas City and Oakland at the end of the year.
Yeah, and that's where the ground probably gets made up. In that September 11 time, I would be a little kind of timid about what's going on there.
You have 6 left against the Athletics. You need to go 6-0.
Yeah,
you don't lose any more. You've already lost enough to the Athletics, and I think you've lost 2 games to them. That's already enough.
And they continue to outpace the worst record of all time. Like, that's where they're sitting right now. Yeah. Now, we talked a whole lot, especially we had that awesome roundtable over the weekend on Saturday. We got to talk about the Scherzer move. I wanted to talk a little bit more in depth about Jordan Montgomery and what he's going to bring to the team. So I was looking at a couple of different things. When Montgomery is ahead in the count, hitters hit just 188 off of him. Now, I know your initial thought would be, well, sure, they should have a bad batting average when you're ahead of them in the count.
That's great.
I think we should get ahead in the count then.
Yes. I mean, I would agree. I'm guessing, Mike, as a starting pitcher, you don't ever go out there and go, hey, why don't you fall behind in the count?
I can throw 9 out of 10 pitches. I can throw strikes. Not today, but when I was pitching. The problem is if you throw it down the middle,
they'll crush it.
They'll crush it. So it's one thing to be like, hey, I'm throwing strikes. Well, okay, they're crappy strikes. Can you throw better strikes?
In 188 would be the lowest on the team for their starting pitchers, is because Martin Perez, interestingly enough, is the next lowest at 200. But Evaldi, 230. John Gray, 253. If you want to work on something for John Gray, that's a big spot.
Away hitters.
Yes, that's a big spot. But I think that's encouraging, is when you get ahead in the count, Montgomery now has the lowest batting average against on the team. The other thing he has is the lowest walk percentage, which makes sense, right? So he's pretty consistently getting ahead in the count. His walk percentage is 7, which is the lowest of any Texas starting pitcher. So good thing. He doesn't walk a lot of people, and when he gets ahead in the account, he takes care of what he needs to.
Walks have been killing us, man.
For sure.
And the Rangers traded for the best left-handed starting pitcher on the market. Yeah, Framber Valdez is better. Shane McClanahan is better. There's better left-handed starting pitchers.
They weren't available.
Right. So you got the best left-handed starting pitcher on the market. Max Scherzer was one of the best right-handed starting pitchers on the market. I think Verlander's better, and unfortunately your rivals got him, and you could have got him, but Verlander didn't want to come to Texas. He wanted to go to Houston.
And the other super positive thing for you, Corey, is I know you love the strikeouts. So Montgomery has the second most strikeouts among all Rangers pitchers, behind only Evaldi. And then his 8 strikeouts per 9 innings, only behind Heaney and Evaldi.
Okay.
So I know you're all about that. And so it's a great combination of things. For people who might not be as familiar with Montgomery, what does he bring to the table? He has he gets a lot of strikeouts, especially compared to the rest of the rotation. His walk percentage is super low. And when he gets ahead of the count, he does excellent.
And we get to see him Friday, you said?
Correct. Tomorrow's Scherz Day.
I know tomorrow's Scherz Day. That's exciting. Mike, I do believe, and this, I don't want to bring this down, but I do believe when we looked at the next stretch of rotation here, we haven't seen Martin in that grouping, and I'm kind of curious what their plan is there.
I mean, if it's just between him and Heaney, I don't see how you look in this moment and you're like, hey, appreciate the work last night. Hit the bench.
Yeah, maybe give him that opportunity to do it, and then whenever he proves himself not able to, then you.
I just wonder when Evaldi comes back if they go to a 6-man rotation.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's a scary thing to do because that means Max Scherzer's only throwing every 6 day, Montgomery's only throwing every 6 day, Evaldi's only throwing every 6 day. But if it means keeping Evaldi healthy the rest of the way, if it means having Max Scherzer pitch at more of a Max Scherzer level to have 6 starters, then maybe you do that. So it's going to be a fun time being a Rangers fan, but also a nervous time because the world champs are breathing down your neck right now.
And I think, honestly, that's why I'm super intrigued by tonight. because Dane Dunning is somebody that we've talked about that unfortunately has slowed.
Right.
And so I'm interested to see how that goes for him. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk about the phenomenal...
Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year and savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of Dean Emily Singing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm not great because my tease has gotten critiqued a lot in the break by Mike Bassick. And so I need to know from y'all, is this something that we're going to need to re-record? Because tomorrow the show's on 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. I know we're the home of the Rangers, so at the very end I said, leading you into the White Sox game, and at least Mike Bassick, if not more people, are furious about this. Do you think this tease needs to be changed?
You can do it if you want. I just want to go home as soon as the show's over. So just whatever gets us back to the hotel fast enough. But
as long as we can live on the air.
Yeah.
I like to do that.
Yeah, but is like Steve Stone on our call tomorrow on the is Sandler kicked off for Steve Stone?
I assume since I mentioned the Rangers twice, everybody knew it was
Hawk
the Rangers
Harrelson's doing the game tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think what you knew internally, maybe not even consciously, maybe subconsciously, is that was a really long tease, Heggie, and you need to get out of there.
Yep.
So you didn't say Rangers and
Coming
White
up,
Sox.
yeah, we only have a 2.5-hour show tomorrow. Coming up tomorrow, 2.5-hour show. See you later, alligator. See you later.
Actually,
Coming up next week.
We have Deuce Vaughn tomorrow.
This tease is probably longer than our show.
Yeah, we'll talk with Deuce Vaughn probably at noon tomorrow.
Noon Central Time?
Central Time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying. Hey, dude, everybody back
Stop
there is
the
there.
show.
Hold on, are we on air right now?
Yeah, we're on there.
What's up?
Hey, Corey.
How's everybody doing?
Corey, what's up, man? How are you?
We're trying to get to the bottom of this tease thing.
Okay.
We're all just trying to distance ourselves from it personally. As long as it's all on Hagee, then the rest of us are fine.
I think I just delivered the information you need to get out there. So I think we're good to go. You just got to figure out when are we doing it? Are we going to do it now?
I just need to know on the Friday going into the Cowboys' first game if we're going to tease it. Hey, coming up Monday, how did the Giants do?
That's not what I said.
We get you set for the Giants
We
game.
get you set for the Giants game here on the
Yes! That doesn't sound bad. It doesn't mean you're focused on the Giants. That's who the Cowboys are playing.
Yeah. It's not something that completely perturbs me, but I think for the most part, I try to throw in like Rangers, White Sox. You want to throw in, it's like the Cowboys, Giants,
He's just a White Sox fan.
But I'm not the one that does our teases. I'm probably fifth on the list in the G-Bag Nation that would like be able to do the tease.
Lucius doing the tease
I think Lucius could do a better tease than I could.
All right.
I'm with you 100%, though, on how you framed it.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You just thought too long otherwise.
Yeah.
I got you.
What else did you tease for tomorrow?
Deuce Vaughn.
Happy Shurs Day. And the Rangers' specific players slumping is why it's hurting the team.
Oh, great. Let's do another negative segment.
Yeah, man. Every time you're
Those
always
are your favorite, Mike.
Fine.
Yeah.
How awesome is it that we're 21-26?
I didn't even know that until you said it.
Rangers.
God.
Yeah, if you
Nobody
don't
was
say
even
stuff
thinking
like
that,
that,
Kevin.
nobody even knows it.
Okay,
Jeez.
but that doesn't change the reality of it, right?
Earlier you asked Mickey, you were like, who's the jerkiest player you've ever
That
met?
was an off-air question.
I thought you would ask
That's way more interesting,
What did I
right?
say?
He was like, too many. I got too many for
Did
you.
he include himself?
Oh my God!
Is he still wearing his Bruce Lee shirt that he wore last night?
Yeah, what was up with Dude, that? he looked good last
awesome.
night. I thought he was going to sell me some Peking duck last night.
I thought he was going to roundhouse kick me in the face.
Oh my God. He might still. Did you guys get to meet the Fawns last night?
No.
We did.
Yeah, I did.
Dawson did.
Sorry, buddy.
I said, hey.
I'm sure he liked that.
Yes, Tony Kushino is in the building.
Yeah, Henry Winkler.
Mr. Kushino?
Right as we came outside of Nobu, he was kind of like leaning up against the wall there ahead of the entrance like the Fonz would at that diner back in the day.
Ripping a heater.
I thought a couple of things. Number one, he's kind of a human version of Alf.
I see that.
I heard
totally
they might
see
be
that.
rebooting it.
And number two, nobody has had a harder fall from being kind of a heartthrob.
Oh, no.
Like most Hollywood guys, when they're getting older, are still like
Paul
handsome.
Newman.
They're still handsome.
Robert Redford.
John
He's not.
Stamos.
Brad Pitt.
He's not. So Mike was telling me that apparently he went through some sort of a depression post Happy Days.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I thought that probably explained why, to be honest. But
unhappy days.
He is an absolute gem of a human.
Yeah,
an absolute gem of a human.
Ralph, when I walked by, he was standing at the hostess stand, and there was a young girl standing there, and she was looking at him like, I know who this guy is. And I went, oh my gosh, Henry Winkler, how's it going? And he was like, how's it going? And I was like, you're Henry Winkler, that's crazy. I kept saying his first and last name like he didn't know. And then the girl, and she had to have been like 19 or something.
Yeah,
She's
I've
like,
been there before.
She was like, oh my gosh, I know. Like I knew you from somewhere. And I was like, but he was just so kind, and he was just so joyful about everything. And everybody I hear talk about him always says that he's just the nicest human. So anybody that's listening that doesn't know who Henry Winkler is, he was in Waterboy. He was the coach.
He's also in Holmes, right?
You want to talk about Barry?
He got his playbook stolen.
Yeah, he got his playbook stolen. Yeah, he was in Barry recently.
Crushed it.
Yeah, he was in Arrested Development, and he was the Fonz.
Yes, he was in Arrested Development. Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday. Christian McCaffrey trading off gloves and autographs for Oreos. Do you think...
What? What a
badass. Did you not see that?
No,
Corey thinks
dude.
it's a dumb deal because he hates Oreos.
I hate Oreos.
Did you get ball sacks? Is this a real story?
Yeah, no, this is... Yeah.
Is that what we call it now? Is getting ball sacks?
Yeah, or butt cracked.
Okay. Knuckleballs.
Yeah. Is Christian McCaffrey signing stuff, and he's like, oh, yeah, thanks, Oreos. You see all kinds of fans out here looking for autographs and everything. Do you think they should bring more, like, goods to exchange for the service?
The trade. I think that's fantastic.
The bartering system, yeah.
Especially after practice. You know, you work up an appetite. And honestly, Oreos are probably the one seed for thing that the most people outside of Corey would be like, absolutely, I want that.
Most players resent it a little bit that a lot of these guys are trying to make money off of it, you know?
Yeah.
So they already come up with their defenses. They're looking for people that they genuinely feel want the autograph.
And
not
this
just
was a
trying to sell
kid,
it. Yeah.
so that helps. Would you bring a phone charger? Would you just be like, hey, I got a phone charger?
Yeah,
I feel
it's worked for me with Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah. He was
Maybe
totally
a universal charger.
Oh, yeah.
He was that, yeah. Any kind of food items. You know, if I got snacks laying out, I'll ask the guests. Most of them turn down the sugary snacks, though. I'm kind of surprised McCaffrey accepted.
That's good. That's good.
But if you offered them like a tray of Hurtado or something like that,
I think they're all over.
That's
probably
a
going to
full
be
yes.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest surprises of the week was on Saturday when you guys had Oso Digizua sitting down, and as soon as he got up, because it was Dak's birthday, there was like Tiff's treats and stuff floating around, and our guy DJ here offered up some Tiff's treats cookies to Osa Digizua, who's a big man in the trenches. I didn't know those guys were even allowed to say no to cookies. He said no. He sort of scoffed at
but
him.
we learned he was a model. He's like a swimsuit
No,
model.
he's showing off the bod now.
plus size style.
Yep. Yeah. It's my kind of guy.
Wow.
Do y'all regret not wearing the Speedo more often in your life, or is it more like, okay, all right?
Yeah, it's not a question. I've never thought about
you
that.
don't even wear underwear.
Yeah, good point.
I did in the 70s. You just don't know. I mean, there was no regret there at all.
There's no Proud Brian picture of you out there.
No.
But I bet Texas William could make one.
Yeah, let's make one of these. I guarantee you there'll be one. Some big Italian man, real hairy, and it'll be my face on the body. Yeah, exactly.
Gold chain on there and everything.
No question. Maybe a robe on, something like that.
Anything of relevance taken away from the walkthrough, I know, by its inherent nature.
Yeah, I learned something today that it's funny. Micah Parsons was involved helping with the special teams, making sure the punt team got off and on the field there. But he also asked Dan Quinn, he goes, hey, let me give me the walkie-talkie. I want to call some plays here. And DQ politely declined. He said, no. He said, Mike, I can handle this. So it's kind of, Micah wants to be involved. He was taking some time off, but, he also maybe wants to dabble in a little coaching. But Dan wouldn't give up the walkie-talkie for Micah today. That's what I learned.
Yeah.
You think Micah, does Dan have a good hold on him? Like he knows his place, he knows the difference there, or is it wasn't being silly? Like Micah really wants.
No, Micah really wanted to call plays, and Dan goes, "No, I've got this handled."
Interesting.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to lose his job.
Yeah, clearly not. Well, Jerry will say we got to pay Micah to call defenses and stop people. Yeah.
I don't know if we really talked about this a lot yesterday, but the verbiage from the Jones family. It feels a little bit different on the Zach Martin thing. Am I reading too much into that and they'll eventually get it worked out? Or because when Steven goes, hey, is he going to miss any regular season games? And he goes, well, that's the Zach Martin question.
They're playing hardball on this thing, man.
I think it's one of those where they're looking at the cap, and you got to pay Micah, to Brian's point. You got to pay CeeDee Lamb coming up as well, and maybe they just feel they've paid Zach Martin. And as Brian's talked about, he agreed to that contract. And if you want to be here, and show up. But maybe it's something with the guard position. I don't know, that they just don't value that.
I wanted to believe that they would meet him halfway on a $2.5 million. I don't believe that anymore. I don't believe they're going to. I think they're going to say, you need to play, and here we go. I hope I'm wrong about that, but I just was saying, hey, I could see halfway. Hey, we're going to meet you. We're not going to give you 7. We'll give you 2, 2.5, 3, something like that. I just don't get that feeling anymore.
That was the vibe I had yesterday as well, which is not the
I know.
norm for this
I'm very surprised. They usually just go ahead and give in. I don't think they're giving in here. I think they're playing hardball.
I think they're really nervous about what this Micah Parsons deal is going to look like, because the amount of leverage he has, maybe the best player in the sport outside of these top-flight quarterbacks. I think they're nervous about how much money they're going to have to give to him, and they know that they sort of have to acquiesce to him. They have the leverage versus Zach Martin. They don't have the leverage versus a guy like Micah or even Dak when it's time for him to get that $60 million in cap hit next year off those books. Like, Dak's going to be the one with all the leverage.
Which they will give to him, and I know some Cowboy fans will be upset to hear that, but don't be shocked when that happens, because it will.
No, it
The
absolutely
biggest thing
will.
here is that Martin would have to give money back. He would have to write a check back to the Cowboys.
Oh, if he retires?
Yeah, if he retires, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, you're not going.
Yeah, and you're right, because they like to do the extension stuff. And if he's going year to year on this, as we've heard, how long does he want to play? He doesn't want to do an extension. He just wants money right now. The Cowboys are saying, all right, we'd like to work with you, but you're putting us in a position where there's nothing we can do for you.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, Hagee. We have so much going on. Rangers player show at 3:20, still standing by for exactly who. Maybe it's Scherzer.
That'd be
what we're
cool.
kind of hoping for. Chris Young at 4:20, Brandon Cooks at 4. So an absolutely loaded show. Oh, and Dave Raymond at 5, Mike.
Oh,
your guy.
I like him. Yeah, he's good.
Looking forward.
What if you get the full Monty for your player show?
That'd be sweet. Yeah. He's kind of a hoss. It's a good nickname for him.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, Mike.
As we set up earlier,
Chemistry.
always going up on a
7.5 years right there, baby.
Yeah, I could see why we needed to shift some stuff around.
That doesn't happen overnight.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Knuckleballs.
Still got to do a tease.
Hey, say goodnight, Kevin.
And we're going.
Always a welcome sign for this. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live in Oxnard, California, for a Wednesday show of the H's. It really is. I mean, we have CY coming up at 4:20, Brandon Cooks at 4, a Rangers player as well coming up at 3:20. We're hoping for one of the new guys. Our training camp coverage brought to you by Kissable Dental, the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and Auto Flex leasing. And here we are, boys, for another show with you on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and we're having a great time. How was the party last night, though? I cut out a little bit early.
It was incredible.
I enjoyed my hour or so at Nobu.
And you had some good food as well. Those chicken skewers,
yes.
The steak skewers. You were very impressed with the tacos.
Yes, and the tempura taco shell mini tacos were outstanding. They were made with ribeye or albacore tuna, and they were like one-bite tacos.
Yeah.
So that was exceptional. But how late did it go? Any debauchery, media members embarrassing themselves, Jones boys holding court? How did it all go?
I mean, I think the funniest thing for me was Chill, who was just, holding court with Jerry, and I was trying my best to get in there.
Poor Jerry can't get away from him.
No, he couldn't, but he's like, it's to the point where he didn't want to leave, so he's having other people give him booze. Like, he's asking, hey, can you get me a Johnny Walker Blue?
Anybody who would walk by after, because it was like a 90-minute
it was so
court
long.
holding from Jerry, and then like 6 or 7 of the
Clarence
Hills of the world, Machota,
Epstein.
Yeah, and so in order for Chill not to lose his space, but also to maintain his buzz, he was just hollering at whoever he saw near the bar at any given time to dial up another Johnny Walker Blue for him. It was an impressive veteran move by Chill.
It was incredible. Johnny Walker Blue right over the shoulder from Jerry Jones, delivered to Clarence Hill. It was incredible. It was an alpha move. And then Eric and I got to meet Shai Anderson, Charlotte's son. Big fan of the station, big fan of the show. Was incredible. Super, super nice guy.
Yeah, he's the kid in the suite usually, right?
Yes, we got to talk with him. We got to reminisce with John Steven, who we got to cover at Highland Park quite a bit
I'd say
as well.
kid, but he's got to be like 25 by now.
Yeah, he's engaged.
He's engaged now. Met his father-in-law, soon-to-be father-in-law.
Well, that's an exciting time.
Oklahoma guy. He listens to the station. Loves all the commentary we have about the team. He's up there. Oh, he's up there in one of those Indian
cities and stuff like that. I can't remember which
just
one.
one of those cities.
One of those Indian cities.
Yeah, but Indian name, Indian tribe name, and stuff like that. But Tahlequah, maybe I can't quite remember.
Choctaw Casino and Resorts,
somewhere up there.
I think you nailed it, Broadus.
I think so. Yeah, but very nice man. Very nice.
Yeah, and congratulations to everybody involved in that whole situation. And it is picturesque. I'd say if you can ever get into Nobu, it's an amazing place just because you're right up on the ocean, and like the construction, the architecture, the little artistic touches around that place are amazing, and that's why the Cowboys have chosen to take it there. But it's also a very popular spot for celebrities. I mean, it's like celebrity spotting spot number one that I think I've ever been to in Southern California. Just nonstop.
No question about it. And then you have like the waves are crashing into
and you wonder,
sort of the restaurant. You're wondering. I thought it was thunder.
Yeah.
At one point, as the night went on, I'm going, is it starting to thunder out here? And Mike Leslie, he's like, he's sipping on his margarita. He's like, no, that's just the waves. I was thinking the same. I'm like, damn, these waves are crashing in. We had a free solo swimmer in the middle of the Pacific Ocean doing some
the butterfly.
Michael Phelps style butterfly swimming.
That was insane. Like the butterfly is one of the most difficult strokes to maintain. He's doing it like against the current of the ocean,
like 50 yards out too.
Yes, he's way out there and swimming just along the coast. Like he's on for like a 2-mile butterfly swim, just cruising in front of Nobu. And the server lady said he does that every night. That's his freaking workout, bro.
Oh my gosh, that dude must be a lean, mean machine.
Can I? I'm not acting like I'm Rowdy Gaines, like Olympic swimming announcer guy.
Sounds like you are.
But did he look? Was that technique kind of poor?
No, that was
I couldn't.
Do you think so? It looked like to me I needed to throw him a life jacket.
No,
it was a lot of like trying to like he was lifting himself out of.
Yeah, that's your butterfly.
Are you supposed to come out of the water that high?
You got to get your shoulders up and the arms out so you can really.
I just thought
reach forward and plow.
Hey, I just know one time in my life I was out there in Palo Alto, California,
reach forward and plow.
scouting.
Reach and plows.
Reach and plow. There's a lot of plowing going on with that technique, I think.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I was out there. I was out there at Palo Alto.
Are you kidding me?
The guy was floundering. He wasn't going very far.
I'd like to think if he was,
his technique looked awful.
He was
for
probably
he
was on the back nine. I don't think he was probably exhausted at that point. He was.
If he had better technique, he wouldn't be exhausted. I don't think.
I think this happens quite a bit. Brian's not very easily impressed. I think we come to these situations where we notice something, and then
I'm the guy of feats of strength.
Swimmer out there.
Feats of strength, I appreciate.
You could not swim like that in a swimming pool for more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, with that technique, I drowned.
He held that for 20 minutes with poor technique. I'll give you the poor technique.
Okay,
the fitness is second to none. If you want to say poor technique, that's fine. You're obviously a bigger Olympic fan than I.
Yeah.
Okay. But if he was going with poor technique and he could hold that for 20 minutes all the way past us, tread water for 5 minutes, and then go back against the current,
I'm just
I think we got to factor in the waves.
Is that not impressive?
No, the fact that he's okay. First off, I'm not even out there because it's water, sharks, all the other stuff that we get.
That's a feat of strength.
Yeah,
Brian.
all that. Okay, I'm just saying. I think if he had better technique, I think he could go a lot further. I think he's wearing himself out with poor technique.
Hey, listen, man, you got the scout's eye.
You know the butterfly technique well.
Maybe he needs to do something.
Why does it?
I think it's just a different technique that you haven't seen.
Like where you kind of just hoist yourself out of the water and then back into the water. I mean,
I got to be honest with you,
because you're using like a mermaid tail technique that puts both feet down, which raises your body up out of the water, which allows you to get both down and in, so you can cover ground.
I didn't feel like
we're going to have to Google this and do a full investigation. But
again, not Rowdy Gaines, not
you can. It's a top 3 stroke. It's a top 3 stroke. I do love the backstroke, but the and the breaststroke. But
the reach around stroke. What are you talking about over there?
You can go find the video of this guy that Broadus is calling out for poor technique while he's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean working out. You can go see this video on Choppy's at RJ Choppy on Twitter.
Did it look like thrashing around out there?
No.
Oh, jeez. Are you kidding me?
I think you were looking at the wrong person.
What? There was one guy.
There might have been a baby seal out there that you saw floating around.
And then there was like a low-level
seaplane,
seaplane or whatever that flew by. That was pretty sweet.
See, how morbid was this?
Are you going to bitch about the way the pilot was flying the airplane as well?
If you noticed, he had to move a little bit. There was a boat out there, like in the water, and he had to kind of move to his left.
Were you impressed?
I was impressed
Okay.
that he saw the boat from a distance. Yes. He probably was trying to rescue our buddy out there flailing around in the water.
Broadus was impressed last night by something, guys. Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
I was impressed with the amounts of beverages you had last
That
night.
1942 is the first time I've ever had it. Lucius, I don't know if you've dabbled in the 1942 because you're a big tequila guy, but this was delectable.
And there's something about a giant cube of ice that's just sitting in the middle of it.
It's got Nobu logo on it.
You just feel like it tastes better because of that ice.
We made it, baby. Yeah. Mama, we're here.
As far as Cowboys practice out here, basically a walkthrough today.
Yeah, it was. What they did was they called a mock game, and so you had in and out situations. They like Fossil's like the referee, and he's like, "Oh wait, there's been a challenge on the play. They're running off 10 seconds, and we got to run the play with 2 seconds." So just a lot of that type of situational football.
We have updates coming in on Seager and Heim. CY talking. I don't know if this was from the telecast last night or the press conference, but Seager's ahead of schedule, maybe by a couple of days. Should be back a little bit sooner. And Heim, Young said they're cautiously optimistic on him being able to return before the end of the regular season. So that's cool. I think the most important thing is, how important the wrist is for hitting. I just can't imagine him being anything close to the hitter that he was until he's very close to 100%, and maybe even a couple of weeks after 100%.
Well, hearing whispers that he's only going to bat left-handed now.
Yeah, no, that's been reported. He's not going to switch hit. He's just going to bat lefty, and I think this might just be a pain tolerance thing. But yeah, that would be a huge blow if it's a long absence without Jonah, and I think they're going to just rock with the 3 catchers until he's able to get back.
Well, salute to Heaney for going out there and giving you exactly what a sight for sore eyes. Hell of a start.
Andrew Heaney was unbelievable last night with what he was able to do, and really the bullpen as well coming in. They had another shutout. They're now just 2 shy for matching a Rangers club total for most shutouts in a season. 3 hits, did not have a walk. I think that was the big thing. No walks issued at all. Struck out a season-high 16 batters. They needed it badly because the offense, 2 runs. I mean, thank God for El Bombi, and they need Mitch Garver to keep swinging the bat like that.
Did you see game time? How much?
It was under 2 hours.
158. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, that was really cool. And, you needed it because you go out there and have a great win, and Framber Valdez throws a damn no-hitter.
Yeah. Well, did we need to mention that one? I mean, bleep that guy.
Did I pick the Astros staff over? I think I talked about that.
I think we all did. We ultimately we went with
That's
the Astros.
That's a shame that we did
we're
that.
a little bit uncertain about Evaldi right now, but I'm feeling Evaldi's going to be just fine, guys. I think we'll be okay here.
You woke up with that feeling this morning?
I just wanted to be
what a feeling.
optimistic because I'm sitting next to the pessimism.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh,
amidst the hungover feeling that you had and all those other feelings,
really not
you did have a good
honestly, that
Evaldi feeling.
It was so clean. I'm not that hungover.
It was pretty clean. It was pretty clean. I walked out of there as full as I've ever been. At any place. Like, I was just, I kept consuming more. I'm like, and they kept pulling it out. They kept bringing it out and bringing it out. And I was like, okay, if you guys are going to keep throwing sushi out here, I'm going to keep shoveling it into my face.
See, Dawson, this is where you kind of missed out, though. They went desserts all at the end. The last 20 minutes of the game, they went all dessert.
I was feeling for you. Yeah. They had these mini churros.
Yes.
They went with the mini churro. That was very, very special.
Like a cream puff kind of thing as well.
They also had some level of cream puff with like the powdered sugar stuff in there. They had these little ice cream deals with the
Japanese ice cream.
Yeah, Japanese ice cream.
I wasn't missing out. I went home and ordered a Habit Burger off of DoorDash.
Did you really?
And then I got the Nestle Toll House ice cream sandwich out of the lobby.
You didn't get the Snickers?
No. Hey,
we gotta get
he's not wrong.
We're doing a video. We're doing a Gavin Dawson because you never had the Snickers ice cream. I claim that it's the one seed for all convenience store, gas station, vending machine, anything ice cream. It's the Snickers ice cream bar.
Yeah.
We're getting a Gavin Dawson review on the video tonight.
I'm just telling telling you right now that he's right about the Tall House thing. It's the best $627 you're ever going to spend.
It's an amazing. The cookie is so
good.
Yeah,
it is.
Now the ones in the lobby, they melted a little bit and flattened.
Yeah, you got to like scouting report.
Yeah.
You got to scouting report. Hold them in your palm of your hand and kind of feel if it's whole.
Yeah, I got ice cream leakage a little bit when it's melting.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of spillage,
Any
but
leakage
that's
isn't
one hell of
good.
an ice cream sandwich. I'll have the Snickers gladly tonight, though. I might double up.
I think you're going to want to. You're going to
It's
want
National
to.
Ice Cream Sandwich Day. You should double
I
up.
keep meaning to go to sleep, and then I'm staying up and I'm playing poker and I'm watching the Women's World Cup. You know, and
Just hammering ice cream.
Just hammering ice cream and door dashing my balls off. Just having a blast in there.
It's beautiful, man.
Okay, a huge wreck on 75 North this morning. I don't know if you guys saw it on X.
Truck caught on fire, huh?
Yeah, tanker truck rolls, and luckily nobody was, fatally injured, but two did go to the hospital, and it catches fire, and then it stayed burning for 6 hours because fuel was leaking so much.
They couldn't get to
it.
it.
First responders didn't want to hose it down because apparently where it would have contaminated, like, the environment in some way. I don't know if it would have drained into a body of water or somebody's yard or something like that, but firefighters just let it burn off for 6 hours. So Central North was closed, like at Parker.
Yeah. How about that if you're thinking about that and just how hot it is right now in Dallas and dealing with all that firefighting gear on, and my gosh, it's just, I'm glad they got it taken care of, though. And, hopefully everybody that was part of it, is okay now.
Okay. We got a full 4.5 hours of a broadcast day here for you, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. I just got word, though, gentlemen, from John Blake at the Rangers that at 3:20, new baseball pitcher Chris Stratton is going to join us.
Nice.
Yeah. So thanks to Chris and thanks to John Blake for setting that up.
It's like, hey, we're going to get one of the new arms. Maybe it'll be Scherzer. Maybe it'll be Montgomery.
Yes.
But it's going to be Stratton.
There you go.
Strat Daddy. We need him in that bullpen, dude.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see.
Let's fill that 6th, 7th inning role. Absolutely.
Hashtag the
We need him
bullpen
big
is.
time.
End of a legendary career last night. Brazil eliminated from the Women's World Cup. Final game for Marta, who at one time was the best player in the world.
Yeah.
USA versus Sweden. Wee hours Sunday morning, 4 a.m. I don't know if I'm going to – well, huge game. That's tough. That's a tough sell. First two games run at 8 p.m. I don't know what we got to do to get back in there, but apparently they cannot accommodate us here in America. Yeah, maybe they just got to play better. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, my favorite new segment of the summer with Eric Chiafalo, football's finest, then the G-Bag of the day. Chief, where are you going to take us?
Football's finest featuring animal noises, battery acid, and the people's MVP. That's next in the nation.
Welcome back, Nation. We are 7 minutes here from the G-Bag of the day. Eric Chiafalo has some football goodies right here for you as we're live in Oxnard at training camp. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, and companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when it will hurt you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
Cowboys assistant Al Harris talking about Kelvin Joseph. He was quoted as saying, "Fat is doing a good job, man. He's as strong as battery acid when you watch him."
Okay.
Battery acid. Now, for those of you wondering why he started the sentence with fat, it's Boss Man Fat. Is the stage name there for the rapper Kelvin Joseph. So he says, "Fat's doing a good job, man. Strong as battery acid when you watch him." Now, I don't know what he means by that, but it is provocative, and it's personally getting me going. Now, I didn't know that I didn't see much strength in Kelvin Joseph when I watched CeeDee Lamb undress him yesterday. What happened with CeeDee Lamb and Kelvin Joseph yesterday was one of the sadder things I've watched out here.
Yeah, but I do remember
which is unfair.
Yeah, but I was on Krusty's Corner talking about him and when he was working against Jalen Brooks. And Brooks tried to get off the line and try to separate, and it was like wham, wham, and like
battery acid strength.
Battery acid strength him. Yeah, I'm like Brooks just totally quit in the route.
I'll take your word for
it. I didn't see the one. I know that was on the other side,
and
I missed that one.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Sometimes you can't see exactly who, and you're like, okay.
Well, look, I've seen this poor kid getting roasted every day we're out here.
Every day,
and then we're doing the special teams drills. He can't help but hold guys, and that's one of his strong suits. So he did have a good rep against Brooks, and you know what? That's actually a big deal because Brooks has been lighting it up out here. But Kelvin, we need to see more from you if you want to make this team.
It's tough to tell because the young guys who are struggling the most often get the most praise from coaches. They're trying to build them up.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Get the confidence going because I mean the confidence is so important. That's why Jalen Tolbert struggled so much last year. It seems like he's got that back. I'd like nothing but success for Kelvin Joseph, but now I don't see a spot for him on the team.
When it's really something, there's a lot less said. There's just like, "Whoo, you guys see that? Yeah, there's a player for you."
Right. We're going to let his play on the field just speak for himself.
Al Harris is pulling out battery acid strength. He's making crap up on the fly, trying to get his guy
what the
going.
hell is battery acid strength?
I have no idea, dude. Hopefully we can get a chance to catch up with Al Harris at some point.
He's awesome. He's a great dude. We got to interview him during the draft show.
Yeah, it would burn the hell out of you.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have that as a wide receiver than a DB, but, in either way, if a human could pull that off, that's a certified superpower, Chief.
I'll co-sign that one. All right, here's the segment I'm now looking forward to most in the upcoming Hard Knocks with these New York Jets. It involves Broadus' favorite coach, Nathaniel Hackett. And this is worrisome.
Love the man.
This is worrisome. Did you guys see
quality human being?
Did you guys see what Alan Lazard is describing that Nathaniel Hackett does in these offensive meetings? He revealed that Hackett has turned to the animal kingdom for inspiration on how to get his guys to remember the play. Quote, he gets a room of grown men to make animal noises. It may not make too much sense, but it's pertaining to the play, whether it's a name, whether it's a whale, a kangaroo, a pony, a shark. You'd have to sit in the room to hear the sounds, but he's the only person who can get grown men to do something like that. He says, I've never experienced something like that in my career, different organizations, different coaches I've had, but we're out here doing animal noises in the meeting rooms every day.
So is this going to be a different kind of play calling for her yet?
I don't know. Are we going to get Aaron Rodgers barking like a dog out at his wide receivers by way of letting them know that there's a hot route situation going on, or are we Broadus? Do you know over the years? Do we
play action?
Do you see in these these play calls?
You see two fingers. We know what's about to happen on the goal line.
We know what's happening between Dak and MG, but when it comes to the names of plays, do you see a lot of animal names being we're going shark right or we're going kangaroo left with the Y post or something like that?
No, man.
Is this a Nathaniel Hackett thing? This is
the only thing I've
worrisome.
ever think about was jumbo. But that's a package that you use, like jumbo personnel, big guys.
Yeah.
Jumbo, I think of elephants is what I do, but I've never heard him say.
So maybe we get a trunk, a hand sign going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have no idea what the heck this is, man.
Hippo.
I don't know how Aaron Rodgers can co-sign this guy Nathaniel Hackett doing what he's doing.
Coming off a bad season, it looks weird. It's like, oh, poor guy. You know, this is going to end bad.
He's reaching, he's grasping, he's desperate as hell.
Yeah, he does. I think you can get away with whatever language style you want on your team as long as it works for everybody. And if the guys are going along with it, I'll give them a shot. You know, I doubted Dan Campbell right up until the point they won, what was it, 7 of their last 9 or something like that. So Hackett needs a good run. Hackett needs a hot start here to get him some respect.
Yes, yeah.
It's like Gabe Kapler with the Phillies 5 or 6 years ago. He appeared to be the worst skipper in all of baseball for like the first month. He's fumbling all over himself. Then they go on an epic run. It's like, hey, pretty good manager.
Do you guys have an animal sound that you're most confident in? If you had to do like some level of mating call?
No, man.
You guys don't do this kind of stuff? That's right. Of course you don't, because you're grown men, and why the hell would you be doing this at work? This is Nathaniel Hackett problem right now, boys.
I'd like to thought I could have done a duck call, back. I used to be able to imitate a duck.
Right.
Well,
give it a shot.
How did you ready?
You want some imitation of a duck?
G-Bag
want some imitation of a duck?
We're
Ready?
going to lay out.
Yeah, right here. Ready? Here we go.
Oh, he just literally ducked. This is for radio, too. So the Twitch and the YouTube.
You are an a-hole. You're an a-hole.
You know what, you're a chicken.
I want to punch you in the face.
Errol Spence could have used that Saturday night.
It was a good duck, wasn't it?
It was no, that was the sad part. It wasn't. You didn't even get under the table. You ducked like 3 inches.
I ducked.
Justin Fields right now.
Brought us on one today.
Gavin just looked at me
the last 2 weeks.
Gavin just looked at me so defeated. He cannot get on that plane fast enough to get back to Dallas.
No, Gavin got in the car today. He's like, guys, I'm missing home. I think it might be time to go back. I don't blame you, buddy.
We're good.
So Justin Fields apparently is there's more bets for Justin Fields to win the MVP this year than there are combined Pat Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Josh Allen.
I can take ownership of this. These are all my bets.
Dude, because Justin Fields is plus 2,000. He's going to run all over these teams as well, and I think there's a good chance he could be
honestly,
MVP caliber guy if the Bears can win enough games to pull it off.
I'm going to pat ourselves on the back. I think we have been campaigning for this. The other one's Trevor Lawrence. Those are the two best odds right now. Go bet on T-Law and go bet on Justin Fields right now.
BetQL
Don't bet anything on Justin Fields. You're throwing away money.
I mean, to win,
plus 2,000.
I think that's a very
maybe $10.
Yeah, exactly right. Like throw 10 on there, and if you win, you're hitting big, bro.
I just can't imagine the voters actually voting for him. I know he's going to put up some stats, but watching him play, it's like that's not
the
an
team
MVP.
has to be good.
Yeah,
and I for whatever reason think they're going to surprise some people.
Here we go, football's finest with Eric Chiafalo. Tune in tomorrow, see where it pops up. I think you're going to like it. Time now for the G Bag of the day, and here in the Pimp Cup is Lucius.
Yay!
Hey man, you got to watch Dawson, bro. This is Wednesday, and it seems like every hour on the hour you take a shot at Spence.
I know.
You out of control right now.
That, man. That's our guy.
I apologize for every one of them, Lucius. I
don't think you do. I don't think you do. You apologize Monday. Here it is Wednesday. A duck joke came up. And he was like, "Well, Spence could have used that duck, huh, guys? Huh? I'll be here all evening."
I know. We got to get Newey on. He just walked by the broadcast position again. We'll get him on before we leave, and we'll get his thoughts on what transpired there. Okay. I guess I'm trying to grieve. It's my way of.
Is that your grieve?
Yeah.
Make fun of the guy.
I've had to mute a lot.
Damn! I hope nothing happens to me. He's flat as a pancake now, guys. I'll be here all night. R.I.P. Lucius. Let's go to Oregon's head coach. He was being petty, and here's our G Bag of the Day winner. They asked his thoughts on Colorado's leaving the conference. He got petty.
Not a big reaction. I mean, I'm trying to remember what they won to affect this conference. I don't remember.
Bro.
You remember them winning anything? I don't remember them winning anything.
That's it. Thanks, Coach.
All right, appreciate it.
That's it.
No problem.
You remember winning anything?
We're going to be down to 7 teams by tomorrow night, but it doesn't matter. All these teams are a bunch of jokes. We're out of here for the Big Ten anyway. Peace.
Hold on. All right. What we got here for you boys? All right. Dallas Cowboys first round pick, Mozzie Smith. He's not really a fan of football. He doesn't like football, actually. He likes just hitting.
Oh, we get after it. I don't do no talking. We get out straight after it. Nah, I'm trying to hit you.
You don't talk at all?
Nah. I don't got nothing to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't got nothing to say.
You've been talking about wanting to hit people since you first got to the
That's what
Star.
I do, man. That's why I like football. I don't even like football, man. I like hitting people.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
How did it feel today in that respect?
I'm serious. Good. Felt like home.
Yeah. How about like in the morning before practice last night, going into like, did you like
Nah, you can't blow your load too early.
No, you can't. You can't.
Got 'em up. You can't. Stay on track. You gonna peak at the right moment.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. And boy, you can. They know when you did too. They look at you like, oh, that's it? It's really okay. That's cool. That's all right. I'm not gonna hold it against you, but you feel it inside.
And then it
Damn.
turns into the hitting. Yeah.
It's not going to be a Hall of Fame career, sir.
What? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Just short.
Yeah, you're right.
That's my favorite kind of interaction.
That's the stuff I wanted to say. I couldn't say it. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, dude.
No, when the guy's like, he's being funny, but he's being serious, and then everybody laughs. He's like, no, I'm serious.
Yeah, very serious.
I'm not joking around. No, I'm serious. I hate football.
Yeah.
No, I just love crushing people. But I love destroying human beings.
Yeah. Nate Wood sent me this. Shout out to Nate Wood.
What's up,
After I watched this, I responded back to him, I'm glad he found football. Because it's really about hurting folks.
Yeah, dude. This is his one and only outlet.
UFC fighter. Going home, honey. Here I am.
Yeah. Let's go to my man, Zach Wolchuk. Now, we had a conversation in Vegas, and somehow pork chops came up, and then you said, hey, man, I like that bit, but people didn't like it, so we got rid of it. And then I said, yo, it's not bad. It's just got to find his spots. Remember, I said, pick your spots, baby.
Yeah, you liked it. You were kind of hyping me up, like, no, bring it back. And we do get some texts every once in a while from people that want it. I just didn't think people loved it.
Yeah, I didn't know you was going to bring it out so fast and bomb. You like bomb with it. Oh, man, you ate it all with this one.
Are you dog guy as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I got English Bulldog.
Oh, there you go.
His name's Pork Chop.
Oh, nice. What's the secret with the pork chops? What's the secret with the pork chops?
Secret with the pork chops?
See, he's going to ask you a question that's a bit of theirs, you know?
I was about to say,
it's a bit.
People have been asking us to bring that back. What's the secret with pork
Perfect
chops?
timing.
Nobody knows what the hell I'm asking. I don't even know what I'm asking. But you never know. Maybe you get a good response.
He's in a spin cycle right now.
Absolutely not.
Bro, you asked twice, and then you went to a spin cycle on your explanation.
Hey, his pause there, that's exactly what I wanted.
That was great.
You get him on his heels.
Yes, you play the montage at the end of the year, and the random answer, well, what? I'm so caught off guard. I'm so perturbed by this question. That's what makes it great.
And then he followed up with, no, seriously.
Are you looking like that?
Oh, I got to hear one more time. Hold on. Michael Gallup. That was Michael Gallup, by the way. I'm sorry.
Right, yeah.
I didn't introduce that properly. I'm so excited to play it. Yeah, that was Michael Gallup. Let me play this.
Oh, nice. What's the secret with the pork chops? What's the secret with the pork chops?
Secret with the pork chops?
See, he's going to ask you a question that's a bit of theirs, you know?
I was about to say,
it's a bit.
People have been asking us to bring that back. What's the secret
That
with
was
pork
perfect
chops?
timing.
Nobody knows what the hell I'm asking. I don't even know what I'm asking. He teed me up. He teed me up for it. I had to drop it.
I like that. That's a great new drop.
Bro,
No
you was
regrets.
swimming.
I don't even know what the hell I'm asking.
Yeah. You were swimming in the deep end, bro.
I think MG thought Wolchuk was wanting to eat his dog.
He
pork
did.
chop.
He was like, yeah, I thought maybe you're eating dogs. Like, no, this isn't China.
By the way, as everybody does know,
New G back in the day nominee for Wolchuk.
I don't know. I've read that in a book once.
No, they eating pangolins out there. Remember, they started a pandemic with that. The damn pangolins.
That's right.
Let's see here. Oh, we got a McDonald's manager crashed out. Did a whole 17-hour shift and then crashed out because one customer was rude. See, that's why you can't work too long.
Yeah.
That's why you can't work too long. He probably would, if it was maybe a 12-hour shift, he would have met a rude customer, handled it the proper way. Instead, he met a rude customer at 17-hour shift and crashed out. Lost his job, I'm sure.
I've been here for almost 17 hours. I don't give a f***. Get the f*** out of my drive-thru.
You little f***ing bitch.
What'd you say, motherfucker? Let's go. Get the f*** out. You bald-headed ass. Come over here, beat that your ass.
You little f***ing bitch ass,
Oh, mother. Get in the truck. Get your ass back in your car.
Get your f***ing head in.
Get your ass back in your car, You're getting fired today. You know what? You can suck
Go.
lose your job.
man, he He didn't even sound intimidating at all. Was the worker like 5'4", $120? That's kind of what he sounded like.
He sound like Hector from Friday. No more Honduras, they say.
Is it the McDonald's manager crashing and burning? Zach Wolchuk doing the same with Michael Gallup.
Crashing and burning.
Crashed out, bro.
Which clip did Nate Wood send you? I just wrote down Nate Wood.
Mozzie.
The Mozzie.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mozzie Smith there. He doesn't like playing football. He just likes hitting people. Or is it our current champion, Dan Lanning, current coach at the University of Oregon? I'm going to go with Mozzie Smith there. What do you say, Chief?
Yeah, I think I got to go with my guy Mozzie.
Lucius?
Yeah. Mozzie.
Wolchuk.
I'll go with pork chops.
There it is, by a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Cowboys rookie Mozzie Smith here on 105 through the Fan. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are we going?
Yeah, let's take a look at the Cowboys stock report. We'll do that next.
Okay, if you need to take a look at new windows, you got to call my friends at Window Nation. They are the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. They're back to fill your house this season. Welcome back, Nation. We are live in Oxnard, California. It is time now for Krusty's Corner with Broadus, and it is brought to you by the On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. And here he is, king of the Krusties himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you to the folks sponsoring. That's my Krusty's Corner this camp. Appreciate you guys. Have you guys ever done something that you shouldn't do, and you know you shouldn't do it, but you do it anyway?
Yeah, it happened all throughout the entire weekend in Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas, right?
Like literally every single minute of every single day. I should not be doing this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Hold on, Brian. I need another sugar wafer to consider this thought.
Yeah.
Okay, and I ask you this because Eric just did something that I didn't think he would do.
Oh, wow. You're going to out him right here in front of everybody?
I just
do it. It's Krusty's Corner. I'm sitting in the I'm sitting in the Krustiest. I'm sitting in the Krustiest chair.
You're right. Double foul. That's a flagrant two.
Well, when it got extended, I was like, what should I do here? I didn't go for the extension. It got extended. I didn't want to leave him hanging.
No. I saw what happened there.
That was cool. Yeah.
I just kind of wonder, that we know something bad potentially could happen here in this tent.
Yeah.
If somebody walks by and sees you doing something that you shouldn't be doing.
So what happens is we get gifted some really, really nice plastic chairs that would be would be really good for someone with a perfect back.
Okay.
And I don't
Unlike a young person back like you have?
Yeah. No, my back is, for as young as I may be physically, my back is that of like a 74-year-old who was in the trenches taking grenades. Okay.
I feel you. You see what I do? I take these crappy chairs and I lean back on it, and then I rest this bar right here on my heels. Because I gotta get back as well.
Gotta get a little of that recline.
And the Tolos can hear my chair squeaking throughout the entire show.
Yeah.
But it's worth it for the comfort.
It is, yeah.
So Brad Sham, he's the one guy who gets to bring his own chair.
You're right.
And he's got one of the best.
He packs it, he puts it on the truck from Dallas to be out here.
It's a lawn chair, but it's also a rocking chair combined in one.
It's one of the most comfortable camping chairs.
It's the king of the youth sports sideline chair.
Yeah.
That's the king, and it's like $100.
Yeah.
Right? And the parents that really want to, flex on the sideline, they go with that one right there. It's a brilliant chair.
It's a beautiful
Great
chair.
construction, hydraulics, and the whole deal.
Yeah, and I've avoided it. Broadus is like, hey, don't touch his chair. He's how he is about his chair. And this whole time I've been good about that. And then today the back said no. The back needs something here. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I'm going to pray to God that Sham does not walk by.
I want to see you get MF so bad.
I'm texting Brad to walk by right now.
Because I will be
ask him if he wants to pop on the show.
Come do a hit with us, Brad.
All right, Cowboy stock report.
Because I wouldn't care if you wanted to use my chair. I'd actually be happy to help you out. I'd be like, wow, Chief's back is hurt. This is perfect. My chair is in their tent that he can use it.
Yeah, I'm glad I get to pay it forward a little bit.
I just don't want to see. I've seen Brad upset before. I don't want to see that.
Oh, he will undress me right here.
No
we could be on the air, off the air. It won't matter.
No question.
I'll be rolling video.
I promise I'm barely even going to fart in this thing, Brad.
Okay.
That's a lie, and you and I both know that. I can smell it from here.
Cowboy stock up, stock down. How about Cavante Turpin?
Stock up, stock way up.
Big time up.
Big time way up. Surprising? What kind of a little camp he's
Shocking
had?
to me. You guys know this. I said it before. We even had mini camps and OTAs. I'm not going to buy him ever making a difference as a wide receiver, but now I'm eating my words, and I think that he actually could really be a fun part of this offense.
Agreed. I mean, we've seen him get open consistently, especially on these in-breaking routes, and then he's making tough catches. He's diving out. He's toe tapping on the sidelines and stuff. His speed is so fantastic, and they're starting to use it. He looks comfortable, and I'm convinced this is a top 4 wide receiver on your football team.
Especially with the stacks and the bunches. I mean, we've seen the difference that it makes for Brandon Cooks and his speed, but the quickness and speed as well of Cavante Turpin. Those two are so unique in their skill sets and what they bring to the offense. All you got to do is just find a way to get the ball in his hands, and it looks like they're doing that in a successful way.
Jet motions and stuff on the goal line when they were doing the 2-point work. Just here's Turpin sprinting across the field, and then at the snap, he's just open.
He's open.
It's just easy right there.
And they're doing it with CD too. We talked about it last year. There was an article written, I think it was from The Athletic, or it might have been The Ringer, where they were talking about how Justin Jefferson and why he's so successful is Kevin O'Connell's getting him in motion. He's moving him all around the formation, and you're seeing that with CD Lamb this year so far.
Yeah, I don't know if you could have had the same kind of breakout with last year's offense with Kevontae Turpin.
Good call.
I think this all goes hand in hand with what Mike's doing and the kind of quick opportunities they're going to give Dak.
Nashawn Wright, stock up, stock down.
Stock way up. What's he got, 3 picks?
I think he's having a really good camp. I would say stock up currently. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably lean up, and he's gotten a lot of looks too because Diggs has been out at times. So Nashawn Wright has been thrown into the fire a little bit more, and so he's taken some lumps. But overall, yeah, I would say I have come away impressed with Nashawn Wright.
Brian just got good news. Low and Slow Barbecue out here. They're going to make a delivery for us.
Oh my gosh, that's the best thing ever, dude. Other than this chair I'm sitting in, that's the best news of the day.
Just don't get any sauce or salt on that bad boy.
Yeah, dude, that's a good call.
Yeah, maybe you should not sit in it just while you eat.
Stock up, stock down, Tyler Smith.
I honestly haven't noticed him, so I guess that's going to be stock up.
I think neutral. I haven't noticed, anything to say like stock up or stock down there. And yeah, that's how it is for me. I think he's looked fine. I mean, he looks like the best of a bad group there with guard.
I kind of feel like, though, he's a stock up from what he's done because I was worried about him shifting after playing all that last season at left tackle and now having to move back inside at guard. I think him and Tyron Smith are actually they do look good over there. They do. They've sorted some things out. I think the problems have been off that right side. I really, really do think the problems have been off that right side. Stock up, stock down. Jalen Brooks, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Big time stock
huge.
up.
Yeah, huge.
Soaring.
Biggest surprise at camp to this point. I mean, consistently getting open and making plays, not just on like the Eric Scotts of the world, who I think Eric Scott has done really, really nice as well, but you're seeing him make plays on Diggs, on Bland, and it's like, dude, Jalen Brooks consistently showing up and making plays.
Stock up, stock down. Eric Scott, cornerback from Southern Mississippi.
Did you just go through and pick all stock up guys? Because, yeah, Eric Scott's looking amazing right now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen of him, I was impressed. He had a nice pass breakup in the end zone in one-on-ones, where that's a huge advantage to the offense in these one-on-ones. And he made a really, really nice play in the end zone yesterday. I can't remember who the receiver was.
He was working on Michael Gallup.
Was on Gallup?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, how about stock up, stock down on Doga?
Oh, that's a stock down.
Yeah. I mean, it's not his. It's unfair for him.
I think anybody that's playing on the right side could be a stock down right now, with the exception of Steele and, guys like that.
Oh, I agree with that. I think all the guards behind Tyler Smith would be stock downs for me. But I think I'm a little surprised that they're just focusing him at left tackle behind Tyron. I'd have liked to see him at guard.
I thought he was a guard. I didn't even know about the tackle stuff with him. So him playing left tackle and having Micah Parsons undress him has been uncomfortable to watch, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and my final one, a stock up, stock down, Jalen Tolbert.
I think he's a stock up right now. I think Tolbert's having a much better camp than he was a year ago.
Agreed. It hasn't been like a huge wow, oh my gosh, but it's been consistent. You can tell he's playing with more confidence, and now, I like what we're seeing really across the board with the playmakers.
Kind of notice Brooks more than him, though, right now, right?
Brooks is flashing more than him, but the main thing with Tolbert, it's like, can you line up? Do you know where you're going? Do you know your responsibilities? And I think all that stuff, he's checking off those boxes.
I still think he's behind Turpin, though. Like, we know
it's
our top three.
It's amazing that Turpin has kind of elevated himself into this talk.
Yeah, I think Turpin has played his way into being, for sure, your wide receiver 4, and then Tolbert and Brooks are your 5, 6. I mean, Simi Fehoko, I haven't really seen him do much in the way of being
Simi had a quad injury yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's been a little stock down for me, to be honest.
I think so, too.
General, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Here's Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation at 2:40. Okay, when we return, it's time for the NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. And, Zach, where are you taking us today?
Let's get into some fun audio. We got the NFL's Rain Man. Josh Allen has jokes, and Jets fans, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see the Aaron Rodgers debut. That's next.
We have your Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day as we're live here in Oxnard, California, preparing for Rangers' new relief pitcher Chris Stratton to join us coming up. The Rangers Player Show in 20 minutes. CY at 4:20. Brandon Cooks, Cowboys wide receiver at 4 o'clock. So an amazing hour and 40 minutes of content is on deck for you. And really, the next 3.5 hours is going to be outstanding as we're taking you all the way up to Rangers pregame as they get underway with Game 2 against the White Sox. Tomorrow's a day game at 1 o'clock, so we're going to be coming on a little bit later, but hopefully by then they're looking for the sweep. Our training camp coverage brought to you by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by Autoflex Leasing. And here's Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully, with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. I got some audio we will get to here in just a moment, but some of the news that's hit around the training camp worlds is Cooper Kupp left practice yesterday for the Rams. He's got a hamstring injury. Team's not able to share a timetable for his return at the moment. Sean McVay just said, I hope he's okay. Of course, Kupp, coming off of that season ender, underwent surgery after Week 9 last year. One of the best receivers in the game, but a big bummer already. He's dealing with a hammy. Another big receiver is Calvin Ridley, who's making his return after his year-long suspension for the gambling. And he's now with the Jags. People might forget about that. He's been lighting it up there in Jacksonville at training camp. And now he's limited with a toe injury, but he's still going to practice through it, according to Calvin Ridley. But the Jags are going to monitor how that toe and how it affects him moving forward. So there's some of the injury news that's going on. Former Cowboy Jalen Smith is set to work out for the Vegas Raiders today. So Jalen, who was with the Giants, played okay for them, part of their playoff team from a year ago, might end up being one of the newest members of the Silver and Black. And, I mean, that would make some sense. They need some linebacker help there.
I don't think anything makes sense if you're. You're in a world of trouble if you're going to depend on Jalen Smith.
That team, if you watched them play defense last year, and I agree with you, but that's exactly the move that they would make. He fits.
Yeah, the problem you run into this time of year, if you're down on talent, your emergency board looks like, just terrible. People were asking me about, we were talking about guards and the Dalton Reisner and stuff like that. I remember I was asking Gang of Seven, and Gang of Seven were not too thrilled about him. And, so the problem is, till the cut, that final cut, your emergency board looks like ass right now. So what happens is you're in a situation where you're like, okay, we just need to get through practice.
Just need a body.
We need a body, and maybe you get a veteran body that you get in these games, these preseason games, and they can handle the work and handle what needs to be done. But it's just the talent pool is so bad when it comes to your emergency boards right now. Because if the guys were worth it, they'd have signed him by now.
No doubt.
That's kind of how you got to look at it.
Saints running back Alvin Kamara is going to meet with Commissioner Roger Goodell. He's going to discuss that Las Vegas incident from February 2022 at the Pro Bowl. And Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network believes that Alvin Kamara is going to be suspended by the NFL. We don't know for how long or when the suspension will be handed to Kamara, but the Saints, I think, are preparing for this as well. Sounds like he can miss some time. Yeah, for Vegas. So,
and that's weird. We're just fighting.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's what the NFL likes to do, and that's what Roger Goodell likes to do. So we'll see. Maybe it'll just be a one-game deal. I don't know. But we'll have to monitor that situation as well. And A&M fans, Johnny Manziel is going to open up a bar right near campus, and it's going to be called Johnny Manziel's Money Bar, based on his celebration that he did during his football days, the Money Manziel. I think this thing is going to absolutely crush. Good move for Johnny.
Yeah, Aggies fans, when they think of Johnny, they mostly think of that magical season, and they don't think of everything else that came after that was an embarrassment for Johnny, which would make, I think, people outside of the Aggie system probably not want to go to a bar like that. And I tell you what, if I found out Johnny had anything to do with the day-to-day operation, I would bet heavily against it. This has got to be one of the deals where he's just lending his name to it and the brand and maybe some appearances. And I think it's got a pretty good shot.
Don't trust any menu item with powdered sugar on it.
That's a good point.
The Miniatis.
Or funnel cakes or whatever else, with cream puffs. You're going to want to have
Monte Cristo.
Yeah, the Monte Cristo. Gosh, the Monte Cristo is so fire. I'll tell you what, if Money Manziel Bar is selling Monte Cristos, I will personally make a trip out there to review it.
I'm going to be honest here. I'm surprised he hasn't opened something sooner in College Station.
Me too.
And this is where I kind of feel like the outside perception of Johnny Manziel is like kind of like a clown show. To Texas A&M, he's like royalty.
Yeah.
And like they will say that the expansion they had at Kyle Field, the things that they were able to do in the athletic department was all because of the run that Johnny Manziel had while he was at Texas A&M.
Yeah, he was great for the economy.
Yeah, he was great for the College Station. And so to me, like Gavin's talking about, not surprising, this would probably lend my name to it and show up and, pat people on the back and tell stories and have cocktails with folks. But I am shocked this hasn't happened earlier. That a guy like this, and they must have they must have convinced him like, okay, we'll give you a cut of this or a cut of that, and here we go,
Well, along with the show episode, the documentary that's coming out about him, this is going to be great for Johnny Manziel. We'll hear more about him. Now, do you guys want to start with the Rain Man of the NFL or quarterback audio?
Rain Man.
Rain Man.
All right, let's go to the New Heights podcasts. And once again, we are going to the greatness that is Julian Edelman and the audio that he keeps on giving us. And he tells us exactly who the Rain Man is apparently in the NFL. And it might surprise you. Here's Jules.
Gronk's low-key like Rain Man.
Dude, I can see it.
You throw numbers out there, Gronk knows numbers real well. There's a time like when the coach would get on him early in his career and like he never made that mistake again. His football knowledge is like outrageous. He sees it once and he does it, it's there for good.
Rain Man.
I would walk by the hallway and be like, yo, what's the square root of like 1,022? He'd be like 64 or whatever. I'd be like, what?
Have you ever been to the casino with him?
I tried to bring him once. You can't hide him. Everyone comes up to him. It wouldn't be good with the eye in the sky. I'm Gronk's giving me signals. It'd be terrible. I remember his rookie year. Remember Kevin Vandenbosch?
Yeah.
He ended his career. Early when the toss crack come in, you sneak him. Now everyone knows the toss crack. Tight end comes in, comes down on Vandenbosch, breaks his neck. And Vandenbosch was getting all up in him all game, like, hey, puppy, I'm coming after you. And, like, Gronk hits him.
That was it. He was a monster.
He was a monster. You had to game plan for a guy like him. All week we've been talking, this Vandenbosch guy could ruin the day. We got to get him blocked. And Gronk goes in, knocks him out of the game, and ended up blowing him out.
Unbelievable.
Holy jeez.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Gronk.
Yeah, Gronk in Vegas would be absolutely wild. Who's ready to get wild tonight?
Who's ready to get wild tonight?
My goodness.
I was not expecting him to say Gronk knows numbers well.
No,
me
either.
That's probably the biggest surprise of the entire week at camp right here.
Thank you very much. We've got an incredible barbecue order that's being delivered to our set right now. And is this Bloodsoe's Barbecue. Bloodsoe's Barbecue. We got Big Kev delivering this. Hey, well, we're gonna try the barbecue from LA. We appreciate you, man.
Get in here.
They heard we were so much, Big Kev. Thank you.
At this.
Hey, we love you, bro.
So we got
you.
Tolo from LA. Bloodsoe's Barbecue. If Tolos are out here, they need to go to Bloodsoe's. Okay, you live in Corsicana. Okay,
fantastic.
And
is that a cookbook?
Oh my gosh, it's a cookbook.
That's going home with me.
Yeah, that's
going home with me.
That's all you.
Thank you, my brother.
Y'all are the best.
They're on camera right here, guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Hey, LA Tolos, they heard us talking mess about Cali barbecue, and they decided to show up and prove us wrong.
Thank you, guys.
Look at those ribs.
Y'all are the best.
Big Kev,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you guys.
Eric's face is lit up.
Oh, my gosh, what a dream.
The fried pork chop sandwich.
No kidding. What's
yes.
the secret?
What is this? We got to ask him what the secret is.
We got to find out what the secret is when he comes back. All right, let's hit Josh Allen here. Josh Allen was on Pardon My Take, and
that's exceptional.
He's talking about Wangs, and here's what Josh Allen and the Pardon My Take boys had some fun with.
Wing nuts. You still got to go.
Have you guys tried Room 40 yet?
No.
It's really good.
We're loyal to Wing Nuts.
Try it, though.
I was talking to Ed.
It's here. It's like down the street.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really good spot.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go if you go to Wing Nuts.
Deal.
Okay.
Wait, where are you guys going to
go? Room 40.
Room 40's nuts in your mouth.
Oh!
Let's go!
What a walk-off.
Let's go!
Josh Allen with the jokes, baby. Drop the mic.
Did you see what he did? The thing he did to Peter King the other day?
Oh, the handshake.
The handshake thing.
Yeah, he's been waiting a year for that. So for those that didn't see it, Peter King is at Buffalo Bills training camp. He's interviewing Josh Allen, and last year it's on video. He's doing it for the Monday Morning Quarterback, and Josh Allen extends his hand out to shake Peter King's hand, and Peter's not paying any attention to him.
Not at all.
He's just going along with his questions, and then eventually he looks over and he shakes his hand. So they had a fun bit with it where Peter King stands out his hand, extends his hand, and Josh Allen just hits it away.
It was like last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a year ago.
A year ago.
Yep.
So Peter was just getting him back on that.
Good bit between the two of them.
Peter King thinks he's the biggest celebrity there.
Yeah, he does, but he's not.
Oh, one of my fans coming over here. What's your name, Josh?
Josh.
Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah, Peter King.
Good to meet you.
Best football writer ever.
All right, let's get to Bryce Young. Now,
let's get to this cookbook.
It's hard to imagine a world without NIL money where these players actually had to work real jobs in college, but Bryce Young was a delivery driver. And at Carolina Panthers training camp, they asked him about that. Here's what Bryce Young had to say.
I did that for a while, kind of from when I got there and got my feet on the ground as far as when I first got there. I was just learning the playbook, everything. But I guess after that first initial we went back for coach. So after that, I was driving for DoorDash, and honestly, I would have a mask on and a hoodie, and then I would only really accept the drop it at my door orders. So for the most part, I never really got recognized or anything. But yeah, I mean, this was before NIL, so I just would have.
He probably would have been crushing, of course, if he had that NIL money. But I can't imagine being a student on campus, you DoorDash something, and here's Bryce Young delivering your food to you.
Yeah, dude. I'm Bryce Young, I'm not trying to go incognito. I'm trying to maximize tips.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's smart.
Yeah. I'm calling them on the way.
That is smart business.
How do you like the football team? What do you think of that quarterback? Well, guess who I am?
Yeah.
Want me to hang out a little bit?
I think if I was going to say, you got to be open to a lot of small talk.
Yeah.
A lot of small talk and a lot of these
Pictures.
rabid Roll Tide fans, man. They might never let you
Can I take a picture?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm going to get off campus. I don't want to deliver to the students who are going to be broke.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to the richest suburb close.
Coach Nick Saban's neighborhood.
Yeah, richest urban area where young professionals just out of university are working and dominating. I think you could really make this sing for you. Luckily, the players don't have to do those kind of shenanigans anymore. But
no, thank goodness, right?
Yeah.
But interesting story there from Bryce Young, who is going to be the Panthers starter when he's already beaten out Andy Dalton, the future Hall of Famer. I can't believe it.
That's crazy,
it's
dude.
Very shocking.
They're just giving kids these jobs, just because you were the number one overall pick, you get to be our starting quarterback. My gosh, handout.
Why don't you earn it, huh?
Okay, Spittle just texted and said that's a James Beard award-winning chef in Kevin Bledsoe who was on Netflix Barbecue Showdown.
No
That's
way.
why this rib's insane. You're going to love it, Brian. It's got that crunch and that bite to it.
I was watching. I just took a picture of Eric, and you could see the bite. I'm big on that bite.
Yeah, you can see it.
The chew. That's what I'm all about right there.
Yeah, it's a chewy rib.
And his cookbook, I just looking through it. Oh my gosh, it's incredible. And by the way, thank you to the chef for that, man. He said something very, very nice. He said to 105.3 The Fan, so much respect, keeping it 100%. And it's
what a badass.
So,
dude, what an honor. What an honor to meet that guy. He's a pit god, and people are texting in talking about being on the Food Network and how much of a pit master this dude is. So, gosh, what a freaking honor, boys.
Yeah. And 817, one of Andy Dalton's current teammates said he was a future Hall of Famer. Did somebody just say Andy Dalton is a future Hall of Famer? For TCU, of course.
Miles Sanders said that they have a future Hall of Famer in their room, and he was talking about Andy Dalton.
Red Rifle.
And I don't think he was being tongue-in-cheek.
All right, going back to the Broncos, this isn't a Sean Payton story necessarily, although Sean Payton was ticked off when his player got suspended for this, but Broncos defensive lineman Ioma Uwazurike could face up to 2 years in prison for allegedly betting on Broncos and Iowa State games, according to a complaint that was filed yesterday. He placed 32 bets on the Broncos, players and during games last year over the course of his rookie season. He's already been suspended by the NFL, but now could possibly be thrown in jail. That is absolutely crazy.
What is it, insider betting or something?
Yeah,
he's using tips to beat the house?
Technically, yes, because he's betting on his players and his own team, so he would have inside information on it.
That's so messed up, That should just not be illegal, How often does Vegas have inside info to set these lines?
I think always.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
quite a
working
bit.
on inside info. They're like, oh, no inside info for you. Screw you guys. You know more about the injuries than the league does.
Absolutely.
I can't harvest a little edge over here. It's messed up.
Yeah, it is. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be playing in the Hall of Fame game tomorrow. Can you guys believe it? I know it's a preseason game, and it's probably going to be very uneventful. But we get NFL football tomorrow night.
That's awesome.
Maybe you get some Zach Wilson going on tomorrow.
Zach Wilson will be out there starting for the Jets. Aaron
Leave your mom
Rodgers
at home.
will be on the sideline. I'm sure the camera's
I think
going
Kevin
to be on him.
Mond going for the Browns tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond. I'm sorry. Was that
Of
Kevin?
Texas A&M.
Oh, Aggies
Yeah,
Bond? He's a number 2 quarterback?
Yeah.
He's going. He's going
Nice,
to be the one
hell,
tomorrow.
He might even be the third. I don't know.
I was
But
going to say,
they
I
get
thought
an
he was
extra preseason game, but he's out of Minnesota now.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he got up out of Minnesota like
They
that.
didn't like
Then
him.
the whole thing with Mike Zimmer drafted
Yeah,
the
Zimmer
third round,
never
and Zimmer's
believed
like
in
he
him.
never believed in the kid.
Well, if you watched him play at A&M, and no disrespect to Aggie fans, the guy never had a chance.
Is that a wrap then, Wolchuk?
That's a wrap.
There it is, the NFL news of the day, most afternoons at 3 o'clock, and we have the Rangers Player Show featuring reliever Chris Stratton next year on The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Off any electrical repair. Call or visit everyonelovesbacon.com today. Restrictions apply.
Everyone loves bacon.
Here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, live from Cowboys Training Camp 2023 in Oxnard, California. Our coverage brought to you by Kissable Dental, the on-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and Autoflex Leasing. And, man, thanks to the Cowboys for setting up Bledsoe's Barbecue to make a delivery for us. The main cook that was with them, Big Kevin Bledsoe, he's out of Corsicana and cooks at a hotel in DFW. He's got a book, Bledsoe's Barbecue Cookbook, and just exceptional. The flavor profile, the tenderness, and everything to do with it. A great, I guess, sprint of a barbecue feast was conducted there during the break, as we got quite a bit of that down, and we're going to continue to chow on it throughout today's show. We are standing by for the Rangers Player Show as Chris Stratton, new reliever, is going to join us here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot going on here at The Fan today, including Dan Quinn, and we'll have some audio of him a little bit later on. And we'll have Brandon Cooks actually joining us at 4 o'clock, and then Rangers GM Chris Young at 4:20, coming off, I would call it a triumphant trade deadline. Really improved the team quite a bit, gave them a better opportunity to compete in the postseason. His first trade deadline where he was the official general manager of this team, and I'd say he's done a heck of a job for Rangers fans. And we're excited about not only tonight's game at 6:30 pregame, but tomorrow it is going to be a 12:30 pregame with a 105 first pitch as Max Scherzer is going to take the hill. And, a pitcher that has an opportunity to redefine what we think of this pitching staff as if he can step up his game and be the pitcher that he's been his last 8 starts in New York and really for the last 2 decades. Max Scherzer's been virtually unhittable. So we're really excited about what that might look like tomorrow night, and we're calling it Scherz Day right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I guess the NFL's taken a deeper look here at the kickoff style used by the XFL.
Yeah, I saw that, and tomorrow I guess we'll get our first look at the new kickoff rules that they've already established. Kevin Stefanski was talking about that going into the Hall of Fame game, but when we talked with Bob Stoops about the way the XFL did it, I asked him, hey, what were some of the rules that they're doing in the XFL that you think they could translate and take to the NFL? That was the first one that he mentioned.
Yeah, and I think it does make a lot of sense. Basically, you're kind of creating a line of scrimmage like 10 yards ahead of where the kicker is going to catch it, maybe at the 10 or 15-yard line, or the kick returner is going to catch it, and then he's going to try to make a play. And there were plays made in the XFL like this. It greatly is going to reduce, high-speed collisions in that league, and I expect it to happen. I kind of said as a joke in crosstalk, the NFL is over-lawyered. And this is an example of it, where they're trying to make as much of a case as possible that in the future we can go to court and look at all the things we did to try to bring down these head injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Because they know their early league history is abysmal with how they lied to the players about, what the impacts were doing to their heads and their bodies. And, really for the last 10 or 15 years, they've been on this a journey to, correct the wrongs or to position themselves in court. I mean, they suspend Sean Payton for a year for Bountygate. He was just the head coach where the defensive coordinator had kind of gone off the reservation, and Greg Williams, that gives you an example of how, important this story is, whether we're actually addressing the health or, creating that for future public opinion. So it's about safety, and I don't think it takes away enough excitement. I don't even know if there's that big of a downside other than it's a change away from violence, and that's something that I think some traditional football fans are going to be a little bit nervous of. But at this point, the league has proven that element of violence is not mandatory for the success of their game.
Yeah, because they've kind of slow played these changes with the kickoff stuff, and so now we're at a place where you don't really care. I mean, obviously, when someone pops off one for like a touchdown or whatever, you're like, oh my gosh, that was
one of the most
fantastic.
exciting plays in all of sports.
Yeah, but it's so rare, and they've already tweaked rules over the years, and so they've kind of like slow played it to now. It's like, yeah, it won't really make much of a difference to me. in terms of the entertainment factor of the game and everything like that. I don't think it'll really bother me. But the rule I really want them to take from the XFL is the 2-point, 3-point, like instead just eliminating the point after attempt from a kicking standpoint, and then just leaving your offense on the field, and you choose, do you want the 2-point play, the 3-point play, the 5-point play, whatever it is. That's what I really want them to change one of these days.
It's interesting. And we saw a lot of wild, wacky comebacks in the XFL with that. All of a sudden, a team that thought they were out of it, they go ahead and use that. But I just want to be able to keep the kickoff and the kick return in the NFL. I don't want to be taking that out of the game. That's where I'd have a problem with it. I think the NFL needs it, and any way to just make it safer, I'm all for.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. There's just so many. I mean, I'm from an era where some of my best friends that played, the guys I worked with, the scouts and stuff that played in the 80s when it was just poor equipment and just collisions. And, I worked with the guy Bill Bates, with the Cowboys.
Special teams ace.
Special teams ace. And one thing that Bill was all about was running down on those kickoffs, throwing themselves into the wedge, and trying to be as disruptive as possible. And, you talk to Bill today, it's kind of a struggle. It's for those collisions. I worked with a guy, Ted Thompson, general manager with the Packers, who's no longer with us. Teddy played in the same era. A lot of going down the field, a lot of throwing yourself into wedges, and ultimately it costs you, a little bit of your ability, of your life. And so, that's the unfortunate thing. But anything to make it safer for these players. It's such a violent game to begin with.
And to keep jobs, right? I mean, when you look at a guy like C.J. Goodwin, if you eliminate kickoffs, if you eliminate the punt coverages and these kind of things, he doesn't have a job. He's not in the NFL. This is a guy that doesn't play any defense. So you're keeping jobs available, but you're also trying to make it safer.
It's time now for a G-Back Nation presents You Make the Call. Radio personality Don Geronimo fired. iHeartRadio candid made remarks about a female sports reporter, referring to her as a Barbie girl and a chick on air. Suggesting he had mistaken her for even a cheerleader at one point. Incidents raised questions about the nature of cancel culture and whether society is becoming overly sensitive to comments that may be seen as offensive by some. And that is the nature and the premise of this G-Bag Nation presents You Make the Call. Should you be fired for, we could be possibly talking about sideline reporter here on the show quite often. And if the wrong person hears it and can go viral on social media, the next thing you know, we could have, I think I've at least said things that offensive, probably in jest or joking, like our Christian McCaffrey thing last year, which was kind of said in jest or a joke, like, haha, who would actually joke about a player getting hurt. But San Francisco hated us for that. And if you would have put us downtown San Francisco that particular weekend, I don't know if we would have made it out alive, Brian.
No, we wouldn't have. And, it was really kind of interesting, too, when we got to the Super Bowl and we met McCaffrey's mom. And I was like...
And I was wondering why John Lunn was giving me kind of the stink eye. He's now a San Francisco host, but I was not a person that he would want to be seen with in public because his fans would probably be outraged.
John's the one that got me on the radio first, and I don't think he was too happy with me saying that to begin with either. And and there's people that believe what happened to with Pollard and stuff like that in that game. It's like, okay, you talk about our guy, you got exactly what you deserved, and I'm, But
this guy's fired here for something less of a no-no than what we did. So I just wanted to kind of put it out there how easy it might be, whether you're joking or trying to be a shock jock, you're calling her a Barbie on the sidelines. The next thing you know, you're fired. To me, that's bizarre. That is bizarre. Now, I'll say, sometimes the on-air sideline reporter is a Barbie on air, and she's there just to look pretty, and she knows that. Sometimes there's really, really pretty gals who are great journalists. They don't want to be labeled as just a Barbie because they're doing great work, but their looks did get them on air.
Watch your mouth, woman!
And then, on top of that, there's a lot of male reporters or male hosts who are terrible. And Tony Romo has been clowned, and Phil Simmons was called a caveman, So you're putting yourself out there in public. Is your job up for evaluation? Absolutely. That's why there's ratings. Should we be more careful in how we frame, something or refer to somebody as a Barbie or a caveman or a meathead? A lot of former players get called meatheads all the time, and their intelligence, even though they know the game backwards and forwards 100 times better than anybody in the audience and the play-by-play guy and the talk shows, we call those dudes meatheads. So absolutely, I think this has gone way too far, and I'm sorry Don Geronimo has lost his job as a result of this.
I hear you. I think that because it's in Washington and everything that's gone on with the Washington football team and the ownership, they're extra sensitive to this, and they want to remove themselves from it entirely, and that's why they had that reaction.
Is this like home of the Commanders, flagship station, something like that? Okay, well then I guess I can understand it because I didn't hear the clip, so I would love to be able to hear it. But based on what you said,
right?
I am somebody that uses the chicks term a lot, and I'm not trying to use it in an offensive way. That's just I say chicks. Like I got when people ask me, you got I got 3 chicks at home. Talking about my little girls.
Sometimes I call them dudes.
Yeah, right.
I got 3 dudes.
I don't know. I that didn't come across like it was. That didn't seem fireable based on the quotes that you just read.
He has a little bit of a history of this, though.
Oh, does he?
He has a history. He's been in the business a long, long time, and I remember reading the story about him. There's some things on air that had been said before, and that were kind of taken.
So he had people.
Yeah,
already.
It's one of those
he was
things.
On thin ice.
Yeah, it's like you have a file. You me. I have a file at CBS back in the day. I dropped an F-bomb on the air, and I felt like that if I dropped another F-bomb, Gavin and Tim would have to say, Brian, we can't put you on the air anymore.
Yeah.
I have a history of doing that. So
you're going to get us fined.
Yeah, I don't want to get you fined, but yeah, this guy's got a little bit of a history of stuff like that. And I think it probably caught up with him. Well, obviously it did because they moved on from him. Did you see that, by the way? There's a petition going around about the Commanders.
To get the Redskins
back.
To
get the Redskin name back.
Yeah.
And from what I'm hearing, they're talking a lot more in the organization about that. Like they're talking about bringing the Redskin name back as a nickname for the Washington football team.
Does the NFL have to approve that?
So we're bringing the Redskin name back and firing a host for calling a reporter a chick. Yeah. Got it. Right. Okay, now it all makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know.
That's what Eric was saying. Or Zach was saying. There's a lot going on in our nation's capital in a lot of different ways.
But the Barbie thing is topical right now with the movie
There's
coming
a movie out
Like,
with Barbie. So
I don't think that's very offensive. If you're Barbie beautiful,
somebody
then
wanted
that's
to call me Ken. I'm taking it as a compliment.
She took it the completely wrong way. Then that's.
Well, is she the one that was leading the charge to getting him fired?
Yes. She
that chick
was.
sucks.
Wow.
What?
Tim, Eric still got a job? Huh?
He's texting the boss right now.
We'll have to see how outraged the truckwreck.com fan text is.
That was insane. I would like to apologize, guys. I can't believe I let the word chick come out of my mouth.
I mean, what year are we in here, guys?
For my era, it'd be like the dame, broad. Lucius knows, right? Lucius, right? We always say the word broad. The broad. Back in the 40s and 50s, I always call them the broads. Yeah.
It's a funny word now. I can't believe that ever. I mean, was that because their hips were wider? Is that why we were calling them a broad?
Yeah, there was a lot going on there too.
Shoulders.
A lot going on there. The old speakeasies, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Hey, we got to run. The 340 segment is coming up next here as our training camp coverage continues. Barnwell ranking last year's playoff teams' chances at returning. Which coordinators will have the biggest impact on their teams? How are we looking in those departments? And then Brandon Cooks is coming up at 4 o'clock right here. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat D&M Leasing with you. Before I get some more barbecue here, I wanted to tell you, if you want or
greatest automotive buying experiences ever. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
The Rangers and White Sox go at it again tonight in Arlington. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on Silverados. Yeah. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model new year-end savings today. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads, yo.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. There is a Cowboy who is also a pilot, okay? And he's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock right here in the G-Bag Nation. Have a conversation with him about where this team goes. But right now it's time for some of our favorite Billy Barnwell content, ranking last year's playoff teams' chances at returning and which coordinators will have the biggest impact on their teams. Here is the Wooly Bully with that content for you.
Yeah, let's start off with Barnwell. And, of course, 14 NFL playoff teams. Usually there's a turnover where, like 6 in each conference? I mean, there's never that many that make it the same every year. And you go ahead and play like 3 in, 3 out, that type of game. So he's ranked, okay, which ones are most likely to be in there? I think it's pretty easy who number 1 should be. That would be the Kansas City Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes. They're a lock. They're going to be back into the playoffs, barring some kind of massive catastrophic injury to their starting quarterback. But I don't
think Kellen Moore is going to unlock Herbert and
they'll win the division,
have a rise in Los Angeles,
and they'll just say, "Hey, go bleep you, Kansas City." No, I don't.
Denver with Sean Payton. It's a division with a lot of potential. Last year, I thought we were in for it to be dominant.
Maybe this is the year where we're not buying into that division, and they end up actually being fun and competitive. That could be the case, but
they're making the playoffs.
I mean, that team's won the division. What is it? 8 consecutive years. Andy Reid is just churning out 10 double-digit winning seasons year after year. They're going to make it. It's interesting, the 2 and 3 seeds that he has with the best chances to make the playoffs. Again, Eagles at 2. Cowboys at 3. Why the Eagles are number 2? He writes, the Eagles went 14-1 with Jalen Hurts as their starting quarterback last season, then added 2 blowout wins in the postseason before we know what happened. There are reasons to think the Eagles will take a step backward. They lost 5 defensive starters, including both linebackers and a safety. Their coordinators left for head coaching jobs. They were the 3rd healthiest team in football, including an O-line that missed just 3 starts all of last season. Philly also went 6-1 in games decided by 7 points or fewer. A stretch of fortune was definitely on their side, but that ran out in the biggest stage. So even if the Eagles declined by 3 wins, he writes, which seems entirely reasonable given those circumstances, they're still an 11-win team. He thinks they're a lock to make the postseason, and I think what he writes there makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, that is that's a dang good football team. I know they got a couple of changes going on with their play caller on both sides of the ball, but the talent is overwhelming. They still have the same head coach, and I think you're talking about them being in the upper echelon of teams, unless Jalen Hurts gets hurt.
Gets hurt, or last year was a fluke, and I don't think that you can play that well and it completely be a fluke.
No. I mean, it's not like they were even all that much of a surprise last year. Jalen Hurts himself was.
Yes.
But we knew, other than the quarterbacks coming into the season, we're like, that Eagles roster is legit. It is still just as legit with veteran players and stuff like that. And we'll see how the draft class plays. They're going to need their draft class to step up, but it seems like a draft class that's pretty impressive. Really comes down to, does Jalen Hurts stay healthy? Because if he does, yes, this is one of the best teams in the league.
I think it's Jalen Hurts. And over the last decade, as the Eagles have been really good and the Cowboys have been really good as well, there have been years where their offensive line just totally fell apart due to injury. And Lane Johnson is probably the king of that because he's maybe the best right tackle in football. And he has a lot of years where he has missed quite a few games.
Sure.
So I think you look at that as an opportunity where it could go wrong with Philadelphia. I do think Jalen Hurts is probably going to stay healthy. I don't think he's going to run quite as much, but Chief's right about that. That would cause things to totally fall apart for them. But I think that's, not that I'm rooting for it by any stretch. I want everybody to stay healthy. But yeah, and offensive, they did such a great job, and Howie Roseman's the best executive in football, I think, but they did such a great job of letting players go at positions that they could replace easier. And, and then getting other guys to take pay cuts to be around greatness.
Yeah.
That's one of the great things about when you do make a Super Bowl. You can make a much more credible case to your players that, hey, if you sacrifice, we can get back here.
We were all hoping for doom and gloom with all those cornerbacks and secondary guys leaving.
Yeah. I mean,
and it's like, well, they're going to lose they can't sign all these guys. And lo and behold, what happens? They get all those guys back. They lose the safety, though, to the Lions. And, but other than
Johnson,
that,
Johnson and Hargrave, right?
Yeah.
And then their linebackers, T.J. Edwards and whoever the other guy was. But they were bad. That's kind of like, okay. They were getting run all over all year.
Yeah, they were.
I thought the secondary. I thought that would really hurt them.
With you. I thought losing Darius Slay would be a tough one, but they ended up being able to keep him. Now the Cowboys are number 3, right behind the Eagles, third team from the playoffs a year ago, most likely to make it again. Barnwell writes, the Football Power Index actually rated the Cowboys as the league's best team before their ugly Week 18 loss to the Commanders. Dallas had the 5th best point differential in the league, which speaks to its floor on both sides of the ball. Dak's interception rate is likely to regress back towards his career mean, which was the only real blemish on the offense for most of last season. DQ's defense ranked 4th in the NFL in points per possession allowed over the past 2 seasons, and even acknowledging that Mike McCarthy is unlikely to improve the offense, the Cowboys are well positioned to be a top 10 unit on both sides of the ball in 2023. Cowboys are a team that he thinks is definitely not going to regress. He thinks they're going to be right back there. It sounds like he thinks they might win this division.
Yeah, there's been years where I've idiotically thought, well, they made the playoffs last year. As long as they stay healthy, they're in there. But, that's after 14 and 16 where you had like a good offense and a really mediocre to bad defense at times. This year, this isn't the kind of team that misses the playoffs after making the playoffs. This is the kind of team that gradually improves as its core gets older and gets more experience and continuity together. The teams that miss are going to be the ones like the Giants, who thrived despite a poor point differential. They just somehow magically won one-score games at an insane rate.
The Vikings. I mean, so the bottom 3 teams he has, the Vikings, the Giants, and the Bucs. I think the Bucs, obviously, right? Their quarterback situation is really bleeped. There's a quarterback competition between Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. Initially, they thought Mayfield was going to win that job. Reports are Kyle Trask is looking better, and that job's actually really competitive.
Yeah, Pete Prisco was at their camp. I think he was at Jacksonville and Tampa. He said back-to-back, and he says that Trask has surprisingly looked better, and he didn't feel like that was going to be the case going in, but that might be the direction that they go. We'll see how the preseason is for those guys.
I'm so glad we're at a camp right now with a legit football team, with a legit quarterback situation that is looking like a legit playoff contender, and not at one where you're wondering who's our quarterback with Kyle Trask versus Baker bleeping Mayfield. That's a long season covering those Bucs.
I like what you're saying, but do you feel like it's a playoff team with the way this offensive line has looked so far?
Well, if it was this offensive line, I would say it would be that is certainly the weak link, and that will be the reason why they lose the games they lose. I still think everything else is still good enough to make this a playoff team, but you're talking about maybe they're a 9 or 10 win team instead of like 11, 12 win team. But I don't think this offensive line, as it looks right now, is the way it's going to be come the season. Like, Zach Martin is going to be here. Whether it's him being a little bit unhappy with the way he got treated with the contract stuff, but he will be here. He's not going to retire and give back a bunch of money. So he's going to be here. And then Terrence Steele will be week 1, like playing all the snaps. You're not going to be rotating, Willetskos and Balls and Idogas and stuff like that. So, but this offensive line as it is right here today, that's a problem.
See, the thing you survived a season without Tyron Smith.
You did.
At left tackle,
because
right?
You had a replacement plan in place with Tyler.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, can you survive a season without Zach Martin? What if Zach Martin doesn't play?
If Tyron stays healthy.
If Tyron stays healthy, maybe.
Yeah, you can't survive the season without both of them.
Yeah, you might be able to slide Farniak in there, and he could be serviceable.
See, that's what I would worry about. If all of a sudden something were to happen, I've said this before on a lot of different platforms now, that if something were to happen to Tyron Smith, that Tyler Smith has to move back out to left tackle, you're in a world of hurt right now with no Zach Martin playing over there too.
You are. If you're playing 2 backup guards, you're totally bleeped in my opinion. But I think they seem to, for whatever reason, be very confident in what they've got along the depth of this offensive line. I don't agree with it, but they seem to be okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that having two backup guards playing is certainly, it lowers your ceiling. I don't think you can go on a magical playoff run when you get up against some of these defenses. But week in, week out, if you're losing football games because you don't have a left guard and a right guard that are Hall of Famers, then you got bigger issues. Like, come on, dude. If Terrence Steele is here, Tyler Smith is here, and Biotish are here, 3 of the 5 of your offensive linemen, and all are the most important ones. The 2 guards are your least important offensive linemen. Your center's more important, and your tackles are more important. If you got 3 guys right there and you can't get by with 2 backup guards, a lot of these teams are having to deal with crappy guard play. Go figure it out and deal with it. You can still make the playoffs. Do you win the Super Bowl? Do you go to the Super Bowl? Probably not, because you run up against ridiculous defenses and fronts that you'll end up losing. But you can still be a playoff team.
But what's the one thing that's a strength of the NFC East?
It's the defensive lines.
Tackle play.
No doubt.
The Commanders tackle play. Giants tackle play.
That's a good point.
You know, I know they lost Hargrave. Yeah,
they just drafted
Cox and Carter.
Yeah, see, that's what I worry about. All of a sudden, though, you know, I'm Will McClay. I'm trying to think about, okay, I've got to build a team to win the division.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I have to do. I can't match up with them. With Zach Martin, I match up fine. With Tyler Smith, I match up fine. Without, you know, and again, I'm one of these guys. I didn't think it was going to be this long on Zach Martin, by the way.
I didn't either.
I didn't think this was, you know, but now you're starting to hear some whispers like, oh, no, we'll be fine. No, I don't know. I can't sit there with all sincerity and say you will be fine without Zach Martin playing right guard.
And it's because of what we've seen this team just fall apart due to a lack of offensive line, and even when one guy's gone down. Like, I hear what you're saying. The Cowboys still might be in a better spot than a lot of other offensive lines, but you're looking at a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl right now. I think that takes a drastic hit, and I don't see it being a possibility without Zach Martin.
All righty, great points by everybody. Chief, I think you might have sold me that with Tyler, Terrence, and Biotish. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Even without Tyron and Zach, you're still thinking playoffs?
Man,
I'm still thinking playoffs.
But you're the one guy all through June that was telling us without quality offensive line play, Dak Prescott has no chance.
I know. So I was surprised that Chief was making inroads, but what he did say was just make the playoffs.
Yeah,
you're not necessarily going for the Super Bowl
team, but you're not going to win the division.
Yeah, and I think to be the Super Bowl team, yes, they are going to need a good to great offensive line. And, you know, we'll see if they can still pull that off. I think there's potential for this line to be top 5 if best case scenario is there. We got to run. 2.5 hours to go. Brandon Cooks next in the nation.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Love of the Star podcast.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day as we're live in the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. And we're about to be joined by the Cowboys, a big addition from the free agency period. A trade with the Houston Texans brought them aboard. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by Kissable Dental. On-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and AutoFlex leasing. March 19th was a fun day for Cowboys fans when it was announced. They were trading for wide receiver Brandon Cooks, 2014 first-rounder, posted 1,000-yard seasons for 4 different teams, and now the Cowboys are lucky enough to have him here in training camp, and he joins you now on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. It's great to see you in person. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm doing great.
You feeling the love from the fans? Everybody, you made a great impression on everybody, man. Well, this has just been a lot of fun getting to know you.
The fans has been great. Come out here to camp, seeing them show up. That's just a huge part of it, right? The fans. So I'm definitely thankful for them welcoming in, with open arms. But at the end of the day, just got to go do my job so they can stay excited.
Now, what kind of impression are the Cowboys making upon you? How do you like the offense? How do you like the coaches, your teammates, everything?
First and foremost, the group of men that we have is special. You talk about guys that look out for one another, selfless, coaches, players. It's great. We out here in Cali, the offense, we fast. We look to attack. That's what Coach Mike McCarthy always talks about. So, I love it. I love it.
The tempo is something you mentioned, playing fast, and I think that's something that Dak's always thrived in throughout his career. How much of an emphasis has that been for the offense, just to play fast, the tempo? Let's get up to the line, let's get the plays in.
I think it's been a huge emphasis. Obviously, being out here at practice, going against a great defense, but the more that you can play at your speed, at your pace as an offense, the more success that you'll have.
For a long time around here, fans and media have been maybe frustrated with the concepts on offense. And, we've been jealous or envious of like a philosophy that a former coach of yours, Sean McVay with the Rams. So the question is, and you can take it however you want, are we getting there? Are we more similar? What do you think of the motion, the stacks, the spread? Like, is this modern enough what we got going on right now with the Cowboys?
Without giving out too much, information, but I think we're doing a great job on a serious note. I think, coaches putting players all over the place to be able to make plays, putting us at our strengths. I think that's where it starts at. Obviously, you want your guys in the role that they thrive at, right? But as far as the nuances, every single day, we're adding and we're getting better, and we're trying things out, and that's what it's all about. You try things, hey, you don't like it. If you do, you keep it. But at the end of the day, when you got your quarterback, that's who it's most important for. He has to play fast, and everybody else around him has to catch up.
Yeah, well, then just keep putting you in bunch formations and letting you, run around and do what you need to do. Because when we watch you practice, you're constantly in motion. Just constantly moving, constantly running through the routes and stuff like that, and doing a great job of finishing in these practices.
No, I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate it.
It's Brandon Cooks here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you grew up not too far from here, right? Stockton, California?
Stockton, California.
About a 5-hour drive?
About a 5-hour drive.
So is this still home for you?
No. My brothers are still here. My wife and I and kids, we live in Oregon in the off season. I definitely come back often. I throw camps, come back to visit my family. But not home base anymore.
How did your speed play in track and field around these parts? Was that legendary as well?
It's California, so we're competing. I like to think I did really well, but we was dealing with some different type of speed around here growing up.
What was track your second best sport?
Oh yeah, no doubt. I played baseball growing up until high school. Ran track, played hoop. Hoop wasn't really too much for me. I played everything, honestly, growing up, but football and track was perfect because they're opposite seasons, so I was always able to stay busy doing those two things.
Then you go to Oregon State, and you must have liked it up there.
I love it.
Is that where your wife's from?
My wife's from there, but I also fell in love with the state of Oregon. Summertime, I like to tell people you can't beat the Pacific Northwest, how beautiful it is.
Right on. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. My parents live in Bend right now.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
What's your favorite outdoor type of thing to do? You hiker? Kayaks?
We hike a lot, but I also got into flying planes about a year ago, so I got my pilot's license. We fly around a lot, go to the San Juan Islands right there off the coast of Washington. We love just being outdoors doing those type of things.
That is awesome. What piqued your interest to fly? Was that something you always wanted to do?
chopping off about 4.5 hours of a drive and turning it into 30 minutes. I think that was probably the most, intriguing thing about it. You can get somewhere in 30 minutes versus driving for 5 hours. So that was number one, and just the sightseeing up there is a little different.
So did you fly yourself down here?
No, I did. I was tempted, but I didn't have nowhere to park the plane.
Pull up right behind Jerry?
No. I think his plane to crush mine.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, did you ever fly a seaplane or ever thought about flying a seaplane?
That's the next step. Next step. Because,
a lot different then, right?
It's a little different. In San Juan, you can land in the water. Obviously, they got runway on the water. So that would be the next step. But right now, just straight propeller plane. Yeah.
That's where the orcas are, right? Do you go up there and see the killer whales?
Always. You see them all the time. If you're out there in the summertime, you're almost guaranteed to see some orcas for sure.
So how long did that take to become a pilot?
It took about roughly 6 months because during the season I didn't fly.
Sure. Okay.
I waited till after the season to pick it back up, and after the season just knocked it out in about a month.
So you got to get a lot of hours in. You must have been hitting that on a regular basis.
Wake up early before the kids.
Yeah.
Get it going so you're not missing, the time, and then get to work out. So.
And you got your own plane?
Own plane.
Man, that is cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's very unique.
That is very unique.
So it's Brandon Cooks here with you on your home of the Cowboys 105 through the fan. What else piques your interest, or is your next hobby now that you got your license? What's next?
No, right now it's just raising the kids. I got 2 boys, Mav and Dash, but we travel a ton regardless. We started traveling about 5 years ago all throughout the world. That's something that means a lot to us, just to be able to see different cultures, just be able to feel, a different life out there that's not just in our backyard.
It's such a blessing to be able to expose those kids to that, throughout their lives. So what's the range on your plane? You're not taking that to Malaysia,
but no. We're going to have to get in a different plane for that one. But maybe when we over there, can rent one and fly around. Yeah.
Right on. Are you still doing the Archer celebration?
Always.
Yes.
Can we get the backstory on that here?
Backstory, just one of my favorite Bible verses. Just for me, another way to just glorify God. Obviously, Sosa back in the day, across his chest. And for me, just shooting that arrow is just another way to be able to just really, bring God into my celebration. Obviously, just blessed to have this platform, so I want to be able to showcase him every chance I get.
Everyone we've talked to has just mentioned what a difference and an impact you've made into the locker room, to the receiver room. You just seem like a natural-born leader. Is that something that's just always been a part of you?
I think it is. Obviously, just through my journey being in different locker rooms, you kind of just pick up little things from different leaders all around the teams that I've been at, and kind of apply them to myself to be able to give to my teammates and coaches wherever I'm at. So I'm thankful that they see me like that. Like I always tell the guys, selfless. I just want to win. So whatever I can do to serve, that's what I'm here to do.
What do young players need?
I think the biggest thing young players need is finding out your routine. I think when you get in the league, college, everything is kind of set for you, right? You get to the league, you got all this free time on your own. Sure. As fast as you can find your routine, the better. Yep.
How'd you get settled into DFW this offseason?
I think I was good. I stayed in a hotel right in Frisco that whole time during OTAs. Just left my fam home because we didn't have our home yet. So I really haven't had a chance to really explore, but I definitely look forward to it, though.
Now, you got in the backyard a little bit, right?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We definitely got back there a couple days before we was allowed to throw at the facility. Boy, it's a sweet setup.
I was going to ask about it. I want to get the details on that experience, man. Gallup gave us some good nuggets. He says the hospitality from Dak is pretty impressive.
It is
rolling out the red carpet.
You got it all. Hey, you show up. So we can practice out there if we need to. It's a little shorter than 100 yards, though.
It's funny. We were talking about. Remember the other day I wanted to ask a player a question about.
Delivering a baby.
If you could deliver a baby or land a plane.
Yes.
And I'm glad I did.
There you go.
I'm glad. I was just sitting there thinking, I'm like, yeah, I remember I go, Eric, remember I said, I want to ask a player, in an emergency, could you land a plane or deliver a baby? And right now, that would have been the best day. I can land a plane and to deliver a baby, too, if you want me to.
No experience with that?
I caught him. I caught both my boys.
Yeah, there you go.
But I was with some assistance right there, right?
You don't need much assistance catching. You're out there. We're just doing it all naturally.
Did Mav and Dash get the family speed?
Let's hope so. My wife was a gymnast for a while, so hopefully they got the
the body control,
body control, and get the speed from me.
There you go.
That would be something.
That'd be good.
All right. Anything else before we let you go, Brandon?
Oh, no, I appreciate you guys. It's awesome hanging out.
Man, it's so easy to chat with you. I feel like we could do this for the next couple hours, but I'm sure you got stuff to do.
I know we don't want to keep you.
Got to go do this routine. There you go.
You get the routine in.
Yeah, dude, the routine out here. Are we making the rookies get up and sing? Have we done any of that?
I mean, we getting our every day, the rookie class, one person a day. Nothing crazy. Like I tell the rookies, man, I'm not going to make you spend money, but you're going to have to carry them pads. You're going to have to carry them helmets. You're going to waste some energy, but save your money.
What did you have to do your rookie year?
The biggest thing is in New Orleans, it was this sandwich spot that they loved having, the receivers loved having before the flight on away games. And that was my main thing, having to pick up sandwiches. But I like to say I cheated because my wife, she'd go pick them up for me. You know what I mean? So it was really rookie duty for her. Yeah.
How many sandwiches was that?
Well, not just the receivers wanted them, but vets wanted them. So I would probably say 20 sandwiches. They were pretty special.
I remember back in the day with the Saints, they used to have the facility at David Drive, and there was a breakfast place it's the same place. So it's the breakfast spot. Okay, now I see why everybody was asking Brandon for sandwich. This place is the legendary sandwiches, breakfast sandwiches, eggs, everything on it.
Yeah.
Just great sandwiches right across from the facility.
You're absolutely right.
Yep.
Jamal Williams is saying the beignets are overrated in New Orleans
right
now.
I got a lot of respect
for
them,
the
beignettes. You can't do Nola like that. They're special, and they do it right. And Jamal got his title to his own opinion, but I don't know about that one. They're not just donuts or whatever.
Yeah, it's part of the experience.
Funnel cake. We call them funnel cakes.
Although I'm from Cali, the funnel cakes is a huge thing at these theme parks.
They're delicious.
They are great, but they ain't no beignets, though.
Okay, last one for me. I promise this time. Is there a backstory on number 3? Why number 3?
I just took the one off. My guy MG obviously rocking 13.
Sure.
And, not getting into.
Yeah,
he's made his name.
Yeah, he's been
here.
Right.
Yeah. As they say, the number don't make me. I make the number. So I'm not sure.
I did want to sneak one CD question in there for you.
Yeah.
Because it seems like CD Lamb's finally getting the love from around the league that he deserves. Just came in as the 6th best receiver on the top 100 list. I don't know how much you look at the top 100 list, but what have you noticed from CD? Because you've played with a lot of other really good receivers.
It's just, his feel for the game. To be pretty tall, the guy can also move laterally, right? And get in and out of breaks. I think, just for a guy that's been here for 4 years, he's extremely smart. You see the defense as well. He just plays the game at his pace, and I think that's huge.
What about the personalities in that wide receiver room?
They're great. They're all different in a good way. CD, Mr. Fashion, he's in Paris now, hanging out with LeBron. You got MG quiet. I'm all over the place. Ain't no telling. So it's a great dynamic, and we all, got a lot of love for one another already, and we kind of building those relationships.
I know you stepped foot on this team knowing Micah Parsons was an animal, but have you been even more impressed seeing it up close?
Yeah, no, I'm being extremely impressed. I'm being fortunate enough to play arguably the greatest defensive player in the league or to ever play this game when you hang him up, Aaron Donald. Yeah. And I see, the guy's got a different motor, Micah does. And as long as he keep doing what he's doing, and I know he will because his work ethic is crazy and he's humble about it, he's on a mission for sure.
What's the off the field competition going down? Is it a lot of ping pong going on?
There's ping pong going on. What is there? Some old arcade games that Bones, our special team coach, got set up in there.
Nice. Bones.
Yeah, and some darts.
Well, the archer. Does that play into it a little bit?
That's easy win 3.
There you go.
Easy win.
Okay, last one for me because it's not all the time we get to talk to somebody that's been in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
How close is this team to finally making it there?
Respectfully, I don't really talk about the expectation of that. Being around Super Bowl teams, you never really heard it come up. Within the locker room, you just always focused on the task at hand, taking it one day at a time. It's like, the confidence. When you got confidence, you don't need to talk about it, right?
Right.
And so my biggest thing to the guys is, hey, let's just focus on what we control, take it one day at a time, and keep our head down and keep pushing. When we look up, hey, everything else to take care of itself.
Never bringing it up again.
Ooh. Yeah, it's good. I mean, either. Hey, if he says it, you know.
I'm listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll ask you about it after you win it.
Yeah. The leadership, the speed. Everybody's so excited to have you here and what you bring to this team. It was great getting to know you a little bit here in person, and we look forward to chatting maybe more during the regular season.
Absolutely. We're going to make it happen for sure.
Let's go.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Brandon. Best of luck. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, man.
There he goes, Brandon Cooks, and it appears the chances are good. We're trending in a very good direction of having Brandon Cooks be our regular guest with us throughout the NFL season, and that would be exceptional. You know, just a total 10 in every way there, Brandon Cooks, and thanks to him for joining us and Joe Trahan for setting it up out here. Okay, when we come back, it is time for CY to join us. A post-deadline interview with the Rangers GM is next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat men's T Clinic, though, and I want you to join me and thousands of DFW men. G-Bag Nation. We're about to talk with Rangers GM Chris Young. Segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you this afternoon?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing pretty good, and we're even better. Just saw a report from Evan Grant that Seager's going to play tonight. Can you confirm that?
Yes, yeah. Corey passed some tests and wanted to be in there tonight, and certainly we're not going to deny him the opportunity to rejoin the team. And, I think all things considered, this is best-case scenario, and really speaks to Corey, how well he takes care of himself, our training staff, what a great job they've done. We were worried this could have been, catastrophic in some ways when we saw him come up against the Dodgers, sliding into second base in pain. And then, here we are, a short time later, and he's ready to go. So this is exciting news for us.
Did he get extra motivation from Houston winning earlier today?
I don't think so. I think Corey's a competitor. He wants to be out there, and he's a gamer, and I think there's still a level of pain that he's going to play through. I don't think it's significant, but it just shows what a team guy he is and how badly he wants to be a part of this, and it was pushing us to be back out there.
Now, with Houston winning, they have pulled even. That puts a little extra juice on it. I mean, this is going to be awesome here. Do you expect a tight battle the whole rest of the way?
Oh, we've expected that from the outset. It doesn't change anything. I'm not scoreboard watching. I'm focused on the Texas Rangers, and if we play good, winning baseball, we will be just fine. That's my only focus at this point. Maybe as we get into late September, we'll do some scoreboard watching, but for right now, it's about us playing our best version of baseball and playing up to our abilities, and if we do that, I think we showed what we're capable of.
Super pumped to get Seager back here, CY, but can you tell us any more information on Jonah and then, of course, on Evaldi?
Yeah, I think we did get favorable reports on both. Jonah, we weren't sure originally how long this may take with the wrist. I think that we're trending the right direction here in terms of his pain level. He still has a number of tests to pass, but I think we are going to see Jonah back at some point in the coming weeks. I can't say whether that's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I do expect that we'll get him back sometime soon. All things considered, I think that's a really good break. We were worried that could have been, season ending for him. But given the diagnosis that he received from the specialist he's seen, we're confident that he's going to make a return at some point. And then Nathan is doing well as well. We're trying to get just him calmed down a little bit more to where he's 100% pain and soreness free. But we're headed the right direction. Every day he's feeling better and better. And I think we knew coming into the season at some point he'd need a blow. But we're going the right way here and expect him back hopefully sometime in not too long, maybe 10 to 14 days if everything goes perfectly.
CY, as a fan, I want to thank you for being a real general manager and not sitting on your hands and going out and trying to make this baseball team better. As a journalist, I want to ask you, though, when you were identifying, how far along were you to identifying the players that you obtained in these trades? Was it something you kind of had an idea going in you were going, or is this something that kind of materialized as you got closer to the deadline?
Well, I think, first of all, to your original comment, no need to thank me. The players and Boach and the staff deserve the credit. They are the ones who played our way into this position. There's no doubt about that our record, getting off to a hot start, it clearly defined what we were going to do at the trade deadline. These guys have played their way into making us, putting us in this position and making everybody here believers in what this team can accomplish. And so we felt a responsibility to them, given how well they played, to go out and make the team even better, and I think that's what we've accomplished. In terms of the specific players that we acquired, we did our pro scouting department did a tremendous job of preparing for this point. The preparation started back in early May, with scouting calls and Zooms and just really going through the entire league and following teams and records and who may be available, who would not be available, and we were very well prepared, and we knew going in we needed pitching, we needed to upgrade both our rotation and hopefully our bullpen. And we feel like over the course of a month from the acquisition of Aroldis Chapman to the final finishing touch of adding Austin Hedges, we were able to accomplish what we needed to and give this team the best chance moving forward.
How fun was it for you personally leading the charge at your your first official trade deadline, and how much did you learn from the entire experience?
Well, I think, one, it's much better. The last 2 years we've been sellers, and that was not fun. It's not fun being in a position where you're looking to the future. You're basically punting the remainder of the season. So this year to be on the other side of that and just really thinking about what do we need not only to finish the regular season, but also to set us up for the postseason. It was a lot of fun. It was great. I hope that we're in this position every single year because that's what we play this game for. That's what this is about, and that's what these players sacrifice so much to do. And our fans deserve it, most importantly. So I hope this continues every year. I mean, I learned how hard it is to make a deal. I've seen that the last couple of years. These deals are not easy. It takes a lot to get them to come together. There's a lot of back and forth. And, in the end, when you get these things done, it's not because there was a lack of effort. There's a lot that goes into this, and ultimately we were able to execute what we wanted to do.
See why when you guys have done a great job of building your farm system, which allowed you to make some of these trades. Is it the fact that you have so much confidence in your scouting staff and your group that you can make trades where you can move prospects thinking, guys, we'll rally, we'll find ways to get other players here? Is that make it a little bit more easier knowing the type of staff you have and the evaluations you guys are able to make and the acquisitions of these, say, amateur players or players down the road?
Yeah, it's not only the amateur acquisitions, it's also the pro acquisitions. Our group has done a tremendous job of really identifying some of the players that we've gotten from other organizations in terms of trades, either in the minor leagues or young big leaguers. And then secondly, which obviously is the amateur acquisition side in the draft. And, our group, our amateur group has done a great job over the last several years of really finding very good players. I think the 2020 draft especially, we traded 2 players from that draft and TK Roby and Tommy Sajaci, who were both really impact players that came from that 5-round draft. And to see that come together, I have complete confidence that we will replenish. I think one of the nice things that we were able to preserve the top of our farm system with a lot of our guys. And now, I have full confidence that whether it was this year's draft or next year's draft, we'll continue to stockpile and add more talent to the organization.
Rangers General Manager Chris Young with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We loved all the moves, and we're excited about all the players you're able to get, but I think Max Scherzer resonates certainly with every single baseball fan. What can you share with us on how that deal ended up being able to be made? Well, there were a lot of complexities to it. Certainly, Max signed a large contract with New York. There was a financial component. There was a no-trade component, and then there was really the, us wanting Max to be here in 2024, and Max having to make a decision that really he had earned the right to put that decision off until the offseason, evaluate his choices, whether to opt in or opt out of his contract. And Max made the decision and the commitment to the Texas Rangers to waive that opt-out right and opt into his 2024 contract. And, I can't thank him enough for the willingness to do that. I think it speaks to what we're building. I think it speaks to his desire to win and be part of what we believe is something special here, and very grateful to Max. But there were a lot of complexities to that deal, and at the end we got it done. We got the player that we felt like really we needed at the front of our rotation to help lead us, and we're excited to watch him pitch tomorrow.
Yeah, it is going to be very exciting as we're talking with Rangers GM Chris Young. Do you expect him to get back closer to Cy Young Max Scherzer, or are we getting what we've seen so far this year?
Well, from our evaluation, we think his overall body of work and his numbers, I think his body of work has been slightly better than where his overall numbers are. He's certainly pitched very well of recent. We think he's trending in the right direction, and we expect that as the games get even more meaningful, we're going to see the best version of Max Scherzer. Whether that's mid-career Max Scherzer, who was absolutely dominant, I don't know if that's a fair expectation, but I am certain that we're going to get a really, really good pitcher who is ultra competitive. He knows how to win. He's been in the moment. And he's going to make the guys around him better as well. He's going to show everybody else what it takes to be in these moments for our young pitchers who haven't been there. He can help walk them through and provide some insight and wisdom into these moments and situations, and it'll serve everybody well. So I think that, we expect a very, very strong performance from him just based on what we've seen But secondly, the intangibles are off the chart, and he's going to be a great addition for everybody here.
When he gets to reunite with his old pitching coach, Mike Maddox, from the Nationals, how involved was Maddox in regards to acquiring Scherzer?
Yeah, Mike was important in these decisions. I mean, Mike had Jordan Montgomery, Chris Stratton, and Max at certain points in their career. So, any coach who's come across a player we're targeting or inquiring about, we always check and see. We do background checks and understand, what the player's about, how he'll fit in our clubhouse, and make sure that we're not missing anything. And Mike provided a lot of insight and wisdom into that. I will say we didn't target these guys specifically because they have relationships with our coaches. That was just sort of a coincidence, but we targeted them because they're really good players, and we felt like they're going to make us better.
See why we kind of got some reports that Jacob and Max had talked to each other. Was that something they did on their own, or did you kind of call your ace there in DeGrom and ask him, hey, could you help us out on a little recruiting here?
No, that was completely organic between the players. We had nothing to do with that. We had no real contact with Max until we had learned he had approved at least to waive his no trade rights. At which point we were in touch with his agent regarding the next steps, but we specifically did not have anybody contact Max. He did that on his own, and I think actually that's the way these things work best is when players reach out to their counterparts on other teams. They hear kind of from their somewhat unbiased perspective, and they get honest feedback. And I did that when I was a player, and I certainly expect players to do it. And I hope that our reputation and what we're building here speaks for itself when they have those conversations. And Jacob, I don't know what commission we owe him, but apparently we do.
You add Aroldis Chapman and Chris Stratton now to the bullpen. We've talked with you a lot about the pen throughout the year. What do you think it looks like now as you get ready for this pennant run?
Well, I think most importantly, by lining up the starting rotation and building rotation that is going to give us a quality outing, a very dependable quality outing every time out, it's going to back the bullpen up a little bit. It's going to put us in a position where these guys are coming in more consistent roles and innings in which for which they're prepared, maybe a little less irregular usage. And I think that's what the best bullpens have. There's almost like a flow and a rhythm to it. And we've kind of lacked that over the last 4 to 6 weeks. We've had some irregular performances out of the rotation and lack of consistency. And I think that by getting just consistent starting pitching, it's going to make the bullpen better. And then certainly you add Chris Stratton and Aroldis Chapman to go with the group that we have. And some of these guys have really started to throw the ball really well. I think the last 4 to 6 weeks from Jose Leclerc has been really positive, and Brock Burke as well. Josh Spores, we've seen what he's capable of, and Will Smith has been great all year. So, we're really, I think, trending the right direction in terms of the bullpen. And I think as we kind of define these roles and get these guys accustomed to the way they're being used, I think it'll really benefit us in the second half here.
Chris Young with us. It looks like you have everything covered over there, CY, but I did want to let you know, 2012 season, Josh Hamilton broke a finger sliding into third. And a former colleague and I started a program that year called SAFE, which is sliding arms first eradication. Okay, see how we worked that in there. And I think I still have the PowerPoint. If you need me to make a presentation, I could swing by next week.
I've talked to Boach, and we can promise you that Corey is your number one candidate, and he's well aware of the program, and he's on board.
Yes. Well, congrats on getting him back, and thanks for an awesome first deadline with you totally in charge, and we look forward to watching you continue to give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having me. Talk soon.
There he goes, CY with you here in the G-Bag Nation. Usually joins us Mondays at 4:20, but this week we held off until after the deadline, so thanks to CY for being the man. Okay, we got to run. What are we doing next here, guys? Is this an Eric Chiafalo? What are we doing here? Oh, Wolchuk's top 10.
Oh,
that's
we're top
right.
10ing? Let's
Whoa,
go.
yes.
Come on. National Ice Cream Sandwich, guys. It's the day of the day for the Ice Cream Sandwich. I got the top 10 ice cream truck treats ranked next.
All right, I want to chat window.
Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new road, Joe.
Thank you, Lucius. Coming up here at 5 o'clock, we'll speak with Dave Raymond, voice of your Texas Rangers on television, and get his thoughts on the remaining games for the season and how we like the Rangers' chances of winning this division, getting to the playoffs. It's time now, though, for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here he is now at 449, the Wooly Bully.
Let's party. It is National Ice Cream Sandwich Day. A great day. We were talking about the Snickers ice cream, which is delectable as well. Had some Tolos go out there, get some Snickers ice cream for the first time. If you haven't had it, you should. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite ice cream truck treat? Whenever that ice cream, you hear the song and you run over to the truck, what do you get? I got the top 10 best things to get at the ice cream truck. What were you guys going for as a kid?
You know, I was always highly disappointed in their cookies and cream selections at that ice cream truck. They just don't do it well, you know. So I think the red, white, and blue rocket.
Yeah,
you know,
Bomb Pop.
Is that what it's called?
Bomb Pop, yes.
Yeah.
Bomb Pop.
Those are phenomenal. Anything with the gumdrop, like eyeballs or something, you know, where you get like SpongeBob.
The SpongeBob face.
You can eat SpongeBob and then you can chew on his eyeballs for a little while. It's always a good time. But the strawberry shortcake on a stick.
Okay.
That was a winner for me.
That actually is underrated as hell, man.
I was a fan of the drumstick. You know, the chocolate drumstick. Yeah, and it's such an old school, simple thing. And then you get to the bottom, and it's got that chocolate in the bottom of the cone.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you can't eat that by yourself, though. You got to save a little bit of ice cream for the perfect final bite.
You know what?
He likes the chocolate.
I just want the chocolate. Straight. Yeah,
I find myself having to go to water
because
after that.
the cone after the chocolate.
I want a little liquid in it.
I see what you're saying. What about you, LA? Where are you going on the ice cream truck?
The Flintstones push-up pops.
Oh, yes.
Push-ups.
Yeah.
Forgotten gem of the 80s.
I was a big Choco Taco fan.
Yes,
I love the Choco Taco.
It's hard to beat. It's already coming in on the text. The Choco Taco is a staple, man.
That shell's made of a waffle cone. It's exceptional.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you can't beat it,
no,
dude.
you can't.
Chocolate waffle cone, too, right?
Man, they didn't have that in the 70s.
They didn't have Choco Tacos?
I don't think so.
What?
No, we were pretty basic.
Let me. I'm gonna figure out the advent of the Choco Taco.
It's got to be way past me on that one.
Kenny's going with the drumstick as well.
Yeah, Kenny's an old guy like me.
The Bomb Pop chocolate and banana is getting some love.
Oh, that was a chocolate that wasn't as good as the original. There was a Bomb Pop that had like a 7-Up flavor to it, I think.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
They had a lot of different flavors on the Bomb Pops.
You guys have a lot more experience here. Where I grew up, there was about 4.5 or 5 weeks of good weather where an ice cream truck could get some work in.
Yeah.
You know, you guys were getting exposed to this 8 or 9 months. When I saw an ice cream truck, I might not see another one for 3 years.
You had to take advantage.
Can I be real honest?
Dude. Yeah. And
if an ice cream truck pulled into my neighborhood right now, I would run downstairs and get one.
Hell yeah.
I would.
You'd be Derrick Henry trucking 5-year-olds to get there.
Yeah, it's nostalgic, man. There's something fun about it.
You hear that music and it's like faint, then you hear it getting louder and louder. You're like, hurry, Mom, I need the change. I need the change.
Yeah, I would run downstairs and get one.
1983, Alan Drazen, manager at Jack and Jill in Moorestown, invented the Choco Taco. He was inspired by the boom in Mexican food and thought the taco shape could bring something new to the ice cream business, and my dear God, did he nail it.
1983, huh?
1983, man.
Okay,
so you should.
No,
was that college?
That was college. That was sophomore year at LSU. So I wasn't.
You just missed the boat on that one.
I missed the boat on that one. Yeah.
A lot of good texts coming in. We got the wrestling bar, the WWE bars that they had, the Sonic Pop, the Lemon Freeze. So many here.
Lemon Freeze
to get into. Number 10 is the Ice Freeze Pops, which you can get different flavors of. You get the orange, you get the red, the blue. Those were always good. We used to get those at summer camps a bunch.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't even know exactly.
Sugar and water, very sticky.
Yeah, very sticky. Very sticky, yes.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the push-ups, the pop-ups.
There was an orange
like the Flintstones.
Yep, the Flintstone one.
Pink things, yeah.
Number 8 is the snow cone, which you can get in like a rainbow-looking flavor. I mean, that's traditional.
Hey, I'd run down some foul balls to get the snow cones.
The snow cone was good.
Yeah.
Number 7 is the firecracker, the red, white, and blue.
Yeah, Bomb Pop.
Looked really good. Number 6 is the screwball.
That's the thing with the thing at the bottom.
You have the gun drop at the bottom,
very
right?
bottom. Yes, that's it. Yep.
And you get like a little wooden spoon to get after it.
At the very bottom.
That
I know,
spoon
it's a different color.
So terrible.
Numbers 5. Here you go, Eric. It's the strawberry shortcake bar.
Yeah, man. That's a good one.
And I've forgotten about that, but
was
it's
that
so
a
good.
Nestle's product?
I don't know, but it's a staple in like a high school and middle school vending machine ice cream machine too as well.
So would it have real cake? Or would it taste like
it would taste
cake?
like cake. I think it was ice cream, but it tasted like cake. Number 4, we've got the Crunch Bar or the Candy Center Crunch Bar. That's a Nestle product.
That's a Nestle product right there.
Number 3, I don't know that I ever got this, but it looks amazing, and I certainly would. It's the Oreo ice cream sandwich.
Now, is that the big ice? The big Oreo?
Circle.
That is awesome. Yep. They have those at grocery stores now, and if they're bringing those to ice cream trucks, then what I previously said about Oreos is out.
Is that a legit Oreo cookie?
It looks like it's a legit Oreo cookie, and then it's got the
Dawson,
cookies and cream ice cream in the middle.
Dawson, is it better than just the straight ice cream sandwich?
I would say yes, because I just am a cookies and cream kind of guy.
Yeah, I would kind of think it would have to be, right? I mean,
No,
the only way to make the
not
ice
the
cream
Toll
sandwich
House.
a little bit better is make it Oreo and put cookies and cream
I
ice cream
kind of
in
feel
there.
like the fact that the ice cream sandwich gets on your fingers kind of a thing.
It might be a tie.
Yeah.
It might be a tie. It's very good.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the King Cone.
That's
the crown of the chocolate
that's a
fudge
drumstick
encrusted with the crunchy roasted peanuts. It is
that's a
essentially,
drumstick.
yes.
That's a drumstick.
But number 1, the best food truck ice cream is the Choco Taco.
Oh, nice!
I gotta try this.
Dude, I'm telling you, Alan Drazen, what a pioneer.
Hey, the Klondike bar getting love as well. It absolutely should get love. You cannot go wrong with just a traditional Klondike bar.
People would do crazy things for those Klondikes back in the day. Do you
The
remember?
Eskimo pie.
Eskimo pie is good too.
Yep, Warhead Bomb Pop getting texted in. The Crunch Bar Popsicle. But I am just a tried and true Choco Taco, man. I don't think I can get anything else.
Hey, big shout out to the 903 and the creamsicle. You know, that orange popsicle
the creamsicle's
with the
delicious.
vanilla ice cream sort of center.
Yep, Texas
you know?
Go 214 going with the chocolate eclair on the Twitch.
Oh, I've never had that.
You got the Bugs Bunny ice creams as well, which is like the SpongeBob one.
Yes.
They just had different characters.
Absolutely.
You could eat Bugs Bunny's
Powder
eyeballs
Puff
if you wanted.
Girls. You can get Powder Puff Girls. Yeah.
A lot of good ones getting texted in here. The push-ups, the push-pops, absolutely. But I'm glad you guys had fun with it. And go get yourself an ice cream sandwich on this hot day in the DFW.
I will,
Indeed.
bro.
Thank you, Wolchuk. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. 5 o'clock hour is coming up as we have 90 minutes to go until we hand you off to the Rangers pregame, which is coming up at 6:30, take on the White Sox. And play-by-play man Dave Raymond is set to join us. Then we'll hit the Expressway in L.A. live right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing. Here we are on our way home.
Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's already been a majestic and enchanted afternoon of broadcasting here on the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. CY joined us. Chris Young. We recapped the deadline. Look forward to what's next. Brandon Cooks joined us. And I believe Chris Stratton, Rangers' new relief pitcher, is going to join us coming up at 5:30 right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And, of course, we're super fired up about Cowboys training camp. And our coverage is sponsored by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by Autoflex Leasing, as Dave Raymond joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon/evening to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. I'm not enjoying the beautiful outdoors like you guys in California, but we're enjoying the beautiful indoors here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, what a blessing that is to be able to get into that situation and call games from there. And yeah, it won't be too long before you're back out here in California, Dave. You get to enjoy this good life every now and then.
No,
San Diego last week.
Yeah, and we're heading out next week, too, for a full week in the Bay Area. So
right on.
That's going to be pretty cool. It's good weather. You guys know it's wonderful.
Oh, it is.
How much better is this team now than the team that's dropped 26 of 47 games? I think they're 21 and 26 over the last 47. How much better are we now than a team that's been playing some alarming baseball for a month and a half?
Well, I think when you go back over that stretch that's been so tough for this team, the one number that really jumps, or two probably numbers that jump out at you. One of them, though, is the starter's ERA and just ERA in general, both well over 5. So, taking that into consideration and then looking what the Rangers did at the deadline, you'd have to say this is a team much better position now, because obviously the Scherzer trade is a big one. I mean, he's a stud. He's got the reputation, 3 Cy Youngs. He's a competitor, as Mike Maddox described him yesterday, with the alpha competitor. And that's the guy you want, a guy who's looking for the spotlight, looking for the big games, and a guy who still has elite stuff. So that's a big pickup. But then Jordan Montgomery, who they got from St. Louis, well, he's been better. Like, he's pitched better than Scherzer has. And maybe the name doesn't jump off the marquee in quite the same way. Maybe he doesn't have the Cy Youngs and everything else to boast about, but he's pitching better. So they added 2 great starters to this rotation now, which then takes pressure off some of the guys who have been lagging. And maybe you drop them out, put them in the bullpen. Maybe Dane Dunning, as an example, goes back into the pen eventually. He'll start tonight, but a right-handed arm could be valuable in that bullpen. Keeney has kind of bullpen-type stuff, wipeout stuff with the fastball and the swing and miss. So there's some stuff they can do now. Then they added, of course, Stratton to be a right-hander out of that bullpen as well, which they needed badly. So I think they're positioned a whole lot better than they were even, just 3-4 days ago. And the fact that during their struggles that they were able to tread water to the degree they were, I think is okay, right? It's good. They banked wins early. They're in a position now where they survived this rough patch. They still lead the division, or I guess at the moment, this very moment, they're tied for the division lead, but a chance to stay in first place if they can win tonight. So they're in a good position, and they only got better.
Hey, Dave, do you feel like that CY would have made the move for Scherzer if he had DeGrom still pitching?
Well, that's a great question. Probably
I want
not.
to believe he would. I want to believe he would. I want to believe he would have tried to really finish this thing off.
Well, I do too. I think they add. I think they would definitely add. But I don't know that you necessarily feel like you have to go get, let's say, Max Scherzer.
Sure.
For that matter, even a Jordan Montgomery, right? Maybe there's even a tiered starter just a shade below that you could get to complete what you wanted. So, but yes, he would have absolutely continued to add. But man, having a guy like DeGrom in the lineup would have been huge. And on top of that, it's just think about where they would be right now had they had DeGrom all this time, right? They would be in a much, much better position. But I don't think there's any question to your point, Brian, that he would have added.
Now, looking at the bats right now, I think that was one thing we were talking about yesterday, right before the deadline happened. Do the Rangers maybe try and add a bat? You get Corey Seager back offensively, which will be a big boost. But what do you think about the stick so far right now?
Well, again, so we take into consideration that they've stumbled around a little bit here recently, and yet here they are with the top scoring offense in baseball, and superlative numbers in all the various categories you want to carve out, whether that's runners in scoring position, et cetera, even though they have struggled recently. I think the lineup's good. I think it's still a real potent group. And like you say, you get Corey Seager back today. Jonah, when Corey went down and then Seager followed, that stretch, you could see some real vulnerability, right? When those two were out, you could see legitimate vulnerability in the lineup. Now, when you get one of them back tonight, and Seager, we'll see what it looks like. I suspect it'll look a whole lot better. When and if they get Heim back as well, then you're right back to where you were, and I think they're in good shape. I don't sweat the offense, even when they've been shut down on occasion. I think they're still really, really good, and when they put together team at bats and can just calm down a little bit once you have everybody back in there, that's when they get really dangerous.
How do you see this rotation working out now? What happens to guys like Martin Perez? Andrew Heaney was nasty last night for sure, but are we moving some of these guys into the bullpen?
I think somebody's going to have to move back into the bullpen, and the knee-jerk reaction is to say that, well, Dane Dunning did it well earlier in the year. Maybe Dane's the guy that goes back again, and I don't know, because he's run into a little bit of a tougher time here recently in his starts. So maybe he goes back in. Plus, I think the fact that he's right-handed is part of that consideration. I do still think that Heaney's stuff profiles better out of the bullpen. And for that reason, I'd suspect that he'd be a candidate. I don't know that Martin is a guy that would be your first choice as an effective guy out of the pen. If you want to use him in long relief, perhaps.
Sure.
But he's not a big swing and miss guy. He does get ground balls, which has value, but we're heavily left-handed in that pen. If he doesn't have big swing and miss stuff, then I don't. Basically, from my viewpoint, I don't see that being the answer. But it might be. I mean, they also might go with 6 starters for a while, or certainly there will be stretches where they do that. So the good news is that it gives them options now. You've got a lot more flexibility, and you can take a little pressure off some guys here and there.
Hey, Dave, I really did enjoy your Harry Carey style of center field baseball announcing. Was that fun, or was it difficult to call a game from that vantage point?
All right, so here's the deal, right? That the idea of doing something different can be fun.
Sure,
and I don't mind that. I like the idea of doing stuff that's a little different. My thing is, if we're going to go from the bleachers, hey, let's go ahead and get in there. Let's get in the seats. Let's be right there among the fans. And the way we set it up, I was just on a platform out there in center field. Now, from a logistics standpoint, though, Brian, really difficult. Everything's backward. The way I describe it is, it's like watching the game through a mirror with your back to the game.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Because everything's flipped for me out there, and it's just it's a nightmare. My left and right, I'm going to panic over that the whole time. And then you have zero clue what's going on at the plate. Well, where's the most important action all night long during a baseball game? It's at the plate.
Right.
So now I'm 450 feet away from it, whereas normally I'm, just, 50 feet back and a little bit up. So I can't see the pitches. I can't see blocks. I can't see if the ball's lined or skipped one hop off the dirt in front of the plate. It's just little things like that you're not used to doing. Give me a little time there, and we could get comfortable with it. But for a couple of days, it was kind of jarring.
Well, I was just kind of thinking maybe if you take Harry Carey's approach and just started violently drinking in the crowd, took off your shirt and just kind of, took a shower out there like old Comiskey Park, I think it would have been okay, right?
Listen, I was campaigning for that, especially the first day Val went to buy some hot dogs. I mean, that's great. These hot dogs are delicious. But, if you're going to do that at the ballpark, we need to have some beers. And if I'm going to be out here all these days, I need to have a lot of beers. So let's bring them on. Yeah. I'm with you. Lean in, baby. If we're going to do it, let's do it. Get in the seats, get those beers going, and let's just have some fun.
Okay, well, let's do it. Where else would you maybe want to try this out? Is there a ballpark that you have maybe something in mind on top of the Green Monster? Where else can we experiment with this?
Oh, man, that would be a blast.
That would be cool.
That would be awesome. The bleachers in Wrigley would be great. You could probably figure out something in San Francisco, but San Francisco, the setup there is so good, I wouldn't want to mess with it. God, that's a really good question. Miami, I don't know if you've ever seen a ball game in Miami, but they used to have a thing called the Clevelander in left field, which was a famous nightclub in Miami, and I mean it was a wild scene, man. They put the visiting bullpen out there to be a distraction, or at least allow the Clevelander to be a distraction. It was, I'm telling you.
That's a funny right there. Distracting for the broadcasters.
Yeah, so let's do a game from out there.
It's Dave Raymond here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Is it true that Verlander did not want to come to Texas, and is that weird? I mean, our stadium is as close as you can get to theirs. There was a lot to like here. Very similar setup.
Yeah, no, he listen, I don't know exactly what went down, but I think he had questions. Number one, he wanted to know where the Mets were going and what they were doing, and then wanted to know what the what the possibilities were. He called Jacob DeGrom. DeGrom sold him on it really hard because Jacob loves it here, and and he bought it. So I don't know if he had hesitation. I'm sure he had some hesitations. It's just leaving in general. It sounded like he really wanted to know whether or not they were bailing on their plan, or if it was perhaps just a temporary bump. If it was going to be a full-out bail, he wanted out. If it was just something where they were maybe looking to, snag some upside real quick, but otherwise going to keep trying to compete, then he wanted to stay. So I get that. You're 39. You've been around, moved around enough times. You probably get a little tired of it. And he has a home where they have spring training. So I think it was pretty convenient for him. But he's a competitor, man. And I think Jacob DeGrom gave him the inside scoop on it. I think also the fact that it was Mike Maddox here, who he won 2 Cy Youngs with in Washington, probably didn't hurt either.
How close is Houston now to the team that won the World Series last year? Are we going to have to hold off a truly elite AL team?
Yeah, I have a tough time with this one because, number one, I feel like just take care of your own business, right? Just do your thing, be good at baseball, and that should take care of itself. Other teams, they'll figure out what they got to figure out. But as it specifically regards Houston, I just feel like you can't keep running that hot year after year after year and not run into some collateral damage, right? Whether that's overworking arms in your bullpen or just guys getting fatigued or age coming into play for guys like Jose Altuve. Now, that said, they keep managing, and they've got good young players as well as the solid mix that's been there over the years. And they are coming off a World Series title, so they have to be considered the team to beat. So I think it is going to, at this point, I feel like it's going to be a pretty tight race, and it's going to be a heavyweight battle to the end. Both of them leaned in at the trade deadline, and both of them are really good teams, the Rangers and the Astros. So I think it's going to make for a lot of great entertainment. The only bummer is we have just the one remaining series with them, but it's here at home.
Dave, is there any doubt in your baseball brain that the $1 Bluebell ice cream night is the single best night at the ballpark on any given week, and much better than even the $1 hot dog night? Dave?
Sounds like Dave's rooting for a $1 beer night.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Nickel beer, maybe back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. What about a 50-cent beer night? That would be
amazing.
Great. Yeah. Listen, Bluebell ice cream is the best, right? But I got to tell you, I love the hot dog, and there is something about the hot dog at the ballpark that's really good. Those are both tremendous options. I know you guys were crushing some of that Bledsoe barbecue earlier today.
Oh man,
ooh, dominant.
I wouldn't mind some sort of barbecue night here. That wouldn't hurt either. Maybe they can come up with something there. But yeah. Hey, listen,
I'd take a $1 beef rib night.
Food. Yeah, let's do it.
I got to say, this barbecue is the worst thing that ever happened to this Brad Shams here. I got to
So
say.
those Hurtado tacos, absolutely. Dave, all right, so before we let you boogie out of here, since Eric brought up the Bluebell, it is National Ice Cream Sandwich Day. I just did the top 10 best ice cream truck treats. When the ice cream truck came rolling down the neighborhood as a kid, what was your go-to?
Well, the first problem with that is I lived in Gering, Nebraska, and I don't think we had an ice cream truck.
Oh, gosh, dang it.
We had tractors and combines and pickups. But
okay, corn on a stick. Which did you like the best?
yeah, exactly. No, I do love the ice cream sandwich. The Bomb Pop's pretty good, but I'm kind of an ice cream. Well, you know what? Hang on a second, though. My mom used to get from the store. What were those things where it had the two popsicles in it, right? They have grape and cherry and orange and whatnot, and it would split in half. Where
Yeah, the double stick.
Yeah, the double
two-stick popsicle, yeah. Another good popsicle. They come in the big clear plastic bags. There'd be like 50 of them in there.
Yeah.
You just didn't want the yellow one, the banana. It was terrible.
Right, and the other one, like they had that thing that would come, similar item, right? But it was in that plastic sheath that you would squeeze out. I didn't like that thing because I felt like the plastic gave it a weird taste.
Yeah, the freezer pops.
Freezer pops, yeah.
Oh,
freezer
yes.
pops. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
not
right,
love with
Dave.
those, but I do like the double sticks. Those are great.
Dave loves the double fist, man. That's it. Oh, jeez.
2 for 1, huh?
I mean, on 50-cent beer night, I think we're double fisted. Oh, we are. There he is. Dave Raymond, thank you for joining us. Have fun with this baseball team, and we'll catch up with you soon.
You bet, fellas. Have fun.
There you go. Yeah, we had dollar beer night. I'm first getting into like the sports radio at the Fan in Portland, and the Portland Beavers or Rockies or whatever they were at the time. They're playing there at PGE Park. They have dollar beer nights, and they're going 16-ounce beers.
Yeah,
and we were just pure Neanderthal power drinking mode. Right, and so it turned into like an outdoor bar. Like nobody is actually in the stands watching the game. We're just out on the concourse, like getting the beers, going back in line. And we talked about it so much, it turned into this insane night. But the following week, they bring it down to $2 beers at 12 ounces.
Oh,
we went so hard, we pushed them out of dollar beers at 16 ounces, brought them to $2 for 12 ounces, and things were a lot more tame after that.
I'll tell you
Not
what,
quite Rangers Indians from the 60s, but
no, that was the 70s.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was nickel beer night.
Yeah.
And they did it like in Texas, and then it turned around and went to Cleveland.
Bassick Sr. might have been in that
game.
No,
yes, absolutely he was.
Amazing.
Absolutely
some incredible
was.
stories from old timers about what it was like to be out there and realizing
Feared
these
for their
people
life. Yeah.
are coming after us and they're hammered.
Yeah, the Ranger players are literally standing on the field with bats, trying to keep people from coming over the dugout.
Wow.
Kind of a thing.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're efforting Chris Stratton, Rangers reliever. He's had a big day as he gets ready to make his appearance and all that, but he was scheduled for the Rangers Player Show, and we're still efforting getting Chris on so we can get him some of them Pluckers wings and get his thoughts on joining the club and all that. But the Expressway is coming up next. Everything that's been breaking in the world of sports throughout your broadcast afternoon. And then LA Live. It's coming up at 5:40 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Gotta chat Diamonds Direct.